I'm so cute. What's wrong with drinking a little bit of a beautiful girl's blood? It's normal to like cute girls, right? It's so sweet. I just like drinking the blood of beautiful girls, don't get me wrong. Let me reiterate, I am not gay, but the blood of beautiful girls tastes really good. Hee 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 hee. Have you finished speaking, miss? Wipe your drool. Prologue Moon. Ah, the moonlight is so beautiful. Sigh, humans are really fragile, don't you think so too, little girl? No, please don't come any closer. The black-haired girl huddled outside the window, where the dim moonlight could not reach. She looked up in surprise, realizing there was nowhere to retreat. Her unusual heterochromatic eyes, one black and one red, reflected the source of her fear. The girl, bathed in the glow of the waning moon and candlelight, had her long, silvery white hair cascading down like a magnificent waterfall. She wore a crimson long dress, which resembled an elegant formal gown, but was actually the everyday wear of a beautiful young girl. A gentle smile graced the girl's lips, but her pale, bloodless lips revealed barely visible sharp teeth that gleamed with a faint, cold light. What's wrong? Where are you looking? She leaned closer to the black-haired girl, nodded slightly, and lifted her chin with her fingertips. The black-haired girl let out a soft whimper. Under the silver-haired girl's gentle but irresistible movements, she was forced to raise her head and look directly at the girl who was so close to her. Aha! The silver-haired girl was very satisfied with her reaction. She smiled and pointed to her elfin-like pointed ear, which extended from her shawl-like hair on one side, and playfully touched the long ear tip. Is it because you care about these ears? Or? She blinked, her eyes, like rubies reflecting the gentle moonlight, seemingly capable of captivating one's soul. Where are those eyes that represent the noble status of the vampires? The black-haired girl opened her mouth in terror, breathing rapidly. No, no. A fleeting glint of cold light flashed beneath her lips. The silver-haired girl caught this subtle detail, smiled, and placed her slender index finger on her lips, signaling her to be quiet. Don't panic, don't be afraid. I've told you many times, I'm here to help you. The black-haired girl opened her eyes wide, and her red pupil dimmed again. It is good. The silver-haired girl's gentle words seemed to soothe the mind, and the black-haired girl calmed down once again. So she leaned close to the black-haired girl's ear and whispered something. Accept it, embrace it, and you will be reborn. You will usher in a brand new life, and you will have your own happiness. The silver-haired girl's cool breath brushed against the black-haired girl's ear along with her gentle words. The moonlight passed over the silver-haired girl's fair and delicate shoulders and lingered in the black-haired girl's pupils. Really, really. The moment the black-haired girl asked that question, the scales of reason in her heart had already tipped towards the side that would satisfy the silver-haired girl. Of course. She parted her lips slightly, and her dark red eyes instantly turned bright red. Slurp. I won't be polite. Chapter 1 The young lady doesn't want to get out of bed. Jingle bell bell. Woo. Jingle bell bell. Gurgle. Ring 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 ring. Ah. Why. Pft. My sweet morning dream came to an end with an alarm clock ringing out in a way that was more terrifying than the end of the world. Hiss. The girl's throat tightened. It was her body, hungry and in pain, protesting. Humph. She got up from the floor in a huff and slammed the incessantly ringing alarm clock off the bedside table. It's 8 a.m. now. She picked up the alarm clock and looked at it. That means there are still 2 hours left. Time for a nap, a nap. She deftly lifted the covers, and before the soft, comfortable cotton polymer could fall back onto the still warm bed, she leaped up and rolled into the covers with practiced ease. Hey, so comfortable, miss. A calm voice suddenly rang out from beside the bed, but the girl lying in her boudoir ignored it, drooling as she tried to drift back to sleep. Miss, the guest's scheduled visit with you is in 1 hour and 57 minutes. If you don't get up, groom yourself, and eat soon, there won't be enough time left for you to balance work and life, miss. Although waking up in the morning is not in line with the vampire's routine, your clients and your audience will be very disappointed, miss. Zhang? A huge scythe was held to the girl's neck. And I will be very disappointed, young lady. After a while. Glug 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 plop. The silver-haired girl was rinsing her mouth in front of the mirror, while the shoulder-length brown-haired girl behind her was tending to her long silver hair. Couldn't you wake me up a little more gently? What kind of maid is this fierce? Since I was ordered to serve you, the way I wake you has become more and more extreme each time, and I don't think I can be blamed for that. Doesn't this mean we're getting to know each other better, Coco? The maid, whom the silver-haired girl called Coco, paused slightly in her work before continuing to comb the slightly split, smooth silver hair. I'll say it again, you should call me Coco, not a nickname like Coco Miss Ludwig. The silver-haired girl named Ludwig smiled as she looked at the maid behind her in the mirror. The maid avoided the silver-haired girl's gaze, always deliberately trying to hide her crimson eyes behind her bangs. What era are we living in? Your master-servant mentality is outdated. Calling me that is so formal, it's outdated, so incredibly outdated. You should call me Lulu, just like I call you Coco. And all those you and miss titles are completely unnecessary. Coco neatly braided the hair hanging by her ears and then secured the hair accessory on her head. Raise your hand.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
It's time to help you change your clothes. Sigh, Coco won't listen to me again. Well then, I'll wear my favorite outfit today. Yes, ma'am, but please don't move around because it itches. The morning light was gradually turning into the blazing sun, but the curtains in the girl's room remained tightly shut. Under the soft, dim light, the silver-haired vampire girl finished changing her clothes. While human vision would be somewhat blurred under such brightness, it would be as bright as day for vampires. Ludwig walked to the full-length mirror, looked at herself in the mirror, and touched the braid hanging down beside her ear. The girl in the mirror is wearing a crimson off-shoulder dress with crisscrossing straps around her neck, secured by a silk choker. From the sleeves to the hem, it is adorned with many gorgeous lace patterns. From headdress to necklace, and then to the gold patterns on the sleeves and black silk gloves, these exquisitely crafted accessories adorn every detail of her slender figure without being overly elaborate. Although it resembles a formal banquet dress, it is actually a fairly ordinary everyday dress for a young girl, her favorite dress that represents her vampire identity. Vampires are naturally dressed so beautifully even to the point of appearing somewhat ostentatious in the eyes of ordinary human girls. Otherwise, how could anyone tell at a glance that she is a vampire? But in reality, before Ruok patiently dressed her up, she would never have worn such a complicated dress. Although she can choose not to wear it, she must have it. Having this outfit is not only a symbol of her status, but also a constant reminder that she is a vampire. I'm so cute. She twirled around with considerable satisfaction, her skirt billowing up and then gently falling back down. Only then did the vampire young lady finally agree to leave the dressing table. She left the room and gracefully descended the stairs from the second floor. Seeing Ruok waiting for her in the living room on the first floor, having gone ahead to prepare dinner, she lightly touched the corner of her lips and smiled. Coco, is my dinner ready? Not yet. Since she is the future vampire queen, everything must be done according to royal standards. Ludwig's face fell instantly upon hearing this. Young miss, you still have to complete this week's etiquette class, vampire knowledge class, and vampire women's dress code class, etc. Today is Sunday, and you've already missed 3 days of classes. You can't. Ludwig threw herself into Ruok's arms and rubbed her face against hers. Let's eat first. Let's eat first. I want to drink blood. I want to eat sweet blood cake made with cocoa. Didn't we agree to eat sweet blood cake on Sunday? I'll naturally do it once you've finished these scheduled classes. Wait, but the sweet blood cake is on the Saturday menu. Do not do it. Calm down, your makeup is ruined. Oh no, puff. This is an era in which vampires and humans coexist. 5 years ago, a crisis swept the world. Bloodlust plague. Although it was quickly dispelled, it also brought the existence of blood's vampires to the world's attention. Humans, driven by greed and selfishness, researched the supernatural powers of vampires, thus causing a great disaster. A plague that can infect both vampires and humans has spread, turning victims into ferocious, bloodthirsty monsters that wreak havoc everywhere. Those devoured by these monsters will also transform into the same monsters and become new victims similar to the zombie apocalypse in the movies. But ultimately, it was due to the combined efforts of vampires and humans. The situation calmed down under pressure. The Vampire Council is an organization that unites the vampires and is loyal to the Vampire Queen. Their actions proved the vampires' innocence to humanity and cleared them of suspicion. The Vampire Council has developed a solidified serum that is being distributed around the world to assist humanity. It can cure primal vampires who have fallen into a rage, and can also restore the sanity of humans who have been transformed into bloodthirsty monsters, allowing them to safely transform into new vampires without taking their lives. After everything calmed down and the culprits were brought to justice, humanity had to accept the fact that the vampire race had been forced to expand countless times due to this disaster. As a result, the vampires gained a legitimate identity in human society. This is the result that vampires have dreamed of for thousands of years, but in reality, vampires are not very happy. Humans who were infected during the disaster 5 years ago and were cured and transformed into vampires by the serum are collectively referred to as the newborn vampires. The old monsters who existed before the bloodlust plague and constitute a very small minority of the current total number of vampires, those who are hundreds or thousands of years old, are the original vampires. Regardless of the type of vampire, there are many who cause various social problems because they cannot live with humans, cannot accept their new identity, or cannot integrate into human society. Vampires broke the code of seclusion, but this did not earn them complete acceptance from humanity. They remain alone in this world. Although the Vampire Council has begun to address the issue, they are ultimately short-handed for the unprecedentedly large vampire population. As a result, the profession of vampire mediator, largely performed by native vampires, has emerged. Those who were originally vampires but are now a minority in the race, some of them have spontaneously taken on the role of mediators for various reasons. Responsible for resolving social problems caused by vampires and ensuring the safety of vampires or humans who come seeking help. Also, for their own survival in a world where vampires and humans can coexist. Hehe, I knew it, Coco is the best. The silver-haired girl sat at the dining table enjoying her dessert, swinging her slender feet dangling in midair without any inhibitions. She, the protagonist of this story, is such a mediator. Although this lazy vampire doesn't seem very reliable. Chapter 2 Mediation. Wow. For Shuez Island, the cracking sound of the glass not only shattered the double window that offered an unobstructed view of the night sky and the bright moon, but also disrupted the life trajectory she had already planned for herself. She was killed simply because she studied diligently every night, and her brother Xuefan refused to let her study by lamplight. The brightly lit window in the dead of night became a guiding light for the bloodthirsty monsters in the vast darkness. Every sleepless night, Xuefan, the older brother, would secretly go out to the nearby night market to buy a warm late-night snack to encourage his hard-working younger sister. When Xuefan returned with a late-night snack, he habitually looked at the window that was always lit, and the bowl of red bean paste dumplings in his hand fell to the ground. The steaming hot plastic bowl, like his heart, shattered heavily on the cold cement floor. Rin. Xuefan hadn't slept for 3 days. He grabbed at every doctor who kept entering and leaving the ward like a madman, repeatedly saying the same thing. My sister, how is my sister? The doctors shook their heads with serious expressions, telling him that the medical team was doing everything they could to save him, but how could saving him possibly take 3 days? On the 4th day, a group of people dressed in black robes and hoods, and dressed as doctors, entered Shue's Island's ward, led by the hospital's doctors in white coats. What are you going to do to Rin? Xuefan tried to stop the doctors in black coats wearing hoods, but after not sleeping for 3 days, his brain seemed to snap, and he lost consciousness in that instant. When he woke up again, it was another day later. He had slept for a whole day, but his head was still throbbing. A doctor wearing a hood and a black coat came out of the ward and bowed to Xuefan, who was sleeping in the corridor. Mr. Xue, I have offended your family in many ways. Xuefan couldn't see his face clearly, but this was the only way to save her. She is safe and sound now. Xuefan pushed open the ward door in a daze. The lights inside were very dim, and the curtains were tightly closed. He tried to turn on more lights, but then his sister gasped in surprise. Don't turn on the light. Xuefan's eyes gradually adjusted to the dim light. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the girl whose neck had been gnawed and was now covered in blood a few days ago had a smooth and white neck, and there was no indication that she had suffered any violence. Her ears also became somewhat strange, with the tips gradually evolving into a willow leaf shape. One of her pupils turned dark red, glowing with an eerie crimson light in the darkness, creating a stark contrast with the normal black pupil on the other side. At this moment, Xuefan was so overwhelmed with joy that his sister was safe and sound that he didn't think about anything else. Overjoyed, he rushed over, knelt by her bedside, and took her hand. Rin, thank goodness, you're all right. He looked down at her hand. But why are your hands so cold? Hiss. A wisp of cold air escaped from Xiaolin's lips. Brother, I'm hungry. When Xuefan raised his head, the sharp teeth hidden beneath his sister's lips had already pierced his neck. Oh, I see. I understand. The elegant and dignified vampire lady picked up the black tea on the table and took a sip. So you now know that this is what the news calls vampires, and you also know that they are not so far removed from ordinary life. The man sitting opposite her looked haggard, with a full beard. But it was still clear that before his misfortune, he was a very confident and sophisticated pillar of his family. His neatly tailored suit also testified to this. That's why I've come to you, Miss Yang. Please, you absolutely must help my sister. Xuefan slammed his hand on the table in excitement, but Ludwig across from him stared straight into his eyes. In an instant, Xuefan calmed down. Don't get agitated, Mr. Xue, she said with a smile. Also, you can just call me Ludwig. Although my name is Ludwig Young, it's too formal to call me that. Okay, I'm sorry, Miss Ludwig, Xuefan replied. Ludwig stood up and said, I understand the situation. I will pay a visit tonight. After seeing the client off, Ruo Keek picked up the empty teacup on the table and said, What methods do you plan to use for this mediation? Ludwig lightly licked the corner of her lips with the tip of her tongue. Ah, isn't that obvious? She turned around, as if showing off something, her dark red eyes slightly brightening. Of course, it's to help her become a true vampire. The evening sunset was no longer a threat to the vampires, but Ludwig still held up a parasol. She knocked on the Xue family's door. Although Xuefan still looked as haggard as ever, this time he remembered to shave his beard clean. Please come in. Xuefan glanced behind her. Are you alone? Ludwig closed her parasol and gave Xuefan a professional smile. Yes, I'm enough on my own. She bowed before lifting her skirt and stepping across the threshold. Ludwig muttered to herself. Coco said this would improve customer satisfaction. Humph, she even called it a practice of vampire etiquette. What a hassle. Xuefan sighed and pointed to a tightly closed door. Look at her. Ever since she became a vampire, she's locked herself in her room and spends all her time crying. The neighbors come to complain every day, saying that she sobs every night, changing the way she cries each day, each time more heartbreaking than the last. The neighbors all say it's terrifying, and if they don't take better care of her, they're going to call the police. Ludwig nodded slightly, seemingly lost in thought. She felt like she had become a monster, afraid of hurting the people around her, afraid of being ostracized by her relatives and friends. Xuefan said, I've tried everything, but she just won't listen to reason. Even the blood bag I left at her door was only taken in secretly while I was sleeping because she was so hungry that she couldn't stand it anymore. Ludwig said, Then, would you please excuse us for the time being? Xuefan was taken aback. Why? She smiled gently. Every profession has its own rules, you must know that, right? The girl's crimson eyes were as bright as rubies. She blinked, and her mysterious smile was unfathomable. Xue Fan's subconscious told him not to look into her eyes, but before he even had that thought, his subconscious and thought process had already been firmly grasped by the girl in front of him. I understand. I'm entrusting my sister to you. You won't be shortchanged on the reward. After giving a long list of instructions and advice, Xue Fan left home. After confirming that his footsteps had disappeared into the distance, Ludwig suddenly looked toward the closed door. Hehe. You heard everything, didn't you? At that moment, a gasp came from behind the door. So, how much longer do you want to listen? Ludwig approached the door, her slender, pale fingers reaching up to knock gently. Come on, open the door, confused little girl. A thud was heard from behind the door, followed by a quick movement away from the doorway. Oh dear, are you scared? Ludwig tilted her head. Almost all clients initially faced this situation where communication was impossible, but this time, the client was much easier to deal with. I'm not going to eat you. In fact, I'll give you something delicious. I'm here to help you as a mediator, Ms. Xue. You just don't know what you've become, which is why you're afraid of yourself and of me. She heard the breathing behind the door gradually quicken, because the girl behind the door had already realized, through the connection between vampires, that the girl speaking outside was also a monster like herself. A hint of cold, tinged with hunger, seeped from beneath Ludwig's fangs. Hiss. You're very hungry. And I'm very hungry too. Okay, open the door, let's do something fun together. Oh no. Xue Xiaolin screamed out in extreme fear. But after she screamed, she found that the aura that had frightened her behind the door had vanished in an instant. Has she left? Xue Xiaolin wondered. She was about to get up from where she had fallen, intending to go and check what was happening on the other side of the door. Suddenly, the only window in the room was wide open. What? In Xue Xiaolin's eyes, the window was suddenly opened. This sudden event was as bizarre as if she had experienced a memory lapse. When she came to her senses, the window was already open. There was no sound, nor was there any window opening. It was as if time had been erased, making one feel as if they were in another world. The cool moonlight illuminated the dimly lit girl's bedroom, and the breeze, which Xue Xiaolin hadn't seen for a long time, brushed against her cheek along with a charming, faint perfume scent. The silver-haired girl sat on the windowsill, her skirt and long, silvery hair fluttering gently in the breeze. You. The silver-haired girl spoke. Are you deaf? She was carrying a large box of carefully packaged, enticingly fragrant blood-based pastries, while her other hand pointed unceremoniously at Xue Xiaolin, who was startled. I told you I'd bring you something delicious. Is it so hard to open the door? I've always been very nice, haven't I? She jumped down from the windowsill, placed the gift box on Xue Xiaolin's desk, and crossed her arms. Humph, how ungrateful? Do I look like a bad guy? Chapter 3 Regaining Life. Half an hour ago, the setting sun, which had driven away the night monsters, disappeared below the horizon. At this moment, the bright moon is already high in the sky. It was just a waning crescent moon, yet it generously cast its cool moonlight, allowing even vampires who could not bask in the sunlight to enjoy its gentle grace. Seeing the black-haired girl's face still contorted with fear and confusion, and looking as if she was about to cry again, Ludwig leaned against the window railing and couldn't help but sigh. Ah, the moonlight is so beautiful. She spoke with a hidden meaning. Sigh, humans are really fragile, don't you think so too, little girl? After a series of friendly and gentle inducements, Ludwig succeeded. Xue Xiaolin became her delicious food. Slurp. I won't be polite. The sharp teeth pierced the girl's fair neck, and the silver-haired girl devoured the food with abandon. A trickle of fragrant blood seeped from the skin pierced by the sharp teeth, but she ignored it, tightly binding Xue Xiaolin, who was already powerless to resist, and drawing away the last remaining essence of her human body from her neck. What's this? Xue Xiaolin resisted in a low voice what was about to invade her consciousness, but she knew that she could no longer resist this pleasure. Hiss. Xue Xiaolin's body stiffened for a moment, then relaxed completely. In that instant, the girl's rationality snapped completely. Hiss, woo. Ludwig gently stroked her hair. Okay, it's okay. She gently stroked the girl's neck with her fingers, and in the blink of an eye, the two small blood holes disappeared. She released Xue Xiaolin and helped her sit down on the edge of the bed. Welcome to the world of vampires. Xue Xiaolin raised her head, and her only remaining black pupil now radiated a captivating crimson under the shimmering moonlight. Her ears had completely transformed into willow leaf shapes, signifying that she had become a full-fledged dark night vampire. Big sister, what's your name? The fear that had been in Xue Xiaolin's eyes when she looked at her was gone. Ludwig patted her head and said with a smile. Ludwig. You can just call me Lulu. The gift box was opened by the eager Xue Xiaolin, and inside was a scarlet strawberry cake. This was made by my lovely maid. I love it. Ludwig cut off a large piece of cake with strawberry on it and put it into Xue Xiaolin's mouth. But it's best not to delve too deeply into what the strawberries on this cake are actually made of. What? Ah, Xue Xiaolin's eyes lit up. She took the plastic knife and fork from Ludwig's hand and silently ate the cake until it was completely gone. Hooray, delicious. Burp. Judging from her appearance, she was clearly starving. Ludwig smiled and picked up a glass of pale red beverage. Here, have some flavored blood drink. These foods, which look extremely strange and smell unbearable to humans, are undoubtedly the most delicious delicacies in the world to vampires. Although vampires are now permitted to drink artificial blood bags to alleviate their dietary needs, blood bags are, in Ludwig's words, tasteless. Therefore, by using human cooking techniques to make blood into various kinds of human-like food, it is possible to make it easier for them to swallow. Vampires, who originally didn't need to be fancy with their food, have had to develop many new recipes. Ludwig licked her lips, seemingly still wanting more. Indeed, real blood is the sweetest. Of course, that's true. Sister, I'm back. Miss Ludwig, how is your mediation going? When Xuefan returned home, he smelled a strong stench of blood in the living room, and his younger sister was sitting at the dining table, eating a plate of something with her mouth full of blood. Brother, you're back? Sister Lulu brought me some delicious food. Pfft. Brother? Why? Xuefan, who was so frightened that he fainted on the spot, was only able to be revived with great difficulty. Ludwig, standing nearby, wiped the blood from her mouth. Remember to spray this first next time. Ludwig handed Rin a bottle of spray. It can suppress the smell of blood. Although the smell of blood is tempting and delicious to us, it can scare humans. Look at your brother. Xuezailan and Xuefan embraced tightly. Seeing his sister regain her spirits, Xuefan finally felt a huge weight lifted from his heart. But, Miss Ludwig, from now on, will she only be able to live as a vampire like you? Ludwig tilted her head and smiled. What's wrong? Is there something amiss? After much hesitation, Xuefan finally spoke. But my sister always thought she had become a monster. Although it may offend you, I actually thought so too. Ludwig smiled. She could even guess what Xuefan was about to say. Vampires are monsters that drink human blood. Even if my sister becomes a vampire, I will not despise her or be afraid of her. But how can humans and vampires, my sister and I, possibly coexist? Ludwig tiptoed on her high heels, leaned against the wall, and straightened her slightly askew headdress. Vampires only drink human blood, which is practically the same as feeding on humans. How can cats and mice live together, or wolves and sheep live in the same den? The way to maintain the coexistence of vampires and humans is neither to make new vampires like her continue to live painfully as humans, nor to make humans accept us man-eating monsters. Instead, it makes the hearts of the newborn vampires completely fall into the vampire realm, drawing a clear line between themselves and their past human selves so that they can live with humans without hesitation or confusion, and without conflict with humans. Mediators use all sorts of methods to mediate, but I prefer to mediate vampires like this, make them realize that they are no longer human. Getting new vampires to accept their identity is much simpler than getting humans to accept their vampire identity. If humans could understand that we vampires don't eat people, but only enjoy drinking human blood, then perhaps this ridiculous order between vampires and humans would become a little more reliable. Xuefan looked at his younger sister in his arms and lovingly stroked her cheek. I understand. I will try to get to know my sister again. Alas, after getting to know you, my initial impressions of vampires have already been shaken. Xuefan bowed to her politely. I never expected you to be such an elegant and well-mannered woman, not at all like some kind of man-eating monster. I'm so sorry, my previous words were entirely due to my ignorance, please don't take them to heart. I'll transfer your payment to your account right now. Oh, and also, if you don't mind, I bought you a vampire cake. I don't know what it's made of. I'm sure you'll love it, right? Ludwig looked surprised and asked, how did you know? Xuefan scratched his head. Before, at your residence, I saw an empty pastry plate on your table with some crumbs on it, which looked a lot like this kind of cake, so As soon as Xuezailan smelled the fragrance emanating from the pastries, she instantly perked up again. Brother, I want some too. Xuefan said, this is a thank you gift for my older sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Hiss. Hey, stop fooling around. Suddenly, Xuezailan bit her brother's neck, and Xuefan frantically tried to deal with his sister. Ludwig looked at the two of them and smiled. Then I'll bother you a little longer and eat with her. Actually, Ludwig was just craving it, since Coco wouldn't make such delicious blood cake for her every day, so she ate until she was completely stuffed today. Meanwhile, at Ludwig's house, in the quiet courtyard, Coco received a distant phone call. Yes, I understand. Drop. After hanging up the phone, Coco looked towards the direction of her front door. Young miss, you don't have much time left. Chapter 4 Ordinary Strange Night Tales. 5 years ago. Tatatao. The girl's light footsteps echoed in the corridor, indicating that the owner of the footsteps was in a good mood. That evening, in the deserted school corridor, a blonde girl hummed a tune and skipped along, preparing to go home. These students are so punctual these days. You can't even see a single one of them anymore. Are they all in such a hurry to leave school? Although she was muttering this to herself, she was actually eager to go home because the girls at home were waiting for her. It just took her a little longer to complete the enrollment procedures today. Tread. She was swaying as she prepared to go downstairs when, as she passed the mirror at the corner, she was surprised to find a figure standing behind her. What? The man behind me was standing at the corner of the dimly lit corridor, and I couldn't see his face clearly in the mirror. The blonde girl fidgeted with the hem of her dress and calmly asked, Hey, is there something you need? The man spoke directly. You are Yang Lingzi. The blonde girl's pupils suddenly contracted. This voice. She turned around and saw a man with black hair and brown eyes standing in front of her. You are. No, this can't be. Wah. The man quickly grabbed her and dragged her into a nearby storage room. Woo. A strange light flashed in the storage room, and the girl's struggle soon ceased. A moment later, the blonde girl walked out of the storage room alone. She stopped in front of the full-length mirror at the corner and checked herself over to make sure her clothes were neat. A smile played on her lips as she brushed aside a few stray strands of hair from her forehead. That's a really good physique. After all, it's me, Yang Lingzi. She raised her hand to look at her watch, then slapped her forehead. Oh dear, it's already this late, I need to hurry back and cook for them. She left leisurely, as if nothing had happened. 5 years later, now, in the western mountainous region, far from the central plains, nestled in a basin of towering mountains, lies a bustling metropolis Changchuan. Over the past few decades, it has undergone changes that have transformed it into the complex and three-dimensional mountain city it is today. New buildings are rising from the ruins of old ones, encroaching on the renovation space of other old buildings. As a result, over time, in those hard-to-see corners of the city, there have always been some buildings that have been forgotten for decades. Elderly men and women by the roadside lit lamps and played mahjong under the big trees. The chilly autumn wind kept these idle old people quite entertained. Old Zhang, have you heard about that Western learning thing? Old Wang, he's a vampire. It's been years, don't tell me you've heard of him, I've even seen him. Old Zhang, are you serious? Do they really eat people? Yeah, Lao Zhang, why don't you tell everyone what you think? The thin old man, called Old Zhang, took a sip of tea and said slowly, hey, I think those are all rumors. If vampires like her really ate people, then when I called her a vampire, she wouldn't have given me such a disgusted look and corrected me by saying I should call her a blood clan. Her? You actually know vampires, you know blood clans. Old Zhang said to Old Wang with a smile, hey kid, do you remember that little villa that's been abandoned but hasn't been demolished, at the corner of this street? Of course I know. Do you think my title of Map King is just for show? I know these neighborhoods, and even most of Changchuan like the back of my hand. Old Wang looked at him with a disdainful expression and quickly showed off his skills. You know nothing. Old Zhang's words were rough but true. Let me tell you, old man Wang, that little villa has been inhabited for decades. Seeing that his fellow card players all looked incredulous, Old Zhang chuckled and said, the girl living there is a vampire. She only came out to greet us neighbors a year ago, saying she was afraid of scaring us, so she prepared a lot of gifts for our visit. She really knows how to be polite. Look at your storytelling skills, they're as bad as ever. Old Zhang was getting a little anxious. You old man, Old Zhang, never. Hey, look, isn't she here right now? Old Zhang waved to a young girl walking by with a parasol on the side of the road. Hey kid, you're unusually out today? Going out to run some business. The girl paused, then realized she was being called, and peeked her delicate face out from under the umbrella. Oh, it's Uncle Zhang from next door. She waved gently and returned the smile. Let's talk later, I'm in a hurry to get home today. She took a few steps out, then turned back and said, oh, right, uncle, the black tea you brought is really good. I often use it to mix with my blood. I've decided that next time I'll buy tea from your shop. Then, the girl left with small, quick steps. And what she muttered to herself after she left, of course, was not heard by the old man. I am much older than you all, who are you calling baby? How rude of me. She looked down at herself and pouted slightly in dissatisfaction. I wish my body could grow a bit bigger. At only 1.6 meters tall, I can't possibly look mature. But she didn't actually realize that she had subconsciously called him uncle. After the girl left, all the card players at the table, except for Old Zhang, froze. Hey, Lao Zhang, she just said dilute with water, right? Not dilute with blood, right? Old Zhang, why do her eyes glow at night? She's quite cute, but her hair and ears. Old Zhang remained calm. Never seen a real vampire? Haven't you seen vampires on TV? Clearly, for most humans, seeing vampires in person is still quite shocking. Watching it on TV news never feels real, but seeing it with your own eyes is just as visually impactful as actually seeing a ghost. Ludwig returned home and carelessly tossed her shoes aside in the entryway. Alas, in the blink of an eye, she changed into a hooded, fluffy jumpsuit, looking like a plush doll, with her slender hands emerging from the wide, fluffy sleeves. Although the dresses I wear outside are pretty, it's definitely the most comfortable to wear at home. Without saying a word, she grabbed a few bottles of blood cola and some delicious snacks from the refrigerator, went straight to the room, and plopped down in an ergonomically designed high-end gaming chair. As the power came on, the screen lit up, and she was about to return to the virtual world. Clearly, in the past, when vampires were not accepted by humans, how Ludwig spent the decades in this house was always a cosmic problem. With the rapid development of information technology in the last decade or so, the only way for her to pass the time, after she got tired of all other forms of entertainment, surfing the internet was naturally all that remained. Thus, this vampire, who had been bored for decades, was transformed into a thoroughly modern, lazy, and reclusive woman by the corruption of the internet over the past decade. Looking at the jewelry and dresses that she had carelessly thrown on the sofa, and the messy entryway, Coco finally stood at her bedroom door, watching her adjust the microphone, and couldn't help but sigh in despair. This guy is the future vampire queen? Our vampire clan is really doomed. Zhang? Suddenly, Coco held a sickle to her neck. Miss, Coco said, feigning indifference. Only 1 month remains of the 1-year deadline. If you do not return to the vampire stronghold in Romania to inherit the throne as soon as possible, then I will have no choice but to forcibly take you back. Ludwig turned her head slightly, put the microphone she had finished adjusting back on the table, and began to adjust the motion capture camera that was set up next to her. Coco, there's still a month left, isn't there? Just as Coco was about to say something, Ludwig turned to look at her. Even if another year passes, my answer will remain the same as it was at the beginning. I hate trouble the most. Being a queen is just a damn troublesome thing. She gave Coco a pure and innocent smile. And you, Coco, I'm so happy to have you cook delicious food for me, dress me up, and help me with the housework. I can't live without you anymore, my maid. Ludwig laughed. If you leave me instead of becoming queen, then I might change my mind, okay? If Coco paused for a moment, she would turn her head away, avoiding her overly frank smile. Of course not. I cannot leave you now, because staying by Miss Ludwig's side and protecting her is the highest order given to me by the council. Ludwig turned her head, seemingly oblivious to the large scythe held to her neck. Let's wait until another month later to talk about it. Ludwig said easily. All right, Coco. My nightlife is about to begin. I haven't done my daily routine yet. Coco sighed and put away her sickle. She casually folded it a few times, and as if by magic, it transformed back into a short stick, which she then tucked under her wide skirt. Afterward, she quietly left the room. Excuse me, young lady. As the camera was activated, a silver-haired, red-eyed anime girl in the preview came to life. Hi everyone, did you miss me? Seeing the rapidly scrolling support comments, Ludwig couldn't wait to start her game live stream for the day. I'm Hilulo, a vampire who excels at action games, and I'm streaming right on time today. Don't forget to follow me. If Coco looks like she's suffocating, no matter how many times she hears about her virtual anchor persona, she still can't catch her breath. What kind of vampire impersonates another vampire online? At least impersonate someone else, right? Miss. This is just too outrageous. This is called playing yourself, you know. Although Ludwig had already explained this to Ruok still couldn't accept it. If that's the case, then why is even her virtual avatar modeled after herself? Don't insult the virtual YouTuber industry, miss. Chapter 5 Dissonance. A few days later, in the evening. Hee, Coco's blood cake, hee. Ludwig was fast asleep, while Coco took off her maid outfit and changed into a set of casual clothes for going out. It's not surprising that the young lady sleeps at any time. That's what Coco usually says if someone asks. Many vampires prefer to go out before sunset, because the evening sunlight is no longer a threat to them. The orange-yellow sunset light will also make the vampire's red pupils less noticeable, avoiding many unnecessary troubles. Coco doesn't need to wear a hood to cover her appearance when she goes out, because her ears and skin color are still those of a normal human, only her pupils have turned into the crimson color that is a hallmark of vampires. Thanks to the lazy and gluttonous young lady in the family, Ruok has to go out every week to buy enough ingredients to feed her for a whole week. After vampires entered human society, many new restaurants or blood plasma purchasing points opened on the streets, catering to vampires. This is thanks to the Vampire Council, which developed a method to produce artificial blood plasma without harming humans. This artificial blood plasma is synthesized from a small amount of blood from blood donors and artificial blood cells, providing the vampires with a minimal amount of food. Without this groundbreaking invention, it would have been extremely difficult for vampires to integrate into human society within a few years. Despite this, many discordant voices still exist among humanity. Snapped. A man wearing a jacket and a mask to cover his face slapped the thin man to the ground. Monster. A physical altercation broke out on the street in front of a small shop. Although there were several onlookers, no one stepped forward to stop the masked man from punching and kicking the thin man. If Coco happened to be going to this small shop to buy some daily necessities, she would stop and glance at it, and then she would smell the scent of vampires mixed with human scents. The skinny guy who was beaten was a vampire. You're being unreasonable. You're clearly just looking for trouble. The skinny man shielded his face, gritting his teeth as he spoke. What's wrong with me coming to this store to buy some daily necessities? The masked man kicked him and slammed his head against a roadside utility pole a few times, but the skinny man didn't even break a scratch. A monster is a monster? No matter how much I hit you, you won't get hurt. I suppose disgusting monsters like you don't need to buy any daily necessities, right? Although vampires have a superior physique compared to humans, it does not mean that they are stronger than humans. The skinny man was beaten unilaterally, unable to express his suffering, while the onlookers watched him being beaten with surprising calm. From the masked man's foul language and the skinny man's retorts, Ruok roughly understood what had happened. It's nothing more than the usual social bullying targeting vampires. These lone vampires, who don't seem very strong, become targets of attacks from extremists among these humans. Seeing this violent scene, Ruok couldn't help but recall her own past. Her memories spanned only 5 years. When she awoke, she was a vampire girl who appeared to be about 17 years old, having lost all her childhood memories and not knowing who her biological parents were. And her body will never grow any bigger again. Under the care of the Vampire Council, she gradually regained her ability to live independently. Although she was a newly born vampire, she was the apple of the Vampire Council's eye. The Vampire Council took meticulous care of her, keeping this vampire girl, who for some reason retained human features, in the castle and training her to become an excellent maid skilled in both literature and martial arts. As one of the few new vampires in the power center of the vampire clan, with no memory of her past, she dutifully repays the vampire council that has bestowed favors upon her. Thanks to the physical abilities of vampires, she efficiently cleans every corner of the vast castle until it is spotless. She loved this life because, for someone who had nothing, this was all she needed to be content. But one day a year ago, the vampire council was in chaos. Coco finally managed to stop a counselor to ask her something, but the counselor refused to tell her anything. More than a month later, when the chief counselor of the vampire council summoned Ruokik, she learned of a shocking and devastating piece of news. The vampire queen has disappeared, vanished overnight. They searched for a month without any leads. The vampire clan cannot be leaderless, as their position in the world is not yet secure. If humanity were to learn of the vampire queen's disappearance, the vampire clan would face annihilation. After the queen's disappearance, the vampire council initiated an emergency resolution that had never been used in thousands of years and was considered by the vampire council to be impossible to use, to find the successor to the vampire queen. From the very beginning of the vampire race, from the time when vampires were first documented, from the millennia-long war between humans and vampires, that supreme vampire queen already ruled over the vampires. She is the spiritual pillar of the vampire clan, and the guardian deity who guides them forward. The worship of her by the native vampires can only be described as fanatical. In the eyes of all the original vampires, the title of vampire queen should rightfully belong to her alone forever. But she disappeared, she left without saying goodbye. The queenly authority she possessed, the sense of dominance that enveloped the hearts of all vampires, vanished as if she, who had lived for over 1,500 years, had already died. This was an unprecedented situation. The vampire council could not find any trace of her no matter what they did, and all members were thrown into panic. They simply couldn't believe that the vampire queen had left them so mysteriously. 5 years after the Great Plague, the vampire population has expanded 100-fold compared to the past. Without her rule, the vampires would be nothing more than lambs to the slaughter by humans. The council pretended that the vampire queen had not disappeared and kept the news under wraps inside the castle, but such a pretense could not last long. A month after the council initiated an emergency bill, the chief counselor, who was also Coco's teacher, summoned Coco, the castle's finest maid, and gave her a task she could not fail. Coco, our finest battle maid. We have found a suitable candidate to inherit the throne. Go to her side and protect her, keep her safe. Bring her here as soon as possible. In this day and age, vampires cannot hide from humans for too long. Her name is Ludwig Young. She is our future queen. We're sending you out not only because we trust your abilities, but also because we want you to return to that world and give you a chance to reintegrate into human society. You originally belonged to the outside world, and you should not spend your days sweeping floors in this dark castle. When she came to her senses, the masked man's violence against the thin man was still ongoing. Coco shook her head, sighing inwardly. Do I belong to this world? I'm sorry, Professor Torre. I can't find a reason to stay in the human world. I also don't understand why vampires want to integrate into the human world. She turned and left, sighing softly. Taking Lady Ludwig away from the human world is the main task you entrusted to me. If you ask me what I have accomplished this year, I think you will not get a satisfactory answer from me. Snapped. Someone put their arm around Ruokik's shoulder. Stop, woman. Just as Ruokik was about to turn around, she found that the onlookers who had been surrounding the skinny man had suddenly surrounded her. Oh no, a female ghost. The masked man walked up to her from behind, speaking in a rude and arrogant tone. Your breathing just now was a hissing sound, right? The masked man pinched her shoulder, but Ruokik forcefully shook him off. Coco calmly said, Sir, if you're not out of your mind, could you please move aside for a moment? She probably already knew that the so-called onlookers around her were just this guy's gang. The masked man shook his hand, which had been flung away, and sneered. Sure enough, your body temperature is so cold it's like a dead person. The masked man looked at the onlookers around him and shook his head. Right. Humph. If Coco brushes aside the bangs in front of her eyes, hidden beneath her brown hair are a pair of clear and resolute red eyes. The sun had already set. In this dim corner where the street lights couldn't reach, the girl's eyes shone with a clear crimson light. I never attack humans, but it seems I have no choice today. The masked man laughed a few times, then clenched his fists together, his knuckles cracking. I never hit women, except for female ghosts, you disgusting monster. Snapped. The masked man's wrist was forcefully gripped from the side, preventing his fist, which was aimed at Ruokik, from moving. Who are you, kid? Trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. The masked man tried to shake off his hand, but found that the man's wrist was extremely strong and he couldn't budge it. The masked man raised his leg to attack his lower body, but the mysterious man flipped over and delivered an elbow strike followed by a sweeping leg, dissipating the force while pinning him to the ground and stepping on his back. Some of the extras nearby were ready to pull out weapons at any moment, while others were observing the situation, but they all stared intently at the mysterious hooded man. The hooded man took off his headphones, hung them around his neck, and gave a thumbs down to the disheveled hooded man on the ground. The masked man gritted his teeth and said, You bastard, what gang are you from? You dare mess with us bloodthirsty ones? You're going to regret this today. Click. The hooded man didn't bother listening to his standard, low-level rambling. He ripped off the mask and snapped a picture of the man's disheveled face with his phone. The hooded man slowly put away his phone and assumed a stance reminiscent of Western martial arts that looked somewhat familiar to Ruok. I'm not from either of those paths. The shirt he wore under his hooded jacket had a cross logo that was faintly visible. He swung his arm, the powerful movement creating a whooshing sound. Just a passing church night. Remember it for me. Chapter 6 Healthy Lifestyle. Who's coming next? A mysterious man claiming to be a church knight grabbed the masked man from the ground and threw him over. Several bloodthirsty people who were cowering nearby quickly helped him up. Don't let us find out who you are, or you'll be in big trouble. The masked man, covered in bruises, was carried away by his equally bruised accomplices, still cursing and spewing extremely vulgar and trashy words. The hooded man waved his phone. Before that, this photo will be sent to the person who can deal with you. Guess who will be the first to suffer? The rescued vampire man scrambled to his feet, quickly brushed the dust off his clothes, and repeatedly thanked his benefactor. Thank you, young man, thank you so much. No need to thank you. The hooded man took off his hood and let out a sigh of relief. It was nothing. Beneath his hood was a head of neat, short black hair, revealing his striking black eyes and yellow skin. He was a typical Asian, with a sturdy and tall build, standing out in a crowd. His handsome face was free of stubble. Although he looked like a confident and energetic young man, he had dark circles under his eyes and a thin, bony face that didn't match his heroic air at all. Cough. His expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but cough lightly. The vampire man continued to try to give him a gift as thanks, which he repeatedly declined. All right, old man. If you want to express your gratitude, you should thank your vampire queen. It is she who allows you vampires to live here. I am just a disgraced church knight who is venting some pent-up sense of justice. He sighed softly. Being expelled is the only way to help the bullied vampires. How ironic. As the hooded man prepared to put his headphones back on, he noticed the girl next to him who had also been harassed by the Blood Hydians earlier. Her gaze was fixed on the hooded man, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Why are you staring at me, vampire lady? You're making me very uncomfortable. My name is Ruokik. What's your name? The girl asked. I am just a disgraced church knight. There's nothing for me to ask. If Coco took a few steps to get close to the hooded man, raised her head, and grabbed his collar. My dignity and upbringing as a vampire do not allow me to owe humans favors, even though I don't actually need you to give me that favor. Although she was almost a head shorter than the hooded man, her aura was in no way inferior to his. All right, fine. Can this lady let me go first? The girl loosened her grip on the hooded man's collar, and he reluctantly said, my surname is Yin, and my given name is Shang, which combines the characters for fire merchant and seller. Okay, may I leave now? Leave your contact information. Ruokik took out her phone. Yin Shang sighed and said, fine. He swiped through his phone while complaining, dealing with you vampires is such a hassle, each one of you has a weirder personality than the last. I should have just pretended I didn't see it. Coco sneered, I never needed the help of mere humans. Yin Shang muttered, what kind of attitude is that? The two exchanged contact information, and only then did Keek stop. My attitude towards you humans has already been quite. Wait, I have to go now. She glanced at her phone, as if she had seen something important, hastily said goodbye to Yin Shang, and disappeared in a flash. Yin Shang looked at the new phone number on his phone and scratched his head. Strange. That's so strange. She didn't tell me anything. Oh well, I'll keep her number. He put on his headphones, then swiped his phone a couple of times, and his pupils constricted sharply as if in an earthquake. What? Hilula's been streaming for half an hour already? What did I miss? At the same time. Call out. Hey. Ludwig was fast asleep at her computer desk, and her microphone was obviously still on. And her live stream room was still open. Half an hour ago, she suddenly felt like playing games, but about 10 minutes later she realized she was a little hungry. So, after discovering that her refrigerator was empty, she sat down at her computer desk to say goodbye to her fans. Hiruru is a little sleepy, so everyone, that's all for today. Call. Then, overwhelmed by hunger and drowsiness, she soon fell into a deep sleep. To put it simply, due to the special constitution of vampires, she could easily fall asleep while chatting when hungry. This was undoubtedly a live streaming mishap, but strangely, in this live stream room with no visuals, only the sound of a girl's breathing and mutterings, it inexplicably became one of the platform's trending topics for the day. Longtime fans tirelessly explained to newcomers that this wasn't even unusual. Coco was already used to this situation. It wasn't a big deal. After all, as long as this young lady smells delicious blood while she's in a coma, she'll jump up with renewed energy. Coco saw Ludwig's live stream trending on her phone again, and without even looking, she knew she was live streaming herself sleeping. Coco rushed back in a flurry and tiptoed into the room. Ruokik quietly cut off her live stream and gently picked her up from her sleep. Sigh, miss, you always fall asleep during live streams. Since you care so much about your fans, remember to eat well and go to bed on time before going live. Her chaotic schedule annoyed Ruok to no end. Although she kept saying she would do it next time, she never changed her ways. If your identity were to be accidentally revealed even once, it would be a huge problem. Although she complained, for some reason, Ruokik could never bring herself to dislike this troublesome young lady. Why was that? She didn't quite understand. If Coco bent down and placed her on the bed, she would gently brush aside the long silver hair behind her head to prevent her from hurting herself by pressing on her hair. Ludwig, fast asleep, had fair and delicate skin and wore a light nightgown. She looked like a motionless doll, and just looking at her was enough to make one feel somewhat dazed. It's impossible to tell what race she was from her appearance, because her physical features have become deeply vampire-like. This means that Miss Ludwig is a vampire with at least 100 years of bloodline age and excellent blood purity. Her long, silvery white hair is also exactly the same as that of the vampire queen. It's so beautiful. Coco couldn't help but say. The girl's sleeping face was so beautiful that it was breathtaking, showing a completely different temperament from her absent-minded self when she was awake. Dressing her up was a pleasure for Ruok, although her beautiful and elegant demeanor could not last a day. When Ruok dressed her in those dresses that signified the true nature of vampires, she could see a rare, happy smile on her face. If Coco still knows very little about her, but if Coco knows, perhaps she is not ready yet, but she will always be very serious at crucial moments, and she will always treat the people around her with gentleness. In the future, she will be an excellent monarch. Coco couldn't help but smile. In this final month of her succession, she should be able to give her answer. Just as she was about to get up, she suddenly noticed that Ludwig's hand on her neck had suddenly become more forceful. If Coco is caught off guard and pulled down onto the bed, she will fall directly onto Ludwig. Young miss? Wah! Ludwig gripped her fingers and waist tightly, locking her right foot with both feet, rendering her instantly immobile. Young miss, how come you're so skilled at this? Hiss. Ludwig leaned closer to Coco's face and lightly licked her neck with the tip of her tongue. This is Ludwig's signal that she is about to eat. She marks the spot with her saliva. Eek, young miss. Coco quickly dodged, but Ludwig took the opportunity to lean close to her ear and exhale a breath of cold air. Call. Ah. If Coco blushed deeply, she would be completely defenseless if the young lady teased her like this. Hey hey. Ludwig was pleased with her little prank and also pleased with Coco's reaction to it. Ludwig's little hobby was teasing her helpless prey before eating. Don't hide, Coco. Ludwig's eyes possessed a mysterious power that could sway people's hearts. She gazed at the maid who was so close to her, a smile playing on her lips. I smelled your scent, and then I woke up. Let me have a good meal. This kind of sudden ambush has happened many times, but Coco is never caught off guard because she always has a new way to launch a surprise attack. If Coco said incoherently, young miss, I've already bought the ingredients. You don't need to suck my. In Ludwig's slightly sleepy eyes, an irresistible magic had already invaded Coco's heart. She can't escape now. Hiss. Artificial blood, how can it taste as good as the blood of a beautiful young girl? Ludwig gently parted her collar, and the smooth neck made her even more hungry. Especially, the blood of a vampire girl. Ah, young miss. Vampires cannot be with their own kind. Hisslu. Another half hour later, Ludwig hummed a little tune as she went into the bathroom, looking incredibly energetic. If Coco lies motionless on the bed, seemingly lost in thought, her soul seemingly gone somewhere and not returning anytime soon. Health tip, vampires should not eat their own kind. Chapter 7 Girl Under the Moon. In fact, it is not surprising that there are extreme human groups like the blood-hating ones who band together to fight against and oppose vampires. The shadow of the Great Plague 5 years ago still looms over the dark corners of many cities. Although humans and vampires have long since joined forces to eliminate the vast majority of bloodthirsty monsters, these monsters, acting solely on instinct, still lurk in the shadows of the city, waiting for an opportunity to attack unarmed humans in order to increase the number of their brethren. In the eyes of many uninformed people, bloodthirsty monsters are the same as vampires, even though the difference between the two is far greater than that between apes and humans. Unless the bloodthirsty monsters that remain in the cities after the Great Plague are eventually eradicated, the vampires will face constant accusations from the entire human society. Is this the kind of life that vampires really want? Young miss, we've arrived, Ruokik said. Ludwig, holding a parasol, stopped walking slowly. Is this the neighborhood the client mentioned? Ludwig looked around. This neighborhood was a typical street scene in Shichikawa City, with rows of new and old buildings built side by side and bridges and stone roads connecting the various streets. This highly postmodern style isn't even unusual in Shichikawa City, but it's unique in the world. A photo taken there could be easily modified and used as a theme scene for cyberpunk or steampunk themes. Let's review the client's requirements. Ludwig folded up her parasol and handed it to Ruokik, who was standing next to her. She then took out a torn page from her skirt pocket. Hours ago, when Ludwig and Coco knocked on their client's door without receiving a response, they pushed open the half-closed door and found their client lying in the living room, having committed suicide. Ludwig's throat twitched. A strong stench of blood filled the air. The client seemed determined to leave and had no intention of being saved. He had inflicted numerous fatal wounds on himself and had been dead for some time before the two arrived. Hiss. That's a bit out of line. Ludwig wiped her mouth. Under the intense stench of blood, it was difficult for a vampire like her to control her reason for a moment. She picked up the only piece of white paper on the coffee table, on which was written the client's will, the ink still wet. What kind of despair did this human experience to be so cruel as to end their own life? To the mediator. You are quite well known in the new vampire circle throughout Chongchuan City. Through an introduction, I have decided to entrust this last wish of mine to you. I have a son, whom I have sent to live with relatives in another city. He can grow up safely. My wife is the person you entrusted to me. For years, I have been overwhelmed, struggling to keep this family together, which has long been torn apart. Several months ago, I began to think about ending it all. I tried to save this family, but it was too late, too late. I consulted many mediators, but they all claimed they couldn't fulfill the mandate. Because it was really too late. It's a pity that I've written a bunch of meaningless words at this final moment. Let me just tell you straight. 5 years ago, my wife was turned into a monster just like you. She returned from Europe, but her gentle and virtuous nature was lost forever on that plane bound for Europe. You always say you're not bloodthirsty monsters. You always say you only drink human blood. But why is my wife no longer gentle and virtuous? I wanted to win her back, but I couldn't stop her from giving up on herself. I couldn't save this broken family. I used everything I could, squandered all my wealth, but in the end, I still couldn't stop her from having countless lives on her hands and becoming a complete monster. She is beyond redemption. Because once her crimes are exposed, she will be punished by the laws of both humans and vampires. I don't want her to die as a criminal, so all the crimes I've covered up for her, I've used all my power to do so, and they will go to my grave with me. Perhaps this seems quite self-deceptive to you, but I will not change my mind, and I will certainly not let my son know that his good mother died 5 years ago. You cannibalistic monsters who use the word vampire to disguise yourselves have barged into my life and changed many things forever. I choose to use my death to forever cover up all the crimes she committed. Because a dead person cannot speak. At this point, you should be able to guess what the task I've entrusted to you is. That's right, the dead can't speak, and the dead can't commit crimes. Before my wife commits another crime that cannot be covered up, I urge you, the best mediator in Shichikawa City, to carry out a mediation that can solve the problem once and for all. This letter is accompanied by my remaining assets, as payment for the entrustment. It also includes the locations I discovered she frequented during my final investigation. Of course, this house is not included. She hasn't been back for a very, very long time. Based on my understanding of vampires, I'll use the last of my blood as additional compensation on top of the original payment. Please do not let anyone see this letter, because I have left another will, and that will have nothing to do with you. Vampire, let me say one last thing from my heart. I hate vampires. But I love her. Ludwig flipped the deathbed power of attorney over to the back, where a bank card with the pin written on it was stuck. But a quick glance at the mess in the house made it clear that there wasn't much money left in it. She then looked at the other side of the coffee table, where her desperate husband's bloodless arm lay draped over his shoulder, and a bowl of blood that had already congealed lay there. Miss, Coco whispered. We can report this request to the Vampire Council. A hint of indifference flashed across Ludwig's crimson eyes. Humph. She didn't even glance at the blood left by her client before turning and leaving the stench-filled house. Coco, write down the important details. We're going to find this client. Yes, miss. Now, in the neighborhood indicated by the power of attorney, 2 young women walk in the twilight and under the street lights, the high heels of the girl in the crimson dress making crisp and elegant footsteps against the pavement. Looking at the shocking words written on the notebook page, Ludwig couldn't help but smile that enigmatic smile again. You've really been looked down upon, Coco, and this desperate client, no matter what. She turned to the side, spread her 5 fingers and then clenched them again, and some invisible, unknown energy passed through the gaps between her fingers. If even a request of this magnitude requires the trouble of the Vampire Council, wouldn't that really make them, and Coco, think that I, this young lady, cannot be queen? Coco continued, what you said makes sense. But I've never thought. Ludwig suddenly stopped in an open space ahead, where gentle, clear moonlight streamed through the gaps between the buildings. Coco. Ludwig turned around and said, even if I abandon this commission and let it be resolved under the pretext of mad vampires attacking humans. If Coco continued, that would greatly affect the reputation of the vampires, and would give those forces that oppose the coexistence of vampires and humans such as the Bloodhide an excuse to make trouble. Ludwig smiled and said, Coco is very smart. At that moment, the clouds parted, and moonlight, which had enveloped the small clearing, poured down from behind her. Jingle. A gentle breeze caused the metal ornaments on the girl's body to clink softly as the fabric of her dress fluttered gently. Moonlight brushed against her smooth shoulders, cascading down her silver hair and making the many small ornaments on her crimson dress look like twinkling stars. The girl raised her hand to gently tuck a silver strand of hair behind her ear and tilted her head slightly. I am an elegant vampire with both talent and beauty. Neither a bloodthirsty beast nor a foolish mortal, but an eternal life that transcends humanity. Let me, this young lady, gracefully conclude this commission. She winked mischievously. Coco, don't make a move next. Coco watched with a blank expression as she elegantly and confidently delivered her entire set of lines. I know you've wanted to do a complete chant for a long time, but if I may be so bold, you are really not at all like the word elegant in your daily life. When Coco came to her senses from her brief daze, for a moment, she seemed to see the figure of the missing queen. She sighed softly. Sigh, the young lady could be so elegant and charming. Ludwig put her hands on her hips and said, what are you talking about? I've always been elegant. If Coco gave her a curtsy by lifting her skirt, she would return the gesture with a smile. Consider this my little complaint. I wish you a successful mediation, miss. Chapter 8 Bitterness. Pat. A dark figure arrived as expected, flipping over and leaping off the roof. Her cloudy eyes were fixed on Ludwig with a wary and hostile gaze. Hihi, so obedient. If you hadn't come out, it would have been troublesome to find you. Now, it saves me the trouble of looking for you. Ludwig deliberately made no attempt to conceal her vampire aura. It was like a pheromone, particularly pungent and noticeable to vampires' senses. Vampires are still considered a rare species among billions of humans, so apart from vampire communities, vampires living alone rarely encounter other vampires. Since the Great Plague, vampires have become accustomed to concealing their presence. This ability, originally used to help vampires find each other, has now become a dangerous signal that attracts bloodthirsty monsters, as these monsters have not yet been completely eradicated. The pathogens carried by these monsters can still infect vampires, turning them into crazed monsters just like them. Coupled with the mutual suspicion and conflict among vampires, the use of vampire aura has, in just a few years, become a form of provocation. After all, not everyone likes to expose their position to other untrusted kindred spirits. Who can guarantee that the vampire on the other side doesn't have malicious intentions towards you? The rapidly expanding vampire population, the vampire queen's neglect, and the vampire council's inability to exert influence in just a few years, the once united vampire clan has become unrecognizable. Therefore, if a vampire discovers another vampire nearby who makes no attempt to conceal their presence unless they are a reckless fool, then they are most likely looking for trouble. Hissing. A disheveled woman emerged from the darkness. Judging from her appearance, she had been away from the civilized world and living in this jungle of concrete and steel for a long time. Are you a mediator again? The woman asked in a hoarse voice. Ludwig feigned surprise, half covering her face. Oh my, you can actually speak human language. I thought you had been infected with the virus and were just making strange, guttural noises like those monsters. The woman ignored her sarcastic tone. I have no interest in your mediation. Tell that man not to send any more mediators to me. Saliva uncontrollably dripped from the corners of the woman's mouth, as Ludwig's undisguised vampire aura constantly assaulted her fragile and sensitive senses. Gulp. I'm starving. But eating you fellow monsters won't alleviate my hunger. Get out of here, go back, and tell him. Ludwig interrupted her with a cold laugh. You mean, your husband? Ludwig took out a bottle of dark red liquid that had begun to solidify and shook it in her hand. Guess whose blood this is? The woman's cloudy pupils widened in shock, and she growled, You killed him. Ludwig tossed the glass bottle to Coco behind her and chuckled softly. He is indeed dead, he committed suicide. But you must know in your heart who actually killed him, right? The woman froze, veins bulging on her face, and her sharp teeth protruding like a monster's. Her blood-red, vertical pupils, characteristic of vampires, were instantly covered with ugly blood vessels in the whites of her eyes. What do you know? I couldn't control my desires, so I had no choice but to leave him and my son. I should have just died back then and been freed from this world, but he insisted on keeping me alive, turning me into man-eating monsters like you. The woman burst into near-maniacal laughter. Now, it's too late now. My heart has long since stopped wanting to die. Only by eating people and sucking their blood can my hunger and my pain be alleviated even a little bit. Upon hearing this, Ludwig's smile vanished. Whether you want to die or not is never up to you. There are people in this world who love you and people you love, but you have betrayed their love, and in your self-destructive and selfish ways, you have stepped into an abyss that does not belong to you. Ludwig said, Vampires are never monsters. Monsters are simply people who are addicted to power and cannot control themselves, whether they are vampires or humans. The girl lightly touched the corner of her lips, her expression full of sarcasm. You're just unable to control your desires, aren't you? Look at yourself now, how ugly you are. And look at me. Unable to bear it any longer, the woman stomped on the stone slab beneath her feet and, enraged, attacked Ludwig. Shut up. Ludwig deftly dodged the woman's fierce attack by tiptoeing on her shoes. Her skirt, shorter in the front and longer in the back, did not hinder her movement. She spun around, took Ruokik's hand from behind, and then grasped the handle of the parasol in her arms. Ruokik followed her dance-like movements and leaped up, retreating to a safe distance where she wouldn't be drawn into the fight. Under the moonlight, when the silver-haired girl, who seemed to be dancing, turned around again, the parasol was already back in her hand. The woman stumbled, enraged by Ludwig's effortless and graceful movements. You guys, you just love using these fake, flamboyant gestures to cover up your true nature as man-eating monsters? You're clearly just monsters like me. Ludwig slowly opened the parasol and draped it over her shoulder, her clear crimson eyes reflecting the cool moonlight in the darkness beneath. People like you really like to say that about us. But through the ups and downs of life, for thousands of years, maintaining elegance has always been a lady's duty. She raised her hand and tossed the parasol into the air. The canopy spun in the air, like a giant dandelion flower, and slowly fell. The power of eternity itself is not ugly, what is ugly is the weak who cannot control it. As the girl spoke, a slender sword appeared in her hand without her noticing. That was a western sword hidden inside the openwork handle of a parasol. The parasol spinning in the night sky is like a silver-haired girl wielding a rapier and dancing in a whirlwind. Murderous intent is hidden within elegance and splendor. The girl raised her slender arm, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. And the power of eternity itself is not frightening. What is frightening is the person who controls it freely. She parted her lips slightly and tapped her fingertips together. Time, stand still for this moment. Snapped. From a distant place, the sound of gears turning in a mechanical clock could be heard. It was elusive and intangible, yet clearly audible to the girl's ears. At this moment, she seemed to be able to touch the laws of that world. Tick-tock, 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 ding, break. In the woman's eyes, the girl in front of her had only snapped her fingers and then disappeared without a trace. The next second, she appeared behind the woman. The woman tried to yell at her angrily, but she couldn't make a sound. Ended. The silver-haired girl brandished her slender sword, and the filthy blood on it spilled onto the ground. She caught the falling umbrella without even looking at it, and with a quick turn, the umbrella sword was back in its hilt. Like an impromptu, beautiful waltz, the final note was played as the girl's high heels touched the ground. What? I can't feel my body anymore. But, I feel so relieved, I'm finally, not hungry anymore. The woman's voice was barely audible, because her vocal cords had been almost severed. Only through the supernatural power of the vampires could she barely speak, as if in a final burst of energy. Thick, foul blood kept oozing from her throat. This was a fatal wound for vampires. Once decapitated, they could no longer control their bodies to heal themselves. She struggled, using her barely functional hands to tightly grasp the glass bottle that Ruokik handed her. Darling, I'm sorry. The woman looked at the glass bottle and murmured. Then, her dazed eyes turned to Ludwig. Miss, go ahead and say it. Ludwig smiled at her. My child, he. Ludwig knelt down and took her hand, ignoring the bloodstains on her skirt and hands. Your husband has made all the arrangements. The relieved smile on the woman's face was forever frozen in time. As the woman breathed her last, her body rapidly petrified, turning into powder that scattered in the wind. The bloodstains on Ludwig's dress and skin became the only traces of her remaining in this world. Soon, they would disappear with washing. The reason why vampires disappear without a trace after death is unknown. Perhaps this is the price of power. It is said that this is because vampires die the moment they become vampires. Only the dark power within them maintains their physical form. Therefore, the moment these dark forces dissipate, the vampires will be reduced to ashes. But what is the basis for this? The silver-haired girl under the parasol gave a soft, bitter smile. Seeing all aspects of life, traversing 100 years of fleeting existence. May this body never perish, for only the vampire race is eternal. Ludwig shook it, unscrewed the glass bottle, and drank the stale blood in one gulp. Hiss. It's really tough. Chapter 9 Unfriendly Netizens. Puff. Gudu, gudu, gudu. Huh? That's awesome. The young man sat on a park bench with his legs crossed, and drank half of a freshly opened can of Raymune soda in one gulp. He held a soda in one hand and swiped his phone screen with the other. The first thing that caught his eye was a message from Zilulu. Hey Lion, wanna team up today? The young man's online name was Yin Yang Lion. Ever since he met this online friend, it's like he's gained a little sister. Whenever she doesn't know how to play a game, she pesters him, this expert, to teach her. The two have only known each other for a few years, but they're already very close friends who often bicker. No, I'll take a break today and not play anymore. I'm going to play outside. The young man declined her invitation, and she quickly responded with a funny face. Is that fat, popular guy going on a date with his girlfriend? The young man typed the next line. What kind of talk is that? I'm not a normie, and I'm not a fat otaku either. You're the one who should be concerned about your figure. Then, Hilula's profile picture switched to busy mode, clearly indicating that she had gone off to play games again and didn't see the young man's little complaint. The young man sighed and switched to a video website to watch videos. Without a doubt, his relationship with this girl, whose online name is Zilulu, is more like that of two friends who share common interests. She is his close friend and his male best friend. When you and a friend of the opposite sex share a lot of common interests, this carefree and close relationship makes it difficult for either of you to develop any ulterior motives towards the other. In his words, Hilulu is someone who's bad at games but loves to play. Although she does have games she's good at, she usually gets bored with them and switches to another game to embarrass herself in front of her fans. The young man sighed, realizing he had long regretted encouraging her to become a virtual streamer, but she seemed to be enjoying it. He casually mentioned this profession to her a year or two ago, and within half a month, she enthusiastically and quickly made her debut. Her sleep schedule is severely disrupted, and she often falls asleep during live streams. Although this has inadvertently made her a top-rated live streamer, the young man can't help but worry about her health. But in reality, the young man's worries were completely unnecessary. He had no idea that the vampire Hilulu on the other side of the screen was indeed a vampire, an immortal creature capable of maintaining a perfect figure forever. In no time, the young man finished his soda. That's the end of our break. Let's go, Reinhardt. He casually tossed the glass bottle aside, and it changed its trajectory and speed in the air, as if influenced by some mysterious magic, landing precisely in the soda recycling bin next to the vending machine, so accurately that it didn't even make a sound of glass colliding. Music was still playing in the young man's headphones, but a calm and youthful androgynous voice rang out in his mind, clear and distinct, without affecting the young man's thinking in the slightest. Master, where is our target this time? A warehouse in the suburbs. It had been abandoned for a long time and no one had paid any attention to it. It was only recently bought to store goods. The young man answered. How did you determine that? The young man chuckled. They can use money to shut others up, but they can't shut me, Yinsheng. The fact that all the relevant personnel are turning a blind eye to what's going on there is already very suspicious. The young man named Yinsheng patted the long stick wrapped in a canvas bag that he was carrying on his back. Bear with it for now, Reinhardt. Help me finish this task, and then I'll take you out for a big meal. Master, you really underestimate me. How could there be a creature in the world that would faint from hunger if it missed a meal? Hachu. Ludwig sneezed, but it was clear that vampires didn't catch colds. Strange, is someone insulting me? She shook her head. Never mind. Ludwig had just woken up. After washing up, she put on a cat ear fleece sweater, curled up happily in front of her computer desk, and began to enjoy her gaming time. Meanwhile, Coco was hanging clothes out to dry in the yard as usual. This is the maid's daily job. She doesn't exactly enjoy it, but she doesn't hate it either. Because she doesn't know where she came from or where she's going, she needs to find some meaning in her life. Why Coco? Ludwig suddenly rushed out of the room, screaming as she lunged at Ruok. Pfft. Coco. Ruok quickly pushed her away. Miss, please calm down for a moment, I'm hanging out the laundry. Ludwig looked up, her eyes lifeless, as if she had gone blind. Then, looking aggrieved, she rubbed against the maid's chest. Coco, you're over 100 years old, can you please stop acting like a child and being so spoiled? If Coco couldn't stand it anymore, she flicked the silver-haired girl on the head and struggled to pry the girl off her. What's wrong, young lady? Did you get crushed in your online match again? Do I look like that kind of idiot? She said seriously, hands on her hips. It looks quite similar, Ruok said expressionlessly. Ludwig said shyly. Well, you know my computer desk is by the window. I noticed a rather large gap in the curtains, so I went over to close it. And then, Ludwig looked around, then pulled Coco along and went back into the house. I was secretly photographed. Ludwig said firmly. The high-intensity flash used for nighttime shooting blinded me instantly, and I couldn't see anything. I only gradually recovered after finding Coco. Flash. Ruok clenched her fists. Vampires have highly sensitive pupils and are extremely afraid of strong light sources. This is not only because they are inherently afraid of light, but also because strong light can temporarily burn their retinas, causing short-term blindness. Therefore, using a flash to photograph vampires is strictly prohibited by human law. Since vampires only appear at night, it is impossible to capture a clear image of them without using a flash. Therefore, despite vampires having entered human society for several years, there are still very few images of vampires in various media. He actually did that to the young lady. 10%174 #+=# %9 + 4 at 98. He shouldn't have gone far. I'll go deal with him. Ludwig pulled her back. Wait, Coco. When Coco turned around, Ludwig's expression suddenly became serious. She has always been so adept at controlling her emotions. Coco, I'll go with you. If we can't find the person who took the photos, Hilulo will be in trouble. Upon hearing this, Ruok immediately understood what she meant. Ludwig enjoys playing video games, and her vanity is satisfied when others praise her skills. Therefore, to avoid trouble in real life, she became a virtual streamer in her spare time. Her virtual avatar is a silver-haired, red-eyed vampire girl just like her real-life counterpart. The design details are also basically based on her real appearance, in order to take advantage of the human psychology that virtual avatars and real appearances will not be the same to cover up her true identity. Although Coco kept complaining about this, in essence, no one would dare to think in this direction. There are actually beautiful girls who are so similar to the exaggerated virtual avatars. But if someone were to actually try to uncover her identity, her disguise would almost immediately be exposed. Ludwig took Coco's hand, and the two easily leaped onto the roof. Let's go, Coco, let's deal with this guy who's been secretly taking pictures of me. Chapter 10 How could a beautiful girl be a ghost? This is it. Yinsheng looked up at the door number next to the warehouse gate. He climbed the wall, flipped over, and his tall figure landed silently in the dark corner behind the wall, just like a cat landing. Let me see what the group is secretly hiding in Chongchuan City. He peeked out from the bushes and saw several drowsy security guards patrolling all the entrances and exits. It's your turn, Reinhardt. Yinsheng patted the canvas-wrapped long stick he was carrying on his back, and a wisp of golden light emanated from its tip, spinning as it landed in front of him. Oops. Yinsheng quickly covered the ball of light in his arms and looked around to make sure no one had seen it. Reinhardt, do you have to emit such a bright light? He said in a low voice. Although the orb of light in Yinsheng's arms did not make a sound, its voice clearly rang in Yinsheng's mind, carrying a hint of grievance. But master, I am essentially an incarnation of a weapon spirit. Before transforming into this form, I was originally a glowing energy body. Sigh, I know, I was just venting, Yinsheng said, rubbing his forehead. As the light faded, what appeared before Yinsheng was a robust Persian cat with golden fur all over its body. Yes, a cat. Isn't it reasonable to name a feline Reinhardt? This is what Yinsheng thought when he named the character. After Reinhardt revealed its form, it looked no different from an ordinary golden Persian cat. However, its pupils were a lighter golden yellow than the deep gold of its fur. If you looked closely at night, you would find that its pupils not only glowed like those of an ordinary cat, but also seemed to have something flowing inside them, shimmering in the light. Master, what do you need me to do? The golden Persian cat sat upright before Yin Shang, awaiting orders. Yin Shang pointed to the 3 or 4 guards in the distance and gave the order to the Persian cat, which, though robust, still appeared small in the eyes of humans. Take them down, but don't kill them. Reinhardt said. Order. As soon as it finished speaking, it darted out of the bushes and disappeared into the night. Ah Chong, let me see. What are you looking at? We'll talk about it when we get back. The man named Ah Chong looked around nervously. We've captured something incredible this time. 2 furtive men jogged along, heading towards the nearby downtown area. Once they reach the downtown area, they can conveniently enter the subway and then leave the city at the airport. Perhaps it was the sense of guilt he felt for doing something wrong, or perhaps it was because what he photographed was too sensational, but this voyeur named Ah Chong subconsciously developed the idea that as long as he enters the downtown area, he will be safe. Alright, Ah Chong, stop for a second. Why are you running so fast? The chubby boy following behind was out of breath. He grabbed Ah Chong and stopped in a small alley. This was a relatively remote residential area with few street lights. The two naturally hid in the alley, confident that no one would notice them. The chubby boy, panting, said, even if you manage to film Zilula, there's no need to be so nervous. Haven't we already uncovered the identities of more than a dozen virtual YouTubers? They're just ordinary people who stay at home. They don't have the guts to chase after you and beat you up. Are you afraid of some weak girl? The chubby boy nudged him with his elbow. Could it be that you're so nervous because Lulu is exactly your type? Ah Chong took out his digital camera, fiddled with it for a bit, and pulled up the photos he had just taken. Holy shit. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. How could this be? She actually is. Seeing Ah Chong trembling, the chubby boy impatiently snatched the camera away. Let me see. What caught the chubby boy's eye was a photograph, incredibly clear under a high-powered flash. The lens was zoomed in and pointed at a second-floor window, and the face of the girl standing by the window, trying to draw the curtains, was clearly visible in the photo. With its willow leaf-shaped ears and red eyes that glow in the night, it is undoubtedly a vampire? No wonder we've been staking out her for so many days, and she never shows up during the day. The chubby boy exclaimed in surprise. Why would a vampire dress up as a vampire online? Ah Chong was trembling like a leaf, trying to snatch the camera back. Forget about that, Fatty, quick, let's delete this photo. Fatty shoved Ah Chong away. Are you crazy? This is a bombshell. Top anchor Zilula's real identity is a vampire? Just think how much money we can sell this photo for. Ah Chong said, but that's a crime? It's illegal? Laws all over the world clearly state that you can't use a flash to photograph vampires? We'll go to jail. The fat man sneered, you're such a coward. You're already in this line of work, and you're still worried about breaking the law. We can't offend the vampires? They're man-eating monsters, don't you know that? Ah Chong grabbed the fat man and said, alright, you're such a coward. It's no big deal. We'll just anonymously resell it a few times. They won't be able to catch us. The fat man didn't take it seriously and pulled Ah Chong along, preparing to leave the alley. Let's go, let's get away from this winding, awful place. The two continued walking toward the brightly lit streets in the distance, but things didn't go as planned. They kept ending up in dead ends, and after wandering around several times, they couldn't find their way back. This is a unique feature of Shichikawa City, and you absolutely must try it. The three-dimensional urban construction is awe-inspiring. Stepping out of the 10th floor turns it into the first floor. Navigation systems, while not completely unusable in this city, are at least 70% useless in the narrow urban areas. Thanks to the city's complex infrastructure and the dim night, which often confuse outsiders, the two paparazzi circled around for a good 10 minutes, constantly getting lost in the area. Soon, the nocturnal creatures that came seeking revenge and hunting prey in the darkness set their sights on the two unlucky stalkers. It's so dark here. Why doesn't Chengchuan City install more street lights? Ah Chong complained. Ah Chong jumped up. Fatty, what are you laughing at? The fat man rolled his eyes and said, are you crazy? Weren't you the one laughing? Lala la. It's here. Ah Chong's legs were trembling. Did you hear that? He's still singing. The fat man looked bewildered, but it wasn't me. If it's not the two of us, then who is it? The voice is coming from behind me. The fat man looked behind him, but there was nothing there except for the deep alley. Then, that ethereal laughter rang out from another direction. Cuckoo. The laughter was clearly very close to the two of them, but when they looked around, there wasn't a single person in sight, not even a few extra footsteps. This time they heard it clearly. It was a young girl who sounded quite young, covering her face and chuckling softly. Who? Are you trying to play tricks on me, Fatty? The fat man was bold. He turned on the camera's constant flash switch, and the high-powered bulb instantly turned the camera into a temporary flashlight, illuminating its front as brightly as day. No, there's nothing there. The less they could see any unusual objects, the deeper their fear became. They're really hoping to see something. Cuckoo. The girl's mocking laughter rang out again, melodious like silver bells, yet chilling. But this time, the sound came from Ah Chong's pocket. Shaking like a leaf, Ah Chong pulled out his phone at the fat man's repeated insistence. He took a deep breath and tried to turn on the screen, but found that it wouldn't light up. Then, the phone emitted a beeping sound indicating that the call had been connected. The two looked at each other, and Chong could only tremble as he put the phone to his ear. Hello. Someone else's photo. Does it look good? The girl's voice was so clear it was as if she were whispering in his ear. Startled, Chong flung his phone away, but the very next second, a cold, slender wrist gripped his neck. The fat man was so shocked by what he saw that he dared not breathe because that slender, white arm appeared from the black screen of the phone. Dragged by his arm, Chong fell to the ground along with his dropped phone, getting bruised and battered. The phone, its screen already shattered, shook violently. In the blink of an eye, the ground around the phone was covered with a thick, muddy black mist. A ghost, the fat man shouted. Under the extremely terrified gazes of the two, the back half of the arm gradually emerged from the black mist. Its owner slowly crawled out of the black mist on the ground, from head to toe, until he was fully revealed in front of the two. The silver-haired girl's attire and appearance resembled a delicate, life-size porcelain doll, with an innocent smile on her face. But at this moment, in Chong's and Fatty's eyes, she was undoubtedly more terrifying than that ragged, disheveled female ghost. Because ghosts don't exist, but vampires who use supernatural powers and enjoy eating people are real ghosts? And this ghost was standing right in front of the two of them? The fat man shouted, "This outfit. I knew it. You really are Hilula." The silver-haired girl paid no heed. A chill emanated from the corner of her mouth, and in the moonless night, her crimson eyes gleamed like those of a carnivore, dangerous and thirsty for blood. She gave a slight, wicked smile, and the soft words she uttered sounded like the whispers of a vengeful ghost in their ears. "We found you." Chapter 11. But the beautiful girl is a vampire. As the ghostly girl slowly approached him, Chong shouted incoherently, "Fatty, no, Fatty bro, Fatty master? Quick, shine the light on her." The fat man, who had been stunned, finally came to his senses, but the moment he turned the camera around, the constantly lit flash went out. "What? The power's out? How is that possible?" The fat man frantically flipped the camera over to check it, but the flash that had been turned off suddenly turned on again. What? In dark environments, human pupils also increase their light sensitivity, and this sudden bright light unsurprisingly blinded the fat man. He fell to the ground with a thud, and the expensive camera slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. "Where is my camera? Where is it?" The girl grinned wickedly and leaned down next to the fat man. "Oh dear, do you even have time to worry about the camera?" A wisp of black mist shot out from the camera and flew towards her, swirling around her fingers a few times before disappearing into her body. "How many girls' faces have you photographed with this camera? I neither care nor want to know. You just blinded me with that, so let me show you what it's like." The fat man, leaning against the wall, stood up and said, "No, I didn't take those pictures. It was the skinny guy next to me. His name is Chong. He's the one who took them. Sister, you are so magnanimous and discerning. It was all his doing? Please spare my life." The girl giggled maliciously, giving the fat man goosebumps. "Oh, next to you? You're really joking. Open your eyes and look around. There's no one next to you except me, okay?" The fat man's eyes gradually returned to normal. He looked around, but Chong, who had been lying on the ground trembling like a leaf, was nowhere to be seen. Chong, you rascal." Click. The girl broke the camera lens in half as easily as breaking a cookie, tossing the fragments back at the fat man's feet like trash. "I didn't see any Chong. Here, there is only you, a scoundrel who enjoys taking photos of girls and makes money from them. And also, get this straight, humans." She raised her right hand, fingers together, and swung it hard at the fat man's face. Snapped. "I have no interest in eating you, and I would even find drinking your blood disgusting." She curled her lips into a smile. "What's coming next will make you wish you were dead." Ah. The fat man's heart-wrenching screams came from afar, but Chong didn't dare to turn his head and kept running forward. "Fatty, I'm sorry." Chong looked back every 3 steps, stumbling as he ran toward the only street with lights on. "I warned him before we came that he might get involved with vampires, but he wouldn't believe me." Chong muttered curses under his breath. Even if she's just a human pretending to be a vampire, her reversed day-night cycle should at least make one suspect she's a real vampire, right? That fatso? Ugh, just wait until I get out of here alive. Chong climbed over a low wall, and the light behind him suddenly opened up his view. "I'm quitting this business." He looked around and realized that this was not a commercial street, but rather a construction site. The construction site had long since closed, but its searchlights were still on, leading Chong to believe from a distance that it was a commercial street. Huh? It's a construction site? Then there must be a main entrance and exit. I need to get out of this awful place right away. Click 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 click. Within seconds, all the searchlights on the construction site were turned off, and in the blink of an eye, the vast open space was plunged into darkness once again. Humans are phototactic animals, the complete opposite of vampires. "Humph, I knew it." The girl's voice rang out from not far from Chong, causing him to look in the direction of the sound in alarm. Moonlight pierced through the clouds, outlining the figure of a girl sitting high above the construction site machinery. The girl in the maid's dress leaped down lightly, and the moment her feet touched the ground, not even a speck of dust was raised. "Where do you think you're going to run off to, human?" Chong didn't recognize her, so he pretended not to know and said, "Miss Vampire, I'm just a lost out-of-towner who stumbled upon this construction site." "What are you saying?" The soft moonlight shone on her face, and a hint of a smile appeared in her blood-red eyes beneath her short brown hair. A lost out-of-towner? Ah, yes. If the gentleman in front of me had turned back in time and stopped his companion from harming the young lady not long ago, he might have escaped this predicament. She turned around casually, and in the pale moonlight, easily lifted the construction machine she had just been sitting on with one hand. A road roller. The maid sneered, leaped up, and hurled the road roller at Ah Chong's head. Suffer to death. Ah Chong screamed hysterically. Don't come any closer. Ayayayaya. With the last guard down, Reinhardt cleanly and efficiently cleared the area around the warehouse. Well done, Reinhardt. Despite its small size, it possesses astonishing strength, easily knocking out, strangling, or even kicking these burly security guards unconscious with its tiny paws. It sat perched on Yin Shang's shoulder, and together with the swaggering Yin Shang, they arrived at the warehouse gate. As soon as I opened the door, a pungent, fishy smell hit me. What's this? Yin Shang saw that the packages displayed on the shelves all looked to be the same product. He took out a knife and cut open one of the packages, and several loosely packed bags of liquid fell out. Yin Shang picked it up and saw several lines of large English text written on it. Elysium Blood Agent, early production model. The liquid inside the bag was dark red like blood plasma, but it was thinner than thick blood plasma. He examined it carefully, but there was no ingredient list on the bag, so it was clearly not a legitimate commercial product. Yin Shang tore open a hole and let Reinhardt smell it. Reinhardt was clearly taken aback. Master? This is some kind of hallucinogen. Yin Shang rubbed his chin. Hallucination. Yes, Master, it contains a very small amount of vampire blood, mixed with many other unknown substances. Just the smell alone is enough to overwhelm the senses of an ordinary human. Reinhardt placed the cat's paw next to Yin Shang's neck, where it glowed faintly. Without me, Master, just the smell alone would affect your nervous system, causing you to fall into some kind of hallucination that would excite you. Not to mention ordinary humans who drink it. Yin Shang's lips twitched twice. What are they planning to do with all this hallucinogens? And they've stockpiled so many. He shook his head. No matter what the group's purpose is, we cannot keep this warehouse and the things inside. Yin Shang gripped the long stick behind him. Reinhardt, let's make a scene. At the entrance of the house, Ruo Keek was already standing upright, waiting for a long time. As the silver-haired girl approached from afar, she gave a slight bow. Miss, judging from your expression, you seem quite satisfied with the result. Ludwig skipped in with her hands behind her back, then turned back and smiled at her maid. Coco, judging from your expression, you also find it quite interesting, don't you? Coco sighed and shook her head, saying, no way, miss, you're just being silly. Putting on such a show to scare people only makes humans have a worse impression of us vampires. And you used to complain about how humans demonized vampires. Ludwig tilted her head, but if I don't scare them, they still won't learn their lesson. I can't let them forget who I am. If I just confiscate the photos, they'll dare to come back next time. So you've decided to work with me to scare them all into insanity. Ludwig smiled and said, yes. Sigh, you always like to tease others, young lady. As the future queen, you can't have such interests. Pfft. Ludwig smiled and reached out to lift Ruok's chin. That kind of teasing is different from this kind of teasing. The silver-haired girl raised her head slightly. Her lovely face was framed by blood-red eyes that remained unfathomable. Do you understand, Coco? If Coco's cheeks flushed red, she would say, I don't understand, miss. She turned her head and walked quickly toward the bathroom. You're making fun of me again. I'm going to take a shower now. Ludwig hugged her from behind, around the waist. Oh, what a coincidence, I need to take a shower too. Coco, come and scrub my back. Sigh, there's just no way to deal with the young lady. Chapter 12 Undercurrent. According to our reporter, an unidentified explosion occurred yesterday at a storage warehouse in the suburbs of Shijukawa City. Viewers can see from the footage that the entire warehouse, built with prefabricated panels, has been completely destroyed. We just don't know the extent of the damage to the goods inside. Miss Host, the Spire Group has prevented the media and police from entering the scene. They claim they will use their legal team and private security to hold the perpetrators accountable for this loss. Strangely, the well-known multinational corporation Spire Group has always enjoyed a global reputation for actively cooperating with local laws in various countries. Why is it acting out of character this time, refusing police assistance? Please see our detailed report below. Early that morning, Ludwig was woken up early by Coco to prepare for her meeting with a client scheduled for today. But she didn't start the complicated dressing process at this moment. Instead, she lay on the recliner in her nightgown, looking anxiously at Ruok, who was fiddling with a small box next to her. Coco, she swallowed. Be gentle, okay? It'll hurt a lot. Coco took a pair of pliers out of the box. Young lady, open your mouth. Ludwig's already pale face turned even whiter with fright. Alas. Young miss, open your mouth. Coco, my stomach suddenly hurts. I need to go to the bathroom, okay? I'll get it done another day. Miss, Ruo Keek said, enunciating each word clearly. If you hadn't been so greedy with eating so much sweet blood cake, your teeth wouldn't have decayed so quickly. Ludwig, who had tried to get up, obediently sat back down. But, isn't it because Coco's blood cake is so delicious? Coco remained expressionless. This isn't my fault, miss. Who threw those blood cake wrappers in the trash cans outside? Ludwig scratched her head. He. Coco sighed. The self-healing ability of vampires cannot be applied to teeth, which are inherently incapable of self-healing. For thousands of years, vampire teeth have served as both organs for drawing blood and weapons for tearing the skin of prey, making them the most easily worn-out part of our bodies. Once they are decayed or damaged, they can only be pulled out completely, allowing the body's self-healing ability to grow a new tooth. Even a new vampire like me, with only 5 years of memories, has memorized these little bits of knowledge. Young lady, you've lived for so long, you must not only know them, but have also pulled them out more than once, right? Ludwig pouted and said, fine, I'm just afraid of pain. But don't underestimate me. I'll pull it out then. Painkillers are of little use when treating dental problems in vampires, as their teeth quickly regrow. But the momentary pain still terrifies Ludwig. Open your mouth. Ah. Ludwig reluctantly opened her mouth. What? Even vampires like Ludwig, who have a long bloodline, have teeth that are basically no different from those of humans. The only difference between her mouth and a human's is the 2 prominent canine teeth located on either side of her mouth. They grow downwards to 1.5 times the length of ordinary teeth, with sharp ends like real tiger teeth, but they do not harm her mouth. It has a thin, hollow structure inside that can draw blood from the prey's skin like a miniature water pump, allowing the vampires to feast on it. These 2 teeth are one of the more subtle features among Ludwig's many obvious vampire characteristics. But as soon as she slightly opens her cherry-like mouth, the 2 sharp teeth reflect a dangerous glint, and can even be exposed when she slightly retracts her lower lip, to intimidate her prey. Most vampires can do this. What? The silver-haired girl mumbled something, but she was forced to keep her mouth open, so she couldn't speak. If Coco's pupils light up slightly, her vampire night vision allows her to see her mouth clearly without any equipment. Ludwig's soft little tongue twitched uneasily, and her throat emitted equally uneasy hissing sounds. Woo. Ludwig suddenly felt something cold and metallic enter her mouth and clamp down on her most precious right fang. Ludwig's pupils shrank dramatically. Eek. Puff. Oh. After a while, Coco wiped the drool from Ludwig's mouth, while Ludwig, who had just lost one of her precious fangs, covered her aching cheek, looking aggrieved. Woo dash. My teeth, my teeth. She looked as if half her soul had been ripped out, staring at the folding mirror with her mouth agape, looking up, down, left, and right. If you could wrap the extracted decayed tooth in a tissue and hand it to the young lady. All right, young lady, it's not like humans whose teeth don't grow back. Vampire teeth can recover in 3 days at most, so there's no need to be so sad. You'll have to handle this tooth yourself according to local customs. Ludwig wiped away the tears that came from the pain. That's not why I'm sad, she suddenly said in a very serious tone. That's because that means I can't drink Coco's blood for 3 days. Miss, please do your own makeup and dressing up today. Huh? No. About an hour later, Ludwig, dressed in a vampire gown, casually greeted her clients in the living room. The newcomer was a man wearing sunglasses who didn't look friendly. He crossed his legs and looked at the elegant young woman sitting opposite him with distrust. So you're Ludwig, the mediator who's quite well known in the local vampire community. The man in sunglasses took them off, revealing that one of his eyes appeared to be injured and therefore somewhat impaired. He scrutinized Ludwig for a moment, then put his sunglasses back on, covering his eyes. Although you look like a young girl, I'm sure you're not just a teenager like you appear, the man in sunglasses said. Ludwig picked up the black tea on the table and took an elegant sip. Hiss. Although a sudden, piercing pain in her gums almost made her lose her composure, she managed to endure it without flinching. Hee. How did you figure that out? She said with a smile. The man in sunglasses said, business people all have some ability to read people. Your girlish appearance and demeanor seem to me nothing more than a clever disguise to hide your true self. Ludwig tilted her head. If you utter any more offensive and irrelevant nonsense, sir, don't blame me for asking you to leave. The man in sunglasses sneered. You have no reason to refuse this commission. The man in sunglasses slapped a large sum of money in front of her, along with 10 blood collection vouchers that could be used to collect high-quality blood at a designated store. Those annoying blood sicks destroyed one of our warehouses last night. Vampire lady, I can tell you that the warehouse contained a large quantity of daily necessities and medicines that were intended for vampires, and now they have all been destroyed. This is not only a loss for us, but also a significant matter for the vampire clan. As a member of the vampire clan, you wouldn't just stand by and do nothing, would you? But what does something of great importance to the vampires have to do with me? Am I obligated to be responsible to the vampires? Ludwig tilted her head. But are these all the clues? Ludwig looked troubled. Oh dear, this is a bit. I'm not here for you to investigate who the killer is. Because we have no interest in that, the man in sunglasses said. As far as we know, the Blood-Hydians won't give up easily. They'll strike while the iron is hot and target another of our warehouses within the next 2 days, before we even have time to move the goods there. You just need to go to this still intact warehouse and stand guard there for a while we send people to move the goods. Protecting the warehouse is the job of this mission. If you can eliminate the Blood-Hydians targeting it during this time, we'll offer you a generous reward. Ludwig said, it's just about protecting a warehouse and taking care of a few petty thieves. The man in sunglasses said, of course, there's an additional clause. You're not allowed to inquire about or know the purpose of the inventory in the warehouse, otherwise this commission will be terminated and the payment will be reclaimed. And the reason why such a commission needs you mediators is because it's also a social conflict related to vampires. Ludwig nodded slightly, then I'll accept this request. I really have no reason to refuse. The man in sunglasses looked up at her, his eyes behind the sunglasses unreadable. I really don't understand why a vampire like you, with such an unknown background and frivolous words, would be a highly regarded mediator in Chongchuan City. Ludwig got up and left. Coco, see the guest out. Ludwig turned her head slightly, a faint red glow in her eyes. I wish us a pleasant cooperation, human. But I have one condition. She lifted her skirt and stepped onto the stairs back to the second floor. We'd better not ask each other too many questions, because mediator Ludwig never pries into her clients' privacy. And those clients who were ultimately able to successfully complete their collaborations with her. And they never inquire about or investigate her personal privacy. Chapter 13 Meeting. A black luxury sedan was parked in front of the gate of a high-end technology park, where several elites in suits were waiting. Click. The car door opened, and a young man stepped out. He had brown hair and black eyes, and wore a noble black formal suit, the style of which was like a trench coat with a hem that reached his knees. He wore a top hat and carried a metal cane, giving him an impression of being as retro and elegant as a 19th-century gentleman. The man in the suit leading the group extended his hand. Hello, President Spire. What brings you to our company? Alas, you should have informed us sooner. We apologize for any shortcomings in our hospitality. The young man took off his gloves and shook hands with the man in the suit. You're too kind, Mr. Zhao. There's no need for such formalities. I came here in person simply to take a look around the industrial park owned by your company, since your company will be working under the Spire Group from now on. He gripped the man in the suit's hand tightly and sighed softly. The acquisition of your company was a last resort. After all, even with the maximum assistance the group could provide, it was impossible to get your company's finances back on track. We apologize for any inconvenience you may have to endure from now on, Mr. Zhao. The man in the suit beamed with joy. No, how could that be? It's a great honor to be a part of the Spire Group. At that moment, a man who looked like a bodyguard walked over from the car and handed a tablet computer to the young president. Young master, these are the photos you requested, sent from the scene. Please take a look. The young man took the tablet, and several photos were displayed in front of him. He randomly clicked on one of them. A trumpet-shaped scratch ran across the concrete floor from the warehouse entrance to the other end of the warehouse. This was the sole reason for the warehouse's destruction. The cuts are clean, and there's no gunpowder residue on the charred marks, the bodyguard said. It's like an extremely hot flame that burst forth instantly, was blasted into the warehouse from the doorway by a very violent tornado, and then detonated the entire warehouse due to thermal pressure. Flames? Tornadoes? No. The young man handed the tablet back. It's not something an ordinary person can easily imagine. Then, young master. The young man gestured for the man in the suit waiting ahead to lead the way, and waved for his bodyguard to step back. This matter is not important, we can talk about it later. I have more important business to discuss now. Yes, young master, the bodyguard replied. At the same time, Yin Shang pulled up his hood and walked a few dozen meters down the alley to reach his destination, another group warehouse. Including the one that was destroyed yesterday, these are the only two secret warehouses belonging to the group in this area. Yin Shang laughed mockingly. If we take it down, the group will have no way to complain, since they won't dare to call the police. Heaven knows how many more of their dirty tricks haven't been exposed yet. Although Reinhardt did not appear in person, he could communicate with Yin Shang in his mind. But master, you made such a commotion last night, surely they can't not send more people to guard the area today. If they send more people, they'll be more likely to arouse suspicion. What kind of warehouse needs so many people guarding it every day? Yin Shang said. You should know that the biggest threat to the group is never an unknown nobody like me, but the countless eyes watching them from the outside. Master, I still suggest you be careful. If you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. What you should be wary of is the corporation. Yin Shang saw that the side door of the warehouse was ajar, so he pushed it open and went inside. During the day, I can unleash your full power, there's no need to be so sneaky as last night. Taking down a few guards is a piece of cake. Phew, I'm so sleepy. Ludwig sat in the shadows by the warehouse entrance, leaning against Ruo Keek, looking utterly exhausted. Even though the sun doesn't shine on me, the sunlight still reflects off me. The silver-haired girl slumped against the chair. I can't stand sunny days like this. Coco, don't you feel uncomfortable? Coco. Ludwig opened her eyes and saw that Coco was staring straight at the side door. A man standing there also cast his gaze at the two people sitting on guard at the warehouse entrance. They've arrived as expected, Ruok said. But then she exclaimed in surprise, Yin Shang and Ruo Keek both recognized each other. Are you the church knight from that day? Rococo asked. Yin Shang's expression turned serious. She's a disgraced church knight, a vampire lady. But now's not the time to worry about that. Yin Shang glanced at the girl sitting drowsily in the chair behind her and had a general idea in his mind. Your mediators hired by the corporation? They do petty thievery but don't want humans to know, so they hire vampire mediators to deal with me. Coco crossed her arms and said, you guessed right, but I never expected you to be the blood hater the client was talking about. Yin Shang laughed heartily. Is this how your client described me? Comparing me to that bunch of small fry? You have no idea what this pile of goods you are supposed to protect actually is. Yin Shang took the long staff off his back and held it in his hand. If you had any professional ethics as mediators, you wouldn't have stopped me after knowing what was in the warehouse. Because what's in there goes against your original intention as mediators to mediate social conflicts. Ludwig weakly stood up from the chair and pointed at Yin Shang. You're such a chatterbox, I don't know where you came from. The client doesn't want us to know what's in the warehouse. If you reveal it, we'll be in breach of contract. Ludwig nudged Coco next to her. Go, Coco, beat him up. If Coco turned around with her dead fish eyes and pointed to the open space in front of her, which was dazzlingly bright in the sun. But miss, I am also a vampire. You must be joking. Yin Shang, on the other side, felt that the voice of the gorgeously dressed vampire girl sounded somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. He sneered. Breach of contract? Good, then you'll have no reason to stay here, right? After all, if you breach the contract, you won't get your payment. I still don't want to lay a hand on the ladies, so please listen carefully. If Coco pulls out a short metal rod from under her skirt, and swings it away in a few quick movements, a huge two-handed scythe will appear in her hand. You really think I can't shut you up in the sunlight, human? Her eyes flashed with hostility, and she prepared to attack Yin Shang. Oh dear. Suddenly, Ludwig, who looked weak, stood up and hugged Ryoko from behind, holding her tightly. Coco, I suddenly have a craving for blood. Coco exclaimed in surprise, young miss? What are you doing? Please wake up. Ludwig smiled slightly and pressed her lips to Ludwig's. I've been perfectly lucid the whole time. She glanced at Yin Shang in the distance and gave him a meaningful look. Even if those humans over there say it out loud, it won't affect us getting our payment, will it? The payment is already in our hands, isn't it? Although Yin Shang didn't know what she was planning, he understood her intentions. This young lady is very clever. Please take a look. As soon as they finished speaking, a bag of scarlet liquid flew out of the warehouse window and landed beside the two of them. Inside the warehouse, they could hear something running around. This is what I extracted from it using certain methods, Yin Shang said. A blood plasma bag. Ruokik picked it up and examined it. Ludwig leaned closer and sniffed. No, the blood plasma bags don't taste that weird. Although, of course, blood plasma bags do taste weird. Yin Shang also took out an identical blood plasma bag from his pocket, then tossed it high into the air, raised the long stick in his hand, and swung it in the air. Wow! The blood bag in the air was split in two, and as the liquid splashed out, a strong odor spread. It has a strange taste that even vampires can hardly describe. It looks like blood plasma, but it is actually a kind of modified blood-based liquid? Ludwig said. I'm seeing things. Are you too, Coco? Coco nodded. Yin Shang pinched his nose and said, Ahem. You probably wouldn't believe it if I didn't do it this way. Now you've all seen it. This is a hallucinogen made from the blood of vampires. It can induce hallucinations in humans and even vampires, allowing them to experience the pleasure that only vampires can have. I think the risks of long-term use are self-evident to both of you. This is undoubtedly a dangerous substance. Yin Shang looked serious. Ladies, are you still going to stop me from tearing down this warehouse? Chapter 14, There will be punishment if you don't clean it properly? Ludwig examined the scarlet liquid in the disposable cup. Although it smells awful, the smell makes me want to drink it. She raised her head and said, that somewhat simple-minded human didn't lie to us. Coco continued, Miss, you let him overturn the warehouse like that. How are you going to face the client when they come to hold you accountable? Ludwig smiled. Coco, you still have the mind to care about that client. She placed the glass of hallucinogen on the table. Coco, clean up all the hallucinogens except for this one, then notify the Vampire Council and have them contact me immediately. What, young lady? You've decided to ascend the throne. What are you thinking about, Coco? Don't make decisions for me without my permission. After seeing Ruo kick off, Ludwig leaned back lazily and elegantly in her custom-made chair. Her feet, which barely touched the ground, were covered in long black stockings and dangled slightly in the air, swaying gently with great interest. Her toes occasionally touched the floor, while her excessively long silver hair draped over her shoulders and onto the armrests of the chair, with a few strands slipping down from time to time as she sat rather awkwardly. Humph. She rested her cheek on her right hand, and her ruby-like eyes revealed a coldness that she would never normally let Ruokik see. I rarely get really angry unless some scoundrel really disappoints me. She picked up the 10 blood collection vouchers for high-quality blood from the table, folded them up, tore them apart, and threw them into the trash can next to her. We vampire mediators have always specialized in resolving social conflicts between humans and vampires. The girl yawned. As for how to handle it, besides acting as a peacemaker, it also includes dealing with the person who started the conflict. She picked up her ringing phone and pressed the answer button. I am Ludwig Yang. How should I address you, Sir of the Vampire Council? A series of extremely impatient knocks sounded, and the moment Coco opened the door, the visitor rudely pushed it open and stepped into the foyer wearing leather shoes covered in mud. Vampire. The newcomer was the client wearing sunglasses. As always, he was unfriendly and walked straight up to Ludwig. Based on the legal effect of the contract, we will collect a penalty of 5 million, as well as a full refund of all previously paid fees. He took out a piece of paper and slammed it onto the table in front of Ludwig. You failed to protect our warehouse, and these huge losses, according to the contract, fall under the category of liquidated damages, which you shall bear. Ludwig glanced at it and knew that the contract, including the conspicuous fingerprint, was entirely forged by the man in sunglasses. It's likely that the man in sunglasses took her fingerprints without her knowledge, thus enabling him to forge this destructive contract. How come I remember that all the requests to this gentleman were just verbal agreements? I've never signed any contracts, have I? She picked up the contract, tore it up cleanly, and threw it into the trash can. Afraid of leaving evidence of some shady dealings, and also to lower my guard, he unilaterally made a verbal request, and then secretly forged a contract that never existed, so that he could extort a large sum of money after the request failed. He was really skilled at it. The silver-haired girl sneered. Woman, you really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. The man in sunglasses tried to grab her, but Ruokik, standing to the side, snapped and gripped his wrist tightly. Young miss, Ruokik asked, turning around. Ludwig nodded to her, and Ruokik swept her leg and knocked the man in sunglasses down, pinning him to the ground in front of Ludwig. I'm sorry, I haven't slept in a coffin for decades. Seeing a coffin again makes me feel a little nostalgic. Ludwig smiled, pursing her lips. Puff? She stomped hard on the back of the man in sunglasses with her heel. Here, try it, is it good? She slowly poured a glass of scarlet liquid onto his face. The man in sunglasses coughed violently, then roared in shock, You actually know what these goods are. Drop? The man in sunglasses pressed the call button in his pocket, and instantly several gangsters rushed in from outside the door, pulling out guns and aiming at Ludwig and Ruok. You've learned things you shouldn't have known. Originally, paying compensation would have spared your lives, but now, none of you will live. Oh. Ludwig ignored the several dark gun barrels in front of her, bent down, and gave a harmless smile. Oh dear, I'm so scared. Do you treat other vampires this way too? The man in sunglasses said. What do you mean? Humph. This hallucinogen is made by extracting blood from vampires and mixing it into special blood plasma. And this special blood plasma is the most common mass-produced blood plasma circulating on the market. It is the type that was formulated by the Vampire Council several years ago, produced by the well-known multinational corporation Spire Group, and exported all over the world, receiving high praise from vampires. The law explicitly prohibits the unauthorized counterfeiting or alteration of the formula for these blood plasma bags, as counterfeiters may pass off inferior products as high-quality ones, affecting the dietary needs of vampires. So where did the hundreds of tons of ecstasy blood agent in the warehouse come from? Ludwig pressed his head down, shoving him into the pool of hallucinogens on the ground, making his face come into intimate contact with the liquid. How many vampires have you killed to create this extremely dangerous blood serum? If I expose these things, you business people will have to pay more than just 5 million in compensation, you know. Unexpectedly, the man in sunglasses, perhaps under the influence of hallucinogens, burst into hysterical laughter. Ha 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 ha, don't worry, the Spire Group won't do anything to us, and they might even shut you up. He shouted at the gangsters who were aiming their guns. As for why, you can figure that out after you're turned into ecstasy blood. Guys, shoot those two vampires. Bang bang bang. The moment the gunshot rang out, Ludwig curled the corners of her lips into a smile. Stay here for now. In the blink of an eye, she appeared next to the handrail on the second floor. Human weapons are 100 years too early to hurt me. She yawned and waved her hand. Coco, get out of here. The girl stretched and turned around to close the door, as if the thugs in the house didn't exist. Remember to clean it up, okay? Click. When Coco saw that the gun barrels were all aimed at her again, she grabbed the man in sunglasses on the ground with amazing strength, spun around and threw him like a bowling ball, knocking two thugs away. You guys, not only do you not take off your shoes when you come in, but you also kick the shoes that were neatly arranged at the door all over the place. When someone whose job is to clean floors is seen dirtying so much floor space in front of them, they can't hide the murderous glint in their eyes. Gentlemen, prepare to clean the floor with your clothes and tongues. She took out the short stick, unfolded it in two, turning it into a long-handled metal rod without a sickle. The young lady said that no one should be killed, otherwise I will have to start cleaning up the bloodstains in the living room in 30 seconds. Boom! A thug fired a shot at Coco because his hand was shaking. Ding! With a mere flick of her wrist, she deflected the bullet with her weapon at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Ah, monster, monster, cried a thug who had never seen the world before. For a high-ranking vampire like her, capturing the trajectory of a flying bullet and intercepting it is merely one of the most insignificant abilities. But even if it doesn't kill anyone, cleaning up some trash in the living room won't take more than a minute. The girl said coldly. Chapter 15 Second Contact. Faced with the overwhelming power of the vampires, the thugs couldn't even last 3 moves against Ruokik. Fearing they might indiscriminately fire their guns and damage the furniture and walls, Coco easily disarmed several burly men, pinned them to the ground, and tossed them out the door like bowling balls. Bang! Since I said I'd use your faces and tongues to wipe the floor, I will never let you walk out standing up. Puff! She stood at the doorway, grabbed the man in sunglasses by the collar, and gently removed his sunglasses, revealing his terrified eyes behind them. Some vampires also like to hide their eyes. If Coco calmly crushed the sunglasses, pried open the man's mouth with one hand, and stuffed the plastic fragments, which looked like dust, into his mouth. But not like you, in order to recklessly scrutinize others. The girl swung her long-handled stick and swept it across the man in sunglasses' abdomen, sending him flying out the door, coughing up blood. Gurgle. Now, only one unharmed maid remains in the chaotic hall. The girl patted the dust off her hands and silently recited. 52 seconds. Too slow. She glanced back at the scattered furniture around her, then saw the large pool of blood that the man in sunglasses had spat out when he was knocked away in the entryway. Her blood pressure instantly rose by several percentage points. Hiss. Calm down, Coco, calm down. You need to be mindful of maid etiquette, and also your mindset. She took a deep breath, picked up the broom from the foyer, and prepared to sweep. Suddenly, more footsteps came from outside the door. Could it be that these guys' accomplices have come to reinforce us? Ruo Keek exclaimed in surprise. She peeked out the door, her wariness slowly turning into surprise, and then into delight. Hey, Professor Torre. Standing at the entrance gate of the courtyard were several vampires dressed in exquisite ancient costumes. The man in the lead was slender and tall, with neat blonde hair mixed with some silver strands. His dark red pupils were even more conspicuous in the gradually setting sun. Coco, did you take care of all these guys? Torre glanced at the suit-clad thugs sprawled haphazardly in the courtyard and nodded approvingly. Well done, it saved my parliamentary executives from having to do it themselves. Just as the man in sunglasses raised his head, his mind still hazy as he tried to spit out the plastic fragments in his mouth, a vampire enforcer grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Ugh, cough cough cough. Torre sneered. Gentlemen, come with us. You, the group meeting. The man in sunglasses was choked by the plastic residue and couldn't speak. Torre waved his hand, signaling the enforcers to put the thugs into the car. The newly established vampire citizens court is using scum like you as a warning to others. He walked towards Ruo Keek, who was waiting at the entrance of the house, without turning his head. Even though the group has extensive connections and deep cooperation with the council, they cannot interfere in vampire affairs in the slightest. Because our council has remained steadfastly loyal to our vampire queen for millennia. Humans' petty tricks can get past me first. As Coco watched these clients attempting extortion being taken away by the council, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With the reliable council involved, there was no need to worry about the young lady's personal safety. But as Torre walked toward her, Coco immediately remembered the most important thing at that moment. Wait a minute, Professor Torre. Ruo Keek slammed the door shut behind her. Give me 5 minutes, just 5 minutes. Bang! If Coco closed the door, then you could vaguely hear her cleaning and moving furniture inside, followed by the sound of her rushing upstairs. Young miss, wake up. Ludwig was woken up again shortly after she had fallen asleep. She sat on the sofa with her arms crossed and legs crossed, looking rather disgruntled. Ugh, I'm so sleepy. How come you guys arrived so quickly after just one call? Couldn't you have come during the day? Coco sighed. Young miss, have you forgotten that vampires are nocturnal creatures? It's perfectly reasonable for me to sleep whenever I want, Ludwig said. That's because he came too fast, he didn't even give me time to sleep. What was it again, Mr. Thomas? My name is Yasin Torre, the chief speaker of the Vampire Council, the blonde man said. Ludwig poured the blood cake that Ruok had prepared into her mouth in one gulp. Ruok had used this to coax Ludwig out of bed. Yeah, It's the one who answered my call this afternoon. You actually came all the way from Romania, halfway around the world, to see me. She said, puffing out her cheeks. Torre said, someone is using the flesh and blood of vampires and the blood plasma they rely on to make terrible contraband. Hearing you say such a thing, as the current de facto ruler of the council, I certainly cannot take it lightly. What's more, it was the future queen who personally called to tell me. Torre proved to be a seasoned ruler, and with just a few words, he had Ludwig completely won over. The people in the council are so nice to talk to. If the people you sent had spoken to me like this a year ago, I might have been fooled on the spot. What we say about the queen's disappearance is true, and Miss Ludwig is the only heir that is an indisputable fact. Where does the claim of deception come from? Then why don't you tell me why it has to be me? There are countless vampire girls in the world. What makes me, a vampire who just drifts through life, so special that I could become a queen? Ludwig leaned forward, her bright eyes fixed on Torre. Don't just spout useless compliments, I don't fall for that. She discovered that the mysterious spiritual power contained in her pupils had no effect on Torre. Torre said in a deep voice. I'm sorry, Miss Ludwig, I didn't mean to hide it from you. But I can't tell the reason to outsiders who are not members of the council. He paused. In other words, we can only tell you the reason after you become a member of the vampire royal court, that is, after you become the queen. Ludwig shook her head. That's why you won't say why the queen disappeared. You won't say why I'm the only one who can succeed to the throne. Even Coco won't tell me, saying she doesn't know either. You have no sincerity at all. How could I possibly become queen based on just a few words from you? Torre suddenly changed his gentle and respectful tone. Is that so? You're still so stubborn even after a year. Although you are practically the crown prince of the vampires, we cannot make concessions to you without any limits. Ludwig gave a dismissive smile. So how are you going to threaten me? Send Coco, whom you transferred here to keep me company, back. Ruo Keek looked at her from the side. Miss. Torre took out a piece of paper and started writing and drawing on it. My investigation into the ecstasy potion was merely a side trip. My real purpose is to personally inform Princess Ludwig of something. We will not extend your delayed succession period. However, the council has decided to give you 3 months, as the mediator, to search for the missing vampire queen. If you can find her, then you will not need to succeed to the throne. This is a mediation request from the Vampire Council. If you are still unable to find the whereabouts of the vampire queen 3 months from today, you will be forcibly brought back by the council and, under our mandatory measures, be crowned as the new vampire queen. Torre slammed the paper onto the coffee table. This is our power of attorney, which I have signed. However, please note that regardless of whether you sign it or not, we will take action 3 months later. Ludwig was shocked. You guys are even more domineering than that guy in sunglasses. Isn't this bullying an honest person? Even you can't find it, and you expect me to go and look for it. Then, she suddenly realized something. Wait a minute, what did you just call me? Torre laughed heartily. Yes, Princess Ludwig. As I said, you are already our de facto crown prince. It's just that you have never accepted the title. He stood up and gestured for Ruok to see him off. Do you remember what I said before? If you become a member of the Vampire Royal Court, our council will do its best to answer your questions, including your background. If you have any free time, please come to the Parliament's headquarters, Mona Castle. Once you have been officially crowned Crown Prince, we can do everything we can to help you. Of course, if you feel that this mediation request cannot be fulfilled, you may go directly to the castle to hold a coronation ceremony and become our new queen. Coco. Ludwig sat there somewhat blankly. What's wrong, miss? Ruokik asked. Ludwig looked at the maid beside her and asked, who is he to you? You seem to have called him teacher. Coco replied, young miss, it was he who left me in the castle after I lost my memory, and raised and taught me for the past 5 years. She looked at the gate where Torre had already left, a hint of tenderness on her face. Although I call him teacher, he is like my adoptive father. Ludwig nodded blankly. Oh, so he's the adoptive father you were talking about. The silver-haired girl leaned back on the sofa, closed her eyes, and some incomprehensible fragments flashed through her mind. Some people shouted in her ear, and some cried in front of her. From the time she could remember, these fragments had been flashing through her mind from time to time, a pattern that had persisted for centuries. When Yasin spoke of her origins, Ludwig's deepest desires, those long forgotten, abandoned things, had some of the dust that had accumulated on them blown away by a wisp of wind. These once burning desires, now dimmed, have been rekindled with a faint light. The girl questioned herself in her own heart. Who am I? I am, of course, Ludwig Yang, a noble and elegant vampire. But I've also wondered, who was I before? Why don't I have any memories of what happened before I became a vampire? Since the day I awoke, my decades-long quest for my memories and origins has yielded nothing. I have long since given up on this meaningless pursuit and am content to live as a vampire. I want to know who I used to be. That was my wish when I first came to this land in the East. Although I am very unhappy about having been a weak human in the past, if the truth about my past can be revealed, it will fulfill one of my wishes. I don't like humans, and I will never miss my past as a human. I just want to know where I came from. She opened her eyes and saw Ruok staring at her from the side, wondering what the young lady was daydreaming about again. She saw the young lady absent-mindedly playing with her silver hair, as if she was seriously thinking about something. Young miss, are you all right? Ruokik asked. It's nothing. Ha. Ludwig stretched. I'll accept the Overlord's commission from the Vampire Council. Hehe, it's quite nice to be called Your Highness. Chapter 16 is just an ordinary master-servant relationship. Ludwig didn't know why, but the moment she saw Ruokik, she had the idea of taking advantage of her. It's not surprising that Ludwig had this idea, since she loves drinking the blood of beautiful girls. It has a soft and sweet taste with a lingering aftertaste, like fine wine. When Coco was assigned to guard Ludwig, Ludwig immediately made conditions to the council members upon seeing her. You want me to be some kind of queen? Whether I agree or not, for various reasons, I should at least be allowed to prepare, right? You ask me what I'm preparing? Well, of course it's royal etiquette, mental preparation, all sorts of random things. You can't expect me to be queen and just blindly follow you, right? That would make me seem so easy to fool. Let the maids here teach me. Ludwig took the maid's hand and gave her a smile that could break down any defenses. From today onwards, you will be my bodyguard and maid. Please take good care of me. Snort. The maid gently shook off her hand. Every day we delay, the vampires who have lost their queen will be in greater danger. Your Majesty, I advise you to return to the castle with me now, and all the so-called preparations you have proposed can be done slowly after you ascend the throne. Then I don't want it. Ludwig turned and left without any politeness. The maid pulled a folded scythe from under her skirt and stared menacingly at the silver-haired girl's back. Do you insist on going against the Vampire Council? Ludwig turned her head to the side and said with a smile. Well, the Vampire Queen has only been missing for a short time. If I were to go back now to assume the throne, only to find out that her disappearance was just an accident and she suddenly reappeared, wouldn't that make me, the queen, look very undignified? Although the Vampire Queen has never had a crown prince, and no vampire has ever imagined losing her one day, the council still drafted a comprehensive succession bill with her consent. The council has given the heir to the throne a 1-year transition period to handle the many trivial matters of the succession. The maid looked shocked. How do you know all this? This is a succession law that hasn't been used in 1,000 years, and very few people know about it. She poked the corner of her lips. Hee, I was right, wasn't I? I haven't lived this long for nothing, you know. When I have free time, I always read some books. The maid put away her scythe and sighed softly. She began to realize that this seemingly clueless and silly young lady was actually not easy to deal with. Then, please take care of me from now on, Miss Ludwig. Ludwig smiled with satisfaction, for she had managed to keep this somewhat slow-witted girl by her side. Clearly, for Ludwig, finding her origins was a goal she had abandoned decades ago. When she gradually learned in her daily life that Ruokik was also a vampire without memories of her human past, Ludwig realized that this was the source of her inexplicable sense of kinship with Ruokik. The absence of memories of their human past causes these vampires to behave differently from other vampires. For example, they may be indifferent to humans and extremely proud of their vampire identity, and so on. Birds of a feather flocked together, and Ludwig and Coco met and spent a fulfilling year as mistress and servant. The two maintained a delicate master-servant relationship, but a year later, Ludwig will eventually have to face this fact. Coco, are you leaving me? Ludwig poured tea for both Rococo and herself, picked up her teacup, and took a small sip. Seeing the blonde girl staring intently at the teacup in front of her, Ludwig said, "Drink up, Coco. I made it myself, it's delicious." After a moment of silence, Coco finally spoke. "Young miss, I don't know." Ludwig tilted her head. "Don't know?" The council made it very clear. The 1-year grace period is over, and the next 3 months are the time limit for the council's entrustment. This entrustment has nothing to do with you, so you have no reason to stay by my side anymore. Coco bit her lip, her fingers lightly twisting the hem of her clothes, her heart feeling as if something was gripping it, making it slightly difficult for her to breathe. Without a doubt, she was a maid loyal to the Vampire Council. She didn't belong to human society, nor to Ludwig. Her interactions with this silver-haired girl were merely a task assigned to her by the council. The years of instruction she had received had made loyalty to the Vampire Council an inviolable commandment etched into her mind. But her heart resisted her saying those words, saying, "Yes, I'm going back to the council, young lady." She opened her mouth slightly, then closed it again. She could have just said it. The young lady was asking her a question, so why didn't she just answer? Not answering the young lady would be a violation of maid etiquette. "I don't want to leave, miss." If Coco came to this conclusion, despite the many flaws of this troublesome young lady, Ruokik had already developed an inseparable bond with her over the past year, as if she were family. What she gave Ruokik was a kind of affection that even teacher Torre, whom Ruokik regarded as her adoptive father, could not fully provide. Spending time with her has also enabled Ruokik, who was originally emotionally detached and lacked humanity, to regain the ability to express joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, just as she does now. To Ruokik, is the young lady merely a temporary master? Ho. Ludwig covered her face and smiled. "Coco, I've already told Torre. He said that seeing you smile more than before, it's like you're a completely different person, which means you're living a fulfilling life. He's actually very happy for you. Then when I suggested that you continue to be my maid, he agreed without hesitation." Coco was stunned. She couldn't believe that teacher Torre, who was so strict and authoritative in the council, would be so easy to talk to. "Look, this is his letter of entrustment. It also says, I'm entrusting Coco to you, Princess Ludwig." Ludwig handed Coco a vintage parchment, and as she looked at it, her face gradually filled with surprise. The document, written in beautiful Gothic script, contained a long and complex passage stating, "Rococo is permitted to be Ludwig's personal maid until she ascends the throne as queen." Ludwig finished her cup of black tea and slowly moved closer to Coco. "Coco, I made the decision for you without your permission. You're not angry, are you?" Coco shook her head repeatedly. How could that be? You have to tell the truth. Judging from the way you looked just now, you weren't really trying to run away from me, were you?" The girl's eyes were fixed on her, and she instinctively looked away. She stammered, "Of course not, miss, I just. Her voice was barely audible. "But, I don't want to leave the young lady. But if the council summons me back and I say I want to stay by your side, I will be violating the maid's code of loyalty." Upon hearing this, Ludwig put her hands on her hips. I'm still your master now. You didn't speak when your master questioned you just now, didn't that also violate that rule?" Coco felt a little dizzy, perhaps because she hadn't drunk any blood all day. "Miss, please stop teasing me. I'm going to make you dinner now. Wait, you can't leave." Ludwig suddenly grabbed her hand. Immediately, she fell onto the sofa, and Ruokik, who had been pulled off balance, fell squarely onto Ludwig. "Miss." If Coco realized that she was going to suck her blood again, she would struggle to get up. Unexpectedly, Ludwig did not stop her this time. The silver-haired girl unbuttoned her collar, gently parting her silver hair and the collar of her pajamas, revealing her fair collarbone clearly to Ruokik. Hiss. Ludwig's pupils turned crimson in an instant. She took Ruokik's wrist, and in that instant, Ruokik realized that she had activated the magic in her body, causing the blood of the vampire to begin to activate. In this state, her blood would undoubtedly be corrosive enough to merge with the blood of others upon contact. Without the ritual of embrace, humans who drink the blood of living vampires will die from bleeding from all 7 orifices because they cannot suppress this power. If a vampire drinks such active blood, the blood of the two will deeply merge, and the drinker will establish a bloodline link with the blood provider, becoming inseparable forever. That is, to enter into a contract called eternity. Coco. Ludwig reached out her hand, her eyes brimming with longing. I'll only believe you if you make a contract with me. The silver-haired girl's undisguised vampire aura eroded Ruokik's reason, causing her throat to twitch slightly. This is my order. You're not even listening to me. Ludwig suddenly puffed out her cheeks. Coco, you really did. If Coco pushed her away, young miss, I'm not ready yet. It's too early to draw up a contract. Ludwig paled. Is that so? If Coco says, I can only promise you verbally that I want to stay by your side. Ludwig's bright red pupil slowly faded back to a dark red as she deactivated her blood. She stretched out her hands, once again gesturing to Ruokik without leaving her any way out, showing no sign of giving her an out. Really? If you want to stay by my side, verbal promises aren't enough. You'll have to show your commitment with actions, okay? If Coco stammered and couldn't answer, avoiding her gaze. Young miss, you really are. What? Coco sniffed and suddenly smelled something. She then realized that Ludwig was releasing her vampire aura to mask the scent of something. She picked up the cup of black tea on the table that she hadn't drunk and smelled it. A strong smell of alcohol hit her nose. Coco put the teacup back with trembling hands and stared stiffly at Ludwig. So your face wasn't so red because you were shy. Ludwig tried to play dumb. Huh? Coco, what are you saying? I don't understand. She grabbed Ludwig's wrist and brought her face close. It seems that I must punish you. Coco gently parted her lips. Hey, Coco, what are you doing? This is the order you just gave. As your maid, I have no choice but to obey. Ludwig felt a chill on her neck. What? Hehe. Coco, be gentle, it tickles. Alas. Half an hour later, the maid successfully taught the young lady a lesson for trying to cause trouble and drank her fill, while the young lady was thrown back onto the bed by the maid with a satisfied look on her face. Clearly, there were no losers tonight. Health tip, minors who are vampires should not drink alcohol. Chapter 17, Who would understand what you're saying? A certain vampire heiress has always been two-faced, but her actions always tell a different story. This afternoon, she pretended to be angry and wouldn't let Ruokik into the room. However, after seeing the complicated clothes in the closet, she, who knows nothing about dressing up, rushed out of the room and hugged Ruokik tightly, refusing to let her run away. The young lady clearly has an enviable figure and appearance, but how come her inner soul is such a dimwit idiot? This is how Ruoki evaluates her. Static beauty. This adjective couldn't be more fitting to describe Ludwig. This young lady is only a 200% beautiful girl when she closes her mouth and doesn't move at all. If Coco often asks her, didn't she know how to dress up before Coco served her? Ludwig replied confidently, of course. However, she had been a homebody for over a decade, and before becoming a mediator, she had no need to go out at all, so her skills in grooming and dressing up had all fallen into disuse. He even showed Ruok many of his own collection of gorgeous vampire costumes. You're not going to try it on at all, Ruokik said expressionlessly. That's right, I'm lazy. Why should I wear clothes I bought with my own money? The silver-haired girl spoke these words with a very confident tone, as if she were saying something she was very proud of. Where is today's request? Ludwig looked at herself in the mirror with considerable satisfaction, asking Ruok, who was tidying her clothes behind her, for her questions. Miss, the client requests that you meet him at a warehouse on the outskirts of the city this evening to discuss the details of the engagement. He says his phone is being tapped by the Spire Group. Spire Group. Ludwig frowned. Why is it this group again? Aren't they seen as peace ambassadors promoting peaceful coexistence between vampires and humans in the public eye? That's just appearances, miss. Historically, oligarchic companies like this haven't always had clean hands, Ruokik said. Ludwig sighed softly. Although she still felt at a loss as to how to find the vampire queen, she had a vague feeling that she was getting closer to the vortex of some kind of conspiracy. Blessings are unparalleled, and misfortunes do not come singly. Sigh, I should probably consider suspending my mediation services. I just took on a top-tier job to find the queen, and I don't have the mind to think about any of this corporate stuff right now, Ludwig complained as she took the parasol from Coco, and the two went out in the afternoon sun. Ding dong. My phone beeped with a new message notification. Yinxing took it out and glanced at it. It was a message from Zilula. I'll be online a little late today, so please save me a spot, Ashi. I'll be thankful if you don't stand me up, Yinxing replied. How could that be? I made a promise to my fans to do a live stream tonight. The beautiful vampire girl won't break her word. Yinxing was amused by her, and then typed another line. You still dare to ask me to play with you during your live stream? Your fans would love to devour me. Hilula sent a mischievous emoji and said, then I have an idea. You can use a voice changer, change your ID, and become a cute girl streamer too, then we can stream together. Go away, go cool off somewhere else, you can play again tonight. Yinshang sent a meme of someone hitting her head hard. Before putting his phone away, Yinshang casually put it on silent, because he was quietly waiting here for his target to arrive. The thick parasol completely blocked out the afternoon sun. Ludwig peeked out. Although the twilight was gradually approaching, the sunlight showed no signs of diminishing. Ludwig had just finished chatting with her friend Yin Yang Lion and glanced at the time on her phone. It's almost 6 o'clock, Haven't you come down the mountain yet? She gently stomped her foot. Damn sun, I curse you, I curse you. She grumbled about the sun as she walked with Ruokik along the familiar alley. After about 10 more minutes, they would reach the main street. Then she could get into a taxi and go directly to the location designated by the client, without having to walk around in the omnipresent sun and in such an uncomfortable state. Her face, hands, shoulders, and other areas of skin were exposed, and even the slightest reflection of sunlight caused her a burning sensation. Staying in such an environment for a long time would also weaken her strength. In fact, like most native vampires, she suffers from a certain degree of social anxiety. Although vampires are now allowed to appear in public, she is still inevitably scorched by the stares of countless passersby when she walks down the street in such a high-profile retro vampire outfit, even without sunlight. Therefore, she is actually very resistant to traveling far from home. She was very proud of her vampire identity and refused to compromise herself by dressing as a human. Over time, she became the homebody she is today. Humph. Ludwig complained. I'm considering asking this client for compensation for emotional distress. And of all times, it had to be at this time. The road ahead in the alley was covered by shadows where the sunlight couldn't reach. Just as the two were about to return to the shadows not far ahead, Coco suddenly sensed something. Miss, be careful. When a long stick wrapped in a canvas bag was stuck in front of the two, blocking their way. If Coco stood protectively in front of Ludwig, looking up at the sky with a wary expression. It's you? She watched as the attacker jumped down from the second-floor balcony of the house and calmly pulled out the long stick. It's me, ladies. He twirled the long stick in his hand a few times with ease, then casually hoisted it onto his shoulder and pointed at the two men. Although it is very impolite to do this, if you two don't explain some things clearly today, you won't be leaving here. A young man named Yin Shang blocked their way. We don't think we've done anything to you, have we? Ruokik said. Ludwig put her hands on her hips and said, yeah, you were acting all righteous before. What, do you suspect I've done something wrong? Yin Shang sneered. Whether you've done anything wrong or not, you know better than I do. Please explain why the Vampire Council suddenly visited you yesterday. Their visit to Mountain City Chongchuan was, if not very low-key, at least quite high-profile. What Coco finds most intolerable is someone falsely accusing the Vampire Council. She drew her scythe, shielding Ludwig behind her, and coldly stared at this mysterious church knight. Bad things? You mean the Vampire Council is doing things that are detrimental to humans and vampires? You need to provide evidence before you speak. Yinxing retorted, don't you all know the truth? As is widely known, the Vampire Council and the Spire Group have engaged in in-depth cooperation over the past few years, bringing hope to vampires worldwide and making outstanding contributions to the coexistence of humans and vampires. Yinsheng's tone became deliberate and hesitant, emphasizing each word. I think you both know that the Spire Corporation used blood plasma bags to do some unspeakable things. So who supplied the Spire Corporation with the blood plasma bag formula? Of course it's the Vampire Council. So what? Ruokik said. Humph. Yinsheng sneered. Indeed, these baseless accusations prove nothing. But the key point is that you two just accepted a commission from the group a few days ago. After I ransacked the warehouse, the council visited Chongchuan City and came directly to you. This is clearly tipping them off. You two ladies wouldn't say it's all a misunderstanding, would you? Ludwig and Ruko looked at each other in bewilderment. Coincidentally, this is indeed a misunderstanding. But clearly, this somewhat naive young man wouldn't believe it. Come. Yinsheng ripped off the canvas covering the long stick. Today, either I get evidence of collusion between the group and the parliament from you two, or you two defeat me and leave this place. Call. There is no third option. Hidden beneath the canvas was a slender, Western-style two-handed sword. The scabbard protecting the blade vanished the instant Yinsheng lifted the canvas, revealing its true form. The hilt is gilded, while the silver-white blade is engraved with flamboyant yet simple patterns that extend to the tip. It emitted a faint golden light in the dim alley, a light that seemed to dispel even the deepest darkness. If Coco's eyes widened. This is a sacred artifact. These are the sacred relics most feared by all darkness in the world. Only 12 of them exist in the world, and they are known by the Church as the 12 sacred relics of the Church. They all have different shapes and sizes, and several of them have been lost or damaged over the course of history. Among the 12 sacred artifacts, only the Wandering Sword has the shape of a Western-style two-handed sword, which disappeared hundreds of years ago. Ludwig gripped her parasol warily, scrutinizing the murderous young man from head to toe. This guy has quite a background. And their intentions are not good, Ruokik added. Yinsheng shook his head. What do you mean by ill-intentioned? As long as you honestly confess what dirty deals the group made with the Vampire Council, the two ladies can leave immediately. A man of his word is a man of his word. My only target has always been the group. Besides, I don't want to bully two weak girls. If Coco and Ludwig looked at each other again, they would then exchange a knowing smile. Weak? Humph, I've been looked down upon again, young lady. It's we. That's really annoying. The pupils of the two vampire girls turned crimson simultaneously as they stared at the sword-wielding youth before them. It's not certain who will bully whom. It's just a mere sacred artifact. Underestimating vampires will only lead to regrets. Yinsheng sneered, is that so? Chapter 18 is full of momentum and runs very fast. Reinhardt. Yinsheng silently recited this in his heart. A beam of holy light emanated from the end of the sword hilt and then enveloped Yin Sheng's entire body. I hear your call, my master. The light entered Yin Sheng's body. Then, Yin Sheng easily lifted the heavy two-handed sword with one hand, pointing it at the two people in front of him. Swords have no eyes. Ladies, if you tell me the details of the deal between the council and the group now, I guarantee I will not cause you any more trouble in the future. Despite holding the 15-kilogram wandering sword horizontally in one hand, Yin Sheng's hand did not tremble or shake at all. I only have some personal grudges with the group, and I have no interest in your vampire council. I am just a disgraced church knight, and I have no grudges against you. Yin Sheng was surrounded by faint golden particles, which were the embodiment of holy light energy. This indicates that the young man had at least achieved considerable success within the church. Because holy light cannot be cultivated like in fantasy novels, it is a supernatural power that can only be granted by church clergy, and it is fundamentally incompatible with the dark power of vampires. Ludwig pouted, unwilling to back down. What? We also want to know what kind of collusion exists between the parliament and the corporations. And you're asking us the same question. Yin Sheng looked at Ruo Keek, then Miss Maid, you must know, right? Your maid uniform has the emblem of the Vampire Council embroidered on it. If Coco answered frankly, you wouldn't believe me even if I said I didn't know. Then there's nothing to talk about. Yin Sheng swung the two-handed sword he was holding horizontally, and his hands naturally gripped its hilt. There's an old saying in our central plains that goes, those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. You vampires are always full of lies and cannot be trusted. I clearly possessed the power to dispel the darkness and vanquish all demons. If I hadn't hesitated back then, I wouldn't be in this predicament. Yin Sheng seemed to be blaming himself, but the anger that suddenly ignited in his eyes almost devoured his pupils. Let the sword of hesitation ask you for the answer yourself. Call? A strong gust of air pressure caused the two girls' clothes to flutter, and Ludwig's parasol was almost blown away. If Keek looked up, she would see an astonishing amount of energy gathering around Yin Sheng. That's sunlight. The sunlight streaming through the narrow sliver of sky above the alley materialized into golden particles like grains of sand, gradually converging towards Yin Sheng. He raised the sword of hesitation above his head with both hands, his eyes wide with anger. Drink. The golden particles that gathered towards him from the sunlight converged on the sword as if drawn to it. In just a few seconds, it shone brightly in the afternoon sun, and even the sword itself became blurred in the dazzling light. Consumed by rage, Yin Sheng glared at the two and swung down the lightsaber he had raised above his head without hesitation. Boom! In that instant, a powerful sixth sense struck Ruok's mind. Danger. With nowhere to hide in the narrow alley, she couldn't take the blow. How can a vampire's body, which fears even strong artificial light sources, withstand this blazing holy light? Miss. Coco screamed and tried to stand in front of Ludwig, but in that instant, Ludwig hugged her. Time, stand still for this moment. Boom. The overwhelming holy light swept across the alley, like a fleeting daytime meteor, gone in an instant. Yin Sheng took a heavy breath and knelt down. A golden light separated from his body and transformed into a golden Persian cat, which gently stroked its master's wrist with concern. Master, are you okay? Yin Sheng looked up. Although there were obvious burn marks on the ground, the houses on both sides of the alley were completely unharmed. He precisely controlled the width of the shockwave, directing it precisely and swiftly towards Ludwig and Rurko. But this action also gave them a chance to escape. But in such a short time, there was no way they could just disappear from Yin Sheng's sight like that. Damn it, they really aren't ordinary vampires, they are high-ranking vampires with blood energy. Yin Sheng gasped for breath and stood up, leaning on the sword of hesitation. It's the culprit. I can't believe I was so reckless just now. Yin Sheng looked at the blade of the wandering sword, where his face was faintly reflected. As expected, even the sword of wandering. Reinhardt, your power cannot control it. Reinhardt continuously transferred golden energy to his master, and Yin Sheng, who was panting heavily, gradually calmed down. I'm sorry, master, it's become quite difficult to suppress its corrosive effects during battles this month. I haven't been able to stop it from affecting your mind, Reinhardt said. There is no other choice. Yin Sheng stood up, picked up the canvas bag from the ground, and put the wandering sword, which had been sheathed, back into its sheath. I cannot fight without your help, and without fighting, I cannot fight against the group. Yin Sheng looked at his left arm. He knew what the arm hidden by the sleeve looked like. But he wouldn't let anyone see it. But the battle will only exacerbate your corruption. Reinhardt jumped onto Yin Entropy's shoulder. Yin Sheng laughed and said, It's all right, Reinhardt. I'll take care of this before it completely corrupts me. Yin Sheng stroked Reinhardt, who was only incredibly docile in front of him, his eyes flashing with unwavering determination. Most definitely, da-da-da. Coco, carrying Ludwig, ran towards the alley's exit. The hem of her maid's dress prevented her from taking long strides. Nevertheless, considering the physical capabilities of a vampire, her speed was actually not slow. Now that the two were out of Yin Sheng's sight, they were undoubtedly safe. That's so mean. Ludwig complained from her arms. He even said something like let the sword of wandering find the answer himself, but he's clearly aiming to burn us to ashes. Okay, put me down, Coco, I can run by myself, Ludwig said. If Coco refuses, she'll say, don't be ridiculous, miss. You're wearing high heels. Ugh. Ludwig sighed softly. It seems that even if she tries to avoid trouble, trouble will still find her. Coco, you've been staying in the council the whole time. Don't you have any clue about the group's so-called conspiracy? If Coco shook her head, Miss, not interfering in the affairs of the council is one of the basic principles of a maid. Even the fact that you are to succeed to the throne as queen was something I only found out the day before I was sent to protect you. Oh, right, Miss. We still have a meeting with our client. Given this situation, perhaps we should. Ludwig snorted. It's no big deal, the itinerary remains unchanged. At the exit of the alley, if Coco could put Ludwig down, she would open the parasol again. That Yin Shang. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. There's a strange sense of familiarity, Ludwig muttered. Forget it. Why care so much about him? She turned around and looked at Ruok. Coco, you'll have to be careful with this request. Why? Intuition. Misfortunes never come singly, after all. I've already encountered one misfortune today. So, what fortune will follow? Ludwig put her finger to her lips and smiled slightly. Or is it a disaster? Chapter 19 Choosing a lucky vampire to take the blame. Click. Ludwig pushed open the warehouse door. It was clear that the warehouse had been abandoned for a long time, as the entire space was empty and the two of them could see everything clearly, but they did not see the client. Wow, the warehouse is quite big. Ludwig studied her for a moment. I knew it was a trap. As soon as she finished speaking, the half-closed warehouse door slammed shut. Coco rolled her eyes and said, You knew it was a trap, yet you still walked right in. If I don't come in, why would the warehouse owner who invited me show up in person? Ludwig raised her parasol and glanced around. In an instant, all the entrances and exits of the warehouse were filled with fully armed humans. Ludwig feigned surprise and said, Wow, so many people? Is such a big fuss really necessary to deal with weak women like us? At this moment, a severely distorted, deliberately manipulated sound came from the warehouse's public address system. Enough nonsense, vampires. What kind of weak woman could possibly be the one to unite with the Vampire Council? Hidden beneath your glamorous appearances lies a filthy, dark stench. That's right. Ludwig nodded. The voice continued to curse, mediators like you, and the Vampire Council, are all trying to integrate disgusting vampires into this society, seizing resources that don't belong to you? You've caused countless humans to lose their jobs and become homeless. Human intelligence, experience, and physical abilities are worthless in your eyes, because a vampire can accomplish in one night what a human can do in 3 days without sleep. That's right. Ludwig nodded again. And then, the voice on the radio grew increasingly furious. In the long run, you shameless monsters will inevitably replace the human elite, and after years of gradual encroachment, ride on humanity's heads and become its supreme rulers. This is your true, utterly filthy intention. I disagree with that. Ludwig shook her head. A command was broadcast, directing all the masked, armed thugs to aim at the 2 men standing in the center of the warehouse. We will not listen to any of your fallacies or deceptive rhetoric. Our actions are intended to fight for the well-being of humanity and to save human society from your vampire clan's erosion. With each elite vampire like you we eliminate, we take another step closer to completely saving humanity from your clutches. $1 hashtag +17 equals 5 / and $% equals at equals 9 equals asterisk 498. Brothers of the Bloodhidians, fire. Oh dear, they're really in a hurry. Ludwig yawned. Young miss, please stand still. As soon as Coco finished speaking, her pupils turned crimson the instant countless bullets flew towards her. Void, all things. What? She let out a sharp cry, and all the bullets that were attacking her slowed down considerably within a few meters of her. She immediately raised her right arm, and all the bullets around her were gently stirred like flower petals in water, gathering in front of her right palm. With a wave of her hand, they fell to the ground like raindrops. A vampire with blood energy? Quick, turn on the fluorescent lights. The broadcast was urgently issuing instructions to the rioters, but Ludwig chuckled upon hearing it. Pfft, you guys watch too many sci-fi movies. Vampires are never afraid of artificial light, they are just extremely sensitive to it, at most suffering burns or blindness. Trying to kill a vampire with a high-powered light is like frying an egg on the back of a phone that's overheating from playing games. Coco, let them calm down. Ludwig said with a smile. Do you need my help? No need, miss. I haven't warmed up in a long time either. Then let me see if you've gotten any worse. Remember not to kill anyone. Heh, just you wait and see, young lady. If Coco looked up, she would have already fully unfolded the huge scythe that was as tall as a person in her hand. Click 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 click. The moment the lights came on, while the vampire was out of sight, all the thugs simultaneously emptied their magazines again. Amidst the deafening gunfire, Ruokik gracefully wielded her sickle. Ding 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 dash. The crisp sound of bullets being deflected by the spinning scythe was almost drowned out by the echo of gunfire. Bang bang bang. Ding 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 ding. These thugs were unfamiliar with suppressive fire, and after completing a round of shooting, they all simultaneously stopped firing and reloaded. This undoubtedly gave the maid an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. The elegant maid seized the moment when the mob fired and leaped into the air. Nothingness. Leap. Boom. With a dull sound like air being cut, Ruokik suddenly stepped into the air and changed her trajectory. Ah, monster, monster. She reversed her grip on the sickle, rushed to the second-floor escalator, and using the momentum, instantly stunned a thug who was trying to shoot her with the blunt side of the blade. Bang 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 bang. Gunshots rang out again, and the bullets that followed stopped around her again, then, under her control, coalesced into a sphere and blasted towards the three thugs who were standing relatively close together in the distance. Wow. Ah. Pfft. The force of being struck by a large mass of metal was considerable, instantly knocking down 3 more bloodhounds. Using cover and her mysterious ability to change direction, she moved like a ghost through the complex steel corridors on the second floor, even running freely on the ceiling. Her dazzling attacks left the thugs with no time to pay attention to Ludwig, who stood motionless below the warehouse. Ludwig, looking like she was enjoying a good show, followed Ruok's position with great interest, nodding and swaying her head. Wow, Coco is amazing. Keep it up. Even if she couldn't take a life, Coco's close combat skills were far superior to these black-clad thugs. In just a few seconds and a few crisp sounds of bones breaking, she made one of the reckless thugs truly unaware of his own mortality. The siege of Ruokik, who was surrounded by one person, was completely over in just 2 minutes. Speak up, are you still there, Mr. Broadcaster? Ludwig smiled. You must still be watching me, right? Is it the camera over there, or the camera over here? Heh, even if you don't say anything, I know you're still watching. You even plan to release these videos as evidence of vampires attacking humans. She gestured for Coco to come back to her side. You claim that the emergence of vampires has squeezed your living space, but you are originally people from the bottom of society. You feel that the integration of vampires into human society has made your lives increasingly difficult, eventually leading to unemployment, so as long as you drive out the vampires, your lives will return to normal. Dream. She mocked mercilessly. Is it possible that you are simply unwanted scum of society? The voice from behind the broadcast finally roared angrily. Stop spreading rumors and misleading the public. Some of the thugs who had been knocked down by Rococo had already woken up and were all looking in Ludwig's direction. Ludwig also noticed that they had woken up, and gave them a disdainful look. You're right about one thing, vampires are immortal and have learned far more than you fools over thousands of years. One of the things we've learned is how to use knowledge to gain benefits from humans. That makes perfect sense. Just like humans need to eat, vampires need to drink blood, don't they? But the number of vampires is extremely limited worldwide. Even after the Great Plague 5 years ago, the number of vampires is not as large as you say, which would cause you guys to lose your jobs. Ludwig gently covered her face, her bright red eyes filled with mockery. Your reasons for blaming the vampires are completely untenable. The thugs glared at Ludwig through gritted teeth, but they couldn't think of any words to refute her. Of course, it's also possible that if Coco stood next to Ludwig and stared intently at them, they would be unable to speak. Humans are creatures that cannot survive without competition, and you losers who have failed in the competition are merely blaming your failures on the vampires, trying to make the vampires pay for your failures. Ludwig looked at one of the walls of the factory. Yes, we are the immortal Dark Blood clan, born of darkness and watching over darkness. And what is the essential difference between you, these self-degrading human scum who display the ugliness, darkness, and morbidity in your hearts, and us? She looked at Ruokik and pointed to the wall, and Ruokik understood immediately. The difference is, we vampires are the kings of darkness, eternal life, and predators who are above humans in the food chain, while you weaklings who willingly fall into darkness are only fit to become our food. She smiled. These are the values of our vampire race. We never expected you humans to agree with them. Boom. If Coco were to raise her hand, clench it, and push it forward, the factory's concrete wall would collapse with a crash, and her hand wouldn't even touch the wall. Her mysterious abilities were highly recognized even by the usually arrogant Ludwig, so much so that Ludwig could entrust her safety to her without fear, even when surrounded by dozens of armed thugs. The twilight of the setting sun dispelled the shadows around them once more, and they returned outside. The hidden side room behind this wall also collapsed under the powerful bombardment. The hemophiliac leader sat inside, his electronic devices completely smashed by bricks. He was unharmed, but stared blankly as the two men walked past him. I have absolutely no interest in your blood. She gave a wicked smile. But my mate has just done some strenuous exercise and needs to drink some blood to replenish her strength. Right, Coco? Ruokik, standing to the side, looked rather pale. She glanced at the little leader, whose face was ashen with fright, snorted, and went home with Ludwig without turning her head. The so-called arrogance that people refer to among vampires must be something like this. On the way, noticing that Ruokik's steps were a little unsteady, Ludwig asked with concern. After such a fierce battle, Coco clearly needs to replenish her blood immediately. I'd rather drink a blood plasma bag than drink the blood of that scum, miss. Hihi, you can drink my blood too. Is that so? Then, miss, I shall accept your offer. I will do it now. Hey, Coco, wait. I was just kidding, boo-hoo. Chapter 20 seems to be all about villains. Ludwig yawned as she dialed Tor's number at midday in Shijukawa City. Ugh, I'm so sleepy. She was still muttering sleepily as she waited for the call to connect. On this bright and sunny day, most of the vampires in Chongchuan City, including Ruokik, are still asleep. Due to the time difference, the Vampire Council in Europe is currently in the dark, which is their shift time. But don't assume that Ludwig woke up at this moment and called the Vampire Council out of basic courtesy and respect, because she wasn't even thinking about that. I wonder how many fans I'll lose when I announce to them that I'll be broadcasting every 3 days from now on. But there's nothing I can do about it. This guy's basic thought process is to only take urgent, pressing matters seriously. But she did indeed wake up in worry because of a pressing problem. I'm so hungry, let's go to the fridge and find some fresh blood milk to drink. It's simply because of this very real and reasonable reason. It wasn't because they couldn't find any initial clues about the vampire queen that they were in such a hurry. Beep. Drop. Your Highness Ludwig. Torre spoke first on the other end of the phone. It's me. Gulp. Ludwig took a swig of pink milk and responded somewhat indistinctly. Hey, can you provide any clues? Everyone says they need to bring me into the royal family before they can tell me the details of the queen's disappearance. Although I've refused for now, you can't just leave me with absolutely no clues. I need information. Information? At least tell me what the vampire queen looks like. I don't even know where to look for her. What kind of client is this? Ludwig huffed and puffed out a barrage of questions. At first, Tor tried to brush her off with a few words, but after Ludwig threw out her next sentence, Tor stopped trying to evade her. You won't even give me a single clue. Could it be that you're actually disloyal to your queen and would love for me to become a puppet queen? This was a serious charge of treason that was hard to accept, and Torre had long heard of the young lady's eloquence from Ruok Kao. Her words startled Torre quite a bit. After repeated discussions with members of parliament, Torre finally sent her email with the limited clues that parliament could provide. Humph. Ludwig took a bite of the bloody, fresh bread before opening the folder they had sent her on her computer. Torre said on the phone, Alas, Your Highness, I am so sorry. This is all the clues we can offer you. He then hung up the phone. What Ludwig saw were the files of 2 missing persons, without even a photo on the cover. Ludwig glanced at the information. Their hair was one blonde and one black, neither of which matched the description in vampire lore that the vampire queen is a petite girl with knee-length silver hair, who is always cold-faced but very dignified. Aside from the hairstyle, which seems to be similar to mine, I have absolutely nothing in common with this queen. Could it be that the council is actually choosing the queen based on her hairstyle? Ludwig once complained to Coco about this. As for the matter of photographs, Torre had said that for some unspeakable reasons, the council could not provide Ludwig with photographs of the queen, and could only provide a general description of her appearance, and since the 2 confidants had not left any photographs recently, Torre could only provide Ludwig with photographs from a few years ago. The folder sent by the parliament contained photos and other relevant information about the 2 girls. They were her trusted confidants who disappeared along with the vampire queen, and her closest relatives who had been inseparable from her since her return to the throne. Their disappearance has undoubtedly brought many of the council's affairs to a standstill. If you are looking for a starting point in this disappearance case, there is no better case than these 2. Ludwig's mind was filled with the words Torre had just spoken, so she began to read the brief information about the 2 girls. In the photo of the first missing person, she still looks very young, with an innocent smile on her face. The girl has shoulder-length, smooth black hair, and the black in her eyes and her rounded earlobes indicate that she is human. Humans? How could there be humans among the higher UPS of the vampire clan? Ludwig looked down. Name, Yeli. Gender, female. Age, confidential. Height, confidential. Identity, confidential. Tor's note, at her own request, all her information is classified as top secret. This old photograph and her name are the only information that can be made public. She gave a clear order if necessary. Her name and this photograph may be released. Please read the other person's profile. If you have already read it, please ignore this. Ludwig almost choked on her bread. Are you kidding me? Don't tell me the other person's information is the same. Click. Ludwig clicked on the profile of another blonde girl. The girl wore a subtle, enigmatic smile. She had beautiful, waist-length blonde curls, the ends of which were barely visible in this half-body photo. Undoubtedly, she was a stunningly beautiful young woman. Ludwig exclaimed approvingly, so beautiful? I wonder what her blood tastes like. Unlike the previous one, this blonde girl had bloodshot eyes and pointed ears, clearly a vampire. Although she appeared to be around 16 years old, her actual age was another matter entirely. She wore a regal purple gown adorned with black lace, the expensive fabric of which was engraved with prestigious patterns reserved for vampire royalty. The silk emblem adorning her choker further emphasized her superior status. Who could she be? Ludwig opened her profile. Name, Yang Lingzi. Gender, female. Age, confidential. Height, 164 centimeters. Identity, vampire princess/regent. Tor's note, her relationship with the vampire queen is as you can see. Because the queen lacks experience in managing a large number of vampires and knows very little about this modern world, Her Majesty the Princess, second only to the queen in the vampire hierarchy, has acted as regent, becoming the de facto leader of our vampire council. Well, Ludwig gulped down the whole piece of bread. This looks suspicious no matter how you look at it. This beautiful regent has been acting as regent, and then the queen and she both disappeared. In the traditional plot, the next step should be to overthrow the queen and take the throne herself. She stared at Ruokik with dead fish eyes. Then someone like me, captured by the queen's loyal minister and made a scapegoat for her, becomes her next target for assassination. If Coco was startled, she would pinch her cheek and scold her. Young miss, you really dare to say that? Presuming guilt is extremely impolite. Her Majesty the Princess is highly respected. Please don't blame her without knowing anything about her. Oh, I know. Ludwig casually flipped through the documents and sent them to her phone. Alright, Coco, we're going on a long trip now. Where to go? Go to the southern port city of Bailing. Ludwig's chosen destination was the former residence of the vampire queen and princess, where they lived for several years before moving back to the council's headquarters, Mona Castle. Although the vampire council had already searched the place, Ludwig's intuition told her that there were definitely some undiscovered secrets hidden there. At this moment, somewhere, in a dark room unknown to anyone, a person sits upright on an elegant Western-style wooden chair. She wore a long purple dress and black silk stockings. Golden curls and tassels from her hair ornaments cascaded down her shoulders. Ugh, she sighed softly. Was it really too early after all? Beside her seat, in the pitch-black darkness, a petite girl sat quietly, motionless. The petite girl had silver hair that drooped lifelessly beside the armrest of the chair, and the small crown that was faintly visible on her head seemed to have lost its original dazzling brilliance. Looking at her, the blonde girl couldn't help but shed sad tears from her bright red eyes. I warned you before, but you just wouldn't listen. Look, all of this has made you like this. She took the silver-haired girl's hand, but the girl offered no resistance. She leaned forward, resting beside the girl, and gently stroked her cheek, but the girl remained silent. The thick darkness began to dissipate slightly. The silver-haired girl's stunning beauty is captivating at any time, but her eyes had long since lost all their sparkle. Okay, don't be sad anymore. The blonde girl spoke comforting words as if she didn't see him, but the petite girl didn't respond at all. Suddenly, the blonde girl wiped away her tears and gave a strange smile. Yes. I'll go find it, and do this and that, and that and that. It will surely make you happy again. She stood up from beside the silver-haired girl and gently lowered her icy hand. I'll be right back. Wait for me here. The blonde girl smiled gently. But now, you're not going anywhere, are you? Her eyes reflected the beautiful silver-haired girl. The former vampire queen now sits quietly in the darkness, her lifeless eyes staring blankly at something, motionless. I'll be right back to be with you, sorry. My one and only, my vampire queen. My queen Syriot. Even though the blonde girl had left, the petite silver-haired girl still sat there quietly, her lifeless eyes silently staring at the empty space in front of her. Chapter 21 The Vampire Dark Zone. We've arrived, young lady. Now, let me introduce to you the Vampire Clan's exclusive patent, the Vampire Clan's Underground Dark Zone and Teleportation Network. Coco, beaming with pride, led Ludwig into the entrance of an old subway station leading underground. In order to unify the vampires scattered around the world and improve the efficiency of vampire management, the Vampire Council has spent several years acquiring abandoned underground facilities in hundreds of cities around the world, including sewers, old tunnels, civil defense projects, and even crematoriums. These purchased abandoned underground facilities have been completely transformed into communities and residences for vampires across the country, provided by the Council. They have been given a new name, the Vampire Underground Dark Zone, or simply the Dark Zone. Under the dim lighting, the city's architecture and decor blend modern elements with classic Gothic style. It is said that Her Majesty the Princess planned the renovation of all the dark areas according to the preferences of the Vampire Queen, so that the Vampire Queen could feel at home when she toured the world. Whether it's the embedded signs and various shops on both sides of the road, or the large number of vampires walking on the road, everything is significantly different from ordinary human towns. This dark yet clean and elegant underground streetscape exudes an eerie feeling. Even without restrictions on human access, ordinary people would probably feel uncomfortable walking here. But for vampires, the Dark Zone is one of the few places that can give them a sense of warmth and familiarity. For the sake of human safety, all dark zones are not open to humans. The dark zones are equipped with a complete food supply, medical system, and limited but safe housing environment for vampires. Ludwig acted like she'd never seen the world before, pulling Ruok along to look at this and that, constantly asking Ruok to introduce it to her. Since the dark zone has only existed for a few years, and Ruok usually goes out to buy daily necessities, it is no surprise that Ludwig, who knows nothing about the dark zone, listens to Ruok's introduction with great interest. So Coco, how about we move here too? There's no sun when we go out, and we don't have to put up with human stares. Everyone here is a friendly vampire. Apart from the slightly weird smell, it's practically an utopia. You're talking nonsense again. Your beautiful two-story villa with a garden and backyard would have been hung from a street lamp by the citizens of Chongchuan 100 years ago. The Dark Zone's residential area is for homeless vampires, and I strongly advise against elite vampires like you competing with them. Oh, an elite vampire? Hehe. So actually I'm pretty powerful. Ludwig had a smug look on her face, as if she had only heard those 4 words. All right, miss, this way? If Coco held her forward, she would pull her forward. Next, I will introduce you to the Vampire's Teleportation Network. Most vampires entering the Dark Zone head in this direction because a teleportation hall lies ahead. From here, one can travel to the Vampire's Teleportation Hub in an unknown location. It is a massive transit station from which vampires can travel to any vampire underground territories in the world. The teleportation hub was built at great expense by the Vampire Council, and all satellite signals are blocked inside. For the safety of the vampires, they have perfectly concealed the location of the teleportation hub. Human researchers can only confirm that this mysterious teleportation hub is at least located on Earth. Humanity desperately wanted this teleportation technology, but the Vampire Council simply showed it to human scientists. This thing can only teleport vampires. You guys who don't know magic won't get anywhere with it. And indeed, that was the case, so humanity readily gave up on investigating the mysterious teleportation hub. While they managed to keep the virtuous away, they still had to guard against the wicked. Its location remains an unsolved mystery. Its core principle is the vampire summoning circle used by the Supreme Vampire Queen. When talking about the Vampire Queen, Coco's expression was full of admiration. Her Majesty the Queen created many practical vampire spells and taught them to us vampires. The summoning circle is one of her most representative spells. No matter when or where, she can summon all the vampires under her royal authority who can hear her voice to her through the summoning circle. Despite the great limitations of summoning circles, with the assistance of Her Majesty the Princess, Her Majesty the Queen's summoning circle magic was improved and uniformly named teleportation circle magic. Only then were we able to build a vast teleportation network under the operation of the magical structure. It also has a magical effect. Only those who have no intention of rebelling against the Queen can use it without being rejected by the teleportation array, Ruo Keek said. Ludwig pouted. Then I can definitely use it. I've never even seen the Queen, how could I possibly plot against her? Besides, how could she know what I'm thinking? Coco said, this is an inherent effect of the summoning circle magic, miss. No matter how it's improved, it's still the vampire magic used by Her Majesty the Queen. The authority of the Vampire Queen is inviolable by all vampires, so her magic will also have similar effects. Ludwig tilted her head. You mean, the Queen's power that makes all vampires unable to resist her, allows them to hear her voice, and controls their minds, ensuring their loyalty to her. If Coco nodded, then her expression became somewhat forlorn. I haven't heard her voice since Her Majesty the Queen disappeared a year ago. Her Majesty's will is always connected to the hearts of our vampires. Although we cannot hear her thoughts, she can hear the thoughts of every vampire. This connection is one-sided. She can directly convey her will to every vampire and command the hearts of every vampire. When we are lost, Her Majesty the Queen will guide us. When we are afraid, Her Majesty the Queen's boundless will envelopes our hearts, making us no longer afraid. She's gone, and our hearts are no longer protected by her will. Ruo Keek looked dejected. So, it's not just for the council, but also for the entire vampire clan. If Coco raises her head, young miss, you must find the Vampire Queen. Upon hearing this, Ludwig pouted. Humph, Coco is always saying nice things about the Queen. Does she think I'm not good enough to you? No, Ruo Keek shook her head repeatedly. Actually, I've met quite a few vampires over the years, and I've known for a long time about the influence of the Queen's power on the entire vampire race. But about this point, I think I've talked to Coco about it several times. Ludwig looked into Coco's eyes. I don't know why, but I've never heard the Vampire Queen's voice, nor have I ever felt her will. So I am completely unfamiliar with that Queen. Even her disappearance didn't bother me much before you found me. Could my lack of susceptibility to the Queen's power be related to the reason I was chosen as the successor? Ruo Keek paused for a moment, then sighed softly. Young miss, you just tend to overthink things. I've already told the Vampire Council about your situation, but they haven't shown any particular reaction. Ludwig remained non-committal. All right. But she changed the subject. Coco, since we're just traveling and have nothing else to do, tell me the story of the Vampire Queen. Huh? The Vampire Queen. Ludwig wrapped her arms around her and nodded with a smile. Whether you are her subject, the Crown Prince, or a mediator, whatever your role, you should at least know something about her. I really know nothing about her. Ruo Keek looked rather troubled. Young miss, I've only been in the Vampire Council for 5 short years. If we're talking about introducing the Vampire Queen, perhaps Professor Torre is. No, I want Coco to tell me. Alright. Although I'm not good at storytelling, I'll still briefly tell you about what I saw and heard about her in the council. Chapter 22 Millennium. When Coco woke up in Mona Castle, the only people around her, besides the vampire doctors in black robes, were Yasin Torre. He held the girl's hand tightly, his trembling hands unable to conceal his excitement. Child, we're so sorry, we're so sorry. Can you still speak? If Coco opens her mouth, she can still make sounds, organize her thoughts, and speak. My name is Ruo Keek. She didn't know why she was called that, but in her subconscious, it was an undeniable fact. The blonde man in front of the girl, whose temples were gray but whose face looked very young, gently bent down and stroked her hair. You said you couldn't remember anything except this name. So from today onwards, you are one of us. Forgetting is not necessarily a bad thing. Let's just live carefree as vampires for now. Under Tor's tutelage and training, the girl named Ruo Keek studied diligently and practiced assiduously. In just a few years, she gained the ability to protect herself and others. She spent 3 peaceful and tranquil years in the castle. To protect her, Torre trained her to be an excellent combat maid. Because as a mere servant, she had no need to be involved in the political struggles of the vampire elite. Despite her exceptional skills, Torre, who doted on her, never allowed her to participate in any battle. Ruo Keek, who also enjoys her work as a maid, is as docile as a trained hunting dog. Without orders from others, she would never make any demands or have any ideas that violate the duties of a maid. But whenever Torre looked at her back, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Is this really the life she wants? The girl had lived as a human for over a decade. Having completely lost her memory, she was transformed into someone else in just a few short years. From her body and mind to her memories, she became the excellent and outstanding maid, Ruok. Torre blamed himself. If one day she regains her memories, perhaps the girl who has always held him in the highest esteem as her teacher and obeyed him obediently will then. Ugh. Torre sighed softly, he really didn't know how to cherish her. One day later, Torre told Rococo, "Now, you are the queen's personal maid. The vampire queen has returned." That day, she returned to Mona Castle with two inseparable confidants. Although the vampire queen walked ahead of her two confidants, her petite stature was still undeniable. Her silver hair flowed down to her knees, and she wore a gorgeous red and black dress. The deep, cold gaze in his crimson eyes was enough to overwhelm the will of any vampire. The vampire queen sat gently on the throne, which was kept impeccably clean by Ruokik every day. Since she had ordered the council not to come to greet her, the only people in the throne room besides the three of them were Rococo. "See Her Majesty the Queen." Coco's body trembled slightly, because being so close to the queen, no vampire could remain calm in her presence. "Are you, sent by Yasin? I, the queen, have never seen you before." Just as Coco was about to apologize to the queen in great shock, the princess beside the queen smiled at her. "Hello, little maid. Don't be afraid, Her Majesty is very pleased. She needs a personal maid to serve her. Now that she's back in the castle, it's only natural that she should be provided with a new personal maid." The princess glanced at the queen beside her and said to Ruokik with a smile, "Look," she agreed. But what Ruok dared not ask, nor dared she think about in detail, was, "Her Majesty the Queen's expression is often cold and aloof. How does Her Majesty the Princess know what she is thinking?" From then on, Coco's days of serving the Queen passed by uneventfully. "Your Majesty, it's time for your meal." If Coco found her in the great library, she was engrossed in reading a forbidden book that only she was allowed to access. The vampire queen flicked her hand, and the book closed itself, flying back to its original position at the top of the bookshelf. "Let's go, maid." The vampire queen looked up at her, and Ruokik shuddered. "Why are you so afraid?" the queen asked softly. "Me." Ruokik avoided her gaze, but before she knew it, the queen's will, following her icy gaze, invaded Ruokik's mind. "Your Majesty, you seem too aloof, as if you want to keep strangers at bay. As your personal maid, I don't know if my service has satisfied you, or if it has angered you." After Coco unconsciously uttered these very offensive words, she hurriedly covered her mouth. She was sweating profusely, her head bowed, nervously clutching her skirt, awaiting Her Majesty the Queen's wrath. Unexpectedly, the petite queen walked up to her and looked up at the maid who was half a head taller than her. "Sorry, did I scare you?" She changed her tone from cold and imposing to gently taking her hand and stroking the back of it. "I can hear the voices of my vampire people, but you cannot hear mine. So you don't know that my posture is only deliberate. Only by being as cold as frost and as majestic as steel can I maintain my dignity before my people. I once refused to listen to the wishes of my people and used all my power as queen to stubbornly ensure the survival of my vampire people." The queen sighed softly. "But facts have proven that such a rule could not bring happiness to the vampire people. Although I am not the same as I used to be, the Queen's Majesty must remain unchanged. This is the attitude a king must have." The silver-haired vampire queen took her hand and walked arrogantly and gracefully out of the library. From that day on, Coco saw another side of the vampire queen. In private moments when no one is around, if Coco helps her change clothes, bathe, and groom herself, the vampire queen will also chat with her in a friendly manner about many topics that she only vaguely understands. Sometimes, when she encountered other princesses bathing at the same bathhouse, the princess would often smile and say, "Your Majesty, you are actually very easy to talk to." Actually, the reason she insists on acting so cold and intimidating in public is because, given her height, usually, in the next instant, Her Majesty the Princess would be kicked out by Her Majesty the Queen. It was only at this moment, with Her Majesty the Queen's sudden and intense pressure, that Ruokik truly understood why the vampire queen was the vampire queen. This period lasted for nearly 2 years. That evening, Ruok was changing the vampire queen's nightgown. Since there were no mirrors in the queen's dressing room, all her grooming and dressing was handled entirely by Coco without the queen's interference. Nevertheless, Coco's excellent dressing skills always earned her the queen's praise. "My maid." The vampire queen's voice was only so melodious and slightly childlike in private. "Eternity is so close, but for weak humans, it is so far away." The queen gently stroked the silver hair hanging from her collarbone and pushed it aside. 1500 years cannot leave a mark on this queen. Though I no longer yearn for what I have lost, when will the long night finally break? Coco said, completely bewildered. "Your Majesty, I don't understand what you mean." The vampire queen lay in her usual dark coffin, looking at Ruokik with a slight smile. "It's okay. I am just a little tired." She held her ever-present teddy bear in her arms, and in her deep, bright red eyes, only the tenderness that should remain was, "It's time to rest. Close the coffin lid for me, my maid." As usual. The next day, Ruok was awakened by the shouts and footsteps that rose and fell in the parliament. Because the boundless will that protected the vampires has vanished into thin air. After that day, Coco never saw the vampire queen again. Chapter 23 Lots of doubts. Without the queen, what do we have left? A pessimistic member of parliament wept bitterly in despair. This time is different from 500 years ago. We can't find a single trace of her in this world. It's as if she has already. Torre looked around at the council members who were on the verge of collapse, and slammed his fist on the table. You still have the nerve to mention the 500 years since you lost her. His anger erupted. 500 years ago, even without her, you all maintained your connections and survived to this day, until her return and the reorganization of the council. 500 years later, we briefly welcomed her back, only to lose her again. But what's wrong with you all this time? How could you be so pathetic? Are you all so helpless simply because she left without leaving any instructions or orders and disappeared completely this time? Torre produced a document. Let me tell you. In fact, she did leave a decree, but it was a succession bill that was written at my request and with Her Majesty's permission at the very beginning of the establishment of Parliament 1,000 years ago. Torre slammed the document heavily on the conference table. As the chief speaker of you lot for 1,000 years, I command all of you here today to immediately, according to this law that was established 1,000 years ago, find a suitable candidate to inherit the throne, and use all our financial, material, and human resources to find our queen. At all costs. My maid, close the coffin for me, Ludwig said to Coco with feigned indifference. Did I imitate it well? Coco gave her a light tap on the forehead. Miss, why are you always worrying about this? Ludwig looked jealous. It's all because Coco described it so vividly. It turns out that before Coco served me, she really was the queen's personal maid. Humph, of course. The skills I use to serve you in dressing and grooming are the result of intensive training I received to serve the queen, Ruo Keek said with a hint of pride. Oh, so even the queen isn't treated like this. Ludwig stuck out her tongue. Unexpectedly, the queen is actually a lovely young girl in private. She even likes teddy bears, which is quite surprising. Ludwig couldn't help but sigh. So, the queen's disappearance is very mysterious and a great blow to you. From what I've heard, she's just not good at listening to the people's opinions, but she is actually a queen whom everyone respects. Ruo Keek replied dejectedly. Ludwig patted her hair. All right, we've arrived in Bailing City. Let's end the story time here. Even if it's just for Coco, I must find this queen who left without saying goodbye. The silver-haired girl put her hands on her hips. Then I asked her face-to-face why she flirted with Coco and then ran away, saying it was irresponsible. Finally, I announced to her face-to-face that Coco belonged to me. Pfft. Ruo Keek, who was initially feeling down because of the heavy topic, couldn't help but laugh, amused by the young lady who was talking nonsense with a straight face. Although serving the vampire queen is a rare experience and a memorable memory, her current journey with this dimwit young lady is what she should be most concerned about. She can't do without me. Ruo Keek sighed and followed steadily behind her with her hopping steps, stepping onto the land of Bailing City. Bailing is an ancient southern port city, not large in size, and divided into east and west sections by the rivers that flow into the sea. The East District is filled with high-rise buildings due to economic development, while the West District, separated by a river, still retains its old-fashioned appearance from the last century. Ludwig's destination is located in the older and stagnant West District. Because this is a relatively open port city with a large flow of people, Ludwig and Rococo, the two vampire girls, did not attract much attention from passers-by. Most people in Bailing City were used to such sights. Hoo-ha. Ludwig took a deep breath. The air here smells really good. It's much better than that stuffy place like Shichikawa City. Passing through the low and continuous old houses in the Western District, and following the mountain road to the suburbs a few kilometers away, you can see an old Western-style building nestled in the woods by the roadside. Upon closer inspection, the entrance to the Western-style building was covered in dust, and much of the wall had peeled away due to weathering. Ludwig studied her for a moment. This is the former residence of the Queen, where she once lived with the Vampire Queen. Although it's not exactly ordinary, it's surprisingly simple. Would a dignified vampire queen really live in such a remote place for several years? Perhaps their relationship cannot be measured by material possessions, Ruo Keek said. The spare key is buried under the third tree to the right of the main gate. Following the instructions obtained from calling Torre, they found the spare key left there by the council scouts in case of emergency. The two pushed open the door and entered the house, raising a cloud of dust that filled their nostrils. No one has set foot here for a long time. Torre told Ludwig that although the vampire scouts had already searched the place, they dared not show the slightest disrespect to the queen's residence. After the search, they left it exactly as it was when the queen and her confidants left it. After searching for a while, the two reunited in the living room. Miss, this place is very clean and tidy, and there is nothing unusual about it. Coco came out of the kitchen and told Ludwig the results of her search. There were no spoiled fresh ingredients in the kitchen cupboard, only packaged seasonings and ingredients. But they were well past their expiration dates of 1 or 2 years. The living room was also clean and tidy, which means that they were prepared to leave for a while when they left. Ludwig stroked her chin. Is that really true? Look at the shoe cabinet, Coco. There isn't a single pair of shoes missing, it's packed full. Girls' shoes are never very durable. If they're planning a long trip, why don't they bring a few extra pairs? If you don't think this is strange, if it can be explained then look over here, Coco. Ludwig then led Ruok to inspect the supplies stored at home. Not only were the tissue packs unopened, but the wardrobe in the walk-in closet overflowing with clothes pointed to a strange fact. On the surface, it seems like they left because they were moving back to Mona Castle, but they never took any of their personal belongings that were stored here. In the dim light, Ludwig's eyes gleamed with a blood-red glow. Coco gasped. Young miss, do you mean, they don't actually live here? If they did live here, they would surely take their clothes and daily necessities with them when they went on a long trip. No, Coco. Ludwig shook her head. They did live here. But, with the passage of time, it has faded so much that it no longer looks like anyone ever lived here. Ludwig walked towards the room on the second floor. They haven't lived here for a long time. It wasn't just 2 years ago when they moved to the vampire castle, but at least 3 or 4 years ago. They left. Traces of life can be faked, but the essence of life cannot. This place has been disguised as a place where people have always lived for at least a long time. As time goes by, such disguise will only become more and more hollow, and will be full of loopholes in the details. Therefore, there was at least a 1 to 2 year gap between the Queen's return to the castle and her departure from this mansion. During this period, we don't know where they went, but it's definitely impossible for them to have lived here. Even though vampires are used to darkness and cold, Ludwig's words sent a chill down Rico's spine. So, miss, in your opinion, their disappearance over the past year or two might be the key to understanding the truth behind the Queen's disappearance. Perhaps the Vampire Council knows about it. Ludwig puffed out her cheeks. Humph, your good teacher Torre won't tell me these important clues. He insists that he won't tell me until I'm crowned crown prince or even crowned queen. I'm not going to give in to him. This is a matter of a mediator's professional dignity. Ludwig stopped at the door of the room on the left side of the second floor and pushed open the wooden door. This is her room. If Coco looked at the wooden sign hanging on the door, there was a line of words written on it in delicate handwriting. Lingzi's room. She murmured the words aloud and exclaimed in surprise. Young miss, you still have doubts after all. Ludwig turned around with a smile. Don't forget, Coco, this mansion doesn't belong to the Vampire Queen. The limited information provided by the council clearly states that the owner of this mansion is the vampire princess, Yang Lingzi. The role that His Majesty the Prince, who also disappeared, played in the Queen's disappearance remains a mystery. All the clues make it hard for me not to think in that direction. She fumbled around for a while and then turned on the light. The vampire scouts will not conduct a thorough search of the living quarters because they dare not offend His Majesty, but I will not mind offending him. Ludwig said. What clues might you give in your room? The silver-haired girl surveyed the room and gave a cold snort. Don't let me find out, Miss Mastermind. Chapter 24 Hidden Secret. This girl's dormitory has been preserved almost exactly as it was when its owner left. The dusty desk and bed sheets silently speak of their loneliness. But the astute Ludwig noticed that many of the everyday items, decorations, and small pieces of furniture placed here were placed on top of the existing furniture. For example, her modern dressing table was out of place with the surrounding antique furniture, and it hadn't been used for very long. It looks like she moved in later, and there was someone else before her. But the records say this has always been His Majesty the Prince's room, Ruo Keek said. Ludwig scratched her head. There have been 2 completely different lifestyles in this room. If it has always been her, it's like she's a completely different person. Even if it's a fake, it wouldn't be faked so clumsily. They were completely baffled by this boudoir, and after searching around, they still couldn't find any noteworthy clues. Just before Ludwig was about to lose patience, her eyes lit up. Hey, what is this? She noticed something was off about the space in the desk drawer. She pulled the whole drawer out, and sure enough, she found a hidden compartment at the very back. To Ludwig's further surprise, the mechanism in this interlayer was covered with far more dust than other areas. Coco leaned closer and said, Miss, it seems the vampire scouts haven't discovered this secret. Ludwig remained non-committal. That's not right. I suspect that the elite vampire scouts wouldn't have missed this place. It's not that they didn't notice it, but rather that they were bound by outdated ideas and dared not venture too far into Her Majesty's residence. Ludwig said with a hint of sarcasm. Otherwise, how come His Majesty's wardrobe didn't even show any signs of being rummaged through, especially those inner? Coco coughed lightly twice. I guess it's probably because the scouts are mostly men. Even if the target isn't a princess, the scouts would probably be too embarrassed to rummage through a young girl's wardrobe. Ludwig pulled out a hidden compartment, inside which was a diary with a leather cover. The cover had the character Yang written on it. Just as they were excitedly flipping through the diary, a blow extinguished their hopes. The diary has been mostly torn out, with only a few fragments remaining. How could this happen? Ruo Keek said. You have a guilty conscience, that's why you destroy your diary. The consequence of not being able to destroy your diary is that someone will strip you bare, Ludwig said. But since it is a hidden secret diary, the things recorded in it, even just a few words, might become the key to solving the case. Ludwig and Ruok flipped through the diary. Only the corner pages of the book still showed traces of writing, indicating that whoever destroyed it did so in a hurry. Given that the scouts had searched the place that the king himself had destroyed. September 1st, sunny. The great pandemic has been over for more than a month now. She gave Hilly a new doll, and she was not heartbroken. February 26th, cloudy. She said she wanted to go back to the castle, the queen. But she'd already lived 4 years, she should get more used to modern life. After all, she once said that she didn't actually dislike school life. Whatever happens, take it slow. After all, we have an unlimited amount of time. 2-month 29 day. I have this body. I'm becoming less and less like. Everything about this body is now gone. To dare, resist, and seize the body, how foolish. Thankfully, my preparation is ready to charge. 3-month 9 day. I miss you so much, Lance. But not now, it's not the right time. 9-month 13 day. The plan is going very smoothly. She'll never know what kind of surprise I've prepared for her. Let's agree to return to the castle for now. It might be worthwhile to play along. Heh, I'll make her forever. I miss you so much. News. Wait for me. What is this diary about? Ludwig was completely confused. Although I didn't quite understand these torn pages, she must be plotting something. I knew she was definitely up to something. Young miss. Besides this, there's another word that's been mentioned repeatedly in the diary, Ruokik said. Ludwig points to a certain line. You mean this, what news? The only thing that would have a similar name is. The two said it in unison. Longinus. This is one of the 12 sacred artifacts of the church. Although the two had seen one of the 12 sacred artifacts called Wandering Sword not long ago, the name Longinus was still very familiar to them. After all, it is one of the most powerful of the 12 sacred artifacts, the 4 sacred relics, and its reputation as the Spear of Longinus is known to all. Compared to it, the Sword of Wandering doesn't even rank. Ludwig shook her head. Why would a vampire princess keep mentioning that thing? No, it must be something else. But young lady, have you forgotten? Our vampire clan is not entirely unrelated to it, Ruokik said. And you probably don't know that it was actually returned to the church by the Vampire Council. Huh? There's such a thing. Yes. The Vampire Queen defeated the culprit behind the Great Plague, the Pope. The Spear of Longinus, used to defeat the Pope, was returned to the church as a symbol of reconciliation. To this day, the Council, together with humanity, still temporarily oversees the crumbling church to prevent it from causing trouble again. Yes, now that you mention it, it wouldn't be surprising if she really is after the Spear of Longinus. Ludwig lowered her head in thought. Coco, where is the Spear of Longinus? Coco shrugged. Miss, don't even think about it. Ordinary people like us can't see it. Although it was returned to the church a few years ago, like other sacred artifacts, it's only exhibited to the public once every 5 years. There's still a long time until its next exhibition. Coco quickly took out her phone. 1 week. She confirmed the fact. That's right, miss, 1 week. Ludwig gently placed the nearly discarded diary back into its place. Then our next destination is obvious. She closed her eyes and mentally pieced together the fragmented clues. Coco, do you know anything else about the Spear of Longinus? Reporting to Miss. As far as I know, the Spear of Longinus once accompanied the Vampire Queen and was wielded by a knight personally appointed by her. However, that knight disappeared long ago after defeating the Pope. I'm afraid it's inextricably linked to this princess. Ludwig tilted her head. If I were someone who wanted the Spear of Longinus, I would naturally acquire it at the exhibition as it approached its opening. After all, although the church is in decline and weakened, its usual heavy protection of sacred artifacts is not a barrier that ordinary people can easily break through. The exhibition is undoubtedly the easiest time to acquire them. We have no other clues right now, so let's go and pay our respects to those sacred artifacts that cleanse darkness and sweep away filth. If Coco were to perform a skirt-lifting gesture to her. As you command, young lady. Chapter 25 Group. The North Pacific Ocean is scenic, stretching as far as the eye can see, yet empty. There are no islands worth mentioning here. As long as you are a little far from the mainland, to put it nicely, it's just a vast ocean, and even ships and passenger planes don't bother to pass by here. When traveling between bustling ports on the Eurasian and American continents, the North Pacific is always an insignificant area. This is because the North Pacific perfectly avoids the shortest straight-line routes to and from all these major ports. Only a few international flights take this shortcut. But in this desolate ocean, about 1,000 kilometers east of Hokkaido Island in Japan, there is an artificial island. Located where warm ocean currents flow and avoiding the continental collision zone prone to frequent earthquakes, it enjoys a spring-like climate year-round, filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. It has a rather irregular shape, but its longest diameter, from east to west and north to south, is no more than 100 square kilometers. The island is equipped with a well-equipped airport and port, and in addition to the bustling technology industrial parks around it, a towering building stands out in the very center of the island. It is the integration center of the group, the core of the ruling power of the Spire Group, an oligarchic tycoon that spans all continents and enjoys a global reputation. This entire island is a symbol of this vast commercial empire. From the very beginning of the Spire Corporation's rise, they have harbored a deep distrust of any government. Decades ago, with the approval of the United Human Council, the Spire Corporation moved its headquarters from New York to this artificial island, which they funded and built. After decades of expansion and management, they have transformed it into the heart of a commercial empire. Those who can enter and leave this group island include not only the elite of the elite, heads of state, and high-ranking members of the group, but also a young man. Capillus Spire, the young president of the Spire Group. Without a doubt, he is a prominent figure who should be celebrated in any era. Several years ago, Norris Spire, who had controlled the group for over 30 years, passed away. His second son, Kapilisan, in his early 20s, succeeded his deceased eldest son and became the new manager of the group. He demonstrated exceptional management talent, transforming his father's domineering management style by actively collaborating with various parties, innovating, and improving the lives of people worldwide. In the years following Kapilisan's appointment as president, the Spire Group's reputation soared. Kapilisan Spire was also regarded as a world-renowned philanthropist and Confucian businessman. At the top floor of the group's integrated center, there stands an extremely luxurious modern manor. At the edge of the courtyard of this sky estate, the entire island can be seen through the spacious and bright floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing successive presidents to overlook the empire they built. Kapilisan Spire is no exception. He stood with his left hand behind his back in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his right hand gently stroking the handle of his silver cane. How many times have I told you, Tokugawa? He glanced sideways at the red wine on the table, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. Take this bottle of 1982 Lafite away. It should be converted into commercial value for the group, not left here for me to drink. All right, Butler Tokugawa. I'm already very disappointed in you. You'll report to the Tokyo branch tomorrow. I've arranged some new work for you. It's your hometown, so I'm sure you're very familiar with it and the new job will be a piece of cake for you. The butler left the room with a pale face, and at that moment an intelligence agent walked in. Upon seeing the newcomer, he quickly concealed the fierce glint in his eyes. Ah, Zhang, did you find anything? The intelligence officer respectfully handed over the documents. These are almost all the information I have gathered with all my might about the Vampire Queen. Spire held it in his hand and weighed it in his hand. Is it really that thin? The intelligence officer replied, yes, Mr. President. Because the camera equipment couldn't capture her image, no photos of the Queen exist, only vague descriptions of her appearance from eyewitnesses. She has always lived a secluded life, and in the few years since returning to the vampire clan, she has basically never appeared, making it impossible to investigate her. Moreover, the historical records kept by the church over the past 1,000 years have been heavily distorted and biased, offering virtually no reference value. While the intelligence officers were reporting on their work, Spire was also looking through documents and files. SPYR smiled with satisfaction. No, old Zhang, you've found something very valuable. Spire pointed to a spot in the document where it read, the Spear of Long Inus, one of the 12 sacred relics, participated in the battle between the Vampire Queen and the fallen Pope. Given the vampire's blind and fanatical worship of the Queen, there is reason to believe that it holds some extraordinary significance for them. The Vampire Council and the Church reached an agreement to return the Spear of Long Inus and make peace under the mediation of the Human Union Council. However, given that the Holy Spear was broken into 3 pieces in the fierce battle with the Pope, and the vampires were forced to return it, no one can guarantee that neither the vampires nor the Church will hold a grudge over this matter. This holy lance will be exhibited in Florence, Italy, in a few days, along with some other sacred artifacts. If no one cares about it, I certainly wouldn't believe it. Spire sneered and tapped the end of his cane lightly on the ground twice. This is an opportunity to observe the vampires. If I can get some useful clues, it will undoubtedly be of great help in formulating my subsequent plans. Zhang, from today onwards you will be my steward. You no longer need to do the intelligence gathering. Pass the word down, tell the airport to prepare my private jet, and tell them I'm going to Italy now, to discuss business. The intelligence officer surnamed Zhang, his face ashen, accepted the order and left the room. Because President Spire replaces a butler about every month, and the butlers who are replaced always meet a rather unpleasant end. Many within the group believed that this was due to the Spire Group's strict requirements for butlers, and therefore did not find anything wrong with this Confucian businessman president's domineering attitude and frequent changes of butlers. In fact, some employees even considered becoming his butler a goal to achieve. Little did they know, this was actually a rather dangerous task. Hello everyone, Hiruru is back. What should we do today? Let everyone vote to help me decide. To avoid disturbing Ruok, Ludwig prepared high-quality noise-canceling earmuffs for her, and she couldn't wait to start her live stream on her laptop. Even though she had to switch to broadcasting every 3 days due to practical reasons, her fans still came to her live stream on time without any hesitation, which made her very happy. Enjoying this moment of being the center of attention is one of her sources of happiness. The two checked into a hotel in Bailing City. The western district of Bailing City was quiet and dark at night, with few pedestrians. Such an environment was undoubtedly a natural habitat for vampires. Ludwig couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps there was one reason why the Vampire Queen would live here. She isn't online again. Ludwig glanced at the grayed-out avatar of the yin-yang lion and pursed her lips. Never mind him, I'll pick a few fans to hang out with me. While Ludwig was playing the game with great interest, Rococo was tossing and turning in bed. Woo. Coco's collar was slightly soaked with sweat, because she was currently being plagued by nightmares. Hiss. She whimpered softly, for the fragments of memories she couldn't comprehend were now tormenting her mind once more. Amnesia is not actually the erasure of those memories from the brain. It's more like the part that carries these memories, which cannot be read by the brain due to various factors, like a bad sector on a CD. When the girl's consciousness inadvertently touches those fragmented memories, they struggle to make her recall them, disrupting her originally stable mind with these broken memories from the bad path, causing her immense pain and plunging her into nightmares. These fragmented memories inflicted unprecedented torment on the girl's fragile heart. Ironically, this was originally meant for her. The memories belonged to the original human girl, but could not be accepted by the current vampire maid. The girl's thoughts drifted back to a nightmarish night, carried by these memories. Chapter 26 An Unprecedented Dream. On a nightmarish night, thick smoke filled the sky, and wails echoed across the fields. The city was destroyed, and a massive catastrophe was spreading uncontrollably. Order had vanished from this city. The raging flames were one of the few remaining lights in the girl's eyes. Someone was pulling the girl away, looking panicked and glancing around nervously. The person next to the girl covered her mouth and led her into the darkness. Once we get into this alley, we should be safe for now. The outside world is full of monsters. How much longer are we going to wait here? We're going to die here sooner or later. This is the only way we can do it. The figure, so vague in the girl's memory, embraced her small body tightly. That was the last time she felt warmth from humans. Coco, wait for us here. We're going out to find the soldier uncle. The faint sound of gunfire, accompanied by explosions and the roars and howls of monsters, made the girl sob in terror. Okay, Coco, don't be afraid. Be good. Here's a clean, big cardboard box. Come on, Coco, hide inside. We'll be right back. Be good and stay here. If you run around, those monsters will eat you. We're sure to encounter monsters on the way, so we can't take her with us. If we do, none of us will escape. Hopefully those soldiers will agree to come and rescue her. Honey, what if we don't get out of here alive? At least she can survive. Letting her stay there is safer than us forcing our way out. For our daughter's sake, we must find those soldiers alive. The long night seemed like it would never break again. After an unknown amount of time, the girl's reason was gradually eroded by fear and hunger. She huddled in the thin cardboard box, but it couldn't keep out the terrifying noises from the outside. The monsters' roars were close at hand, but the gunfire of resistance grew weaker and weaker. The girl was, after all, an innocent child, and she couldn't stop sobbing, though she tried her best to suppress the sound. But the thin cardboard box could not stop her sobs. Roar, thud, ugdash, bang. The girl and the cardboard box were overturned, and her head slammed heavily against the wall. She collapsed to the ground, her vision going black, the intense tinnitus making it impossible for her to hear anything. But she hadn't lost consciousness yet. She knew she was in grave danger. Hiss. The utterly disgusting monster growled and approached her step by step. The girl stood up and stumbled backward. Ding! Her foot seemed to have kicked something, and when she looked down, she saw a rusty kitchen knife. Perhaps because of the impact to her brain earlier, the moment she saw the knife, her extreme fear transformed into a desperate, furious rage. Her anger overwhelmed her reason in an instant. Yeah, the girl picked up the knife and charged towards the monster in a single step. Ugh, backfired. Even if a small girl is furious, the power that her small body can unleash is still insignificant in front of a monster that is more ferocious than a lion or tiger. Roar. The monster avoided the girl's attack. Dang clang. Immediately afterward, she staggered, and the knife plunged into her chest the instant she fell to the ground. The timing of her death was so absurd and ridiculous, yet predictable. A weak little girl who had never received any combat training had no idea how to grip the blade tightly. In that instant, the girl could no longer feel the existence of her limbs. She was bleeding profusely and could no longer stand up or utter a single cry of pain. The ferocious, bloodthirsty monster let out a harsh growl and lifted her small body off the ground. Puff, puff, hiss. Without hesitation, the monster tore open the flesh of her neck and drank her delicious blood. The girl could see nothing at all. Her eyes gradually lost their light, and death was only a step away from taking her soul. But in the next instant, the bloodthirsty monster had its neck severed. Oh my, what have I discovered? Break? The girl's body slipped from the monster's grasp, and just as she was about to fall heavily to the ground, she was gently caught by someone. As the girl gradually regained her consciousness, all she could see in her blurry vision was a glimmer of gold. Hihi, a little girl who was abandoned by her family and then suffered at the hands of a monster. The girl could only see a blurry figure. The figure had golden curly hair. This was the only impression the girl could remember from her mind, which was no longer capable of thinking. Drink it down. No one can refuse its gifts. The blonde figure held some kind of exquisite container and fed the girl a sweet and pungent liquid. Immediately afterwards, a stimulating and painful sensation that almost tore her body apart instantly seeped from her throat into every corner of her body. Gua! The girl's consciousness was once again engulfed by the violent energy. Before she fell into a coma again, the blonde figure gracefully turned and left. My old friend Yasin, I've prepared a perfect body for you. Yes, that's right. Come over here right away. She will play a decisive role in your research. Hihi. You'll have to thank me properly later, okay? The blonde figure took one last look at the girl on the ground. The fatal wounds on her body had healed, but some kind of dramatic change was taking place. You survived? Keep trying to live on from now on. She gave a wicked smile. I get incredibly excited just thinking about how much trouble you'll cause them. Oh dear, I'll get suspicious if I stay away too long. I should go back to the lovely queen. In her last moments before losing consciousness, the girl saw that figure wearing a purple floral dress. From that day on, the long night in the girl's heart never dawned again. Her clear brown eyes, which could look directly into the light, closed forever. Cuckoo, cuckoo. Ugh, ugh, Ruok was awakened by a warm touch, and then she realized that something had pounced on her. Miss. Ludwig rubbed her cheek hard, making strange, silly laughs. Hey hey. Oh my, Coco, you're awake. Ludwig lay down beside her, giving her an innocent smile. Coco looks really scary, and she's sweating a lot. Did she have a nightmare? Coco nodded gently. All right. Ludwig embraced her and gently stroked her hair. Don't cry, here, wipe your face. Once you wake up, there's nothing to be afraid of in nightmares. Because they're not real, Ludwig said with a smile. Besides, the real me is with you. Coco sobbed, but, that seems to be something I went through before. They are so real. Her body was still trembling slightly, and Ludwig sighed softly. Coco, what's there to be afraid of? You're already a top-tier vampire maid, and you have such powerful blood energy. Is there anything you can't beat? You've protected me so many times. She extended 2 fingers, curled them into a hook shape, and pinched Ruokik's soft cheek with her knuckles. It's just a nightmare. A brave vampire maid wouldn't be scared like this by a nightmare. If Coco nodded, she gradually regained her confidence when the topic of maid etiquette came up. She had sworn to protect the young lady, but here she was, crying. She couldn't tolerate herself like this. Miss, thank you. I'm all sweaty and feel a bit uncomfortable. I'll go take a shower first. Just as Ruokik was about to get up after wiping away her tears, Ludwig suddenly had another bad idea. Ludwig stared intently at Ruokik's face. After I comforted her, she quickly adjusted her mindset, and her pitiful appearance gradually returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Ugh. I finally got to see her crying face, it makes me want to bully her. I was thinking of teasing her a bit and then making her happy, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it. No, I have to make her cry again. Thump. Alas. Ludwig pushed Ruok back onto the bed. Coco, I'm hungry. And there aren't any blood plasma shops or vampire restaurants nearby. The silver-haired girl once again revealed her harmless smile. Let me have a good meal. Snapped. If Coco's hand, which was trying to resist, was held tightly by her, then she felt the soft touch of her lips on her neck. So fast. Young miss, Ruokik, who was already in a bad mood, started sobbing again because she was powerless to resist the young lady's enjoyable meal. Ugh, that's so mean, miss. Although this satisfied Ludwig's perverse sense of humor, it took her 3 whole days to calm Coco down. Health tip, bullying pretty girls is bad civility. Chapter 27 Enemies meet on a narrow road. As soon as Ludwig landed at the airport in Florence, she couldn't help but complain about the inhumane rules. What? Why do we have to go to some underground dark area and register on foot the first time before we can use it freely? Because customs officials in various countries care about their reputation, and vampires don't want to have a falling out with humans either. Young lady, if it is possible to say, the vampires at least need to go through some symbolic procedures and pay some money on their side, so that it doesn't seem like they don't take them seriously after this teleportation project is implemented. In addition, there are all sorts of entry and exit management regulations. The council is still struggling to negotiate with various human forces. However, as a mere maid, I only know a little about these things. Oh, Coco knows so much. Coco snorted. I don't know as much as you, miss, you know so many techniques that leave me helpless. Ludwig smiled without a trace of regret. It's all because Coco is so cute. You should know when to stop taking advantage of this servant for your own amusement. Hey, but I didn't treat Coco as a servant. Ludwig, with her hands behind her back, mischievously circled around to the front of her. I've said it so many times, your class consciousness is outdated in modern times. I really don't know what kind of rigid knowledge the parliament has taught you. The silver-haired girl suddenly narrowed her eyes. Could it be that Coco wants to stay by my side because she wants to be my servant? No, it's because. If Coco avoids her gaze, she responds incoherently. Ludwig tilted her head. So Coco doesn't actually want to be my maid? But that doesn't seem like it at all. She got very close to Ruokik, and her light, soft silver hair fluttered gently, brushing against the tip of Ruokik's nose. Coco, tell me the truth. What do you think of me? Coco's cheeks flushed red, and she couldn't utter a single word. So she simply bypassed the clingy young lady and walked quickly forward. Miss, please don't keep saying things that I can't answer. I'll go take care of the formalities first. Hey, wait a minute, Coco, you're my best. Just as Ludwig was about to chase after her, she saw someone walking towards Ruok with their head down, looking at their phone. Ruok, who was also walking away with her head down, obviously didn't see the person. Whoa, Coco, watch where you're going. Thump. The two bumped into each other, but fortunately, the other person quickly helped Ruokik up. Miss, are you alright? Upon closer inspection, the 2 vampire girls quickly recognized the passerby, and he recognized them as well. That stupid church knight. Ludwig warily pulled her maid over, grabbed her arm, and glared fiercely at the young man in front of her. Perhaps because he had just caught Ruokik, who was almost knocked over, Ludwig felt inexplicably uncomfortable seeing her physical contact with a man. The young man took off his hood and said with an annoyed look, "Call me Yinshang." He felt a headache coming on whenever he saw those 2 guys, especially the girl in the crimson dress. What's going on? Is this earth really that small? How could we bump into you 2 on the other side of the earth? Ludwig held onto Ruok tightly, barking and shuffling behind her without any politeness. I'd like to ask you the same thing. What are you doing in Italy? Are you trying to cause us trouble? Don't think we're afraid of you. This is none of your business, you noisy lady, Yinsheng said to Ludwig. Coco snorted. Oh, is that so? A church knight who always talks about having a grudge against the group just happened to appear here. Is there any other explanation besides him coming to pick a fight with us? You completely ignored all explanations and insisted that we were in cahoots with the group. Say what you will, I have no interest in causing you trouble right now. I don't have any substantial evidence, so it's not worth wasting my time on you. Ludwig put her hands on her hips. You unilaterally claimed that we almost lost a business deal, and even ambushed us in the alley, and now you're unilaterally giving up on causing trouble? I don't believe you even if you tell me that. Without saying a word, Yinsheng turned and left, completely ignoring the two shouting vampires. Ludwig puffed out her cheeks. Hey, if we're going to fight, let's go over there. Do you think I'm afraid of you? If Coco covered her mouth while pulling her back. All right, miss, please say no more, let's go. Before they parted ways, Ruo Keek seemed to remember something and suddenly called out to Yinsheng. Stop. What's up? It's nothing, I still owe you a favor. If you need to repay it, just give me a call. But after I repay this favor, we'll be even and never have anything to do with each other again. Yinsheng did not reply. If Coco suddenly started using the polite language Maid uses when addressing guests. I don't like someone like you who is completely unwilling to listen to any advice or explanation and insists on doing things your own way, sir. She took Ludwig's hand and led her toward the exit. Ludwig turned around, stuck her tongue out at Yinsheng, and made a face. Yinsheng sighed. Alas, I hope they're not after the lance of Longinus. Subconsciously, Yinsheng did not want to be enemies with the silver-haired girl in the red dress, because she gave Yinsheng a sense of familiarity, like a friend he had known for many years. That's really strange, Yinsheng said. At that moment, a fluffy cat's head peeked out from Yinsheng's pocket. Master, are you sure you don't want to get to the bottom of things with those two? Reinhardt looked at his master with curiosity. It seems to be able to change its size at will. At this moment, Reinhardt is only as small as a cell phone charm. Not for the time being. Yinsheng replied. They are high-ranking vampires with blood energy. Fighting them won't end quickly and will also attract the attention of the Vampire Council. Master, is your purpose in coming here merely to see the Holy Lance? Reinhardt asked. Yinsheng laughed. Visiting the Holy Lance is indeed the main reason, no doubt about it. A weapon that can pierce through everything during teleportation, it pierced through the Vampire Queen and the fallen Pope, and finally retired in glory, dying a worthy death, turning into 3 broken spears. What church knight wouldn't want to see it with his own eyes? For any church knight, even just gazing at these renowned and legendary artifacts from afar, they can imagine countless majestic images of themselves wielding them. What kind of people were the church knights? In modern times, knighthood, a concept originating from the Middle Ages, is inherently out of touch with the times. And the church knight, who slays demons and monsters, is a profession that possesses an inherently romantic aura in a modern context. Although they uphold world peace, their seclusion prevents them from making their presence known to the public. The church knights walk in darkness, yet serve the light. This is the primary reason why many young people with heroic dreams join them. The requirements for becoming a church knight are extremely stringent, the biggest reason being that its existence cannot be made public, resulting in very low visibility and a scarcity of new talent. Therefore, the church made reforms decades ago when it entered modern society. Even those who do not believe in the church, or even the holy light, can, upon the church's secret invitation, undergo baptism and training to become one of the thousands of church knights, fighting against vampires, werewolves, and countless other monsters in the shadows. Let them forever remain fantastical creatures existing only in imagination, maintaining peace and tranquility in the scientific age. But all of this vanished when the corrupt Pope's conspiracy was exposed. The secret could no longer be hidden, and vampires and supernatural powers were brought into the public eye. Many church knights wavered because of the corruption and depravity of the church. Although they were not punished or purged for upholding justice, they no longer needed to hide in the shadows to punish evil. Because troops and police from all over the country have joined the fight against the monsters rampage is no longer a secret. The meager number of over 1,000 church knights was utterly insignificant in the face of humanity's simple, brutal, yet extremely effective firearms and long-range tactical strikes. No matter how skilled a group of ancient knights wielding swords and slashing each other are, can they be as simple and effective as a saturation bombardment? Moreover, the church's greatest enemy has always been the vampires, and the vampires, as the leaders of all demons, have already reached a fragile but effective peace with humans. Therefore, the only employment opportunity for church knights was to enter cities where the army could not exert its power, to act as witch hunters and eliminate the bloodthirsty monsters that had survived the Great Plague and were lurking in the shadows of the city. But for knights who could take on 10 men each, this was completely overkill. For these church knights who no longer needed to fight bloody battles, visiting the holy site to pay homage to these sacred artifacts that once haunted their dreams is one of the few sources of solace for these veterans. Yinsheng thus came to Florence. But his purpose was not merely that. He pulled up his hood and gazed at the Florence Cathedral, Santa Maria del Fiore, not far away. Many demonic creatures, including vampires, will not let this sacred artifact, of extraordinary significance, go unpunished. Hopefully, those two young ladies are not among those eyeing it. Heh, if it really is them, I'll catch them red-handed when they slip up, and then we'll see how they try to deny it. Chapter 28. Your little cutie is on her way. The exhibition at the Florence Cathedral was held as scheduled. After the opening ceremony of the exhibition in the church square, the church, which has been set up as an exhibition hall, will be open to visitors. Each visitor can spend half an hour in the church to admire the several precious relics on special display, and also to stand in front of the temporary stage to watch the beautiful opera performed by the opera troupe invited by the church. The spear of Longinus, the most precious artifact on display, is placed in the center of the exhibition hall, allowing visitors from all over the world to appreciate this work of art from every angle. The gun, broken into 3 pieces, is displayed in a glass case with a gold-plated red background. The silver-white gun body is engraved with exquisite gold patterns, and under the projection of the exhibition hall lights, it reflects an incomparably sacred, faint light. The holy spear that once cleaved through enemy lines and swept away filth on the battlefield has become an exhibit that can only lie in a beautiful display case for people to admire. If the Holy Lance had a spirit, such a fate might not make it happy. As is customary, the second floor of the church is reserved for VIP rooms that are never open to the public for reservation. The large screens in the VIP rooms allow the VIPs to enjoy more clearly the operas praising the deeds of the sacred artifacts performed on the temporary stage, and to appreciate each sacred artifact that interests them in greater detail on the high-resolution displays, thus avoiding the need to squeeze in with the common people in the crowded hall below. Capillason's spear was already waiting in one of the VIP boxes. He had deliberately turned down all business negotiations for the day, just to wait for the thing he wanted on this one and only day of the Longinus Lands exhibition. Young master, it's already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, but so far everything is normal, the bodyguard beside him said to Spiel. Heh, the Dark Knight vampires only operate at night. Let's wait a little longer. But, young master, is the loss of this day really worth the clue you need? Every minute you stay here, we lose an astronomical sum. It's all right. For our group, business always comes to us. Anyone who isn't even willing to wait a day longer has already been excluded from our list of business partners. Spire laughed. As for this clue, its value cannot be measured in money. As night fell and it approached 5 p.m., the opera performance came to an end. Only a few scattered visitors remained in the exhibition hall. But one person, just as the exhibition hall was about to close for the day, leisurely stepped into the church. Since the cameras connected to the VIP rooms could only observe the sacred artifacts, SPYR had been observing the tourists below from a hidden spot in the second-floor corridor for quite some time. He immediately noticed the tourist who had just entered the hall. It's you? It's not surprising that you came. But this time you're not the clue I need. The tourist SPYR saw was the church knight, Yin Shang, who wore a hood and carried a long canvas staff. Yin Shang looked around and confirmed the situation of the exhibition hall. Yes, there's exactly half an hour left before the exhibition closes today. Although the exhibition will continue for a few more days, the Lance of Longinus will only be on display today. The young man approached and gazed longingly at the broken holy spear. It will probably be sent back to the church tomorrow. At that time, not only will the church knights not have a chance to see it, but even the clergy in the cathedral will not have a chance to see it. This is a rare opportunity to admire it. Immediately afterwards, his expression turned serious. It's also a rare opportunity for some guys to launch a sneak attack. Reinhardt, hide near the Holy Lance and see if you can resonate with the holy artifacts in the hall. That way, we can project a sensory barrier made of holy light, and we can both immediately detect any impurities that intrude. Yinsheng quietly gave Reinhardt the command, and it leaped out of Yinsheng's pocket. Good host. Just as Reinhardt disappeared below the booth, a hand slapped him on the shoulder. Sir, what did you just let out? Looking back, he saw a security guard staring at Yinsheng with a suspicious look on his face. Yinsheng quickly explained, it's nothing, you must be seeing things. Sir, pets are not allowed inside, the security guard repeated. What are you saying, security guard? I don't have any pets. Go and see for yourself downstairs. Yinsheng quickly used telepathy to tell Reinhardt to hide. After the security guard searched for him without success, Yinsheng stood there with an embarrassed smile, waiting for the security guards to speak. Look, brother, you must be seeing things. Wait, kid. The security guard persisted in holding on to Yinsheng, who was trying to escape. What are you carrying on your back? Why is it glowing? Yinsheng glanced sideways and then remembered he had asked Reinhardt to resonate with the sacred artifact, and a prominent feature of the resonance was that the sacred artifact itself would glow. It has now undoubtedly been seen by the security guards through the canvas. Sir, please come with us. Spire shook his head as he watched Yinsheng being taken away by security guards. It seems that this church knight is indeed an irrelevant person, just a meddlesome idiot. He doesn't actually think he can handle the guy who's eyeing the holy lance, does he? Spire's expression twitched slightly. Fine, it's best if a nobody like him dies, that would save a lot of trouble. Damn it. Yinsheng finally managed to get away from the security guards, but in return, he could no longer enter the exhibition hall. No matter how much he pleaded or even showed his church knight insignia, the security guards refused to let him in, citing the need to clean the area. Reinhardt? I can only keep an eye on the church entrance from the outside. How's the situation on your end? Yin Shang's telepathic communication was quickly answered, with Reinhardt replying. Reporting to my master, I have completed the connection with the holy artifacts in every corner. If any unclean thing approaches within a 10-meter radius of them, the disturbed holy light particles will be sensed by my holy artifact brothers and sisters. That's all for now. I can only rely on you. Please let me know as soon as possible. Reinhardt replied confidently, leave it to me, master. A piece of cake. Yin Shang sighed and was about to find a chair to sit down and wait when he suddenly saw some guys who stood out conspicuously among the ordinary crowd and were pointing at the cathedral. He abruptly inhaled the breath he had just exhaled. Who else could it be? Of course, it's those two vampire ladies who make no attempt to conceal their vampire characteristics. Hey. Yin Shang quickly walked over and stopped them. What are you two doing at the church's reliquary exhibition area? Ludwig, with an unwavering look in her eyes, turned to Ruok and said, oh look, Coco, we've found the right place. This is the exhibition site for the Spear of Longi News. Even the church knights are here. Yin Shang's eyes instantly turned cold. As expected, your visit to Florence at this time was definitely not a coincidence for tourism. Ludwig scratched her head, completely bewildered. What are you talking about? Yin Shang said, who ordered you to steal the Spear of Longi News? Wait, this maid from the Vampire Council is also here, so the outcome is already obvious. Coco puffed out her cheeks. Hey, listen to me. Ludwig also took 2 steps back. We also want to know who's eyeing the Spear of Longi News, so why are you so sure it's us? Seeing that the negotiations were about to fall apart again, Yin Shang sighed. Alright, if you're really not here for it, then get away from here. I don't want to be mistaken for a bad guy by innocent vampires. The premise is that you, who are highly suspicious, are truly innocent, he added. Okay, let's leave now. Ludwig muttered something and was about to pull Coco away when suddenly Yin Shang bared his teeth. Because of the effects of the telepathic connection, Yin Shang also felt Reinhardt's pain, but this was amplified countless times by the telepathic link. Reinhardt, what's wrong? Master, dark forces are approaching. The faint holy light barrier surrounding the church collapsed the moment it touched it. Yin Shang sighed and said, that's right, there were dark forces approaching, standing right in front of me. I didn't let them get close. Don't get so excited next time. Reinhardt remained silent for a moment, its fear quickly surging into Yin Shang's mind. Master, something's not right. It's an extremely powerful dark energy entity. It's getting close, it's about to enter the church. Yin Shang froze instantly. He gave the 2 women beside him a terrifying look, then turned and rushed toward the church. Ludwig and Ruok looked at each other in bewilderment. In their eyes, the man had simply frozen in place, then given them a strange look before running away. Hey, what's wrong? Did something happen at the church? Ludwig called out. Without turning his head, Yin Shang said, don't follow us? Who knows if you're in cahoots? This sacred church isn't a place for vampires. Because their clothing made running difficult, the 2 couldn't catch up with Yin Shang in a short time. Yin Shang, not caring about stopping them, rushed through the gate without looking back, ignoring the security guards' attempts to stop him. Ludwig suddenly realized something, and she looked up. The overwhelming darkness vanished in an instant, dispelling the gloomy twilight and making the night around the church seem to have arrived early, so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. All the humans collapsed unconscious in the intense darkness, and even the security guards at the entrance who tried to stop Yin Shang staggered and fell to the ground. But the people outside seemed oblivious to the strange occurrence around the church, turning a blind eye to it all. A false moon rose slowly in the dark sky, piercing through the pitch-black darkness and shrouding the church in a fake moonlight. Shadows covered the sky, black wings blotted out the sun. The young girl, wearing elegant high heels, stood motionless on tiptoe at the highest point of the church. Her slender feet supported her gracefully curvaceous body, and her elegant purple gown fluttered gently in the night breeze, accompanied by her slightly curled golden hair. Blood shadow, dark domain. My little Shirley, this power is really useful. She muttered to herself, her fingers lightly brushing the blonde hair behind her ear. I've been waiting for this moment for so long, so very long. A sickly smile appeared on her face as her fingertips brushed across her blonde cheek, lingering at her lips, where she lightly licked them with the tip of her tongue. Hislu. Her bright red eyes were brimming with barely suppressed fervor. It seems some cuties are trying to stop me. But that's okay. I won't keep you waiting too long. Call. She spread her jet black wings and gracefully leaped down from the top of the church. I've come to take you home. Longi News. Chapter 29 Knights and Demons. Crash. As the cathedral's stained glass windows shattered, moonlight once again illuminated the previously dark exhibition hall. In this pitch-black realm, no light that is not permitted can penetrate, and no ordinary creature can linger here. The blaring alarms fell completely silent with a snap of the girl's fingers. She fluttered her black wings and landed lightly on the chandelier beside the dome, looking down at the exhibition stand in the center of the hall. There lay quietly her goal, the sacred spear that she could never let go of, the Spear of Longi News. It seems there's an untimely barrier between you and me. She raised her right hand slightly and swung her arm. Blood shadow, touch of shadows. Several vines made of black mist shot out from the shadows where the moonlight could not reach, twisting and piercing through the display base of a sacred artifact. But before the base was pierced, a golden light shot out from it and landed on top of the central display case, taking shape. A cute little kitten. Oh, it's a spirit of an artifact? That's wonderful, but it's a pity it can't transform into human form. The blonde girl smiled. I've changed my mind. Go back to your master, and I'll spare your life, okay? Reinhardt looked up at the blonde girl, remaining motionless. How sad. The pity in the girl's eyes vanished, quickly turning into a raging fury. Could you please move your filthy little body, filled with holy light, away from Longinus? She gave a wicked smile. Because I hate holy light the most. The girl raised her hand and pointed, and countless vines attacked Reinhardt from all directions. The golden Persian cat showed no fear. It raised its paw, and in an instant, all the sacred artifacts around it emitted a golden light, breaking through the darkness and converging on its paw. The lance of Longinus, inside the glass case beneath it, also emitted a bright golden light, which flowed towards the cat's hand. The girl raised an eyebrow slightly, her face revealing barely concealed anger. Longinus, my Longinus, how dare you, defile. Consumed by anger, she spoke briefly and casually. Die. The moonlight in the sky was instantly obscured by the black mist, and the hall was plunged into darkness once again. In that instant, an endless, vast darkness seemed to surge towards Reinhardt like a giant wave. Holy light barrier. It immediately used its gathered power to summon a golden barrier like a shield, but in the face of overwhelming darkness, the boundless black mist, carrying vines, easily pierced through the barrier, shooting like countless sharp arrows at the Persian cat that was shining alone in the darkness. Blah blah. Bang! Someone is running, and then suddenly leaps up in the next instant. The intense light burned away the surrounding darkness, like a raging fire, instantly illuminating the isolated hall as bright as day. Ah! Yin Shang raised the sword of hesitation high, leaped into the air, and slammed it towards the girl standing on the chandelier. Drink. Looking at the figure that was enveloped in holy light, piercing through the darkness, and roaring as it brandished the holy artifact, the girl felt a moment of disorientation. It really looks like it. It was in that moment of distraction that she missed her last chance to dodge. Boom! The incredibly blazing holy sword struck the dark monster before him, but Yin Shang's face showed no sign of relaxation or smile. Because his sword was blocked. Blah. The holy sword emitted a blazing holy light that was being constantly extinguished, yet it was gradually being pushed back. The girl caught it with her bare hands, without even using her second hand. With a gentle lift of her slender, fair arm, she pushed the holy sword back. Yin Shang grunted, quickly adjusted his body, and landed on the ground after doing 2 backflips. The girl shook her hand, and there wasn't even a scratch on it. Hello, little cutie. Are you the owner of this kitten? She smiled slightly. Could you please keep your pet under control so I can easily and happily take my Longinus away? Yin Shang roared. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't even think about it. Reinhardt, come back. Yes. Reinhardt replied. Reinhardt transformed into a beam of light and returned to the wandering sword in Yin Shang's hand. You're safe here. She won't pick us off one by one. Yin Shang raised his head and glared angrily at the monster on the chandelier. Let's deal with her with all our might. Reinhardt was clearly startled. Master, are we going to use all our strength? Isn't your body all ready? If we don't use it, there is no hope of defeating her, Yin Shang asserted. All right, Reinhardt, we. Before Yin Shang could finish discussing the battle plan with Reinhardt, footsteps sounded again from the thick darkness of the outer perimeter. Swish, swish. The maid wielded her scythe, cleaving through the black mist, and rushed into the exhibition hall with Ludwig following closely behind. You. Yin Shang immediately and warily pointed his sword at them, while Ruo Keek completely ignored them and pointed her scythe at the blonde girl in the distance. Sir Knight, we're not here to fight you, quite the opposite, it's with her. Ruo Keek said. Huh? What? Now it was Yin Shang's turn to be completely confused, and he turned to look at the vampire in the distance. Oh, I thought it was someone else. Isn't this Coco, the maid that little Hilly praises so much? She smiled. I order you, Miss Maid, to deal with this church knight over here. I have important business to attend to, this concerns little Hilly's life or death. Don't let him get in my way. If Coco remained unmoved, I cannot comply, Your Majesty. She stood protectively in front of Ludwig, glaring at the blonde girl. I am loyal to the Vampire Council, not to you. Moreover, you are highly suspected of threatening the vampire clan. Yin Shang was even more confused. What? Hey, Miss Maid, you know her. If Coco glanced at Yin Shang, she would reply. Haven't you heard of her? She is the de facto ruler of the vampire clan, the vampire princess Yanglingzi. Ludwig nodded and said, that's right. Although I've never seen her, I've heard about her appearance and abilities. Since Coco says so, I can be sure it's her. Hehe. A girl with golden curly hair sat gently on the chandelier, her feet, covered in black stockings, swinging in the air. She has pointed ears and bloodshot eyes typical of vampires, and her exquisite and charming face is adorned with a dangerous smile. Ruo Keek asked, Your Majesty, why are you rebelling? What are you talking about, maid? I don't understand, the blonde girl said with a smile. Stop playing dumb, Your Majesty. The vampire queen has been missing with you for a long time, and you have never shown any ability to use such magic before. If Coco's voice trembled slightly, it was unclear whether it was due to the vast and oppressive darkness surrounding her or her emotional turmoil. The dark domain is the power of the vampire queen, a magic that only she can use. The blonde girl remained silent, smiling as she waited for Coco to continue. Moreover, if we want to take away the spear of Longinus, now is undoubtedly the best time. Why would you need the lance of Longinus? Isn't the answer obvious? Coco swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and stated the conclusion she and Ludwig had reached after discussing it. Because the spear of Longinus, though it once defeated the fallen Pope Ragnar, and it even pierced through the vampire queen. She tried to hide her trembling voice. This is a unique artifact in the world, powerful enough to kill Her Majesty the Queen. Aha, Miss Maid, you're overthinking it. Little Shirley is perfectly fine, for now. However, she encountered some minor problems. She smiled wickedly. If we can fix Longinus, many minor problems will be solved. After all, as I said, this gun is a matter of life and death for little Shirley. Her words shocked Ruokik, whose hands, gripping the sickle tightly, trembled uncontrollably. Why would you do this to Her Majesty? Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? She could never believe that the princess who was inseparable from Her Majesty the Queen would one day harm the vampire queen. Ludwig grasped Coco's hand, steadying her trembling arm. Humph. Ludwig flung the parasol aside with one hand and gripped the unsheathed rapier in front of her chest. No matter what you want to do today, you're not taking Longinus away today. The vampire queen is my client? As a mediator, I would never allow my client to fall into danger. Yang Lingzi leaped lightly from the chandelier, and the pair of black wings behind her disappeared as she landed. She walked toward the spear of Longinus in the display case with her hands behind her back, showing no fear on her face and not even glancing at Ludwig. Little cutie, you're really talking big, but it seems you've got a lot of things wrong. For example, you can't stop me from taking my Longinus away. Despair? Yin Shang took a step forward and blocked Yang Lingzi's path. Have you forgotten that I still exist? Yang Lingzi leaned forward slightly and said with a smile. You're so annoying, cutie. I'll give you one last chance to get out of the way, okay? Yin Shang snorted coldly and turned to look at the two girls not far away. You two stay to the side, because you are both vampires, and your dark power is no match for her. Ludwig stamped her foot. Hey, what do you mean can't beat? Yin Shang looked again at the vampire princess who was so close to him. And this sword, along with the blazing holy light flowing within me, will make you scream hysterically in the holy light. Reinhardt, don your armor. Yin Shang held the sword of hesitation in front of him, glaring at Yang Lingzi. The holy light emanating from the sword gradually enveloped Yin Shang. Yang Lingzi tilted her head with interest. Oh, what's your background? You're definitely not an ordinary holder of a sacred artifact. Yin Shang coldly said. Just a wandering knight with nowhere to vent his sense of justice, remember that. Chapter 30 The Man Swallowed by Darkness. The dazzling holy light gathered and took shape on Yin Shang's body, and in the blink of an eye, a light silver-white armor covered his entire body. In order to fight against monsters, church knights must learn to protect themselves in various ways, and using supernatural power to create temporary armor is a self-protection method chosen by many knights, including Yin Shang. With the blessing of the Sword of Hesitation, Yin Shang's knight armor is not merely for protection. At this moment, Reinhardt and Yin Entropy will enter a state of synchronization. As the spirit of the Wandering Sword, Reinhardt can perfectly guide the holy light power hidden in the Holy Sword and provide additional power to the armor in accordance with Yin Entropy's will. Like an exoskeleton armor, it greatly enhances the combat capabilities of Entropy. Only someone with a spiritual connection to Reinhardt could give the armor such power, otherwise, it would be nothing more than a lifeless object formed from holy light, offering only extremely limited protection and causing sluggishness due to its heavy weight. A light silver armor covered Yin Shang's entire body. The joints, designed to facilitate movement, became the armor's weak point, but this was insignificant. The armor is engraved with gold patterns identical to those on the Wandering Sword, creating a streamlined yet sharp visual effect that converges into a dazzling golden gem at the neckline. The armor was now fully forged, but because a flexible field of vision was needed during combat, the Wanderer's armor did not have a helmet. After all, this is light armor, and all the seemingly flawed weaknesses are insignificant in the face of the combat advantage it provides. Drink. Yin Shang leaped into the air. At that moment, the fake metal reflected the fake moonlight, presenting an extremely unreal and psychedelic feeling. The knight's joints made a sharp metallic scraping sound, indicating that his speed and power were astonishing. The blonde girl in the purple dress stood there, letting out a helpless, cold laugh. How boring. As that figure, as radiant as the sun, hurtled toward her, her heart, which had long been swallowed by darkness, trembled involuntarily. Once upon a time, there was also a person who swore to drive out all darkness. Like the blazing sun, like moths drawn to a flame, they plunge headlong into the endless abyss. But in the end, that person realized that even if he burned his life out, he could not save the one he loved. A barely perceptible glint of tears flashed in her bright red eyes. Immediately, it transformed into an incomparably chilling killing intent. And so that person embraced the cold and poignant darkness. Ding! The Wandering Sword was completely stopped by something, and then it headed straight for Yin Shang's face. What? Boom! A dark shockwave struck Yin Shang, but he dodged to the side. The narrow, sharp shockwave blasted a crescent-shaped dent into the floor, and wisps of black smoke billowed from the cut. Turning his head, he saw Yang Lingzi emerge from the thick black fog, a strange spear appearing in her hand at some point. Blood Shadow Longinus. She gently stroked its black barrel, then glanced disdainfully at Yin Shang. If you don't know who I am, go back and do your homework, okay, little cutie. I don't care who you are, bring it on. Yinsheng shouted. Ding 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 dash. The two immediately began a fierce hand-to-hand combat, but what Yinsheng did not expect was that although the girl's body was very small in front of Yinsheng, she was able to wield the long spear with ease. Is that all? Her gorgeous and elaborate attire posed no inconvenience to her at all, on the contrary, she effortlessly confronted Yinsheng with just one hand. Even, enough to suppress him. Yinsheng was about to unleash a holy light slash when she immediately raised her black spear to block it. Yinsheng suddenly lowered his body and kicked her slender ankle with his right leg, which was infused with holy light. He thought that as long as he could make her lose her balance. The girl chuckled softly. Come. Boom. The holy light energy spread out instantly, and she quickly raised her unharmed right foot, kicking Yinsheng in the face. Ugh. The holy light shield protecting Yinsheng's face shattered instantly, and the golden gem on his collar shimmered. It would take quite some time for it to reform into a shield. He was sent flying by the kick, almost free-falling headfirst into the air. Reinhardt forced the armor to activate, allowing him to adjust his posture in midair and land safely. Damn it. I can't hurt her at all. Yinsheng gritted his teeth. Is the performance over? Knight, it's my turn. If Keek pulled up Yinsheng, who was kneeling on the ground, her bright red eyes staring directly at the man, she would then push him aside. I'm not some weak woman who needs your protection, get out of the way. She effortlessly twirled the enormous scythe in her hand a few times, then slammed its end into the ground. Void, the myriad phenomena. In that instant, the surrounding dark mist seemed to undergo some strange change. They twisted and swayed, unable to maintain their sharp, vine-like forms, and began to blur again. Those terrifying dark tentacles no longer lingered around her, and seemed unable to launch any more attacks. Yang Lingzi seemed completely oblivious to this, as if she had expected it all along. Cute maid, do you think your abilities will work on me? She chuckled. No matter how you play with it, it's just a trivial change in the direction of force. Hey, it's meaningless. Ludwig took Coco's hand. Humph, and me too, your highness the blonde princess. She raised her hand and snapped her fingers lightly. Coco, let's go. Suddenly, from the distant other side came the sound of an old clock turning its mechanical gears. Although no one else could hear it, it was clearly audible to the girl. The silver-haired girl parted her beautiful lips slightly, and her clear and melodious voice resonated in Yang Lingzi's mind. Time, stand still for this moment. In that instant, Yang Lingzi's eyes widened. Because she could also hear that familiar sound of gears turning. The voice was very familiar, extremely familiar. How can it be? Break? Shhhhh. Woo. When she came to her senses, she found that her neck, ankles, wrists, and abdomen had been slashed with huge wounds by the rapier and scythe, and some had even been severed. Pfft. She turned around and saw Coco and Ludwig standing behind her, looking back at her as she fell to the ground. Your name is? Ludwig. Ludwig raised her sword and pointed it at her. Humph, she's the one who's going to succeed as the vampire queen. Although I don't really want to be any queen. Yang Lingzi lowered her head, muttering something in a daze. Queen? Little Hilly. Suddenly, she smiled. Hehe, I see. My little Shirley has been doing some things behind my back that I don't know about. She tried to stand up, but Ruok suddenly held a sickle to her neck. Don't move, Your Majesty. Yang Lingzi ignored her threat, because in the next instant, Ruok saw that her wounds had completely healed. Coco was startled. What? Before she could finish speaking, a long, black spear pierced her abdomen instantly. Now be a little quieter, little maid. If the sickle tightly gripped by Coco fell to the ground with a clatter, then Yang Lingzi gently pushed her, and she collapsed helplessly. Coco! Ludwig cried out, but she couldn't move an inch because Yang Lingzi was already right in front of her. She raised her hand and gently stroked Ludwig's cheek, smiling as she looked at her face. Ludwig, is that right? My little cutie. Don't be afraid, I won't kill you, because we will meet again. She leaned close to Ludwig's ear and whispered softly. I'm very interested in you and your power. As for when we'll meet again, that depends on how hard you try. Ludwig screamed and tried to push her away, but in the blink of an eye, there was nothing beside her except for the heavily injured Rako lying at her feet. Coco, wake up. Ludwig held Ruok in her arms and looked at Yang Lingzi warily, fearing that she might suddenly attack. But she ignored everyone and went to the display case of the Spear of Long Inus, gently touching the cold, transparent glass of the case. She leaned forward, almost touching the display case, her eyes filled with fervent fascination. I'm here, did you miss me? She smiled with immense satisfaction. My Long Inus, let's go home. Stop it. With a roar, Yinsheng swept his left hand across the entire blade as if enchanted, and the wandering sword instantly burst into a blazing golden flame. While holy light cannot harm sacred artifacts, it can damage ordinary devices and creatures due to the laws of physics, meaning it will destroy everything in its path. But seeing that the terrifying dark monster was about to succeed, Yinsheng couldn't care less about anything else at this point. He raised the holy sword high and roared angrily. Dawn, judgment. The intense holy light struck the blonde girl, but she ignored it. Boom. Chapter 31 Healing Methods Unique to Vampires. Into the night. Spyro woke from his coma to find the exhibition hall in complete disarray. Cough cough. My protective measures didn't work at all. He looked at the center of the exhibition hall, where the glass case was shattered and the display shelves inside were empty, which undoubtedly proved that the spear of Longinus had been stolen. He fiddled with the equipment connected to several cameras, but all the images displayed were completely black. Never mind, even though the camera didn't capture anything, I've already gotten the clue I wanted. He picked up his cane and left the church through the VIP passage. A clue that was enough for me to determine my next target. Before the thick darkness gradually dissipated, Ludwig and the others escaped the church before people woke up. Yin Shang carried the unconscious Ruo Keek on his back, covering the wound on her abdomen with his coat, and together they arrived at the entrance to the nearby vampire dark zone while trying to avoid being noticed. At least Ludwig could be sure that this place was safe, and that Coco's injuries could be treated there. Damn it. I didn't expect her to do it on purpose, just to make me blow open that glass cover. Yin Shang said regretfully. Ludwig sighed. Sigh, I already saw it coming, but you didn't hear me telling you to stop. With that blast, the scorch marks left by the holy light wouldn't be suspected of being on a vampire. I bet tomorrow morning's news will all be about suspecting church personnel of embezzlement. Damn it, damn it. Yin Shang slammed his fist on the wall a few times, then looked up at the sign that read Florence Vampire Dark Zone. He slammed his fist on the wall one last time, and several pieces of weathered paint were shaken off. Sigh, all I'm doing here is raging incompetence and wasting my time. I have to go. He handed the cocoa on his back to Ludwig so she could carry it. As a mere human, I cannot enter the vampire's dark zone. Let's part ways here. Ludwig gently stroked Ruok's hand with concern, still looking at Yin Shang with some wariness. What, you don't suspect we're bad guys anymore? Yin Shang scratched his head. This maid fought with her to such an extent. If it was a ruse, it's a bit too much. Besides, someone like me isn't worth going to such lengths to deceive. He waved his hand and turned to leave. To avoid falling into the trap of vampires, the best way is to keep your distance from any vampires. Ludwig puffed out her cheeks. Hey, stop right there. Yin Shang turned around impatiently. What is it now, miss? Your goal now should be to retrieve the spear of Longinus, right? Ludwig said. Then our goals should be aligned. Because the princess wants to take the spear of Longinus to the vampire queen. Finding her is equivalent to finding the spear of Longinus, the girl said. If you need information about the vampires, then you have no choice but to cooperate with us now. Yin Shang pondered it for a moment, and it seemed that this was indeed the case. You want me to cooperate with vampires? Ha, no way, unless you can offer me something in return. Ludwig covered her face and sneered. Humph, I'm not offering you a deal. You have no choice. At that moment, she activated the mental magic contained in her pupils, the enchanting eyes. Yin Shang was completely unaware that he had fallen into a trap. He scratched his head and, as if possessed, agreed. Okay, let's leave it at that for now. Ms. Ruo Keek has my contact information, so please have her contact me if you need anything later. Hey, can't you just write down my number? Ludwig said. Although Yin Shang was currently under the influence of Ludwig's magic, he still subconsciously felt that he should stay away from this guy. No need, you should take her to the hospital right away. Although vampires are very resilient, her injuries can't be left untreated. Yin Shang quickly changed the subject and disappeared in a flash. Ludwig snorted. What the heck, this guy is really... If I hadn't stroked his spirit cat's fur and made it happy on the way, so it wouldn't bother me, the magic I just used might not have worked. She poked the corner of her lips. Well, this works out well. At least I have a free helper. Upon leaving the church, Reinhardt judged that cooperating with them would be beneficial to its master, so it became an inside agent under Ludwig's bribe. Upon entering the dark area, Ludwig quickly had the clinic doctor perform a simple bandage on Rococo. Vampires, being dark monsters by nature, didn't need much treatment for wounds caused by dark energy. The doctor simply bandaged her up and then had her receive an 4 drip of blood plasma and placed her in a ward to rest. She just needs some fresh blood to recover naturally. What would be a fatal penetrating wound for a human is just a common injury for us, the doctor said. Ludwig rubbed her hands together, looking nervous. But, doctor, how long will it take for her to wake up? That's hard to say. Her abdominal organs are injured and haven't fully remodeled, so she can't drink blood directly. Injection will naturally be slower, the doctor replied. Ludwig sat beside the dimly lit hospital bed. Coco's skin had turned pale and lost its luster, a symptom that appeared after a vampire had lost a lot of blood. Although vampire's skin is naturally pale due to not being exposed to the sun, this bloodless pallor was still unbearable for Ludwig to look at. Ugh, she sighed softly. Coco was so loyal, yet she was hurt so badly by the very person she served. The image of that golden-haired figure flashed through her mind. That figure grinned wickedly, surrounded by a black mist that seemed to swallow the heavens. The memory of it almost suffocates Ludwig. Daring to hurt my Coco and even kidnapping the vampire queen, making my life unbearable. When I find you, I will definitely let you, I will let you. The young lady was at a loss for words, because she was not good at cursing and couldn't think of any vicious words for the time being. I'll make you regret this. She muttered something as she picked up the cup next to her, preparing to pour herself a glass of blood drink. Gudong gudong. Her gaze swept across the room and she suddenly noticed that Ruokik's pillow was stained red in one corner. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a scratch on the back of Ruok's ear. Due to the fact that vampire blood is difficult to clot, the blood that had been slowly seeping from the wound was only now beginning to congeal. Vampires are naturally bloodthirsty. Their body cells become activated when they receive blood, allowing damaged areas to heal quickly, and the undamaged body also gains a sense of satisfaction. Therefore, many native vampires in the ancient past enjoyed bathing in fresh blood to obtain a unique vampire pleasure. Although in modern times, blood bags can also be used to enjoy blood baths, using blood bags for bathing is still considered extravagant and wasteful. However, applying blood to wounds to speed up healing is still a common practice in the daily lives of vampires, and there are even vampire-specific ointments made by thickening blood plasma. Glug glug. Ludwig glanced at the glass. It was a drink made with blood plasma bags, a brand she often drank, containing over 30% fresh blood. The drink had a sweet aroma, and although she didn't know it was the fruity scent of tomato juice, it was still one of her favorite blood drinks. Gurgle. It contains blood components, so it can replace the blood plasma ointment, and it even smells nice. Ludwig suddenly smiled. That is to say, the usually assertive Ruokik now had a slight frown on her face as she weakly received an 4 drip in her hospital bed. The brown-haired girl, still in a coma, occasionally murmured a few words, perhaps trapped in a nightmare again. With a gentle twist and a slight shake, Ludwig took off her small high heels and crawled into the hospital bed under the covers. Inside the blanket, her body was half lying beside Ruokik, tightly holding her restless hands. Coco, your body is so cold. Let me warm you up. Coco's unusually sickly appearance stirred Ludwig's maternal instincts. To be precise, it was probably just that this mischievous little devil suddenly had a change of heart and decided on a whim to comfort the injured maid. She has always been fond of impromptu ideas. Phew, is Coco feeling any better? Ludwig asked softly, but the brown-haired girl did not respond. Because Coco was injured while protecting herself, Ludwig felt a pang of guilt deep within her heart. While Coco may be tough or weak in front of Ludwig, she is always very tough in front of outsiders. This young and lovely maid only reveals her vulnerable side to those she can trust and open her heart to. In other words, she also gives Ludwig plenty of trust. Although Ludwig didn't know how Coco viewed her, Ludwig already had her own way of expressing her goodwill towards her. She picked up the drink from the bedside table and took a small sip. Then she knelt down beside her maid again, parted her beautiful lips, and took the girl's long earlobe into her mouth. The ears of vampires are easily damaged because they are indeed very long, causing many inconveniences compared to humans. Such behavior is actually quite common among vampires. It is a unique form of mutual support. However, what is actually rare is gurgle. Ugh, it's so itchy. If Coco slightly opened her eyes, she was startled at first, but then it took her a few seconds to understand the current situation. Miss, you don't need to. Gurgle. Ludwig wiped her mouth. Hee. Coco, is your ear feeling better? Coco's cheeks flushed red. Yes, it's much better, but miss. She looked around, as if to make sure no one had seen her. Why are you crawling under the covers to treat me? Let's warm up the wounded, Ludwig said with a smile. Coco shook her head. No need. I feel a little hot, miss, please don't tease me. Besides, vampires aren't that afraid of the cold. No, a higher temperature will make the cells more active, which will help the wound heal. This is similar to how taking a hot bath can relax people. Vampires are immersed in warm blood for the same reason. However, unlike other types of blood, warm blood also brings additional pleasure to the senses of vampires. What prank? Coco, don't talk nonsense, this is a reward. Ludwig took the glass and drank the liquid inside in one gulp. Coco got injured protecting me, so as a responsible master, I should definitely reward such a reliable maid. She gently closed her lips and teeth, pierced her tongue with her sharp teeth, and mixed her blood with the blood drink in her mouth. Don't say no. Cluck cluck. If Coco's pupils contracted, the warm touch from her lips, along with the warm and sweet taste of fresh blood flowing into her throat. The pure blood of the original vampires is an unparalleled healing remedy among vampires in the world. With her cheeks flushed, Ruokik stopped thinking. Not only was she too weak to resist Ludwig, but she also lost her first kiss inexplicably. Ludwig gently stroked Coco's hair to calm her down. Coco, please don't get hurt protecting me anymore. Vampires are not immortal. Girls who know how to cherish themselves are the most adorable. While the two were huddled in the small single hospital bed receiving treatment, they didn't notice that the blood plasma drip had long since finished. The doctor, who came in just in time to change the dressing, stood at the door for a long time, his mind blank as he pondered what was going on. In the end, he quietly slipped out before they noticed. So the doctor stopped thinking. I still wish you happiness. The next day. This is just a treatment method similar to artificial respiration, it's just a regular kiss, okay. If neither of them considers it their first kiss, then of course it's not. Coco, do you think it's your first kiss? This is my first time with a beautiful girl too. Alright, miss. You've gone too far. Although Ludwig offered a far-fetched explanation afterward, it was clear that Coco would not accept it. But, if getting injured means I can be with a young lady, then. As Coco savored the sensation on her lips and teeth, she suddenly realized that her thoughts were in a jumbled mess, and quickly shrank back under the covers, waving her arms and legs wildly. Health tip, do not give patients folk remedies without authorization. Chapter 32 Surge. Yin Shang, Miss Maid, is your injury healed? Maid Coco, it's been ready for a while, is there something you need? Yin Shang, your young lady has reached a cooperation agreement with me. Maid Coco, oh, I already know. And then, Yin Shang, the church is no longer hostile to the vampires, and the church will undoubtedly suppress the theft of the Spear of Long Enus from everyone. The church cannot afford any more damage to its reputation. Reclaiming the Spear of Long Enus is basically up to us. Maid Coco, to correct you, we have no interest in the Spear of Long Enus. Yin Shang, what I mean is, now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, the two of you naturally become my only source of intelligence at present. Yin Shang, exchange of intelligence is beneficial to both sides. Maid Coco, we'll see. Hilula poked the Yin Yang Lion. Yin Yang Lion, what? Hiluru, Ashi, I have something very important to tell you. Yin Yang Lion, what's up? Hilulo, I won't be able to play games every night for a while. Yin Yang Lion, that's it. Hilulo, but I'll try my best not to cancel my live streams, so remember to send me gifts, hehe. Yin Yang Lion, get out of the way. Hilula, you stingy little thing, it's the thought that counts. Yin Yang Lion, oh, isn't your persona supposed to be a mixed-race vampire beauty living abroad? How come you're using proverbs from the Central Plains? Hilulu, can't it just be because I'm good at Chinese? Hilulu, okay, I'm done chatting, I have to get busy. Although this guy, who has never been in a relationship, only has the contact information of two beautiful girls on his phone, he doesn't feel anything special about it, and his heart is completely unmoved. After all, one was a close friend he was so intimate with that they would tease each other, while the other was a vampire he kept at a distance. Yin Shang put down his phone and sighed as he looked at the hotel ceiling. Finding the Spear of Long Enus, it sounds easy, but we have absolutely no clue about it. He sat up and began to mobilize the holy light power within his body. Never mind, I'll ask them again tomorrow if they have any clues to exchange. I have something else to do now. In an instant, the holy light energy within his body touched his left arm. A piercing pain instantly assaulted Yin Shang's nerves. Ugh, this deadly thing. Give it to me. Ah. Behave yourself. Ah, dash. Inside the hotel in the underground dark zone, Ludwig sat on the edge of the bed, tapping the floor lightly with her heels. She had just finished chatting with her friend and put down her phone when she saw Ruokik come out of the dressing room. If Coco changed into the everyday clothes that Ludwig had bought for her, the maid outfit with a hole in it was sent back to the council for repair and cleaning because it was council property. Hehe, Coco looks quite cute in her everyday clothes too. Although Ludwig bought them on short notice, thanks to her excellent taste in clothing, the final effect of these clothes on Ruok was beyond her expectations. A Scottish-style plaid skirt in a light red hue, paired with a pale white base and a large bow with the same pattern on the right side of her hair, presents a retro yet fashionable asymmetrical beauty. The most important thing is that Coco has a good foundation, Ludwig thought. Beneath her knee-length skirt, a leg ring tucked into her left inner thigh could be vaguely seen, used to store her weapon. Although much shorter than a maid's skirt, the knee-length hem prevented any accidental exposure. However, the length still made her slightly shy. Sigh, miss always picking out these flashy clothes for me. And now my weapons can't be hidden anymore. Ludwig smiled mischievously, pulled the metal rod off her leg, and then, as if by magic, tucked it into a fold of her dress. Then let me keep it for you. Her dress actually had many pockets hidden in its patterned pleats, but she didn't go out often, so Coco often wondered what the purpose of all those pockets on her dress was. Later, Ludwig told Coco that she thought it looked silly to be carrying a parasol and a handbag. But, young lady, I have more than just this giant scythe hidden under my skirt. Coco sighed. As you know, my maid suit is so big because it contains many essential tools for a maid's work. These include cleaning supplies, a first aid kit, blood bags, a makeup kit for you, a phone holder, tissues. Stop, stop, stop. I don't even want to complain anymore about how you can put so many things under your skirt. Ludwig sighed, rubbing her forehead. Since Coco keeps saying that she feels insecure and can't unleash her full fighting power without wearing a maid outfit, let's go to the Vampire Council to get the clothes as soon as possible, so we don't have to send them back. Ruokik suddenly frowned. Wait, young lady. You just mentioned the council, and I find something a bit strange. Tell me about it. Ludwig said with a smile. If Keek replied, yes, miss. You probably already anticipated this. Princess Yanglingzi, who attacked us in the church and stole the Spear of Long Enus, has the right to govern the Vampire Council. She hesitated for a moment, seemingly wondering whether she should say what she was about to say. Speak freely, Ludwig said. Coco said, if there's a possibility that Her Majesty the Queen has spies within the Vampire Council, monitoring its every move and secretly sabotaging it, causing the Council's investigation into the Queen to make no progress for a year, then revealing our whereabouts to Parliament, or even informing them of our encounter with the Princess, would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Ludwig snapped her fingers. Smart, Coco. You've been with me for almost a year now, and your thinking has become much more agile. However, even though we can't talk about our encounter with her, we still have to go to the Vampire Council. She rubbed her chin. Because we need more clues about the princess. Right now, the only breakthrough to finding the Vampire Queen is through her. Coco exclaimed in surprise, but this is too dangerous, miss. She is an extremely dangerous enemy. This time, her target is not us, she is determined to take the Spear of Long Enus. But if we encounter her again, we might not be so lucky. Ludwig stood up, brushed her bangs aside, and fastened them with a hair clip. Her bright red pupils, no longer concealed by her bangs, were now fully revealed, sparkling and captivating like jewels, carrying an enigmatic and mysterious smile. Coco, right now, this is the only clue we can follow to find the location of the Blood Queen. So, we have no choice. After a moment of silence, Coco left the inn with Ludwig. Young miss, at your command. Silly Coco, when you don't want to think, you always say do as I say. Stop pinching my cheeks, miss. Meanwhile, somewhere in the unknown depths of darkness, the broken spear of Longinus floated in a container shrouded in purple mist, reflecting the dim light of its 3 silver-white sections. Its smooth, sharp metal tip, bathed in a dim purple light, reflected a figure slowly approaching it. The blonde girl stretched out her slender, pale hand, wanting to touch the barrel of Longinus's spear. Longinus. But even though its divine power was almost entirely depleted, it also showed a clear resistance to any dark monsters that tried to touch it. It emitted an uneasy buzzing sound, rejecting the girl's touch. Her hand paused in midair, momentarily stunned. Oh, I'm sorry, I should have been gentler. Then, the dark energy emanating from her fingertips silenced the dying broken spear, and its faint glow vanished without a trace under the suppression of the darkness. She gently picked up the section with the gun tip and stroked the dull gun barrel that no longer shone. It's all my fault, that you've suffered so much. Sadness and tears filled her eyes. Longinus, it must have been in a lot of pain back then, right? If it were me, I wouldn't have had the courage to choose to sacrifice myself. She felt the cool temperature of the gun on her cheek, and a satisfied smile appeared on her lips. But it was because of your choice that I saw the true nature of the holy light. % plus hashtag 1-0/1 at 74% 94 at 9 and 8. You can't save me, you can't save me, you can't save my only one. She gracefully and gently placed the broken holy spear back into the purple mist. I'm sorry, Longinus, for keeping you waiting. I'll be right back. A morbid excitement and fanaticism flashed across her gentle, watery eyes. Soon, you too will be reborn, just like me. And to redeem her from her eternal imprisonment in this absurd world. A wicked smile crept onto the girl's face. She turned around, stretched out her slender wrist, and gradually, her graceful figure was enveloped in darkness and disappeared into the endless shadows. The eternal darkness, as black as night, as poignant as the moon. Let's dance together one more time. Chapter 33. I'm really not familiar with him. We have just used the most advanced medical equipment to examine you, President Spire, and you are in excellent health. Spear checked himself several times before he was convinced that he had not suffered any lasting illness from the evil magic. Tisk, all right, call Butler Zhang over, I need to speak with him. Spire recalled it carefully. The spear of Longinus, which was under the care of the church, was stolen by blatant bandits, and the evidence at the scene indicated that it was done by church personnel. If he were to confront the church about this, it would undoubtedly worsen the church's already heavily monitored and tarnished reputation. Given more time, it could even cause the church to lose all power. Ha, we've got the church's weakness in the bag. Let's just consider it a trump card. Although the camera didn't capture anything, the scientific equipment he had placed beforehand did capture some of the particles that make up the dark area. According to his scientific team's analysis, those dark particles are not the same as the dark domain previously released by the Vampire Queen. This undoubtedly made him even more certain that the Vampire Queen had indeed disappeared, and might even have been replaced by someone else. The businessman had a keen sense of smell. Although he had been cooperating with the Vampire Council for several years, some subtle changes that occurred in the Vampire Council a year ago made him realize that the leaders of the vampires might be unable to manage the vampires for some reason. He manipulates local gangs to do some side business for him without getting his hands dirty, and some of these local gangs are composed of short-sighted vampires who would betray the Vampire Queen for petty gains. This suspicion already existed when Spire supported them in conducting experiments on some new products for him. It is said that the Vampire Queen possesses the power to force all vampires to submit to her and prevent them from betraying her. If the Vampire Queen were still alive, her power would never allow such a small gang to act in this way, because if these gangs wanted to betray her, they would suffer punishment from the Vampire Queen, their minds would be mercilessly tortured, or even obliterated. Although the reason for the Vampire Queen's disappearance is unknown, her disappearance undoubtedly allowed Spiel to carry out his plans during this year. From initial tentative steps to increasingly bolder moves, Spire's intricate web is being laid out methodically. Spyr took out his silver pocket watch and checked the time. Yes, it's time. He looked up and saw the butler waiting at the door. He closed his pocket watch and picked up the silver cane leaning against the door. Pass it on, Butler Zhang. I'm planning to hold a press conference soon to announce the group's new business policy. The young man smirked, put on his top hat, and left the room. When faced with difficulties, only by taking a step forward into the unknown can we achieve a breakthrough. This is the pioneering spirit and belief that the Spire Group has always upheld. Ah! Yinsheng roared, because his body was in so much pain that it felt like it was about to split open. Ha, ha, ha. Although he didn't take off his jacket, he actually knew very well what his body looked like hidden under the clothes. The upper part of his left arm was already tainted by the poisonous blood, the skin corroded to a ghastly white, and the blood vessels beneath the skin formed black spiderweb-like patterns. Now, it had begun to spread to Yinsheng's collarbone. Reinhardt, how is the situation? Yinsheng asked. Yinsheng relied on Reinhardt's control over blood circulation, ensuring that all blood entering and leaving this area was purified by Reinhardt beforehand, which barely managed to contain the erosion. Master, I'm finding it increasingly difficult to suppress it. Reinhardt emerged from beside Yinsheng, pressing his cat paw against Yinsheng's left back, transmitting golden holy light energy to him. I told you long ago that the intense battle would leave me no time to control your blood circulation, and the circulation of holy light energy would also arouse the corrosive nature of dark energy, making it eager to erode your body again. But I can't not fight, Reinhardt? Don't you understand? Yinsheng pounded the ground. In the end, isn't it because even your holy light can't completely eradicate it? But then Yinsheng realized that he had acted impulsively. Reinhardt lowered his head and replied dejectedly. Yes, Master. I have failed you. No, Reinhardt, I don't blame you. Master, I'm going back to hibernation now. I will continue to contain your corruption as always. Before Yinsheng could speak, the golden Persian cat transformed into golden light and spun into the Sword of Wandering. Lie. Yinsheng gritted his teeth and slumped to the ground. I'm sorry, Reinhardt. I'm such a useless master. At this moment, Yinsheng was staying under an abandoned bridge arch. Because he had been wanted by the church for a long time, although he was not a serious criminal, he did not dare to take the huge risk of renting a hotel in Florence, where the church's influence was widespread. He wasn't afraid of being caught by the church because he hadn't committed any serious crimes. What he was truly afraid of was the church discovering the corruption within him. This is a big problem. Yinsheng looked at the sword of hesitation, picked it up, and gently stroked the uneven scratches on it. This is the new damage he caused after encountering it. Every scratch like this is a symbol of glory witnessed by entropy and the sword of hesitation, together with Reinhardt. Looking at the greatsword that felt almost weightless in his hand, Yinsheng couldn't help but recall past memories. If it weren't for it, he wouldn't have been expelled from his home and severed ties with his family. But Yinsheng had no regrets, because it made him a church knight. Even now, destitute under a bridge, and despite the terrifying corruption that has turned him into something neither human nor ghost, Yinsheng still regards the Sword of Wandering as the most important part of his life. I have never regretted meeting you, Reinhardt. Yinsheng muttered to himself. I will try my best not to be the most useless of all your previous owners. I hope that in the distant future, you will still occasionally miss me, your unqualified owner. He gave a wry smile and was about to put it into the canvas bag when he suddenly heard footsteps coming from the side of the bridge arch. No one usually comes here. This conclusion was reached by Yinsheng after observing for several hours. He immediately tried to hide, but he was too late. A figure jumped down from the slope next to the bridge arch. Pat? Who? Hey, don't be nervous. It's me, your brother. Yinsheng clearly recognized the familiar voice. He summoned holy light in his palm, forming a candle-like light source. This light, enough to illuminate the bridge arch, finally revealed the figure of the person in question. His black hair was streaked with a few strands of gray, but his energy and spirit remained undiminished, even in a suit. His strong and tall physique was still evident. Yinsheng stared at the suit and instinctively felt nauseous. Ugh, what the hell? Yinsheng said. That badge on your chest, you bastard, surnamed Che. How much did you pay to get this fancy-looking outfit from the Spire Group? It didn't cost a penny, because it was a perk the group gave to senior executives. The man laughed heartily. High-ranking executive. Ha, long time no see. You've really done well, much better than me, a down-on-my-luck knight. What, you actually knew where I was and even came all this way to find me? What mission did the corporation give you? It's dog. The man laughed and said, Brother, there's no need to be so harsh. I am indeed here on orders from the company, but I didn't tell the company when I came to see you this time. He paused. Seeing your ashen face and miserable state, the young master, out of consideration for our past relationship, will have to invite you back for treatment. Of course, if you refuse now, we're brothers, and we certainly won't reveal your whereabouts to the young master. Ha ha ha, don't worry. Yinsheng's facial muscles twitched for a moment. The man's words had undoubtedly hit a nerve. He held the sword of hesitation to his chest and struck it with a dull thud on the muddy ground. What bullshit about receiving treatment? Listen to me, you're driving through dust. Yinsheng read it out word by word. Because I was cursed, and I suppressed the erosion of the curse by harmonizing with the energy of the sacred artifact, I formed a stable and special physical state. This inhuman and ghostly appearance is undoubtedly of great research value to the Spiel Group. He sneered. That second young master has maintained a consistent tone in his statements to outsiders, so why would he be willing to risk all the risks of my return to take me back for treatment? His reason for wanting me back now is very clear. Yinsheng blinked and shaped his black pupils. They were the colored contact lenses he always wore. He raised his head again, his eyes appearing a clear, deep blue in the candlelight. That cold-blooded beast Kapilson just wants to dismember his own brother on the operating table. Chapter 34 Old Acquaintances and New Friends. Old Che, we've known each other for a while now, so there's no need to repeat ourselves, Yinsheng said. Ha ha ha. The burly man known as Car Dust Roller laughed heartily again. He knew what kind of stubborn boy this was. Okay, I respect my brother's opinion. But the president asked me to bring you back. We can't go back empty-handed to report to him, can we? Yinsheng cautiously placed his hand on the sword of hesitation. Hey old Car, wanna fight? Don't think I'm still the same guy I was when I first graduated, barely able to stand up even when I kicked him. That won't happen. Cheney and Chen walked over without any hesitation and sat down on the stone steps next to Yinsheng. Come here. He turned his head to the side. Yinsheng hesitated for a moment, but out of trust for his old friend, he sat down next to him. He took out a few cigarettes and handed them to Yinsheng. Want one? No need, Yinsheng said, pushing the offer back. After all these years you still haven't learned to smoke. Speak your mind, Yinsheng said. Cheney and Chen laughed and said, besides, your personality hasn't changed at all. He lit his cigarette and then spoke. Then please tell me, Brother Yin, why you have such a strong prejudice against the CEO. I've heard you mention before that you and he are brothers, but I still don't understand. The car kicked up dust and exhaled a puff of smoke. Is he hiding something, or are you hiding something? From the public's perspective, the Spider family's eldest son died 12 years ago, meaning they wish you were dead. Brother, if what you're saying is true, why did you and the Spider family break off relations? Yinsheng sighed deeply, stood up, and said, knowing this won't do you any good, old man. It's my past that I've buried, but my brother thinks I haven't buried it properly because I'm still alive and can still speak. He thinks I'll reveal these secrets that I didn't take with me to the grave at any time, so he's trying to eliminate me. Telling you these things will only affect your career at the Spiel Group. There are some things in life that you shouldn't know, Cheney and Chen said, but buddy, you know the president has been watching you for a long time. It's because you've dealt with the group so many times that they know you've been corrupted. Even so, the president hasn't told the church about your infection. In my opinion, it's because he doesn't want the family's image to be ruined, because he still considers you a member of the family. Yinsheng couldn't help but slap his thigh and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, old Che, you big idiot, you're still so naive. It's no wonder you became a high-ranking official. Yinsheng wiped away the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes and said, I know my brother's thoughts all too well. He just doesn't want the world, the church, to know my identity as an infected person and the so-called young master, because that would mean he'd lose his legitimacy to inherit the group and face some unfounded accusations. He lets me, Yinsheng, operate outside, and I frequently sabotage the Spire Group's plans, destroying their bases and warehouses across the country. In Capillison's eyes, in the eyes of the group, I am nothing more than a thorn in their side, a ghost that should have died long ago, and an experimental subject that can create value for the corporation. He ripped the necklace off his neck and threw it into the dust from the car. Take it back to your boss. If he has any conscience, he'll stop bothering me when he sees this necklace. Tell him I have absolutely no interest in his lousy company. Tell him again that I, Yinsheng, can be anything, but I am definitely not Capillison's brother. Cart ran over the dust and threw the necklace back. Snapped. Yinsheng caught it and glanced sideways, saying, What do you mean, old Che? Didn't you want to take something back to report? The burly man stood up, exhaled his cigarette, and stumped it out. Brother, if we just take back a pendant like this, I'm afraid it won't convince the boss. I take back what I said before, let's have a fight instead. He stretched his muscles and bones, his joints cracking. Let's stick to the old rules. If I win, you'll come back with me obediently. If I lose, I can at least give the president an explanation for my injuries. Yinsheng laughed and said, when in doubt, you just fight, right? Your muscle brain hasn't improved at all over the years. Cheney and Chen laughed back, so how much have you improved, brother? Yinsheng realized what Cheney and Chen was talking about, so he threw the sort of hesitation aside. To be fair, I'll fight you empty-handed. He took a horse stance, raised his hands in a fighting posture, and unleashed a gust of wind in the air. Hey big oaf, don't mistake me for a knight who only knows how to wield a sword. Being a church knight isn't just about relying on weapons to slay demons. Yinsheng was wearing a loose-fitting jacket, so he didn't need to take it off. Cheney and Chen, on the other hand, took off his suit jacket. In terms of the boxing techniques he is skilled in, he needs to make his upper body as flexible as possible in order to unleash his full potential. The two men, swords drawn, slowly approached each other. Come. Cheney and Chen shouted loudly, about to launch the first attack, when he suddenly noticed a strange wind. What's going on? Call? He looked up and saw a figure suddenly leap down from the ceiling of the bridge arch, which was nearly 10 meters high. Its bright red pupils were clearly visible under the dim bridge arch. Bang! Drink! The car kicked up dust and let out a startled roar. The kick was blocked by Cheney and Chen with his wrists crossed, and the impact forced him to do 2 backflips before he could stand still. What? A vampire? As Cheney and Chen looked closely, he saw a girl about 1.67 meters tall, dressed in ordinary girl's clothes, blocking his way and protecting Yinsheng behind her. Yinsheng I was stunned for a few seconds before realizing who she was. Miss Coco, what happened to you? He looked him up and down a few times. You look like a completely different person when you're not wearing a maid outfit. She snorted and turned around. Stop talking nonsense. I was about to ask you what you were doing, fighting with the group's thugs? This guy looks extremely dangerous. I can't just watch our one and only partner lose his life here. Yinsheng sighed. What's going on? When did you get here? I've been secretly watching from nearby ever since you screamed under the bridge, she said coldly. Yinsheng tried to pull her away. This guy and I are just dealing with things in our private way. Miss Maid, please move aside. No way, Ruo Keek said, hands on her hips. She pointed to the dust piled up on the car that had been left to sit to the side. Can't you see the difference in strength between you and him? She then crossed her arms and said. That's true, humans with dulled senses really can't detect it. Chanian Chen watched the two bicker for a while and interrupted with a smile. Okay, I think I know what's going on, bro. So you're working with vampires? Yinsheng said. Old Che, no. Chanian Chen waved his hand and said, alright, Yin, it's nothing, I don't care about the details. Anyway, I won't tell the boss about this when I get back. He resumed his fighting stance. I don't care who I fight, as long as they can beat me to a pulp, I'll just walk away. I just want to have a fight, come on, let me have some fun. Yinsheng wanted to step forward again, but Ruokik stopped him. Step aside, human. This is a favor I owe you, but mainly it's the aura emanating from this guy that really bothers me. She sniffed, looking disgusted. It doesn't smell like a human. Yinsheng, standing to the side, was completely bewildered. It was clearly a good thing that someone had come to help him, but he felt like he had already stepped onto a pirate ship with one foot in the sand. Old Che, I believed your nonsense. You'd better keep your mouth shut, or I'm definitely going to be in big trouble. The church and the corporation are already troublesome enough. I really don't want to be targeted by the bloodthirsty ones. Chapter 35 Exchange Targets. Bang dash. A thick cloud of smoke billowed up, and both of them took several steps back. Chanian Chen laughed. You've got some skills, little girl. If Coco is too lazy to pay attention to him, she doesn't say anything. By this time, the two had been fighting for some time. This unarmed contest appears quite unfair on the surface, because if Coco is just a girl who is less than 1.7 meters tall, and although her figure is not thin, it is only the plumpness of an ordinary girl, which is completely insignificant in front of the burly and strong Chanian Chen. But the biggest variable is not her size, it is that she is a vampire. If Coco strengthens herself with the blood energy within her body, her petite frame, which appears quite small in front of the burly man, will be able to fight him without being at a disadvantage. What? The girl shouted and stumped on the old, moss-covered stone slabs, shooting towards the dust piled up by the cart like a bullet. The activation of her vampire powers made her vampire features particularly prominent. Her fangs protruded beyond her lips, and the narrow pupils in her crimson eyes became even longer. Like a feline in battle, it sends a dangerous signal to the enemy. Boom! Clack clack! Chanian Chen caught Ruokik's punch with his palm, but an unparalleled brute force almost sent him flying. Wow! His heel kicked up a cloud of dust on the ground and then rubbed backward inch by inch. The soreness radiating from his entire right arm was undoubtedly telling him one thing. Girl, isn't using vampire blood energy a bit too much of a bully? Coco stared at him unmoved. Enough nonsense. I can smell your strange odor. To deal with you, I need to unleash my physical potential. Big guy, show me what you're hiding, or else. Upon hearing this, Chanian Chen let out a cold laugh. I'm just an ordinary human being. Coco scoffed. Ordinary humans could have the strength to rival the physical abilities of vampires? You're kidding me. Chanian Chen laughed heartily. Of course, to lie to you is to lie to a ghost. He suddenly bent down and, using Ruokik's brute force, grabbed her wrists with both hands. Ugh. Before she could retaliate, Chanian Chen threw her, who was lighter, over the shoulder with a single throw. Just as Ruokik stood still, ready to fight back, she noticed that Chanian Chen was there, patting her pants. Okay, girl, I give up. He casually picked up the suit jacket that had been thrown on the ground. I had a great time today. See you two next time. Tisk, these injuries on my face should give me some credibility when I get back. Coco stumped her foot and yelled, hey, you. Yinsheng patted Ruokik on the shoulder. Alright, he doesn't want to fight anymore. I know his personality, he's very forthright but also easygoing. He just wants to have a good fight. Coco muttered, what weirdo. Then she turned her head and glared at Yinsheng, and you? If you touch me again, I'll beat you up. Alright, come here, stop talking. Yinsheng threw the necklace to Chanian Chen again, then dragged Ruokik away in the opposite direction. Old Che, take this thing back with you. If you're going to put on an act, you have to go all the way. Besides, I already said, if that guy has any conscience, he won't bother me when he sees it. Chanian Chen looked at the necklace in his hand and shrugged. Alright, bro. I don't want to keep going against old friends, so I'll ask the president to send someone else to find you. Take care of yourself. That's all I can do. I hope that next time we meet, we won't have to fight. He waved his hand, and his burly figure disappeared at the other end of the bridge arch. After leaving the bridge archway, Ruokik and Yinsheng found a quiet bench in a nearby park and sat down to be alone. Alright, Mr. Yinsheng, you'd better explain what you were just doing. As Coco sucked on a bag of blood plasma to replenish her energy, her blood-red eyes, now back to normal, stared intently at Yinsheng. Need I say more? Of course, it was a friend who works at the company who was ordered to arrest me. He just showed a little favoritism and said he would let me go if I beat him. That's not what I meant, Ruokik snorted. What were you screaming about under the bridge before he arrived? Wait, Mr. Yin, were your eyes originally blue? Yinsheng broke out in a cold sweat. Haha, I have something to do, I'll be going now. Quack. What? Yinsheng's wrist was pinched so hard it hurt, so he had no choice but to sit down again, feeling rather annoyed. You don't want to say, right? Besides the smell from that big oaf, I also smelled some of your scent. If Coco leans closer to Yinsheng, the tip of her nose twitches slightly. Sniff. Sniff. She only looked up with a serious expression after sniffing Yinsheng's left side for a moment. Tell me, why do you smell like a vampire? All right. Yinsheng realized that he had been exposed, and if he didn't confess to her, he probably wouldn't be able to leave today. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his pale left arm covered in dark patterns to Ruo Keek. These spiderweb-like patterns were shockingly covered his upper left arm, making his skin as pale and bloodless as a vampire's. He quickly pulled his sleeves back up and tugged at his collar. The ends of several black lines had already spread toward his collarbone. See? If these things get into my heart, I'm dead. He poked Ruo Keek's left shoulder, essentially the same as what's inside you, Miss Vampire. If Coco nodded thoughtfully, she would ask. I won't ask how you got infected by it. Aren't you going to consider curing it, human? Yinsheng looked helpless. What are you saying? Who doesn't know that this thing can't be cured? What you call cure is nothing more than letting it completely erode me first, and then giving me a serum injection to stabilize me, making me another new vampire who can't see the light of day. What's wrong with becoming a vampire? Ruo Keek said, crossing her arms. To shed the frail human body requires only a small price to achieve immortality and be free from illness. I was once human, but I have no memories of my human days. At least for me now, if I had a choice, I would not hesitate to become a vampire. Yinsheng shook his head with a wry smile. Miss, I can't blame you. After all, a pure vampire like you couldn't possibly understand that humans have their advantages too. Just the fact that I can sunbathe is enough to make me rule out becoming a vampire. In short, Reinhard is keeping my condition under control right now, and this thing doesn't threaten my life for the time being. He paused. More importantly, do you and your master have any leads regarding the whereabouts of the Spear of Longinus? It was taken by that blonde woman. Judging from your encounter with her in the church, you seem to know her quite well. If Coco nodded. She is Her Majesty the Vampire Princess, and is likely the missing Vampire Queen. The mastermind behind the disappearance. After the Vampire Queen returned to the royal court, she held a crucial position overseeing the council, while the Queen herself rarely appeared in public. Moreover, she was the closest person to the Vampire Queen. Yinsheng was shocked. What? The Vampire Queen has disappeared. Coco quickly covered his mouth. Do you want the whole world to know? I'm only telling you this because you've already made a deal with the young lady. After Yinsheng calmed down, she wiped her hands with a tissue with a look of disgust. Listen up, human. Princess Yanglingzi is the only princess in the history of the Vampire Royal Court. For the first time in the thousands of years that the Vampire Queen has ruled us, she has stepped down from the ruling position and taken a back seat. The reason for this was the princess's suggestion. Although the Vampire Queen has absolute control over the vampires, she has also drastically expanded the power of the Vampire Council with the Vampire Queen's permission, establishing a dual monarchical council system exclusively for vampires. Even though Her Majesty the Queen could seize all the power of the council with a single thought, she tacitly approved of His Majesty the Prince's overstepping of authority. Before she disappeared with the Vampire Queen, her status was already second only to the Vampire Queen. Yinsheng pondered. No vampire can resist the Vampire Queen, and the Queen is willing to give her so many rights, so it can only be that she did so voluntarily. He suddenly thought of something. Wait, she's a princess? So her relationship with the Queen is actually that of a couple. Coco interrupted him. Ahem. You should know that some things can't be said outright, right? Coco sighed softly. Her Majesty the Queen disappeared from the Vampire Royal Court nearly a year ago. Her Majesty the Princess and a close attendant of the Queen also disappeared. However, the attendant was a very low-key person, and I not only never met her, but I also didn't know her name. However, she was not an important figure in the council. Yinsheng said, in my opinion, that princess probably sabotaged the Vampire Queen. She stole the Spear of Longinus precisely to use it to pierce the immortal Vampire Queen, taking away her life and power. Then, she would return to the Vampire Council. Coco interrupted him immediately. Enough, human. Her affair with the Queen is a matter of internal affairs for the vampires and has nothing to do with you. I was just saying. I'd rather not investigate than do anything about it. Yinsheng scratched his head. Coco said, Her Majesty the Prince is different from Her Majesty the Queen. She has appeared in the media quite often in recent years. It would be better if you started your investigation with her than to search aimlessly. That's a good direction for investigation. Yinsheng replied. Finding more details about her won't be a problem for me. I've been hunting monsters for many years, after all. If Coco said, even I and the young lady, being vampires, couldn't find any clues about her, how could you, a mere human? Yinsheng laughed and said, don't underestimate the abilities of the church knights. In fact, although we church knights are called knights, we have always basically been doing the work of demon hunters. You mediators are not as professional as us in gathering intelligence. If Coco stands up, then I'll await good news, Mr. Yin. Miss is still waiting for me, so I'll take my leave now. Wait a minute, Yinsheng said. I also have some information here that may not be related to the theft of Longinus, but it is very relevant to your vampire clan. If you are clueless about Longinus, you might as well take some time to investigate it. Consider it an exchange of investigation targets. Yinsheng leaned closer to her and whispered. The Spire Group is conducting some kind of dangerous research targeting vampires. Although I don't know the specifics, if it's completed, vampires will definitely suffer. This is what I've been investigating before I met you, and it's also related to those warehouses in Chongchuan City. You could have guessed it, Ruok said. Yinsheng said, then listen carefully, I have made some progress on this matter. Chapter 36. Back to the starting point. Their long, intimate conversation was drawing to a close in the dim night. The corporation is no good, that's for sure. Real villains are always good at portraying themselves as great benefactors. You vampires are no different. Coco pouted. We just have different stances than you. Yinsheng said, I'll keep it short. As everyone knows, the Spire Group, authorized by the Vampire Council, produces and supplies blood plasma bags to vampires worldwide. But they did use this technology to conduct some extremely dangerous research. The disgusting hallucinogens in the secret warehouse in Shijukawa City were just a byproduct of this research. Yinsheng felt nauseous just thinking about the taste of those hallucinogens. Who knows what they're doing? But I'm sure they need my half-human, half-ghost body to complete research related to it, which could very well endanger the vampires, or even all of humanity. After listening, Coco took out her phone and pressed a few buttons. Oh, I'm just an ordinary maid. I can't make any decisions based on what you're saying. I'll call the young lady here and suggest you speak with her in person. Yinsheng pressed her hand down. All right, I can't stand that old lady. Please, Miss Maid, talk to her yourself later. Just before they were about to part, Coco suddenly remembered something. By the way, Mr. Yinsheng, are you interested in truly curing the corruption in your body? Suddenly, a faint, dark red light shone in Coco's eyes. Considering that you once made me owe you a favor, I'll repay that favor with this information. But if you can't keep your mouth shut and gossip about it, then you'll have to repay my favor with your life. Can I not listen? Just consider it as if you've already paid it back. Yinsheng shrugged. Coco shook her head. All right, please go ahead. Yinsheng said decisively. I once heard from the Vampire Queen about a way to cure humans from the vampire curse. As Keek said, this true healing can completely eliminate the curse that even current vampire medicine is helpless against, eradicate the dark power within the body, and allow the recipient to return to human form. Even native vampires who have been vampires for thousands of years are no problem. If you're interested, go ask the Vampire Queen yourself, but don't tell anyone that I told you. I can't guarantee she'll be willing to tell you. If Keek bowed slightly to Yinsheng, she would then turn into black mist and disappear. Ruo Keek thought this could win over Yinsheng to help her find the Vampire Queen. Even though he was a human knight she disliked, as long as he wouldn't become their enemy, it would be a good thing for Ruo Keek. Turning enemies into friends is always the right option. Yinsheng scratched his head. Is she implying that I should be their ally? No, this is an explicit suggestion. Cooperating with vampires? Sigh, I've gotten used to it. Shortly after. KO. Hilulu, she is really bad, hee. Yin Yang Lion, I'm not playing anymore, I can't beat you anymore. Hiluru, a hero can't desert his post, can he? Right now, Ludwig is playing a fighting game in the hotel. She's a die-hard keyboard enthusiast. According to her, the creaking sound of mechanical keyboard switches is the most beautiful sound in the world. That feels good. She stretched and lay back on the bed with a satisfied smile. Huh? Why does Coco only say half a sentence? She saw half a message from Ruo Keek on her phone and was completely confused when Ruo Keek pushed the door open and came in. Miss. Coco, where's my blood cake? Here you go. Great. Ludwig jumped up immediately, happily unpacked the package, and began to enjoy the food. Ugh, why did it take Coco so long to buy some blood cake? If I hadn't been playing games to distract myself, I would have fainted from hunger. Ruo Keek said, Young miss, I took it upon myself to chat with that church knight named Yinsheng for a little while. If Coco relayed the contents of her conversation with Yinsheng to Ludwig in this way, Ludwig pouted. Oh what, to cooperate with him? If Coco said, Young miss, you don't want to cooperate with him? I'll tell him right now. No, Coco did a great job. Ludwig smiled. Just like you thought, as long as he doesn't bother us, it's a good thing. Coco breathed a sigh of relief. So, miss, we've all hit a roadblock with our respective goals, so according to him, we'll temporarily switch our investigation targets, which might lead to some breakthroughs. So he's now investigating Her Majesty the Queen. Ludwig nodded. She was quite agreeable. So, what is his goal? Replying to Miss. He sent me an address via text message. If you can swipe a couple of times on your phone and read aloud. The Drake Building, located in Debrecen, Hungary. What are the details? Tell me, Ludwig asked, chewing on her blood cake. Yes, miss. Ahem. According to Yinsheng, and the news information that can be found online, this city became the epicenter of the plague 5 years ago. The Human Alliance Council dispatched troops to purify the entire city and suppress the outbreak. But then, a stronger bloodthirsty plague that would infect humans and turn them into vampires broke out globally less than a month later. Mr. Yin said that even though many scholars suspect there is some connection between the two incidents, the public's attention was shifted elsewhere within a few years due to the manipulation of the Spire Group and the Church. According to him, the Drake Building had served as a central office for the Church in the city, but it was deserted after the Church's crimes were exposed and Debrecen was reduced to ruins. As the city's reconstruction progressed, the local government took over the building, and the Spire Group subsequently bought it to use as its office in the city. But here's the strange thing, the Drake building was severely damaged, and buying it would undoubtedly cost a lot of money to repair. The group had much better options, yet they still spent a huge sum of money to buy the building. This church knight had intended to investigate the place, but it was already guarded by the Spire group. According to him, he was a wanted criminal by the church and the group, and going there would have been like walking into a trap. What a joke! He walked right into our trap, but the two of us vampires were even more eager to join him, etc. Ludwig suddenly remembered the diary she had found in the princess's residence. We're from Derek. Fortunately, it was a close call. The words that appear to be from the city of Debrecen appear in the tattered pages of her diary. At the time, Ludwig didn't think it was an important clue, so she automatically skipped it during the investigation. Oh, Debrecen, the starting point of the Great Plague outbreak 5 years ago. Ludwig poked the corner of her mouth. Now it seems that we absolutely have to go there, Coco. Her Majesty the Queen and she seemed to have been here before. Who knows, they might have found something extraordinary. Yes, miss, I'll go and buy the plane tickets right away. Coco left the room, but Ludwig didn't rest. Before setting off, she needed to ask her fans for leave. She rolled around on the bed twice, returned to the computer stand, and then did a somersault. The silver-haired girl skillfully put on her headphones, turned on the camera, and opened the live stream. As one of the top streamers on the platform, she didn't even need to give prior notice. With just this surprise broadcast, her live stream quickly became a trending topic within minutes. Humph. She was enjoying the moment. Seeing that most of her familiar fans had arrived, especially her old friend Yin Yang Lion who had entered the live stream, she cleared her throat and began. Friends, Hilulo will still be unable to broadcast for the next 3 days. Although we notified everyone beforehand, we're reminding you all again. As compensation, I won't be playing games today. Instead, I'll answer some questions from my fans. After hearing what she said, Yin Yang Lion suddenly sent a comment in the live stream. Lazy streamer, if you slack off for a few more days you'll lose followers. Ludwig snorted. That guy called Yin Yang Lion, the room manager should gag him and not let him speak tonight. What? He's the housing manager. Then I'll take over. Ludwig tapped a few times, and the Yin Yang Lion's mouth was physically shut. Shall we read the first comment first? Have a great trip, Hilulu. Hehe, thank you. I hope you have a happy day every day too. However, Ludwig muttered quietly. Happy? If traveling around can solve all these troubles, then I would indeed be happy. All I like is staying at home and playing games all day. It's too much trouble to pretend to be having a great time on vacation in front of my fans. If my fans weren't worried about my health, I wouldn't have bothered to make up a travel excuse to shut them up. Alright, let's get back to business. Virtual girl streamers can't just run away at the last minute. Chapter 37 Good Brothers. How stingy? This little girl even silenced me, Yinsheng complained. He watched as Zilulo reluctantly said goodbye to her fans and ended the live stream on his phone screen before opening his chat app and sending Zilulo a shake. Hiluro, what? Yin Yang Lion, are you angry? Hilulo, it's all for the sake of the show. If I don't say it like that, the fans will see me playing with you every day and wanting to ship this and that, which is really annoying. Yin Yang Lion, oh, that's good. But I need to go to sleep now, so I won't play with you anymore. Hiluro, then I'm angry. Hilulo, hey. In the quiet of the late night, only warm Chinese restaurants remain open. When staying in a foreign land, a bowl of hot noodles with the taste of home is enough to make Yinsheng feel incredibly satisfied. At this moment, Yinsheng was hungry, so he found a Chinese noodle shop nearby and started slurping noodles. Although the Chongchuan noodles here were actually made with Italian pasta, at least it tasted similar, which was better than nothing. The shop owner, being far away in Western Europe, rarely saw fellow countrymen, so he warmly invited Yinsheng to sit wherever he pleased and stay as long as he wanted. Yinsheng declined, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, boss, but I'm in a hurry to leave. Oh, by the way, could you pack me a serving of the same noodles? I'll take it back for my pet." A pet. The boss scratched his head. Although he actually wondered what kind of pet could eat this spicy noodle dish, he didn't ask any further questions and went into the kitchen to get busy. Of course, Yinsheng couldn't conjure Reinhard up in front of ordinary people and let it eat with him, so he usually ate out and then packed the leftovers to take home to feed it. He casually grabbed a can of Raymune soda from the beverage shelf and happily went back to sit down. Ah, life, it's so hard to find joy even a few times. He turned off Zilula's live stream, which had already ended, and then casually started browsing popular videos on the website. But before they could even finish swiping their brushes a few times, a new customer arrived at the quiet noodle shop late at night. That's right, boss. A bowl of Chongchuan noodles, and 2 cans of beer, please. Yinsheng jolted awake, nearly spitting out a mouthful of soda. The visitor, without any hesitation, sat down next to Yinsheng and suddenly slapped him. Bang! Yo, a good pu. Yinsheng still choked on his soda and spat it out. Chow, Lao Che, you. The hearty laughter of the burly man beside him was as deafening as the barbell itself, reverberating in Yinsheng's ears. Ha ha ha, isn't that funny? After all these years, you still love drinking Coke soda so much. Yinsheng wiped her mouth while glaring at him. It's Raymune soda. I don't drink any other sodas. How about this? Haha, I was worried you'd suspect I was trying to trick you, so I ordered 2 cans of low-alcohol beer. A waiter handed over a can of beer as Che Nian-chen pushed it over. He had already opened it for Yinsheng beforehand. Yinsheng accepted it without any hesitation and immediately poured it into his mouth. You old rascal, you're rough around the edges but actually quite shrewd, Yinsheng said. But why haven't you left yet? Didn't you go back to report? Che Nian-chen said, oh, I don't need to go back for now, because my superiors just sent me to a new place on a business trip. There aren't any other Chinese restaurants nearby, and I guessed you were working at this noodle shop, so I came to say goodbye. Yinsheng took a swig of beer. There's no need for that. We're practically strangers now, so it's better for both of us to stay away from someone like me who's halfway to the grave. Thump thump, the car ran over him twice more. I know you're strong, so go easy on me. Che Nian-chen laughed and said, relax, brother. I've already spoken with the group and they've asked them to send someone else to find you. I'm just here as a friend, having a couple of drinks with you before I leave, and to give you a heads up, the people the group sends won't be as easy to talk to as I am. Yinsheng laughed. Ha, you think you're so easy to talk to? The kind of easy to talk to who would settle things with a fight if we disagreed? Physical persuasion, huh? Besides, with you protecting me like this, it's hard for the company not to have a problem with you. Che Nian-chen said, the group wouldn't interfere with the friendships and privacy of its senior executives. He tilted his head back and gulped down most of a can of beer. The slight effect of the alcohol made him start talking. Oh my god. I wanted to join the army, but I couldn't quit smoking and drinking, so I was kicked out after a short time. I could only become a security captain at a company. Yinsheng said, I know that the group later valued you and promoted you to security supervisor. So what is this senior cadre position you hold now? Haha, he's just a high-ranking cadre who does low-level dirty work. It has little to do with you, brother. The two chatted for a while longer, and after eating and drinking their fill, Che Nian-chen prepared to leave. He stood up with a thud, and because of his overly robust physique, even the gaps between the restaurant tables and chairs seemed a bit narrow to him. Phew, this noodle dish is alright, but it has a salty Italian flavor. He wiped his mouth and said, see you next time, brother, remember to finish your beer. Yinsheng sighed and said, that big guy is finally gone. He can go on a business trip, but I don't know why he bothered me in the first place. Wait a minute. He glanced at his can of beer, which he had supposedly finished 20 minutes earlier. Rather than believing that he was drunk and confused by beer, rather than the possibility that he could drink several kilograms of liquor and still be sober, he believed in another possibility. He picked up the beer can and looked closely. Inside the can, a waterproof paper strip was faintly visible. Yinsheng managed to use a toothpick to pull out the note. Looking around to make sure no one was watching, he unfolded it and saw only 6 small characters written on it. The Vampire Council is in trouble. Aren't those 2 vampire girls members of the Vampire Council? Yinsheng seemed to feel that he was being drawn into some kind of intricate vortex. Even Lao Che, a senior executive of the group, had to tell me this news in secret. It seems that the conspiracy behind it is kept very secret. Sigh, my wonderful vacation is coming to an abrupt end. He walked out of the restaurant and looked up at the starry night sky. I need to go to the Vampire Council before those 2 ladies. We can find clues about the princess there. The council is in trouble. Who could threaten the Vampire Council? Yinsheng gently stroked the hilt of the sword, which was wrapped in a canvas bag on his back. We'll find out once we get there, Reinhardt. Let's go. The restaurant owner chased after them and said, hey customer, your takeout noodles? You forgot to take them. Good evening, journalists and viewers. I am Kapilisan Spire, the chief chairman and CEO of the Spire Group. Next, the group will announce a major decision, a decision that will have a profound impact on human history and will leave a significant mark on the history of the coexistence of humans and vampires. Spire gave a fleeting, cold laugh, raised his hand, palm up, and swept it over the hundreds of reporters in front of him. Please listen attentively at this historic moment. I, personally, and on behalf of all the board members of the Spire Group, hereby announce. Effective immediately, the group will prioritize hiring vampires and will pay them the same salaries as human employees. For the sake of human well-being, to comply with the Vampire International Convention law formulated by the Human Union Council, and to demonstrate our goodwill towards vampires, the Spire Group, which has always been highly regarded by all walks of life, is willing to stand up and set an example in this controversial matter. 1-$$at equals +//01-7% at 9% for #9+ at 8. This concludes today's press conference. Thank you all for attending and listening. Faced with countless cameras and microphones, Spider smiled slightly, took off his top hat, and performed a retro hat-tipping salute. At that moment, his shadow was stretched much longer under the spotlight. Thank you to the media. The Spire Group will continue to fight for the well-being of all humanity. Chapter 38. It's a miracle I'm still alive. 2 days later. The sheer scale of a business empire like Spire when it announces a new policy is obvious, even a fool could guess. After the group announced its new policy of employing vampires, people from all walks of life followed suit. The news spread throughout the vampire community, and many newly born vampires who had experienced great changes in their lives wept with joy, finally able to compete on the same starting line as humans. Yinsheng looked at his phone and scratched his head. His straightforward personality prevented him from realizing that something was wrong. He pondered, this is a major boon for the vampires, unlike what old Che warned about, that the Vampire Council is in trouble, right? I think there's probably another reason. He then opened a map app, searched for a moment, and found the location of the Vampire Council. Dracula's castle in Romania, now renamed Mona Castle after the Vampire Council moved in, is said to be the surname of the Vampire Queen. However, no scholar knows which royal family or noble clan this surname originated from. This must be it. Let's go, time to hit the road. Yin Shang, who considered himself to be very proactive, set off to investigate. Little did he know that Zilula, whom he had just chatted with 2 days ago, had already landed at the rebuilt Debrecen airport last night with her maid. This city, which survived the catastrophe, has a large number of newly born vampires. Therefore, the Debrecen underground sector was one of the first underground sectors to be completed and is also one of the largest underground sectors. In just a few years, despite Europe's historically slow rebuilding process, most of Debrecen now shows no signs of having suffered the devastation of firearms and monsters. It's fine as long as it's not visible on the surface, those places that are barely noticeable unless you look closely. Who cares? They only care about how much kickback they can get. At least from the plane, looking down at the city's outskirts, the ashes and rubble had been completely cleared away, making it impossible to tell that this was once the starting point of everything, the place that turned the lives of vampires and even the entire world upside down. As soon as she got off the plane, Ludwig looked dizzy and leaned on her maid, who led her along in a limp manner. Gilo, belch. I'm airsick. Wah, but. Can. A beautiful young lady, over 100 years old, dressed in an eye-catching vampire gown, shamelessly flirted with another beautiful young woman in public. Coco was practically roasted by the stares of passers-by. Young miss, how have you survived until now without anyone serving you? After all, although there are many vampires in Debrecen, there are not many native vampires, or at least those who look like native vampires. Because I've been staying at home all the time. Who told you to stay cooped up at home all day? Just because vampires don't experience birth, aging, sickness, or death doesn't mean they don't need exercise. All right, miss, go register in the dark zone after you've recovered. Despite her rising blood pressure, Coco dragged Ludwig into a hotel near the airport. Jingle, boss. If Coco saw an older woman sitting behind the reception desk, she would assume she was the hotel owner. She then changed her tune and said, Madam, hello, I'd like a double room. The woman responded and looked up, but when she saw the two guests, she suddenly froze. Madam, how much is a double room? If Coco tilted her head, she couldn't help but wonder if her English wasn't standard enough. This is troublesome, but I don't speak Hungarian. Miss, do you? Ludwig, who was standing next to her, also shook her head, looking dizzy. Just as she was wondering what to do, the landlady suddenly switched to fluent Chinese and replied, Gentlemen, would you like a double room? Coco breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but smile. Ah, that's great, you can speak Chinese. The proprietress took the vampire identification cards from Ruokik, glanced at them, registered them using their cards, and handed them the keys. But Ruokik, who was very perceptive of details as a maid, noticed that the landlady was trying hard to suppress her trembling hands and was glancing at the two of them from time to time. Seeing that the proprietress was an ordinary human being, Ruokik probably knew what kind of reaction she was having. She took the keys and gave a graceful bow. Madam, please don't be too afraid. We are well-mannered and elegant vampires, and we will not bother you like a very few other vampires. After hearing what she said, the proprietress trembled even more violently. Alas, it seems you are truly terrified of vampires. I won't trouble you any further. My master is feeling unwell, I'll take her to rest first. Coco bowed again with a cautious and elegant gesture. Thank you for letting us stay overnight. Okay, miss, stop. We're going upstairs, it's just a few steps away, please stay alert. The girls disappeared around the corner of the stairs, and Ruokik's complaints gradually faded away. But behind the service counter at the bottom of the stairs, the proprietress was still standing there blankly. She staggered and fell to the ground with a crash, knocking over many items on the table and the chair behind her. What's wrong? A man suddenly rushed out of the room behind the counter. He looked like the hotel owner and quickly went to help his wife up. What's wrong, honey? The landlady was trembling like a leaf, and with her shaky hands she picked up the bound registration book, which contained the information forms filled out by the two guests. Look, the baby's father. The child's father. The man wondered why his wife had suddenly started using this long-unused term of endearment. She held up the file, and the first line that caught my eye was the guest's handwritten English name and their name in their own language. The three delicate Chinese characters above caused the man to stumble and fall to the ground in the next instant. What? Guest name? Ruok. How could this be? It's her? Are you sure it's her, and not just someone with the same name? Man Xin. Overjoyed, he helped his wife up, but she then pointed to the photos of the guests on the computer screen. The man was stunned for a moment. It really is her. The girl in the guest's photo has short brown hair, but she has bright red eyes and faintly visible sharp teeth. Next to the photo was a family photo of the two holding hands with a girl, but the girl in the photo still had clear brown eyes and healthy yellow skin. Apart from that, her short brown hair and the beauty mark at the corner of her eye were almost identical to the graceful vampire girl in the guest's photo. The proprietress collapsed into her husband's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. It's her, it really is her, the father of my child, she's still alive. But, she turned into a vampire who doesn't recognize us. Ugh. Wow. Ludwig flushed away the bizarre red thing she had vomited and staggered out of the toilet. Coco, can I add some more cocoa? As Ludwig spoke, she tried to rub against Coco, but Coco pushed her away in a look of horror. Young miss, didn't you notice your dress is all dirty? And what could that possibly be? Coco smiled and clenched her fist. It seems, you need to urgently train ladies in etiquette. Hee. Coco, come quick. Ludwig was shoved into the bathroom, and then the door was locked by Rococo, who came in with her. Then, some strange noises came from inside. But it's best not to try to figure out what was making those noises. Chapter 39 No Longer Human. Ludwig woke up feeling refreshed after a good night's sleep. But when she saw the sunlight barely blocked by the curtains, she immediately shrank back into bed. The sun is shining brightly, it's still early. Time for a nap. Puff. I have no problem with you going back to sleep. Coco's lips twitched uncontrollably. But there are clearly 2 beds in the double room, can't you go back to your own bed to sleep? Whenever Coco wakes up, checking her bed for a silver-haired vampire has gradually become a muscle memory that she can automatically execute without needing to think. She easily escaped from the bed, but her sleepiness was immediately dispelled by the young lady's antics. Morning. The time I hate the most as a vampire. The second and third were at noon and in the afternoon, respectively. Coco is a dedicated maid who can't sit still. Even though the hotel has cleaners who clean the rooms every day, she can't help but keep the room spotless. After tidying up the room, she sat on the bed, listlessly lost in thought. Although she learned how to use a mobile phone to go online after entering human society to serve the young lady, she always used the various forms of entertainment and news in human society as lullabies to fall asleep. She simply had absolutely no interest in anything human. Because the vampire maid Ruokik is simply a naive girl who, under the influence of the vampire environment, is only enthusiastic about fulfilling her duties as a maid and is very satisfied with her spotless living environment. The fact that she didn't need to clean made her incredibly bored. Fortunately, she was no longer bored after that. Bang bang bang. Hello, your breakfast is here. A knock came at the door, and Ruokik suddenly remembered that the hotel offered a complimentary daily breakfast. She quickly got up to open the door. Before me stood the proprietress pushing a small cart laden with a sumptuous breakfast, seemingly. Almost all of them were made by the proprietress herself. On top of the cart were 2 identical breakfasts. They looked like Chinese-style fried dough sticks and soy milk, accompanied by a delicious tofu pudding drizzled with syrup. This is for the 2 of you, please enjoy. When Coco saw the breakfast, she suddenly felt a throbbing in her temple. She soon arrived at a convincing answer. It was probably because vampires were completely indifferent to human food, finding it not only devoid of nutritional value but also difficult to swallow. Seeing the proprietress bring over a plate, Ruokik, feeling dizzy, repeatedly declined, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, madam, but we vampires don't eat human food, please take it back." "No, you'll definitely like these, child." If Coco still refuses, saying, "Vampires really don't eat human food, please take it back." The proprietress seemed to be under some kind of spell, insisting on giving the food to Ruokik. In the ensuing scuffle, Ruokik accidentally used a little force, causing the plate and food to spill all over the floor. Crack! The proprietress looked up, her eyes already brimming with tears, and stared intently at Ruokik. "My child, you really love eating these things? Don't you remember?" She rushed forward and hugged the cold-bodied vampire girl tightly. Ugh! If Coco were suddenly embraced by a human, it would undoubtedly be extremely distasteful for a vampire like her, whose mindset is very close to that of the original bloodline. But her temples throbbed even more violently, and a strange pain instantly shot through her mind. Woo! Let me go. Her power was naturally incomparable to that of ordinary human women. With just a push, the proprietress stumbled backward, but someone who had been hiding nearby rushed forward to catch her. "You, who are you?" Coco, supporting her aching head, steadied her swaying body and kept her distance from the 2 humans in front of her. Was it an assassin sent by the group? Or, seeing the girl's completely unfamiliar red eyes and hostile gaze, the proprietress finally broke down and cried, my child, what have you become? You don't remember? You're our daughter Coco, Ruokoko." Click. If Coco's eyes widened, it was as if a string in her mind had snapped, causing her vision to suddenly go black. The woman's heart-wrenching cries and desperate calls seemed like some kind of soul-destroying curse, violently pushing Ruokik's CD probe, which was constantly trying to explore the bad path of damaged memories, towards the direction where the bad path was located. Her self-awareness as a probe undoubtedly triggered a self-protective mechanism under such an impact, causing her to immediately lose consciousness amidst excruciating pain. Pfft. Seeing the brown-haired girl sway and fall, the proprietress gasped, but then the girl behind her caught her steadily. The girl's long, silvery white hair and long, pointed ears stood out starkly against Ruokik's almost non-existent vampire features. If Coco's appearance, which is virtually indistinguishable from a human's when she closes her eyes, is so different from that of a silver-haired girl, then she can hardly be called a vampire at all. Hiss. She parted her beautiful lips slightly, and a trace of cold air escaped from her mouth. Ludwig had already been awakened by the noise of the three people, so she quietly pricked up her ears under the covers to eavesdrop. Seeing that something was wrong, she didn't care that she was wearing a nightgown and used stay here to sneak over and catch Ruok. To the couple, this lovely silver-haired girl was the evil monster who had turned their daughter into a vampire and controlled her mind, so they instantly showed terrified and hateful eyes. Such looks were all too common for Ludwig. Hello, you two. I am her owner and friend, Ludwig. She tilted her head, and seeing that the two of them didn't react, she added another sentence. Is it because my Chinese isn't good enough? You're wondering why she doesn't remember you, right? Ludwig smiled. She understood. The two humans had a very simple look in their eyes. Let me tell you both. The woman I know is the best maid in the Vampire Council, the royal battle maid, Ruok. Her memory spans only 5 years. Before that, she was a blank slate. She was rescued by the Vampire Council 5 years ago, and under their care, she naturally received a full vampire education, becoming the elite vampire she is today. Now, she is even tasked with serving my lovely maid. With just a few simple words, she turned the situation from one of reason to one of reason. If you two, boss ladies, cannot explain to me the cause and effect of attacking my friend and maid, and causing her to fall into a painful coma, what awaits you is a flyer for a vampire lawyer. Although the silver-haired girl's words were forceful, they were all reasonable and gave the couple a general understanding of Ruok's situation. Is that so? Then young lady, can we come inside and talk? The landlady said, wiping away her tears. Ludwig smiled. Please come in, but aren't you afraid of me? I'm a vampire, you know. The usually taciturn boss who was also the woman's husband slowly spoke up. The two of us are able to open a shop in a place full of vampires, so we are naturally already used to dealing with vampires. The woman looked at Ruok, whose eyes were closed, by the bedside with a heavy heart, and sighed softly. To make a long story short, let me explain everything to you in one go. She was our most beloved baby, our own daughter whom we killed with our own hands, Ruok. As the couple recounted their story, Ruok's true identity, which even the Vampire Council had never known, was finally revealed on this day, during their long-awaited reunion. Chapter 40 of Coco. 5 years ago, Mr. and Mrs. Ruo traveled to Europe with their 16-year-old daughter, Ruok. While passing through Debrecen, the man-made disaster suddenly struck. Friendly civilians, infected, are transformed into ferocious monsters, possessing strength capable of tearing through steel. Unarmed ordinary people are nothing more than prey to be slaughtered. Later, although these monsters were completely wiped out in Debrecen, they suddenly rose again soon after, eventually sweeping across major cities around the world. The fear of vampires among the world largely stems from these pitiful people who, through the machinations of evildoers, are transformed into bloodthirsty monsters. Although the church's conspiracy was later exposed and the truth came to light, the lingering prejudice against vampires in people's hearts could not be erased. But that's another story. Unable to escape the city, which had turned into a living hell, the Ruo couple made a desperate decision to seek out the nearby army. They left their daughter behind in the safe alley and ran towards the direction from which the gunshots were coming, seeking help. Although the two were eventually rescued, the officer flatly refused their request. Sir and madam, I cannot agree to this. We cannot hold off these bloodthirsty monsters for long. We must wait for reinforcements from the Allied forces. As you can see, our local troops have already lost their lines and are fleeing the city we are protecting like stray dogs. We cannot let our soldiers sacrifice themselves here in vain. Their willingness to die is utterly foolish. We can only try our best to rescue civilians on the way back. With a wave of his hand, the officer disregarded the pleas of the Ruo couple, forcibly put them into a military vehicle, and fled the already lost defensive line. After 3 agonizing days, the combined forces' bombing and sweeping of the entire city had ended. The confused Ruo couple returned to the city, but could no longer find their daughter. The alley where she had been hidden was now only marked by a pool of blood that had been identified as hers. Because neither she was alive nor her body was found, the grieving but strong-willed Ruo couple would never believe that their daughter was dead. To comfort his wife, who was constantly in tears, Ruo's father sold all their possessions and opened a hotel in Debrecen, a city undergoing reconstruction after the disaster. As one of the industries with the highest foot traffic, perhaps one day they will find clues about their daughter in the place where she went missing. One day in the future, their wish came true, but their daughter could no longer remember who Ruok was. If Coco opens her eyes, clutching her throbbing head, she tries to comprehend the scene before her. She returned to that nightmare, back to that deep alley from which she could never escape. But this time is different. Her vision cleared, and she was no longer a participant. Now, she was an observer. She stood to the side, watching as another self appeared before her. And that self was actually a human with brown eyes and yellow skin. She suddenly realized that she could finally see the faces of everyone in this nightmare. Her eyes widened in horror as she saw the faces of the 2 humans who had abandoned her in the alley. The landlady? And whom? She shook her head frantically. No, that's not right. Her eyes welled up, but she couldn't shed any tears. What is this feeling? She collapsed to the ground in agony, the man and woman who seemed so familiar to her now appearing only vaguely familiar. My heart hurts so much. I should know her. She clenched her fists, gasping for breath, desperately searching her mind for a plausible answer. Then, the monster's roar brought her attention back. Ow! The hungry monster had already torn open Ruokik's neck, and it looked like she was about to be brutally killed, but in the next instant, the monster's head was separated from its body and it collapsed to the ground with a thud. Break. Oh my, what have I discovered? Hihi, a little girl who was abandoned by her family and then suffered at the hands of a monster. The blonde girl caught the badly injured Ruokik and, with a wicked smile, fed her some strange, scarlet liquid. Now, Ruokik, trapped in the nightmare, is different from before. She has a self-awareness capable of thinking, and her vision is no longer blurry. She can finally see the blonde girl's face clearly. That signature wicked smile and her penchant for purple clothing style made her quickly recognize the blonde girl. Your Highness, the princess? No, wait. If Coco noticed that she did not have the pointed ears of a vampire, and that her pupils were purplish red, she did not have any characteristics of a vampire at all. But her demeanor, appearance, voice, and clothing were exactly like that of the charming and dangerous prince. What did she do to me? Stop it. If Coco rushed forward to stop her, but in the next instant, the illusion of memory vanished. Oh ah, if Coco accidentally steps into the air, she will fall rapidly as if she has fallen into an abyss. Ugh. She cried out in surprise, and when she opened her eyes again, she was back in real life. Oh, young lady, what's wrong with me? She looked around, her head throbbing, and found herself lying on the young lady's lap, the latter gently stroking her hair. You're awake, Coco. Ludwig breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Are you okay? It's nothing, miss, it's just. If Coco remembered everything she saw in her dream, she would look up and realize that the couple from her dream, the innkeeper and his wife, were sitting right next to her, looking at her with gentle and guilty eyes. You're awake, child. The proprietress hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but then stopped herself. Us. Coco held Ludwig's hand and moved closer to her. Do you recognize me? Who are you? Seeing that the proprietress was on the verge of sobbing again, the owner sighed and said, We are your biological parents, Care. The shop owner handed me a photo album. Take a look at it, maybe it will remind you of something. If Coco hesitated for a moment, she would take the photo album and open it. The oldest photos in the album have yellowed with age, but the happy smiles of a young couple are still clearly visible. The adorable baby they hold in their arms looks obediently and quietly at the camera. Upon closer inspection, she actually bears a striking resemblance to Ruokik herself. As the album pages went on, the photos became clearer and clearer, and the cute girl in the photos gradually grew into a graceful young woman. She once wore a ballet tutu and also enthusiastically changed into her brand new school uniform. She once swung on a swing with her parents at an amusement park, and also had cake smeared all over her face by her friends on the tablecloth during an autumn outing. Until the last few pages, the girl had already grown out her hair into a simple and elegant shoulder-length bob, which is exactly the hairstyle and appearance of Ruokik now. The only difference is that she is now cold-blooded and pale, her eyes are bright red and cannot see the sun. She is an elegant vampire who has always been very proud of her identity and disdainful of humans, and she is a maid who dutifully protects the young lady, upholding the etiquette and beliefs of vampire maids. The girl remained silent, speechless for a long time. The girl in the photos is laughing, crying, and running. Hundreds of photos record a vibrant life, a real human being. That woman. The child was both incredibly familiar and incredibly strange to her, because she seemed to be a witness to these events, yet she had absolutely no recollection of them. She gently closed the photo album and pushed it back onto the table. The girl in the photo. Coco stood up, trembling. She could be anyone, but she could never be me. Because, I am the vampire maid Ruokik, and I always have been, and always will be. Her bright red eyes were filled with anger, and the trembling in her words could not conceal her crumbling belief. Care. Ruo's mother tried to grab Ruokik, but she shook her hand off. You mere human, don't touch me, don't try to sway my loyalty to the vampires with your lies. Care. Coco. The brown-haired vampire girl stormed out the door without looking back, and before anyone could see the tears welling in her eyes, she vanished into black mist. Chapter 41 What is eternity? Wow. The girl sat in a warm bathtub, her long golden hair floating on the surface of the water, spreading out gently. She slowly and gently combed her long hair until the liquid soaked into every single strand. The bath was filled with a thick, scarlet liquid, emitting a pungent, sweet-smelling odor that could send shivers down the spines of ordinary humans. This was undoubtedly her bathwater. They completely enveloped the girl's body in the bathtub, soothing every inch of her skin. She smiled contentedly. This was the only time she could truly relax. But that smile vanished in an instant. Wow. She stood up, and her golden hair, which had been floating in the water, instantly gathered together and swayed back behind her under the natural influence of gravity. Her smooth, white body was also covered in this viscous, scarlet liquid, but just seconds later, a slight hissing sound came from her skin. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that her body had absorbed it all. Click. Without saying a word, she turned on the shower head hanging above the bathtub. Hot water poured down, and she raised her head. The hot water gently patted her face, flowing down her soft neck and over her whole body, washing away the sticky scarlet residue left on her skin and hair. Aha! She sighed softly and raised her right arm. The Shoriad rinsed her slender right arm. The girl scrubbed it with her left hand, her fingers lightly tracing the soft skin. Crimson eyes followed the fingers that slid across her skin, until they stopped at her shoulder along with her left hand. The girl was enjoying her bath, but it was time to leave this haven of comfort. Just like a beautiful dream that you linger in, there will eventually come a day when you wake up. A few minutes later, she stepped out of the bathtub, satisfied. With a snap of her fingers, a purple breeze swept by. Her damp body and hair instantly dried, exuding a faint, alluring fragrance. Hehe. She is always very satisfied with her current seemingly omnipotent self. As always, she was wrapped in a bath towel, standing in front of the many purple dresses displayed in the wardrobe, looking troubled. They're all wearing purple clothes. She tilted her head. Did I used to like purple this much? She froze, and one of her pupils suddenly turned crimson. What color did I used to like? White. But after she blinked, her pupils returned to normal. The vermilion of the past. What am I thinking? I've always loved purple. She grabbed a set of clothes and sat on the bed to change, as if she knew exactly what to do. Her long, slender, white feet were once again covered by ornately decorated black stockings, and her purple royal dress clung perfectly to her body. Such tailor-made clothing is truly perfect, fitting, and comfortable. The open-work design at the shoulders and back ensured that her movements wouldn't be hindered even during vigorous activity. A bath is so comfortable, it makes me feel refreshed. I never knew taking a bath could be so comfortable. The pleasure this body can obtain is far beyond what it used to be. She fiddled with her blonde hair behind her ear for a moment, then glanced back at the empty bed. I really want her to enjoy this too. There are 2 pillows on the bed, but at this blazing midday sun, no vampires are sleeping soundly on it. Oh, I almost forgot. Vampires seem to be terrified of flowing water, so she can't enjoy a shower. She smiled slightly and stood up. But it doesn't matter, a human bed is much more comfortable than a cramped coffin. If she can't enjoy a shower, it's good to get her used to a modern, soft, and spacious bed as soon as possible. Crunch. She pushed open the door to the room, and in the darkness, she could vaguely glimpse a petite figure. Sorry for the wait. As she arrived, the thick black fog around them gradually dissipated, revealing the figure of a silver-haired girl. The petite, silver-haired girl sat motionless in the chair, unaware that her crown had tilted slightly to one side. Little Shirley, that's enough. Being so sad all the time isn't good for your health. She leaned down beside the silver-haired girl and took her hand. My queen. It is noon, a time when vampires should be resting. She said softly. Would you like to take a shower first, or have a meal first? Would you like to sleep with me tonight? Seeing that the silver-haired girl remained unmoved, the blonde girl suppressed the pain that was hard to hide in her eyes and gently embraced her. All right. I'll make the decision for you then. She took the silver-haired girl's hand, and the girl obediently stood up, and the two walked into the darkness together. Ah, my queen Siriat. On their tightly clasped hands, both ring fingers shone with golden light. They were a pair of identical rings, a golden covenant made between them, an eternal bond. I will always be with you. Meanwhile, somewhere far away, another silver-haired girl was yawning leisurely. Are you sure you're not going to look for Kaer? What if she gets lost again? Ruo's mother said anxiously. Ludwig laughed and said, it's all right, she's a very responsible girl, it was just a momentary impulse. Before long, she'll come back on her own because she can't disobey her mission. Crunch. Look, she's back now. The couple followed Ludwig's gaze toward the door, and Ruo Keek, her face still wet with tears, pushed the door open. Miss, this is breakfast for you. I thought about it and decided I couldn't just leave you like this. If you could hand the blood cake to Ludwig, then lower your head and stand there silently waiting for her to get angry. Oh dear, is Coco worried about me? Ludwig said, pursing her lips. Coco turned her head away. It's because the council assigned me the task of protecting you. Your face and eyes have given you away. Young miss, you, okay, I'm not kidding you anymore. Ludwig smiled and pushed the blood cake aside. For various reasons, vampires usually do not eat in front of humans. All right. Is there anything you want to say to Coco? Ludwig looked at the couple. If her mother looked at her with loving yet guilty eyes, Ruo Keek would avoid her gaze. Let me touch your hand, Kaer. Coco shook her head. No, vampires have a much lower body temperature than humans, there's nothing to touch. If the mother hesitates for a moment, she will ask again, then lift your head and let mommy take a good look at your face, okay? Ruo Keek clenched her fists and glared at her. What mother? I'm not your daughter, Ruo Keek. Human, don't try to get close to us vampires. Just as she was about to continue speaking, her mother hugged her tightly again. Humans, stay away from me, sob. Coco could have easily pushed her away, but her body trembled and prevented her from doing so. What's wrong with me? This warm embrace, both strange and incredibly familiar, almost completely dispelled any resistance she felt. But an insurmountable chasm still stood in Ruok's heart, leaving her at a loss. Suddenly, Ludwig patted them on the shoulder and smiled slightly at their puzzled looks. All right, you two relax. It's time for the vampire mediator to step in. Chapter 42. This life is too long. Ludwig's eyes glowed faintly, instantly invading and influencing Ruo Keek's consciousness. Not being frank has always been Coco's little flaw. She lightly touched Coco's lips with her fingers. Come on, Coco, tell me what's on your mind. If you don't tell me, nothing will be resolved. Yes, miss. Coco's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I could see the pain and guilt in my mother's eyes. But even more than that, there was fear. Ruo Keek blinked her blood-red eyes. Fear of vampires. I am no longer human, and I have no memories of the past. The human girl named Ruok no longer exists. She sobbed, not daring to look directly into her mother's eyes. The daughter she was looking for, the girl who smiled so brightly in the photo, had already died. And I am but a humble maid who works diligently and serves my master earnestly, and who, under the guidance of the Vampire Council, is determined to dedicate my life to the vampires. Ruokik gently pushed Ruomu away. I'm so scared, young lady. I'm afraid, even if I reunite with my parents, one day they will discover the truth, that the daughter they've lived with for over a decade will never come back. And miss, as you know, among the many rules established by Her Majesty the Queen, there is one. Those who serve the Parliament or the Royal Court must not have any lingering attachment to their past as human beings. Otherwise, they will face cruel punishment and be expelled from the Royal Court. Having abandoned my duties as a maid and inevitably wavered in my loyalty to the Council, I will also be stripped of my maid status and will no longer be able to dedicate my strength to the Council and the young lady. She shook her head in anguish. If I can't remember everything from the past, the pain in my heart and my parents will be deepened again, which will not do any good for either of us. I should sever ties with this past and live forever as a vampire. Ludwig tilted her head. Really? That's what Coco thinks. She leaned closer and hugged Ruok tightly with a thud. Hey. She looked up and wiped away the tears from the corners of Ruokik's eyes with her fingers. Don't cry. Strong Coco has been acting like a crybaby lately. She gently nuzzled Ruok's cheek and stroked her soft brown hair, gradually calming Ruok down from her pain and inner turmoil. Coco is as easy to please as a kitten, Ludwig thought to herself with a secret chuckle. Your parents won't mind at all whether you can remember or not. She smiled and looked at the couple. Yeah. The couple nodded slightly. Look. Parents always have such loving hearts. They just want you back with them. Ludwig said. No memories? You can start over. No recollections? You can create something new. As a vampire, you can also communicate in the same language as humans. Ludwig patted her head. The vampire queen isn't an unreasonable person. If the council has any questions, I, the queen in reserve, will cover for you. Ruo's mother solemnly took Ruokik's hand and gently stroked her smooth but cold hand. Even though you have lost your memories and are no longer human, you are still our daughter, Ruok. At least you still remember this name, and you still have the appearance of care. Perhaps we misunderstood you and this young lady at first, but when mom and dad realized that you were still the good child who always thought of others, in our hearts you will still be our care. Ultimately, under the influence of Ludwig's alluring gaze, Ruokik's conflicted heart was relieved, and the Ruo couple also cleared up their misunderstanding and embraced their cold-bodied daughter tightly. Alright, now that we know our daughter has been doing well these past few years, we two old folks who have wronged you, won't force you to stay with us. The father, however, was quite open-minded. Care, do whatever you want to do, just stay in touch with us. Hiss. If Coco suddenly made a strange sound, she would push her parents away. Me. She trembled as she tried to cover her face, but it was too late. Her suddenly exposed sharp teeth startled her parents. Sorry, I've been close to humans for too long, and I'm starting to, unable to control my appetite. This is undoubtedly one of the many challenges in the relationship between vampires and humans. Sigh, honey. It seems we still have a long way to go with Care. It's okay, even if she eats me, I'll consider it atonement. Honey, what nonsense are you talking about? Meanwhile, Ludwig took the blood cake and handed it to Ruok with a smile. Here, eat up. This is a reward for Coco, to celebrate the successful completion of Coco's mediation. Miss, I'm the one who bought it. You should have bought me one yourself. Ludwig pressed down on the blood cake, then this young lady won't be polite. No, please forgive my disobedience, young lady, you have already given it to me. Ludwig readily let go of her hand. Okay, then Coco should finish it properly. But, she poked the corner of her mouth and changed the subject. After you finish eating the blood cake and after these two parents go back, it will be my turn to collect my payment for this mediation. If Coco was eating blood cake, upon hearing this, the spoon in her hand suddenly stopped in her mouth. What kind of reward? Ludwig smiled and scanned upwards from her waist, across her chest, past her collarbone. Finally, her eerie gaze stopped at her pale neck. Coco stuffed another bite of blood cake into her mouth without any expression. Oh, Ludwig is mischievous. Chirp. Hiss. In some unknown, secluded place, on a large noble bed, those shrouded in darkness are enjoying their time. Gulp. The blonde girl nestled beside her, wiping her lips contentedly. Oh, I'm sorry, I should have been gentler. But, you won't mind this little mistake, will you? The blonde girl wiped the crimson stain from the silver-haired girl's lips, brought it to her own, and licked it off with lingering relish. Drawing blood from the lips is still too little. Little Hilly, I want more. Your blood. Your power. Everything about you. She lay down on the silver-haired girl and gently unhooked her neck ring, revealing her delicate neck. The morbidity and longing in his bloodshot eyes reached their peak at this moment. It will hurt a little. Oh, I almost forgot. You haven't felt any pain for a long time. Click. Sharp teeth pierced the girl's skin, and the precious queen's blood that seeped out was all sucked into the blonde girl's throat. $1 0% 174 equals -5 and 949 equals 8 at plus $@ at. That's wonderful, my queen. The surging darkness emanating from the silver-haired girl flowed into the blonde girl's body, giving her an indescribable pleasure, to the point that her words trembled slightly along with her body. What? A tremendous power surged into her body, making her eyes glaze over and become unfocused, but her fervor and infatuation remained undiminished. The silver-haired girl's blood-red eyes reflected her frenzied state, as she allowed the girl to tightly clasp her hands in his. Even though the silver-haired girl's skin had become increasingly pale, she remained oblivious. Their fingers were intertwined, tightly clasped together. We will never be apart. The two walked hand in hand in the deepest darkness, their covenant forever unbreakable. Give me more, more. Chirp. Chapter 43 Going deeper. The silver-haired girl opened her eyes. She was in a secluded space, as if she were immersed in some kind of liquid. She was unable to move and tried to struggle, but her limbs wouldn't obey her commands. Her brain had long since stopped thinking. Only the narrow field of vision in front of her could provide her with a few external cues. Despair. Ta 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 ta. Someone was pacing back and forth nearby, but she couldn't see anything through the blurry liquid. She could only hear the strange footsteps coming from all directions. After an unknown amount of time, the footsteps finally reached her. Pfft. The owner of the footsteps, the blurry figure, suddenly knelt down in front of the container where the silver-haired girl was. He slapped his hands on the glass of the container, and the lines on his palms were clearly visible to the girl. But then he clenched his fists and slowly slid down the glass until he was off the glass wall. The figure standing just one face away from the girl seemed to be saying something, but the girl couldn't hear most of what he was saying. But his last few words, though powerful, still lingered in the girl's mind, making her remember them forever. His Majesty, the vampire race must not give up like this. Forgive me, my queen. The girl woke up. But she could never understand this memory, and she couldn't even be sure if it was real. It was like a dream, ethereal and unreal. But she didn't care. After all, she was a vampire girl who only lived in the present. Ludwig yawned, and the ribbons on her shoulders slipped down her shoulders as she yawned. Coco is still not awake. She turned to look at the sleeping Ruokik and smiled slightly. Well, I'll get dressed myself today. I'm a reasonable hostess, I won't disturb Coco's sweet dreams at this time. If Coco had a faint smile on her face, it was as if she, who had been plagued by nightmares all along, had finally had a peaceful and happy dream. Get a good night's sleep before you get up. Ludwig patted Ruokik's head and got out of bed. Let me find where Coco's dressing case is. I hope my makeup skills, which I haven't neglected for 50 years, haven't become rusty. The two vampire girls were still slacking off, while a certain church knight, who was clearly much slower than them, was already standing in front of his destination. Yin Shang looked up at the deep and silent Mona Castle. This place, once known as Dracula's Castle, appeared somewhat dilapidated, but after years of renovation and management by the Vampire Council, it has now become a devil's lair that humans should avoid. It was a bright, sunny day, but for some reason, as soon as one got close to the castle, even the sun's rays seemed to dim, and the sunlight around it seemed to be gloomy and overcast all day long. Reinhardt, I feel unwell. Master, should I deploy a holy light barrier? No, doing that might provoke the vampires' hostility. After all, we're here to chat with them. Yin Shang, under the pretext of investigating the theft of the Spear of Long Inus, visited the Vampire Council in the name of a church knight. Because most church knights did not believe in the church and were very different from other church organizations, they were actually more likely to be received by the council than other church members. Although the church knights had been enemies of the Vampire Council for many years, the church knights have recently lost their paychecks due to the collapse of the church. As a result, with the bounty offered by the Vampire Council, the church knights captured many bloodthirsty monsters and handed them over to the church for treatment. Consequently, the reputation of the other side has been greatly improved in recent years. After all, who would turn down money? Especially a big boss like the Vampire Council, which has accumulated wealth for thousands of years and is therefore very generous. Therefore, it was only natural and logical for Yin Shang to apply for an audience with the Vampire Council in the name of a church knight. When the bell rang, striking 12 times in total. This means that it has already reached noon. The castle gate slowly opened, revealing a dark, bottomless passageway behind them. Are these vampires so stingy they can't even afford to install a light? Yin Shang rubbed his goosebumps. Despite his complaints, he still stepped into the castle. After passing through the castle's main hall, climbing several complex staircases, and enduring countless death stares from vampires, Yin Shang finally arrived at the upper council chamber. Pushing open the hall door, only one person was sitting at the large round conference table. Are you the only one in the Vampire Council? Yin Shang asked bluntly. An impudent knight who suspects the council of involvement in the theft of the Spear of Long Inus. It is already a great honor for our Vampire Council to send even one person to receive you. Fortunately, there were 13 chairs around the round table in the council, each seemingly tailor-made for its owner, and each with a different design. Nevertheless, it was still possible to tell which chair was the chief seat. And sitting in that chief seat was undoubtedly the man standing in front of Yin Shang. He crossed his arms and rested them on the table, his exposed crimson eyes staring unceremoniously at Yin Shang. His blonde hair had turned gray at the temples, but his face still looked young. Welcome, young human knight. I am the chief of the Vampire Council, Yasin Torre. State your name. He wore a vampire-style suit, its numerous ornate decorations of unclear meaning highlighting the vampire's arrogant nature, and on his chest, like the princess, he wore the sword and rose emblem symbolizing the Vampire Council, signifying his high position. The emblem blended seamlessly with the patterns on his suit. The absence of either the ornate decorations or the emblem would have made the suit appear extremely incongruous. Yinsheng said, I am just a disgraced church knight, the wandering knight Yinsheng. Let's skip the formalities. I've been asked to come and investigate something. He got straight to the point and asked. I was there when the spear of Longinus was stolen. I saw with my own eyes who took it. My informant believes its theft is closely related to the Vampire Council and the Vampire Queen. Although the church concealed the fact that the spear of Longinus had harmed the Vampire Queen from the public in exchange for its return, there are still people who know the truth. The spear of Longinus is a sacred artifact capable of killing the immortal Vampire Queen. So, if the Vampire Council, which has always been under the rule of the Vampire Princess, does not express any opinion on Her Majesty the Vampire Princess stealing the spear of Longinus, can I assume that the Council is attempting to overthrow the Queen's rule? After listening to Yinsheng's words, Torre remained silent. After a moment of silence, he finally responded. Are you certain that Her Majesty the Princess was the one who stole the spear of Longinus? I confirm it, Yinsheng said firmly. Seeing Yinsheng's unwavering gaze, Torre snorted coldly. You have no reason to frame her. But, you also have no reason to frame the Vampire Council. Torre stood up and suddenly turned into black mist in that instant. The next instant, he materialized beside Yinsheng, standing with his hands behind his back. Human Knight, what do you want to know? Yinsheng replied, tell me, is the princess involved in this matter? Human, you already know that the princess has disappeared, don't you? A chilling killing intent suddenly enveloped the entire conference hall, and Yinsheng involuntarily raised his hand to grip the wandering sword behind him. He was almost certain that if he took any rash action, it would be tantamount to immediately making an enemy of the Vampire Council. Mr. Torre, what do you mean? Torre glanced sideways at Yinsheng. You didn't mention seeing the princess when you asked to enter the castle, but you came here specifically for her. Even if you are not confident of escaping unscathed, there is no need for you to bypass her and go to the council. Because the moment you stepped into this castle, you became our prisoner. You were already prepared for that. At this moment, Torre was less than 3 feet away from him, staring directly at the man who was about the same height as him. Alright, tell me, where did you find out about this? I can't say, Yinsheng replied curtly. Yinsheng waited for Torre to rage, but he remained silent for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Even a nobody like you knows, it seems we won't be able to keep it a secret anytime sooner or later. Yinsheng seized the opportunity to say, right. She hasn't appeared in the media for almost a year, so I suspect she's no longer in the castle. Humph. Torre leaned against the wall and sighed softly. She disappeared along with our queen, human. And the fact that she took the spear of Longinus, if true, is indeed a matter that we cannot underestimate, because, as you said, the spear of Longinus can threaten Her Majesty's safety. Next, anything you want to know about her, as long as our council knows it, I will tell you the truth, human. Because the council cannot play the role of investigating the princess, at least not openly. We need someone who appears to have nothing to do with vampires to help us with this. Torre turned around and waved, signaling Yinsheng to follow. If you're interested, come with me. Let's talk somewhere else. Chapter 44, Queen and Maiden. Deep within the castle, there remains a dimly lit courtyard. Special filtration systems are installed here, allowing vampires to stroll freely even during the day. However, since it was daytime when the vampires were asleep, the courtyard was deserted and exceptionally quiet. Yinsheng and Tor, the leader of the Vampire Council, were secretly plotting in a secluded corner. 5 years ago, after the bloodthirsty plague ended, we broke the rules of seclusion at the Queen's behest, and won the right to stand in this world by exposing the church and curing the bloodthirsty monsters. Torre wrote. All of this is inseparable from Her Majesty the Queen, but also from that princess. She and the Vampire Queen returned to the royal court after the plague ended and were married in the throne room. Afterwards, they returned to their old home in the Far East to spend their time together. During this period, Her Majesty Yang Lingzi remotely managed the council and gradually took over the command of the Vampire Council and many affairs. Until 3 years ago, Her Majesty the Queen, through her ruling authority, told us that from now on, most of the affairs of the vampires including the jurisdiction over the council would be handled by Her Majesty the Princess. We asked Her Majesty the Queen about this, but her response was simply you need not say anything more. Yinsheng pondered, it sounds like a long-planned conspiracy. It's obvious that they're trying to get close to your queen in order to seize power. Torre glanced coldly at the human before him. Don't speak so readily, knight. The queen has witnessed 1500 years of change, she cannot be deceived by anyone. He sighed softly and shook his head, as if recalling many past events. I have followed the queen for 1,000 years, and I have never seen her, who is as cold and ruthless as unmelting ice, show such a happy expression. Only when she is with her does Her Majesty become a different person, laughing and active. Her emotions unconsciously affect the vampires around her, making us genuinely happy for the queen. Torre closed his eyes, and his eyes involuntarily welled up with tears. I have never seen a queen like that in 1,000 years. Even for the sake of her happiness, we cannot and will not oppose the queen's decisions, much less question the princess's overstepping of authority, even though she is a complete stranger to us. What did you say? Yin Shang seemed to have heard something extraordinary. Very unfamiliar? You don't know her well. Torre replied, no, that's not it. It's just that vampires' lifespans always start in the hundreds, so the few years we've spent with her are insignificant. Although she's a complete stranger to our vampire council, her modern management style is quite effective, so the council's few complaints about her soon disappeared. She is undoubtedly an efficient and elegant administrator. Yin Shang sensed something was wrong and decided to continue asking about the topic. Now that you've told me all this, I can roughly guess what the chief wants me to do. Torre said, I didn't say anything. Yin Shang smiled. This guy is really cautious with his words. Alright, then please tell me, Chief, how did you and the vampire queen come to know her? I only know that she participated in the battle against the fallen pope, but the descriptions of that battle are very vague, making it easy to guess that someone is deliberately suppressing the news. If you know anything, Torre scoffed, if you want to know, I'll tell you the truth. But you must promise. I guarantee it, Yin Shang replied immediately. The consequences of breaking the pact with vampires. I suppose there's no need to explain that to the church knights any further. In that case, please listen attentively. Tor's words revealed the arrogance inherent in vampires, which is one of the reasons why Yin Shang dislikes dealing with vampires. Her Majesty the Princess is very secretive about her background. Out of respect for her high position, we will not pry into it. When we first met her, she wasn't a princess yet. We first met her when all the members of the Vampire Council were recalled to Mona Castle by the Vampire Queen, but she was just one of the many new attendants around the Queen. We know that Her Majesty the Queen has always been a solitary person, but we were very pleased to see that she had several companions by her side at that time. That night, the Vampire Queen appointed a Royal Guard Knight and 2 new council members to fill our vacancies, and made no further arrangements for the rest. But later, all 3 of them perished in the final battle against the Pope. In the end, only the 2 girls who were not appointed by her returned to the castle alive with her. They are the 2 girls who have now disappeared with the Queen Princess Yang Lingzi and Lady Yaliulai. That's it. There's nothing suspicious about it. Yin Shang scratched his head. It seems they formed a deep friendship during the battle. After all, it was such a fierce fight. Torre suddenly leaned closer, looked around for a moment, and then lowered his voice even further. Do not. What I'm about to say is utterly unbelievable. If you, as a church knight, know anything about it, you'd better tell me the truth. Wow. He took out a photograph and held it up in front of Yin Shang. Do you know who she is? Hello, Mr. Torre. Or should I call you Yasin? The voice on the phone was lively and lovely. Just from the voice, one could imagine how flamboyant the girl behind the phone must be. How did you get this phone number, and my real name? Oh, that kind of thing isn't important. But introducing yourself is still necessary, otherwise it's very impolite. The voice on the other end of the phone paused. Just call me Holy Grail, okay? Consider it a code name. She chuckled softly, like the tinkling of silver bells. I heard you've been really unhappy with the church? Well, I can give you a little help that will be enough to cause the church a huge problem. Torre was silent for a moment before replying. Then, what is the price? She spoke very easily. As for the price, I haven't thought about it yet. Then why do you want to help me? Because if you don't find some fun for my boring life, I'll die of boredom. Memories flooded Tor's mind uncontrollably, and a hint of fear crept into his expression. Did you see it clearly? He pointed to the photograph. Later, in the throne room when the queen returned, I saw her face for the first time. Yin Shang stared at the photo for a moment. The blonde girl in the photo did not have pointed ears, and her pupils were an odd light color between crimson and azure. She did not resemble a human, but she did not resemble a vampire either. But her appearance was undoubtedly that of the princess who attacked Yin Shang and others in the church. After the queen reorganized the vampire council in the throne room, Torre, like the other members of the council, immediately set about handling the many important tasks of reorganizing the vampire royal court. Just as he was busy and overwhelmed, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Hey, hello there. A quick glance back revealed one of the queen's companions from the throne room, the blonde girl in the purple dress. She smiled, took out her phone, and pressed dial. Tor's phone rang. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm your anonymous phone friend, the Holy Grail. What's with that expression? Are you that surprised? Enough? Which of these messy situations haven't you been involved in? What are you planning? Pretending to be Her Majesty's ally? Oh dear, how can it be considered pretending? Don't look at me with that disbelieving look. I'm an absolute ally now. Unwarranted doubt will only hurt me. Torre coldly replied, it's not that you haven't given me false information before, so it's reasonable for me to be wary of you. She waved, yawned, and left. I'm leaving now. Remember to arrange a bed for me. After all, I'm a distinguished guest of Your Majesty the Queen. By the way, we've known each other for so long, it's reasonable for us to ask for some special privileges, right? Torre carefully put the photograph away. So, Knight, are you absolutely certain that the person you saw in the church was her? Yin Shang nodded. There's absolutely no possibility of mistaken identity. If you need, I even have witnesses. No need. That's not the point. What I'm about to say is the point. Torre interrupted. It's an anomaly that probably no one else besides me has noticed. Several months have passed since Her Majesty the Queen and her allies overthrew the Pope. The Pope, the mastermind behind the coup, has long since faced judgment on the gallows, but she hid in a small town in the Far East and strictly refused any visits from the Parliament. Torre sensed something was amiss, but the truth was that Her Majesty had lost the only knight she had personally appointed as her personal guard, and perhaps she needed some quiet time to grieve. After all, that knight was very important to her. He wasn't worried about the relationship between the Holy Grail and the Queen, since her weak power posed no threat to Her Majesty. The Holy Grail was one of only 2 survivors of the Pope's war, and perhaps keeping them together would help the Queen recover from the grief of losing her knight more quickly. Therefore, Torre did not take it to heart. But he was wrong. Shortly thereafter, the Queen announced to Parliament through her ruling authority that she would be married in the throne room a week later and asked Parliament to make arrangements quickly. After 1,500 years without a crown prince or spouse, is she finally going to continue the royal family? The vampire court is filled with cheers and excitement, overjoyed that the Queen is about to have her own happiness, and eagerly preparing for this grand celebration. The wedding took place as scheduled that day, but Torre was unable to arrive early due to unforeseen circumstances. When he squeezed into the throne room during the latter part of the wedding, the bouquet he was about to present to the Queen fell to the ground. The girl, who should be called Holy Grail, stood with the Queen at the end of a red carpet covered with rose petals, and placed the golden ring symbolizing eternity on her finger. The girl's bright red eyes and distinctive pointed ears left the shocked Torre speechless for a long time. Her Majesty the Queen's usually cold and ruthless face was now beaming with a happy smile. They were both dressed in elegant red vampire wedding gowns, their fingers intertwined with those of their partners. The 2 rings made a soft sound as they clinked together, a sound that was most beautiful to the vampire queen at that moment. From this day forward, I, Yang Lingzi, will become a member of the Dark Knight Blood Clan Royal Court. She stood up, gently lifted the hem of her wedding dress, and gracefully bowed to the many vampires before her. To become a queen who belongs only to her. After she finished her speech, the vampire queen eagerly took her hand. Come, spirit dweller. The vampire queen embraced her tightly, their lips touching. At that moment, Her Majesty's cold heart melted completely for the first time for someone. From this day forward, everything in the vampire royal court will be different. Yinsheng said, that really shocks me. They actually had a wedding. But how do they continue their family line? Is this the time to focus on this? Torre rolled his eyes. Moreover, that's not my main point. Could you please not go through such a long build-up? Yinsheng sighed, rubbing his forehead. Torre said, the point is, although I noticed the change in her appearance, it seems that no one has raised any objections. And she wasn't as close to Her Majesty the Queen before and after the wedding. I suspect she did something to the Queen. Her Majesty the Queen's gentleness and indulgence towards her is so unusual that it sends chills down my spine. Given that I know her and that we've both had some dirt on each other, I decided to find her and get to the bottom of this. He swallowed hard, suppressing the slight tremor in his voice. I went to ask her when she was alone, but she, who are you? The blonde girl asked with a smile. Oh, are you a member of the Vampire Council? Rise, may I ask what business you have with me, Your Highness? The Holy Grail, stop playing dumb. What exactly happened between you and the Queen? She blinked her bright red eyes and rose from her princely throne. What Holy Grail? You're talking nonsense, my dear minister. That girl you rescued from Debrecen, have you forgotten? What are you up to? She also, my dear minister, before asking the prince any questions, don't forget to use honorifics. You've mistaken me for someone else. This prince only stays within the city. I've met you a few times in the fort. She gracefully descended the steps in front of the throne and stood on them, looking down at Tor. I will forgive your disrespect this time, but if there is a next time, Princess Yanglingzi of the vampire clan, from beginning to end, remains unchanged. Hey, are you mistaking me for someone else? She gently touched Tor's chin. It's okay if you don't know me. We'll have plenty of time to spend together in the future. She smiled slightly. My little Shirley won't have time to care about you guys for long, because I will take over this place with the authority and status of a princess. In that instant, a bone-chilling coldness crept up Tor's spine. Chapter 45 The Night of Apocalypse. What happened next? I probably don't need to say more. Torre finished recounting this chilling past. Yinsheng, who was listening in, also fell silent. As always, the quiet, dimly lit courtyard was completely silent. It was only when Torre, unable to calm his emotions for a long time, broke the dead silence that the silence was broken. Let's put it this way. Although Her Majesty has lived for 1,000 years, she is also a young woman who has never had any romantic experience. One could even say she is as pure as a blank sheet of paper in this regard. The way she acted when she was with the princess. Torre sighed, rubbing his forehead. It may be offensive to say this, but at that time she seemed like a naive, infatuated girl who had been deceived by sweet talk. I need to figure out what's going on here, you understand? He looked at Yinsheng with a stern expression and handed over the right to speak to Yinsheng. If we analyze it based on what you've said. Yinsheng pondered. I have a general idea of what the Holy Grail is, but your queen, if your description is accurate, then I don't know who she is. When the Pope was overthrown, as a church knight who frequently interacted with the church, I learned some secrets that had been covered up by the church and were about to be covered up again by your vampire council. Yinsheng touched the holy sword behind him, which was wrapped up. It trembled slightly for a moment in response to Yinsheng's touch. The corrupted Pope, tainted by darkness, once contaminated the 4 sacred relics, the foremost of the 12 sacred relics, with darkness, thereby summoning the embodiment of calamity and messengers of hell, the Knights of the Apocalypse. Of those 4 Knights of the Apocalypse, 3 have been completely annihilated by the Vampire Queen and her companions. Only the embodiment of the Holy Grail, the Knight of Famine, is said, according to the now tightly sealed documents of the Church, to have already betrayed his comrades and become an ally of the Vampire Queen. Yinsheng paused. But the Famine Knight and her true form, the Greedy Grail, have been missing since the Papal War, according to many records. Torre and Yinsheng looked at each other for a moment, and the answer in their hearts was self-evident. Yinsheng had naturally learned a thing or two about the Knights of Apocalypse from the books. At the church, Yang Lingxi's appearance and the power she displayed undoubtedly fit the category of the Knight of Famine of Apocalypse. Yinsheng said, as far as I know, the power of the Apocalypse uses sacred artifacts as carriers and utilizes the power of the Apocalypse's abyss to construct humanoid forms that are essentially artifact spirits, namely the 4 horsemen of the Apocalypse who served under the Pope a few years ago. They possess both the power of sacred artifacts and the power of the Apocalypse, making them the most unique generation of Apocalypse horsemen in history. Not only because they are unprecedentedly powerful, but also because once they lose their power, the bodies built from that power will also vanish into thin air. Torre said in a deep voice, you should know, Knight. No matter what method you use to observe it, the power of famine no longer exists in this world. This is an indisputable fact. The embodiment of the Holy Grail, the Knight of Famine, could not possibly still be alive. Yinsheng knew that there were some things Torre wouldn't say, he was just pretending not to know. He wanted to wait for Yinsheng to say those words. Regardless, crossing that chasm of betrayal remains a difficult task for this loyal vampire. Yinsheng had no choice but to respect his wishes, since he needed his help now. Yinsheng continued, but this doesn't mean that the incredibly cunning Grail incarnation will simply disappear, Mr. Torre. It's entirely possible that the Grail incarnation can, through some method, or even the power of the Grail itself, allow its physical form to continue existing. This was undoubtedly the answer Torre wanted to hear. Well said, Church Knight, but without any evidence, we cannot presume guilt against our princess, Torre said. Evidence. Yinsheng thought for a moment. Of course, he said. She stole the spear of Longinus. The spear of Longinus had also served as the vessel for the Knights of the Apocalypse, becoming the Knight of War Longinus at that time. They were undoubtedly accomplices in their wicked schemes, and with this connection, her reason for stealing the spear of Longinus from the church becomes understandable. Even if she had defected to the Queen's side, she must have had other motives. Boom! Torre suddenly grabbed Yinsheng by the neck and shoved him down, beside the stone wall in the corner. His speed caught Yinsheng completely off guard, and his strength left him with no way to resist. Undoubtedly, Torre's strength was even greater than that of Ruokik and Ludwig. Yinsheng had no idea how much strength Torre was still hiding, but he knew that high-ranking vampires were far beyond his ability to deal with. Torre was, after all, a high-ranking vampire who had lived for 1,000 years. Church Knight, according to you, you suspect that a traitor from the Church of our feud has infiltrated our ruling vampire class, a filthy Apocalypse Knight? Do you know the consequences of making such a false accusation against Her Highness the Princess? His bright red eyes were brimming with murderous intent. According to the ancient laws of the vampires, it would not be an exaggeration to devour you completely with the mouths of the vampires. Call. Meow. A ball of light spun out from the end of the sword hilt and appeared beside Yinsheng's shoulder, staring fiercely at Tor, who was threatening his master's life. Reinhardt, go back. I can handle it. Meow. Reinhardt cannot speak freely in front of outsiders. It let out a disgruntled cry and then returned to its sword. Listen up, human, I'll only say this once. With a fierce expression, Torre gripped Yinsheng's neck tightly and slowly leaned close to his ear. His voice suddenly lowered a few decibels. The only royal guard knight appointed by the Vampire Queen died in the final battle against the Pope, but neither we nor the church found his body at the scene. And he was the one who defeated the Pope with the spear of Longinus during the battle. And he was the one who should have stood beside the Vampire Queen, in that inseparable position. Puff. Torre punched Yinsheng in the stomach and then threw him away. Okay, get out. At this moment, Tor's voice suddenly rose a few decibels, almost as if he were angry. You shouldn't know these things, and you have no right to know them. Mona Castle will never welcome humans. Guards? Maids? Show the guest out. He's really going for it. Ouch, it hurts so much. Yinsheng grinned and got up from the ground, covered in dust. Yinsheng felt that even if he was trying to avoid being suspected by his colleagues, this was going too far. My internal organs are probably all dislocated. Reinhardt, please treat me. Master, I really don't understand why you would deliberately take a beating, Reinhardt said. It's okay if you don't know, it's best if you don't know, Yinsheng sighed. That's how it is when dealing with vampires, you might get a beating for no reason, or be kicked out. Although Yinsheng had actually formed a partnership with Torda, he was still very unhappy. Whether it's Torre or those two old ladies, I've dealt with vampires for so many years, and I've never felt so close to developing vampire phobia. Yinsheng looked at his palm. Torre had used vampire magic to inscribe a mark, which showed his next destination. Alright, Bailing City, a place I've never heard of, but at least it's in my homeland, Yinsheng said. But at the very end of these magical characters in his palm, there was a sentence. Don't let me down, Church Knight. As soon as Yin Shang finished reading them, these short-lived runes vanished. After much deliberation, Yin Shang realized he hadn't reminded the Vampire Council to be wary of the Spire Group. After all, there is not enough evidence at present to suggest that the group is going to make any big moves against the Parliament, and the group is unlikely to have any connection with the princess, let alone know what she wants to do. What exactly does the Vampire Council is in trouble refer to? Yin Shang wasn't good at pondering problems, and he quickly gave up thinking about them. There's no use thinking about this. Let's continue investigating the princess. Let's go, Reinhardt. Suddenly, Yin Shang was struck by another wave of intense pain. Ouch. Reinhardt, could you please be a little more efficient with your healing? Master, I'm sorry. No, Reinhardt, it's my fault, take your time. Chapter 46 Past Events. Evening in Debrecen. In the hotel, the girl hummed a little tune as she put on the final touches to her appearance in front of the mirror. The little maid, who had just woken up from a good nap, immediately saw the silver-haired girl sitting in front of the mirror. Young miss. What are you doing? Oh my, Coco, you're awake. She turned around and smiled slightly. Should we head to Drake Tower now? Coco retreated several steps. Who are you? After a while. If Coco sat on the edge of the bed, while Ludwig tidied her clothes, she would lower her head and fidget as if she had done something wrong. Young miss, I'm so sorry. She apologized repeatedly. I didn't expect you to look so different with just a change of makeup. So you weren't lying when you said you knew how to do makeup. Ludwig laughed and said, I do know how to do makeup. But Coco is a professional maid after all. I think if I do everything myself, there's no point in having Coco by my side. Is this your excuse for giving me things to do? How self-righteous of you. Ruokik pouted. Ludwig finished tying up Ruok's hair, then leaned close to her cheek and winked. Hehe, besides, it's been over 50 years since I've done my own makeup. I don't know if it's suitable for this era or if my skills have become rusty. Although it's the same light makeup as Coco's, I'm still a little worried. Since Coco thinks it looks good, I'm relieved. She paused. Here's a little question for Coco, where did my makeup come from? Coco is quite the expert, can you tell? If Coco raised her head, she would look at the vampire beauty in front of her, a beauty that could be considered one in a million even among humans. Even without the makeup that emphasizes the features of vampires, she is undoubtedly a beautiful young woman, and no matter how many years have passed, no trace has been left on her body or face. The way she applied her eyeliner, combined with the light foundation and subtle lip gloss, created a color scheme that was completely unfamiliar to Ruok. But Ruok was still able to find the answer at a glance using the process of elimination. Your Highness, I am unworthy to comment, but it seems to be some kind of makeup from the East. Oh, Ludwig nodded thoughtfully. Actually, I don't know either. I think I've been wearing this kind of makeup ever since I became a vampire. She quickly changed the subject, took Coco's hand, and walked outside. Let's go, let's go. To celebrate Coco's reunion with her family, I'll take care of all the work today. I just finished dressing up Coco, and I'll take care of the rest of the investigation. If Coco stared at her coldly, but miss, the mediator who should be conducting the investigation is you, not me. Don't worry about such details. It's hard not to care. What's wrong with you? What medicine did you take? Okay, let's go. People might often think that no matter what they do, vampires always pay attention to some tedious little details, and vampire girls always regard clothing and makeup as more important than life itself. Don't they find it troublesome? But this is a kind of formal obsession unique to vampires. There's a saying among humans, you can lose your head, you can spill your blood, but you can't mess up your hairstyle. It's just that native vampires often have similar strange obsessions. If we don't do this, wouldn't it be incredibly embarrassing to be treated like a human being? At least that's what Ludwig thinks. Soon, they arrived near the Drake Tower. We've arrived? It is clearly visible that the building was recently restored and renovated, and the original parts and the newly renovated parts show a completely different level of newness and oldness. According to Yin Shang, this is the place where he lived back then. The cause of the Debrecen plague is now heavily protected by the Spire Group. It would be quite difficult to sneak in. Ludwig swiped a few times on her phone. She had already collected the cross-sectional diagram of the building. Repairing and renovating such a building is no simple project. The Spire Group will more or less publish its renovation requirements and structure for construction companies to tender, and Ludwig will take them all without hesitation. The renovation requirements always say avoid underground facilities, while the above-ground parts are just simple internal repairs and external expansions. It seems that it doesn't matter if ordinary construction workers see those things above ground. Coco nodded. Then it can only be underground. Wait. She subconsciously touched her leg and suddenly tensed up. But how am I supposed to get in? My maid outfit has already been sent back for repairs, and I didn't bring any equipment with me, miss. Ludwig pulled out the short metal rod from somewhere and handed it to her. Here, your precious sickle. Although I said I didn't need Coco's help this time, I'll return it to Coco first, just in case. As for sneaking in, I already have a plan. The silver-haired girl smiled. Don't forget, we native vampires can transform into black mist for rapid movement. Ruokik rolled her eyes at her helplessly. Miss, let me remind you again, I am really a newly born vampire. I can't keep my body atomized for a long time, so I can't reach that far at all. Snapped. It's okay, I'll hold your hand, and you can nebulize together too. Ludwig smiled softly, and suddenly Coco could no longer feel her hands. Oh, young lady, isn't it amazing? You even get that strange feeling of us becoming one. Wow. Two girls transformed into a wisp of black mist. With a startled scream as they transformed into the wind, this strange mist, which was extremely inconspicuous in the night, quickly entered the Drake building through the ventilation opening. Meanwhile, somewhere, a steady pacing sound came from back and forth, and the owner of the pacing sound seemed to be hesitating about something. No solution anymore. He then sat down on the chair next to him. He picked up the syringe on the table, rolled up his sleeve, and injected the tube of unidentified red liquid into his arm. Ugh. Ah. I'm feeling better now. The man was silent for a moment, then sighed softly. It's disgusting. Do we really have to inject this stuff? He put on his loose overcoat, a hint of red flashing in his eyes. All right, it seems there's nothing unusual here. I came on this business trip and did another inspection. He held a document in his hand, on which a strange emblem was faintly visible. By the group's standards, there's nothing unusual, but by our standards, it's hard to say there's nothing unusual. The higher UPS said that some rats might be eyeing this place. He grinned. While it would be perfectly reasonable to let the rat steal it, it's not the right time yet. We need more substantial evidence. For now, let's just leave it here. Chapter 47 The Young Lady Who Is Not Good at Fighting. Call. Ludwig and Ruokik successfully entered the underground facility and landed quietly in the quiet, dimly lit corridor. With Ruokik's help, she barely managed to avoid falling. Phew, thank goodness I covered my heels with black mist, otherwise someone would definitely have heard me. So why did you wear high-rise clothes when you knew it was going to be a secret operation? Heels? The silver-haired girl flicked her slender fingertips. Anyway, I can use black mist to wrap around my heels to muffle the sound, so it's fine. Coco sighed. That's not what I meant. Never mind, whatever makes you happy. This underground facility has clearly been abandoned for a long time. The pupils of both girls simultaneously lit up with a faint light in the darkness, and the vampire's passive ability night vision had already taken effect in the dark. Because they can see as clearly as in daylight even in the dark, the vampire eyes, which are extremely sensitive to light, are so afraid of strong light. Their vision is not filtered like human-made night vision devices, instead, any dark place is as clear as if the brightness has been increased. This is an evolution that the vampires have developed over thousands of years to adapt to the darkness. This uncontrollable night vision ability will undoubtedly cause some trouble for vampires and affect their judgment, but overall it is still more beneficial than harmful. They carefully navigated the winding underground passages, but found no guards or security personnel. The entrance they had located according to the map had also been sealed off from the outside with cement. If there were anything important here, there should be someone guarding it. It's unlikely that the entrance would be completely sealed off. Coco began to ponder. Could it be that the important thing isn't here? Did we misjudge? Ludwig suddenly pointed to the map on the wall. Coco, look over here. This floor plan of the underground facilities marks the functions of each area on the current floor, third basement level, and also lists the names of the persons in charge of these areas. Huh? What's this floor? The cutting-edge technology zone. She slid her finger across the map. A cafeteria, a rest area, restrooms, elevators, and storage. Besides these, there's only Laboratory 1, Laboratory 2, Laboratory 3, a total of 6 laboratories. The two looked at each other. Ludwig said, since these are long-abandoned facilities, they could only belong to the building's former owner, the church. Cutting-edge technology, laboratories, these have absolutely nothing to do with the church, and yet there are so many laboratories. If Coco continues to stare at the floor plan on the wall, looks like we've come to the right place, young lady. I recognize this person. Perhaps the world only knows the famous Knights of the Apocalypse, but knows nothing of their real names. As a maid who defends the Vampire Council, it is only natural that I carefully study the Council's history. She brushed the dust off the name, revealing a name written in Latin to the two of them. Young miss, you know, don't you? Several years ago, the 4 horsemen of the Apocalypse were enemies of the Vampire Queen and the Council. Although the world knows very little about them, the Vampire Council, wanting to know their enemy, has conducted a more in-depth investigation into them. At least their names are known to everyone in the Council. As Ludwig looked at the name written in the lab director's column, memories related to the Apocalypse Knights flooded her mind. She exclaimed in surprise, this name is Schroeder Preger, the Plague Knight of Apocalypse. I knew it. The corporation definitely didn't have good intentions after buying this place. They've probably already looted everything in the lab. She rubbed her temples. Wait, it's hard to say. Such a clue wouldn't be openly displayed in the corridor. Maybe the lower-level staff of the corporation who came to seal off this place have no idea who Schroeder is. But we know, Coco said. Ludwig pulled her along, saying, Coco, let's go check out those labs. Maybe we can find something we like. But they've already been sealed off. It's okay, there are plenty of ways to get in. Sorry, miss, this area is off-limits to unauthorized personnel. Call. A voice suddenly rang out from around the corner, and Ludwig, who was walking in front, was caught off guard when a large hand suddenly grabbed her neck. Whoa. Pfft. In the blink of an eye, Ludwig was captured by the owner of the voice. He used some kind of extremely skilled grappling technique to hold her down, making her unable to move. Although she could still struggle and move her limbs, she was completely powerless with her neck and joints restrained. Who is this? How rude, ugh. He also targeted Ludwig's joints. With just a little force, she couldn't help but scream again. Oh. Ludwig was not a vampire skilled in combat, and when her body was bound by brute force, she was almost helpless. Once her ability to win through skill was restricted, she was practically a lamb to the slaughter. Ouch! Wah! How rude! She gritted her teeth and struggled incessantly, but to no avail. Ludwig had always been reluctant to admit that, as a high-ranking vampire, she was actually strong enough to go toe-to-toe with an ordinary human man, and such a strong and powerful man would undoubtedly be able to suppress her in terms of strength. Let go of the young lady. If Coco takes out the short metal rod, she can stretch it out. She didn't rashly draw her scythe, nor did she rush forward. The young lady was already a hostage in the attacker's hands. Any rash action would undoubtedly injure her. How can a grown man like you bully a weak woman like me? Ludwig persisted. Her pupils glowed an increasingly intense red light in the darkness, and her body would occasionally twitch in protest. A weak woman? It's hard to believe that a native vampire would say that, the man laughed. Ludwig glanced at the muscular arm gripping her neck, snorted, and opened her mouth to bite down. The attacker reacted even faster, immediately shoving Ludwig aside and elbowing her in the back. Bang! Oh. He pressed her back against the wall. Don't move. Ludwig's legs went weak. Under the attacker's precise and effective attack, her mind went blank and her body felt numb and uncontrollable. My head, I feel so dizzy. Having lived in a safe environment for decades, she had not suffered physical violence for a long time. Describing the silver-haired girl as delicate as a flower is not an exaggeration at all. Even though her physique is far superior to that of humans, her lack of physical training has made her body extremely unsuitable for close combat and unable to withstand blows. So when she said she was a weak woman, she wasn't lying. Let her go. If Coco doesn't pay attention, it might attract more guards, because if she hesitates any longer, the young lady will be in danger. Yua! She roared and charged forward, but in the next second, a sudden shockwave knocked Ruokik back 2 steps. Young miss. Ludwig was a proud vampire girl, and now she was being made so miserable by a human. She had never suffered such humiliation before. Mere humans, hiss. How dare you be so rude? A bright red light flashed in the silver-haired girl's eyes, and her sharp teeth protruded from her lips. She unleashed the innate ferocity of vampires, and under the control of rage, a bloodthirsty instinct from the depths of her body invaded her mind. This young lady will drain your blood. With a powerful twist, she raised her hand and swung her claw-like fingers, aiming a swift thrust at the attacker's throat. Hiss. Just as the attacker dodged, Ruokik finally saw his face, which he had been hiding. At that moment, she finally recognized the burly man's true identity. Who are you? Chapter 48 Chariot. The moment Ludwig broke free of her restraints, she brandished her angry claws and attacked the man's neck. This is the bloodlust of vampires. The blood transported from the neck to the brain is considered by vampires to be the most nutritious part. Tearing apart the neck is also the fastest way to kill prey. The man knew perfectly well that vampires would always prioritize attacking the neck whenever they had the chance, so he didn't even need to think about how to deal with her. Snapped. He easily grabbed Ludwig's wrist, preventing her hand from moving any further. Hiss. The girl hissed unfriendly. She flipped and leaped into the air, her nimble feet reflecting a cold glint. Her waist propelled her entire body, and her feet once again aimed for the man's neck. Her heels had blades. The man quickly dodged, but it was too late. Clap. Ludwig was thrown aside, and his wrist was slashed, leaving a deep cut that reached the bone. Miss. Ludwig was caught by Ruokik, but she reluctantly shook off the girl beside her. Hiss. I want. Young miss, please calm down. What's wrong? Human, food. Coco hugged her tightly, crying out, young miss. Coco's call clearly startled Ludwig. She snapped out of her daze, shook her head, and the crimson ferocity in her eyes gradually faded, her sharp teeth returning to normal. Suppressing the bloodlust is an essential ability for all vampires, but not all vampires can control it at will. Ludwig was clearly not a low-ranking vampire who couldn't control her instincts, but this man had shamed her noble spirit and still enraged her. I'm sorry, Coco. I lost my composure. She gritted her teeth. I'm really not a good owner. If Coco shakes her head, protecting Miss is my duty. I should blame myself for failing to protect you. Please step back. The brown-haired girl stepped forward and, as usual, stood protectively in front of Ludwig. My name is Ruokik, a vampire battle maid. How should I address you, a senior executive of the group? The burly man then looked as if he had just recognized her. Oh, I was wondering why she looked so familiar. It turns out she's the vampire girl who works with my brother. The man was now wearing a loose overcoat, completely different from his wolf in sheep's clothing appearance when they first met. His robust height of nearly 2 meters made the two girls, both less than 1.6 meters tall, look like miniature dolls in front of him. Even more terrifying, at this moment, his dark Asian eyes gradually turned blood red in the darkness. The wound on his wrist healed rapidly, like a vampire, with a hissing sound. Although introducing ourselves is a basic courtesy, we don't think there's any point in telling you. Because of you two girls, you saw something you shouldn't have seen. Rather than begging you not to talk nonsense, I'd rather you never be able to open your mouth again. He sighed coldly. At least, it's not the right time to know this now. Quack, quack, quack. A strange sound of bones loosening was heard, and the man's body began to change. A biomaterial-like armor seemed to emanate from his body, enveloping him and forming a hard, bony armor. Unlike Yin Sheng's knightly armor, his bone armor was extremely thick, even making his body swell up. His height increased dramatically from nearly 2 meters to almost touching the ceiling of the corridor, like a mutated giant wearing primitive armor. In seconds, this biological armor had transformed him into a completely unrecognizable humanoid monster. The ubiquitous bony spikes and its hard shell constituted the visible protective capabilities of this armor. Boom! He took a step forward. Only then did Coco notice that the corridor floor had sunk under his feet, forming several alarming cracks. Judging from its weight, the density of his armor is even higher than it appears, far exceeding ordinary bone. It may even reach the strength of tank armor. Boom! As he took another step forward, the gradually forming armor climbed up his neck and then gradually covered his face. I can sense that you possess blood energy. After his face was covered with a demonic armor mask, his voice became so deep and difficult to hear that it seemed to come through layers of metal. If I don't go all out, I'm afraid I'll die a horrible death once the two ladies get serious. Quack, quack, quack. Boom! His hands formed thick, bone claws like boxing gloves, and with each step he took, dust billowed up in the corridor and the floor trembled. The entire corridor was filled with the terrifying sound of bone armor joints moving, like a dragon grinding its teeth. My resolve is to face every battle with the determination to die. And you, are you prepared? His fingers cracked like dragon claws. Covered in sharp bone scales, it swung its arm. I am but one of the chess players under the group's command. Chariot, the chariot crushes the dust. Boom. Meanwhile, somewhere, the blonde girl woke up groggily, with a noticeable, dried bloodstain still visible at the corner of her mouth. She looked at the motionless silver-haired girl beside her, their hands were still tightly clasped. She couldn't help but smile. Don't be afraid, I won't leave you. Even though the silver-haired girl didn't respond to her at all, she gently released the silver-haired girl's hand, afraid of upsetting her. She rolled out of bed and stretched. How long have I been asleep? She rolled out of bed and stood by the full-length mirror, tidying her clothes, which were somewhat disheveled from the passionate encounter. She suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. Not only in her chest, but even the close-fitting clothes and the tailor-made long dress she was wearing seemed to have become somewhat ill-fitting. Looking closely at herself in the mirror, the blonde girl in the mirror seemed to have a strange, dazed feeling about her. She quickly realized the source of this unfamiliarity. Is this me? Her pupils turned crimson. She took 2 steps back for a moment, but then she blinked and her pupils turned bright red again. Her stiff expression vanished in an instant, replaced by a satisfied smile. I never expected little Shirley's power to have such an effect. She gently licked the blood from the corner of her mouth. It's amazing that this body can grow. No wonder the clothes don't fit properly anymore. She admired herself in the mirror for a moment, quite pleased with her increasingly beautiful and voluptuous curves. Truly worthy of being called the blood of a queen, unparalleled in its own right. She looked at the silver-haired girl on the bed, who lay there like a doll. The lonely vampire queen remained silent, offering no response. In this way, we are only 1 step away from completing the container. The blonde girl left the room silently. Soon after, she arrived at the table placed in the center of the dark hall. The 3 broken sections of the gun handle floated there. Enveloped in purple light, its sacred radiance was no longer what it once was. Its gun barrel had gradually turned black, and several tentacles made of black mist continuously transmitted dark energy into the purple mist. The girl stood beside it, and the seemingly dangerous purple mist appeared to have no effect on her whatsoever. She stroked the broken gun barrel with adoration, whispering softly, "Don't be afraid, Long Enus. I have prepared a new container for you. Don't be impatient. Your new container will take some time to complete, but you will be very satisfied, because it will be the most precious and powerful body in this world." Chapter 49 Hometown. Bailing City. I have a feeling that a lot of stories have happened in this place. Yin Shang stood at the observation deck of a high-rise building in the East District, overlooking this small town. Across the river, the West District was quite different from the bustling area here. The lights of each household in the low-rise houses were scattered like lonely stars in the sky. He has been here for a day and a night, and the investigation has made significant progress. Yin Shang located the West Side Church from his vantage point, nodded thoughtfully, and set off. Head to that church. Because the person he was investigating had worked in that church. I found this place based on the message Torre left on my hand. West District Church, Yangqi. I also learned who this Yangqi is. Yin Shangdao. According to Yin Shang, this man was once a priest, and this city was his hometown where he was born and raised. According to Torre, he was the royal knight appointed by the Vampire Queen, and he died 5 years ago. And the Vampire Queen lived in seclusion in this small town for several years. Yin Shang's mind was in a state of confusion. What the hell? How could the Vampire Queen be so close to a priest from a church? Reinhardt started using its little brain too. So, you think he might have some kind of relationship with the vampire princess who also shares the surname Yang? Am I right, Master? Yes, there are some things Torre can't say outright, but that's at least how I understand it, Yinsheng said. The church doesn't seem to be closed yet, let's go in and take a look. Yinsheng went straight into the main hall of the chapel, which could barely accommodate less than 100 people. It was a small chapel that was quite in line with the character of this small town. Presumably, they are also struggling to make ends meet, as the church presents a picture of financial hardship. Despite their efforts to conceal it, their dilapidated state is hard to hide. After all, churches have never been very popular in the East, and in a small town like this, where there's little competition and just enough to get by, no one would come to the church seeking solace. At this moment, there wasn't a soul in sight in the church. Is nobody here now? Did the priest forget to close the door? Yinsheng scratched his head, and seeing that no one was around, he was about to leave when suddenly someone called out to him. Oh, a church knight? What brings you to my humble temple? The owner of the voice stood up from behind the priest's lectern. Apparently, he had been squatting behind the lectern tidying up his things and hadn't been noticed by Yinsheng for a moment. He was dressed in a pure white priest's robe, which had been shortened by a tailor to have a local folk style, but still retained its clerical characteristics, and judging from the crow's feet on his face and his graying sideburns, he was undoubtedly a veteran. If you're here to offer some prayers, then I'm sorry, young man, today's prayer time is over. I also need to go home for dinner. The old priest was full of energy and didn't look like an elderly person at all. His demeanor was still like that of a vigorous middle-aged man, so Yinsheng preferred to call him uncle. Uncle priest, I'm here to find someone. He went straight to the point and pulled out the photo of the royal guard. This person used to work here. Do you know him? The priest's smiling expression vanished the instant he saw the photo. Who asked you to come? Boom! No sooner had he finished speaking than the church door slammed shut. Yinsheng sensed something was wrong. It was his sixth sense, honed through his experience as a combatant, that allowed him to vaguely detect a dangerous aura. He sensed that this priest was no ordinary person. Yinsheng had always firmly believed that the more remote and inconspicuous a place was, the more likely it was to harbor hidden talents. Ah, haha, I'm his comrade in arms. I helped him fight the fallen pope back then. Although I don't even know his name and only met him once, we got along very well. After that incident, he disappeared without a trace, so I followed the clues here to find out where he is and thank him for saving my life back then. He scratched his head with an awkward laugh and made up a very flimsy excuse. Laws and decrees. The priest didn't seem to be listening to his fabricated story. He frowned, brought his fingers together, and hooked them upwards. Suddenly, the sword of hesitation on Yinsheng's back detached from the canvas bag and flew straight out. Rhine, no, my sword? Uncle, what are you doing? It hovered in the air, swaying gently, and the faint golden light it emitted slightly illuminated the dim church. The priest opened his eyes wide. It turned out to be it. He raised his hand again and waved the sword back to Yinsheng's hand. Young man, do you know the origin of this sword? I mean, its true origin, not the origin you obtained from the church. Yinsheng shook his head. I don't know, but I'm here to find my comrade in arms. The priest sighed heavily and gestured for him to sit down on a church pew. Of course I know who your comrades are. He took the photo from Yinsheng's hand and gently stroked the young face on it. You've come to the right person. And I also know something about your sword that you might be interested in. Let me, an old man who has no desires left, tell you one thing at a time. He paused. The person you're looking for is my son, Yangqi. Meanwhile, on the other side. Boom, boom, boom. Don't run. You have nowhere to escape, the chariot threatened. Boom, whoa, are you going to let me get flattened if I don't run? Ludwig ran wildly, her heart pounding. How can he run so fast? He's so big. Ruokik said. Say less and run, miss. The chariot's terrifying destructive power left the two girls no time to retaliate. If Coco had known that despite her strength, she was no match for it, a single blow would have been enough to eliminate her. The two could only run away one by one. Every time the chariot missed its attack and its footsteps landed, an entire wall or even a large section of floor would be crushed into dust as if it had been run over by an armored tank. Ludwig was even less capable of dealing with him, because her umbrella sword was not with her. With only the sharp blade hidden in her high heels, she was completely helpless against this monster covered in tank-like heavy armor, like trying to cut an elephant with nail clippers. Humph! Damn it! Running away is not a solution, because the underground facilities are not interconnected. Sooner or later they will be forced into a dead end, and then they will definitely be smashed into fresh vampire meat patties. Coco, give me your hand. Let's teach him a lesson. Ludwig took Coco's hand. You know where you should hit, right? The crimson light in the eyes of the two girls intensified simultaneously. As you command. If Coco responded, she would flick her long staff with one hand, and a huge scythe would unfold. Snap tap. Ludwig stopped in her tracks at that moment, her high-heeled feet coming to a steady halt on the ground. She turned around gently and raised her finger. Time, stand still for this moment. At the same time, Coco struck the ground with the end of her scythe, sending up several pieces of cement. They seemed to lose gravity, floating in the air and no longer falling. The girl parted her lips slightly, and a strange, invisible force field pushed away the fragments. Its repulsive force momentarily prevented the chariot from moving forward even an inch. Nothingness, the myriad phenomena. Ding. Tick-tock tick-tock. The girl's almost unbeatable combination attack came at him unexpectedly as the car ran over the dust. Chapter 50 on the superiority and inferiority of blood energy. Blood energy is a superpower that exists in the blood and is innate to vampires. However, not all vampires possess blood energy. Vampire scholars believe this is related to the great vampire queen, from whom all vampire bloodlines trace back to, and therefore the true nature of blood energy is a manifestation of some of the queen's omnipotent abilities. However, as the number of high-ranking vampires with blood energy increased, some abilities that even the vampire queen had not mastered appeared in their blood energy, thus disproving this theory. However, vampire scholars still firmly believe that the cause of blood energy is related to the vampire queen, so for countless years they have studied blood energy with a sense of awe. In any case, given the original vampire's fanatical loyalty to the queen, they have already added many achievements to her that have nothing to do with her over the past 1,000 years, so one more won't make a difference. Ludwig and Rococo are among the few high-ranking vampires who possess blood energy. They have a tacit understanding and have fused their abilities together to form a unique combination technique. Although they haven't fought together many times, they have already mastered how to apply it to this battle. Tick-tock. Tick. Ding. The ticking of the mechanical clock had stopped, and the enormous, agile armored giant before the girl also came to a halt. The flying debris, the shattered walls, and the deafening sounds of destruction all came to a standstill at the same moment, as if a film had been paused. While holding Ludwig's hand, Coco could also travel through this brief pause in time. They leaped up, and at that moment, Coco further unleashed her power. Since there was no foothold to rely on around her, she would create one herself. Despair? Although there was nothing beneath their feet, Ludwig felt as if she were standing on solid ground, and when her body tilted to almost parallel to the ground, she seemed to float as if weightless. Gravity seemed to defy the laws of physics, as if an invisible hand was manipulating the mechanics around them. And this invisible hand is Ruokik. Nothingness, direction. They bent their knees as if walking on flat ground, and then leaped up. However, the direction of this leap was straight towards the face of the chariot. If Coco's abilities still have many unexpected uses, this is just the most basic one, which is also the one she excels at, creating the most suitable angle of attack for her. Bang! Their speed was so fast that it created a whooshing sound in the still space. Use this strike to cut his head off. Since Coco couldn't wield the scythe with full force with one hand, Ludwig used her free hand to grasp it together with her. At that moment, a black mist instantly enveloped the massive scythe, making it as dark and terrifying as the Grim Reaper's scythe. Cut! If Coco shouted, a cold light flashed across the armored giant's neck. That was one of the few weaknesses in his seemingly invincible armor, because the armor could not be fully connected to the joints that required frequent movement. When, with a crisp metallic clang, Coco realized that things were far more complicated than they seemed. In the stillness of time, any enemy is nothing but a lamb to the slaughter. Combined with Coco's precise and deadly attacks, their combination technique has never failed since it was first used. But if the enemy they're dealing with can't even be cut by Ruokik's scythe, then their combined attack is no longer unsolvable. Tick-tock. 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 The sound of mechanical gears turning quickly resumed, and the stagnant time began to flow again. What? How could that be? Ludwig didn't even need to look back, because she already knew the outcome of this strike. If Coco's scythe has become dull and blunt, is your blood energy nothing more than this? The chariot turned around, and a strange, blood-red light shot out from the pupils behind its bone helmet. Looks like we overestimated you? All flash and no substance, nothing of value. Ludwig retorted sharply, what did you say? Stop being so smug. I have a backup plan. If Coco were to support her as she gasped for breath, this power to stop time would undoubtedly consume a great deal of her strength. Miss, do you have any other ideas? Ruokik asked anxiously. Ludwig put her hands on her hips and stared intently at the skeletal monster right in front of her, looking extremely angry. Although stay here for now consumes a lot of energy, I am a high-ranking vampire, and it is not a problem for me to use it twice in a short period of time. She took Ruokik's hand again. My ability has one foolproof and never-failing method. Call. As soon as he finished speaking, the two girls vanished without a trace. Don't make it sound so self-righteous about running away. If we don't run, we'll just die. Okay, Coco, vaporize. Call out. They darted into the ventilation shaft they had come from and fled the place in a sorry state. Quack, quack, quack. Click, click, click. With a strange sound of bones rubbing together, the bone shell turned into powder and dissipated, revealing the true form of the dust trapped inside. They got away. Forget it. It doesn't matter if they know these little clues, at least the higher UPS won't suspect me. The performance report stated theft. The thieves have been wiped out. Ha, if you knew about this, you should buy me a drink. Meanwhile, Yinxing had been talking with the priest in Bailing City for some time. What did you say? Yang Lingzi, is your daughter? Yinxing said with an incredulous look on his face. The priest nodded. Yes, our second daughter. She is the younger sister of our eldest son, Yang Qi. His expression was sorrowful. 5 years ago, our son died in battle like a hero. My wife and I were heartbroken, but at least he sacrificed himself for a just cause. Fortunately, we still have Lingzi to keep us company in our old age. However, she has been busy with work in recent years and doesn't come home much anymore. We two old folks are so lonely. The priest's heartbroken explanation left Yinxing completely confused. He wondered to himself, what is this? One minute she's a princess, the next a knight of the apocalypse, then the daughter of a priest. How can she have so many unrelated identities? Yin Shang scratched his head. There's nothing I can do, please accept my condolences. About Ying Lingzi, you said she hasn't been coming home much in recent years, have you noticed anything different about her than before? The priest asked suspiciously. Young man, didn't you come to see Xiaoqi? Yin Shang quickly made an excuse. Oh right, that's right. I haven't heard from him for so long, I was starting to wonder if he had already passed away. It's really a pity. The priest waved his hand. Don't worry about it too much, young man. However, you came all this way only to hear the news of your benefactor's death. As a priest, well, at least in name only, my job is to help people solve their problems. I can't let you go back feeling depressed. He picked up Yin Shang's wandering sword, which was placed aside, and gently stroked its blade. I've heard that your church knights have always held these ancient artifacts in high esteem. I'll ask you one more time, are you interested in its origins? Yin Shang was indeed interested in this, and Reinhardt also made a request to him in his mind. Master, I want to know too. Reinhardt was a spirit born after encountering Yin Shang, so it's normal that it doesn't know its past. Then please explain in detail, father, Yin Shang said. Unexpectedly, this uncle knew about the past of the Sword of Wandering, which was an unexpected gain for Yin Shang. Although the matter of the queen remains shrouded in mystery, knowing the origin of the Sword of Hesitation is of great importance to Yin Shang personally. It is the key to resolving the feud between himself and his illustrious younger brother. He couldn't possibly ask the church, because the church didn't know the Sword of Hesitation was in his hand. It was because he obtained this holy sword that he voluntarily became a disgraced church knight. Chapter 51 The Holy Sword and the Knight. When the Sword of Wandering was included in the list of sacred relics by the church, the clergy classified it as one of the 8 lesser sacred relics based on their assessment, distinguishing it from the 4 greater sacred relics which were far superior to it. These 12 weapons, each with a different design, are the 12 sacred relics upon which the church is founded. In the hands of the church's testers, the Sword of Wandering was merely a 2-handed sword that could transform blazing holy light into flames that would envelop the blade and unleash a wide-range holy light attack. Compared to the other holy artifacts, it was no different, and thus, unsurprisingly, it was ranked last among the 12 holy artifacts. 500 years ago, it belonged to loyal Cacolino, the unparalleled Grand Master of the Church Knights at the time. That young but valiant woman had made great achievements with this holy sword. Even after being promoted to commander of the knights in just a few years, she still insisted on using this holy artifact, which was rated as the weakest. Until one day, the church, ravaged by the Black Death, decided to eradicate the source of all this calamity, the vampires. In a desperate gamble, they dispatched this knight commander to the depths of a distant forest on a mission from which there would be no return. Eliminate the vampire queen hiding in Mona Castle. According to church records, the knight commander, War, accomplished her mission admirably. Exhausted, she returned to the church with the coffin containing the vampire queen's body. Subsequently, she volunteered to banish this extremely terrifying monster to the ends of the earth. Only someone as strong and courageous as her could undertake this final task. She left the church again without delay, and this time, she remained gone for 500 years. She embarked on a solo expedition to the Far East. Her sole purpose was to banish the vampire queen, sealed in a coffin, forever beneath the ocean at the ends of the earth. Until the outbreak of the Blood Plague, no one knew her whereabouts or those of the vampire queen. But after the Great Plague 5 years ago, the vampire queen reappeared in the world. Yin Shang recounted the facts he knew. Because the vampire queen had a conflict of interest with the fallen pope, the vampires led by her actually played a positive role in this chaotic event. The vampire queen and others defeated the fallen pope at the cost of sacrificing 3 of their companions. Yin Shang quickly swiped his phone a few times, and what came into view was a group photo of him standing in front of the Piazza del Duomo in Rome. A few years ago, a new statue of a heroic female knight was erected in the center of the church square, and he went there to take a photo with it. The plaque on the base of the statue reads, Lawyer Cacolino, that's her? But it doesn't mention her birth and death dates. The priest standing nearby chuckled. Young man, this knight has lived for over 500 years. How could they dare to write that down? She was one of the servants of the vampire queen, one of the 3 who died. The priest revealed a shocking secret. She was already a vampire when she fought the fallen pope, and the vampire queen appeared unharmed 500 years later. I presume there's no need to elaborate on what happened after she went to fight the vampire queen 500 years ago. Uncle, you mean, she's a traitor? Yin Shang exclaimed in surprise. Yin Shang was well aware of this basic fact: vampires cannot bring corpses back to life. Therefore, the only possibility was that the knight commander had been defeated in a battle against the vampire queen 500 years ago, and subsequently embraced by her, becoming her servant. The priest shrugged. Traitor? Who knows what she was thinking? The vampire queen had the ability to control the minds of all vampires. Now that she's gone, we can't know if she did it willingly. But the fact that her statue stands in the church proves that, at least people acknowledge the enormous sacrifice she made, even though the church doesn't dare say she became a vampire. However, one thing is certain, young man, this Sword of Wandering was lost along with the gates of heaven after she went to war against the vampire queen. The gates of heaven are nowhere to be found, but the Sword of Wandering is now in your hands. The priest sighed. I spent so much time looking for it back then, but thankfully, it's still shining brightly today. Yin Shang seemed to be deep in thought, connecting the story the priest told him with the church history he was familiar with. Ah, I remember now. The one you're talking about is the Gate of Heaven, one of the 4 supreme sacred relics that the church lost for 500 years. It seems that this knight commander took it away. The priest nodded. That's right. The fact that she chose to use the powerful gates of heaven as her weapon for this expedition shows that she was fully prepared to face the vampire queen. The priest said. But she chose other sacred artifacts to fight, not because she thought the sword of wandering was weak. She knew that the true power of this sword was useless against the vampire queen. So she chose the gates of heaven, which has the power to seal, banish, and imprison, to specifically deal with the vampire queen. Yin Shang asked, true power. The priest stood up, his expression serious, and told Yin Shang, word by word, separating the spirit, manipulating the soul. Its true name is the sword that guides wandering souls. Yin Shang rubbed his chin. Wait, uncle, how do you, an Easterner, know about these things? The priest laughed and said, ah, you're a young man, yet you've received the renowned 12 sacred relics of the church? Everyone has some secrets that shouldn't be inquired about. Okay. Yin Shang scratched his head. The priest said, judging from your blank expression, you probably can't unleash the true power of this holy sword. But the situation where you can use that power is very rare. Therefore, most of the time it is just a weapon that can emit light and heat. After packing his things, he walked out of the church and gestured for Yin Shang to follow. All right, that's all I know. Let's call it a day. If you want to chat, young man, you can come find me anytime. The priest suddenly remembered something. Wait, young man, you just mentioned my Lingzi. Are you interested in her? Yin Shang's heart and lungs stopped. Huh? What? Could it be that I'm right? Considering your relationship with Xiaoqi, it's not impossible for me to entrust her to you. How about I act as matchmaker? Please wait a moment. Grunt. Grunt. The girl opened her eyes, but all she saw was a thick liquid. She was soaking in it and couldn't move an inch. But even through the blurry vision, I could still see that unfamiliar figure moving back and forth. Finally, it's ready. He held something in his hand and approached the girl's container. Sorry to keep you waiting. But. The man muttered something to himself, then gritted his teeth and lightly punched the container in front of him. The girl saw it, but there was nothing she could do. Her hazy consciousness prevented her from thinking about what was happening right now, and she didn't even know who she was. I can only. The man seemed to have made up his mind, and gently placed the small jar in his hand on the table beside him. Then, he looked up at the girl inside the container. Are you afraid? You don't need to. Your body will become a vampire. The perfect container. Gurgling. Gurgling. The girl drifted off to sleep, but she soon woke up in the real world. Coco, where are we? If Coco grasps her hand, in the underground dark zone of Bailing City. She replied. Unable to resist her sleepiness, the silver-haired girl tilted her head and fell into a deep sleep again. I'm so sleepy. Coco. Come, keep with me, Huff. You should rest well, I'm not going anywhere. If Coco held her hand tightly, bit her lip, and lowered her head unwillingly. The silver-haired girl fell into a deep sleep on the hospital bed, but if Coco knew why she was so sleepy, vampires do not experience the same distress as humans when their lives are in danger. Using blood energy consumes blood, and the lack of blood circulation causes vampires to be overwhelmed by drowsiness, forcing them into a hibernation-like state similar to animals. This is why vampires defeated by witchers in the past usually sealed themselves in coffins, as this weakened state was far too dangerous. Ludwig's skin lost its luster and became deathly pale, and the rise and fall of her chest became very weak. Miss. As if she had made up her mind, she unbuttoned her clothes. This time, let me offer you my blood, as punishment for my incompetence as a maid. She quietly slipped into the bedding. Although this was the first time she had offered her blood for the young lady out of her own volition, as the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. This certainly won't be the last time. Coco? Guhu. Can. Bad maid? Ugh. Gurgle? You. Now, that audacious lecher has finally gotten what he asked for. Chapter 52 Chess Players. The next day. Young lady, I've decided to return to the council. Without my maid outfit, I can't protect you as well. And, my scythe is broken, I need to replace it with a better weapon. I must become stronger. Oh, okay, I'll go with you. Young miss, what did you say? You've changed your mind. What? It's just that your vampire princess is going back. Well, she's checking out where she'll be staying from now on. Ludwig pouted. And a warning to those foolish old fogies in the vampire council, be wary of the Spire group. We don't have any evidence, and we don't expect them to take it to heart, but for Coco's sake, I'll go and remind them myself. Unable to make any further progress in the city, the two girls had no choice but to leave with regret. The vampire council Ludwig would eventually have to face it. Although she had avoided it for almost a year, a short, sharp pain was better than a long, drawn-out one. Whether it brought good or bad fortune, she decided to bite the bullet and go. Otherwise, wandering around like a headless fly, she might find herself in even greater danger. Welcome to this news episode. The Spire Group has recently made an important decision. Their spokesperson said that since the new policy was announced last month, many vampires have obtained a job in the group's companies that can support them. Although this is a policy that is of great benefit to society, it has also caused some vampires to be quite dissatisfied. Let's now connect with the reporter on the scene. Hello, Sir Vampire. What are your thoughts on the new policies announced by the Spire Group? You ask me what my opinion is? Why should we receive the same salary as our human colleagues? Just because our physical strength allows us to work for 20 hours straight and even several days in a row, why do we only get so little overtime pay? Are you aware of the new decisions the group recently announced? Of course I know. Raising the wages of vampire employees. You ask me if I support it? I only have 2 words. I support it. Okay, stop asking. You're wasting my time. Will you cover the losses I incur? Well, that concludes our live coverage of the group's recent series of new decisions. Yin Shang turned off the video. At this point, even someone as oblivious as him could clearly sense that something was wrong. The group is slowly boiling the vampires. Looks like I'll have to talk to those 2 old ladies later. But whether they listen or not is none of my business. At this moment, Yin Shang took a taxi and left the western district of Bailing City, preparing to go to the address given by the priest to find out more. Young man, I'm not entirely sure where Lingzi works. If you want to find her, just ask her best friend, Xiao, the priest said to Yin Shang, who was about to leave. This is Xiao Ye's address. It's a 10-minute drive from here. You can take a taxi there. Yin Shang was almost driven crazy by this uncle trying to sell his daughter. He had to use all his persuasion to convince the uncle that he just wanted to talk to her about Yingqi. But the priest then said that he and his daughter had a generation gap, and she usually didn't tell him where she was. Perhaps only her best friend Ye Liulai, with whom she had always been very close, knew where she was. Upon hearing the name, Yin Shang immediately perked up and asked for her address. Ye Liulai, that's right. According to that young lady, she's one of the 2 who disappeared along with the queen. So she's actually quite close to Yang Lingzi. Yin Shang increasingly trusted his own judgment. I'm afraid those 2 are the real reason for the vampire queen's disappearance. I need to be careful, Reinhardt. Stay alert. His loyal and obedient feline attendant responded in his mind, yes. Yin Shang was still pondering his next move when suddenly his phone rang. Who would be here at this time? Hey. Yin Shang picked up his phone and listened. A soft slurping sound came from behind the phone, like someone drinking tea. Then, the person who had called slowly picked up the receiver. How have you been, young master? Yin Shang couldn't help but gasp. Seeing that Yin Shang did not reply, the voice on the other end read out in a sarcastic tone. Or would you rather hear me call you brother? Yin Shang sneered. What a joke? I'm about to throw up. Have you finished farting? He read it aloud, word by word. Could you please just stay out of my life, Capillus Inspire. 1-0/1-7-5 at 4% #9 #+8 at /. Ha, what are you saying, Yin Shang? Doesn't the group's assets appear in your life every day? Yin Shang said, that's so you won't have a chance. No matter what kind of scheme you're plotting, you'll have to get past me first. The person on the other end of the phone placed the receiver on the table and clapped their hands in a sarcastic tone. Well said, young master. It seems you're still not giving up on the matter of hindering my career. Since you don't want to be dignified, then I'll make it dignified for you. Former young master. Beep. Spire hung up the phone. Although every conversation with this person left him furious, he still paid attention to the word decency. What does this guy mean? Yin Shang wondered. Yin Shang suddenly felt a chill. How did that cold-blooded bastard Spider find out his phone number? Given the satellite positioning technology possessed by the Spire Group, this means he already knows Yin Shang's location? Yin Shang glanced at the back of the car and immediately yelled at the taxi driver. Driver, turn left. But the road to the left is going against traffic. Staying in jail is important. Is life more important? Brake? Whoosh boom. A roar of an engine swept past them in the next instant, the thick cloud of dust making Yin Shang cough. Boom, boom, screech. The engine sound quickly faded into the distance, disappearing from Yin Shang's sight, and the sound of screeching brakes could be heard in the distance. Although he didn't know what it was, Yin Shang could clearly see its danger because just after that car passed by, several huge gashes had been cut into the right side of the taxi. What the hell? Yin Shang gasped. And, judging from the sound of its engine starting, it's coming back soon? My car? There are thugs. There are thugs, the driver shouted. Don't just stand there, uncle. Get out of the car and call the police. Yin Shang shoved him. Then, what are you going to do, young man? Boom. Yin Shang closed the car door and sat in the driver's seat. Me? Of course, I'll try to stop that monster. Immediately, Yin Shang stepped on the gas and turned around to escape in the opposite direction. The police can't handle it. Before it hurts anyone else, I'll get it out of the city. In the countryside, I'll have a leisurely car chase with it. As the monster billowing thick smoke drew closer in the rearview mirror, its engine roared louder and louder, like the howling of a vicious dog. It turned out to be him. Yin Shang finally saw the newcomer clearly. It was a bizarre racing car covered with dangerous bone spikes, and almost every inch of its flattened body was filled with sharp weapons for close combat. Now that we know its true nature, it's impossible for a taxi to outrun it. Yin Shang's lips twitched as he tried to calm himself down so he could think of a solution. Chess player as fierce horse, swift as the wind. They actually sent this madman to deal with me. The blood vessels in Yin Shang's eyes gradually increased. Damn it, Capillison really wants to kill me. Reinhardt, don your armor. Chapter 53 Return. Deep within the secluded Mona Castle, the Vampire Council is overwhelmed by countless tedious official matters. For thousands of years, the vampires have adhered to the rule of seclusion, and the vampire population has remained small. Therefore, the council has been quite idle for thousands of years. But now, that era is gone forever. The Vampire Council works non-stop every day, busy with the livelihoods of vampires all over the world. But they had no complaints. Because this is the Vampire Queen's expectation, her only wish. Let my people be happy. The council did not know the specific meaning of the happiness that the Vampire Queen referred to, but they knew that they could not let the opportunity for coexistence with humans, which the Vampire Queen had fought for, go to waste. Vampires must establish themselves in this world. This is the only decree Her Majesty left them. The last time we had a holiday was 1083 days ago, and it lasted 12 hours. Torre sipped his blood-top coffee and paced down the castle corridor with a calendar in his hand. Fortunately, there's no such thing as sudden death among vampires, Torre sighed wearily. He couldn't personally investigate the Queen's disappearance not only because of his status, but also because he was too busy to leave his post. He had already commissioned 2 separate groups to investigate the missing Queen and Princess, but some time had passed and neither side had sent any news. The longer there was no word, the more anxious he became. In addition, with the vampires gaining a higher status in human enterprises recently, the social conflicts caused by vampires have increased significantly by tens of percentage points compared to the past. Just assigning mediation tasks to mediators in various places has kept Torre busy. Given time, Parliament may not be able to continue. Torre sighed and pushed open his office door. I really hope we can find the Emperor soon. If this continues, the hearts of the vampire people will. It seems that the matter of having the princess succeed to the throne can no longer be delayed. Hehe, what princess? I've never heard of such a thing. A gust of wind swept through Torre's office, and the door behind him slammed shut. Pfft. Torre reacted quickly, before the chill could creep up his spine. He immediately knelt down on one knee without raising his head. Your Majesty. In front of Torre, a young girl sat upright on the corner of the desk, her feet gently swinging in the air. The dangerous aura emanating from her was no less than before. Moreover, Torre could sense that her aura was more like that of a vampire queen than before. Torre dared not think about what had happened during her disappearance, because at this moment her entire body was filled with dangerous killing intent. Seeing Torre standing there motionless, the elegantly dressed blonde girl couldn't help but let out a soft, cold laugh. Hiss. You've always been very polite. She leaped off the table, her toes barely touching the ground, and floated as lightly as a feather to Torre's side. She put her hands behind her back and bent down. But your performance review report must still be a complete and truthful account, without missing a single word, understand? Torre breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed she was unaware that he was secretly investigating her. He calmly replied, Yes, Your Majesty. After listening to Torre's summary of his work over the past year, the Queen learned that the Vampire Council had initiated the succession bill and found an heir. Oh, so our royal court now has a vampire princess. So, without my knowledge, I have gained a daughter in name only. She took Torre's teapot and brewed herself a cup of blood tea. Those in high positions must be careful with their words and actions, and must have sufficient analytical and response capabilities to every word spoken by their superiors. Torre clearly sensed the incongruity in that statement. Why didn't she mention Her Majesty the Queen when she said I don't know? Could it be? He swallowed hard, then spoke. Your Highness, are you aware of Her Majesty's disappearance? Did I give you permission to ask the question? She smiled slightly. Answer the question first, okay. Although there was nothing unusual around him, a strong sense of impending death loomed over Torre stronger than ever after the princess uttered those words. The immense pressure made it almost impossible for Torre to breathe, and he struggled to suppress his increasingly uncontrollable trembling. Yes, Your Majesty. Because you and Queen Syriot left without saying goodbye a year ago, the vampires cannot be without a ruler for a day. Therefore, we have determined the crown prince in accordance with the succession law. If the queen has not returned to the throne after a year, she will be crowned as the new vampire queen. Torre was determined to go all out and simply said the rest of his words. If we can find the missing Queen Syriot, then the succession law will automatically terminate, and everything will return to normal. Yes, my little Shirley has something to do right now and can't come back for the time being. The blonde girl named Yinglingzi looked at her fingernails twice in the dim light, then lightly licked the tea stains on them with the tip of her tongue. Hiss. She smiled. Pass it on, Torre. The Regency Act is to be activated from this day forward. I, the prince, will act as regent during the queen's absence and will possess all her rights, namely, supreme power over the entire vampire royal court, the vampire council, and all aspects of the vampire race. That is, to take over the monarchy. She gave a soft, cold laugh. As for the succession bill, the girl stretched and walked gracefully towards the door. We'll talk about it later. I'm a little tired right now. I need to take a bath and get some sleep. I hope you'll have everything taken care of when I wake up. As her footsteps faded into the distance, the murderous intent surrounding them diminished, and Torre, who was almost drenched in cold sweat, finally managed to move. Oh no, I have to. Just as he was about to stand up, a strand of golden hair brushed against his cheek and flashed past the corner of his eye. Don't think I don't know what you're doing. the blonde girl whispered in his ear, like a sweet declaration of death. Torre turned his head, his face pale, but there was nothing around him. He collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. Meanwhile, on the other side of the earth. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The man riding in that bizarre race car laughed, his laughter sounding particularly jarring amidst the roar of the engine. This madman used to at least say a few words, but now all he can do is laugh. Is Chess Clan some kind of mental illness shelter? Yin Shang was so annoyed by his laughter that he slammed the steering wheel. Brake. Yin Shang intended to use this sudden stop to turn around again and avoid the fierce horse that was about to catch up with him again, but his laughter did not stop at all. Ha 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 ha. Click, click. In the next instant, the bone spikes on the side of the spiked race car suddenly sprang outward like a falcon spreading its wings, extending into a sharp blade several meters wide. With its extremely high speed, like a bullet leaving the barrel, Yin Shang and the taxi would be cut in half at the next instant. Yin Shang roared, Reinhardt. Clack clack ding. Ah! Yin Shang's veins bulged, and the sword of hesitation unleashed an incomparably dazzling light in that instant, firmly blocking the enormous bone blade capable of tearing through steel. Yin Shang, who was sitting in the car, was like animal entrails hanging on a knife. He was forcibly pulled out of the car and thrown out like an arrow. Ugh! Brake. The race car, as ferocious as a wild horse, temporarily stopped its seemingly endless roar. The man who had been sitting in the convertible got out of the car, still looking deranged. Ah, the praise screams are simply heavenly. He stood by the roadside, looking around. Ha 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 ha, those screams are so delightful. The madman, disregarding whether anyone witnessed his murder, burst into maniacal laughter. After laughing for a while, he stood on the side of the road and looked down. The boss ordered that we must find the body at all costs. He wants me to find where the man surnamed Yin's body is. What if he's smashed to pieces? Ha ha ha, then I'll use the burlap sack I used for garbage. Bang! Stop fucking looking, I'm right here. As soon as Ma Jiafeng turned around, his face, which infuriated Yin Shang, was struck by a heavy punch. Pfft! The force of the blow nearly broke Yin Shang's finger, because he was really angry. What? You surnamed Yin? The reckless racer plunged straight off the cliff beside the highway, his screams abruptly ceasing a few seconds later. Pa, even if you're not dead, you'd better get to the hospital. Don't bother me. Yin Shang's battered and bruised wanderer armor gradually disappeared, it had been severely deformed by the impact. Fortunately, it wasn't true armor, and it would be restored to its original state upon the next summoning. Yin Shang turned away angrily. He heard the approaching sirens and decided he didn't want to linger there any longer. Ah, my ribs. Master, thank goodness you reacted quickly. If you hadn't grabbed the blade and hidden under the car, you would have definitely fallen off the cliff. Thanks to your armor. Master, I'm fine. I'm still within your treatment range, but I'm a little too weak to walk. I think I've overexerted myself. Yin Shang took out his phone, pulled out the SIM card, and threw it away. I need to change my number and tell those two girls. The group has mobilized its chess players. They're in danger. Chapter 54 Entropy's Unfortunate Adventure. Hey, if you can answer the call. Who is it? That Shang guy? Why did you change your phone number? Let me remind you again, my name is Yin Shang. Let your young lady answer the phone. Humph, don't upset the young lady. A moment later, Ludwig picked up her phone. Stupid night? She looked like she hadn't woken up yet, yawning. What, you found them? Yin Shang sighed and said, let me remind you, it's the Wandering Knights. When will you ever get the right name? I've found some clues, but I haven't found the people, neither your queen, nor that princess, he said. They are still missing, but the results of my investigation differ from what you told me. Yin Shang told Ludwig everything he had learned from the Vampire Council and about his experiences in Bailing City. Chess players? Ludwig asked in surprise. Yin Shang said, I suppose this is the first time you've heard of this either. You probably haven't encountered these guys yet, which is a good thing. In any case, the group has already dispatched its chess players, so you'd better stay away from anything related to the group for the time being. Ludwig certainly knew the name. Not long ago, she had been soundly beaten by Chariot, one of the chess players, on the group's territory. Humph. She pouted, about to scold Yin Shang for making bad friends, but then she thought that Yin Shang was not worthy of their complete trust either. Therefore, she decided to temporarily conceal the fact that she had been hit by dust from Yin Shang. Alright, so we'll have to go back to the Vampire Council next. Since you've discovered that the intelligence is inaccurate, my maid and I will have to go back to the council to check the reliability of the intelligence in person. She was yawning. If Yang Lingzi is the daughter of a priest, then she can't possibly be a vampire princess. But the council members are secretly telling you that she might be the Famine Knight. These three identities are completely contradictory. Yin Shang said, it's much more convenient for vampires to go to the Vampire Council. Then we'll leave the rest to you. I'm still in Bailing City. I still need to continue investigating her identity and the whereabouts of your queen. I'll hang up now. By the way, remember this, never provoke the group, he added. You can't even beat me, so don't overestimate yourselves and go looking for them. Ludwig jumped up, what do you mean you can't even beat you? I hate talking to humans the most. Ludwig shrank back under the covers. Coco, wake me up later, okay? I'm going to take an afternoon nap, hee hee. We booked an afternoon flight, did you know? I know, I'll go to sleep first. get up. Yinxing hung up the phone, and he thought something seemed off. This vampire young lady's voice. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. He then thought that maybe he had been watching too many of Zilula's live streams lately, and now everyone's voice sounded like Zilula's. Sigh, this. I haven't even had time to play games for a while now, I bet she's furious. After finishing his treatment in the alley, Yinxing got up and walked outside. Most church nights are far less convenient than Yinshang. Yinshang's ability to instantly heal with magic when not in combat is a major advantage. Even in a war of attrition, Reinhardt's endurance allows him to slowly wear down many monsters with weaker regeneration abilities. It's as convenient as some game characters being able to restore their health simply by sitting down by a campfire. However, if the energy expenditure is too high, Reinhardt will need to be fed a lot of food afterward to help it recover. He arrived at the alley entrance and looked around. Not far away was the home of the girl named Yeliulai. It is located in a residential area. Although you can't enter through the main gate, scaling walls and rooftops is not a difficult task for Yinshang. Once inside the neighborhood shrouded in night, he casually approached the Ye family's door and rang the doorbell, just like any other resident. Ding dong ding dong. No one answered. Just as Yinshang was about to turn and leave, he suddenly froze on the spot. That makes sense, it's impossible for things to go so smoothly, he sighed. At this moment, there was something on his neck. The quiet corridor was dark and gloomy, with only the silver dagger less than a finger's width from his neck radiating a hint of autumn chill. The newcomer didn't even stir up a gust of wind, nor did he utter a single breath. Yinshang, of course, did not move an inch. He sensed that the newcomer was no ordinary person. With the sword of hesitation strapped to his back, he was undoubtedly in a dangerous blind spot. If he acted rashly, he would only face decapitation. Reinhardt, get ready. Sand. The deathly silence was broken only when a gentle autumn breeze swept by. Yinshang suddenly delivered a backward elbow strike. A muffled groan came from behind, and Yinshang seized the opportunity to grab the wrist at the neck, flipping over and throwing him over his shoulder. To his surprise, the attacker was surprisingly light. Pat. Using Yinshang's strength, the man lifted his leg and stepped on the ceiling. Then, with a twist, he broke free from Yinshang's restraint. What? Yinshang could only vaguely make out the person's outline in the darkness. It was a girl. Yinshang was amazed by her agile waist and movement ability. In an instant, she raised her dagger while suspended in midair and stabbed it towards Yinshang's neck. Reinhardt. Yinshang spun around and bent down, quickly conjuring a portion of holy armor on his wrist. When the deadly and vicious blow was narrowly deflected, its force diminished. Reinhardt is of no help at all in fighting with a small dagger. He quickly analyzed the situation before him and then fought back against the girl who attacked again. I'm not afraid of unarmed combat either, come on. Ding, ding, cha. The friction between Yinshang's gauntlets and the girl's dagger produced sparks and sounds that stood out starkly in the silent night. Though there was no flash of blades, there was the shadow of swords. This silent exchange lasted only a moment before Yinshang was once again held by the neck. Boom. Okay, I lose. Yinshang surrendered. The girl pressed him against the wall where there was no way to escape, and without any regard for the consequences, she used her body to press him down firmly. Hiss. Meanwhile, the moonlight streaming through the window barely illuminated the dim corridor. She raised her head, her blood-red eyes filled with hostility, reflecting the pale moonlight like jewels. She leaned closer to sniff Yinshang's neck. Sniff. Yinshang felt itchy from her breath and was about to resist. She tightened her grip on Yinshang's arm even more. Hiss. She forcefully pressed down on Yinshang's chin, staring intently at his face. Another deathly silence. Yinshang blushed deeply. As a straight man who had never been in a relationship, where had he ever had such a long period of physical contact with a beautiful girl? Moreover, being shorter than Yinshang, she practically had to press her entire body against him to pin him against the wall. The soft touch of her body and the faint scent of her shampoo had already made Yinshang extremely embarrassed. His original intention was to soften his stance first in order to find out the girl's background, but he never expected her to get so close. As Yinshang was pondering a solution, the girl suddenly released him. Humph. She released Yinshang with considerable dissatisfaction, twirled the dagger in her hand a few times, then wiped it at her waist and disappeared into her clothes. He's a church knight, not a bug sent by the corporation. She brushed her disheveled hair behind her ear, leaned against the stair railing, and stared sideways at Yinshang. You have the aura of a vampire that doesn't belong to humans, and you still dare to do such a thing. Don't blame me for wanting to cut off your neck. Yinshang said, can vampires smell the scent of their own kind? But unfortunately, at least I am still human now. The girl let out an unfriendly hissing sound. Hiss. Enough with the nonsense. If it weren't for the deal with the order of the church that forbade me from attacking you knights, I would have already cut off your head. Yinshang was completely bewildered. No, what did I do that you want to kill me? She pointed to the tightly closed door of a neighbor's house and said, you've been sneaking around knocking on my door like a group of bedbugs. It's only natural that I'd bleed you a little, just like I bleed those bedbugs, right? Yinshang suddenly realized, so, you're from the Vampire Council. She snorted, surprised that this guy knew who she was. He had clearly come prepared. She stood in front of Yinshang, casually placing one hand on her hip. Her long, jet-black hair was streaked with silver strands, likely a side effect of vampire transformation, but her youthful appearance remained undiminished. Yin Shang had never received a photo of her, but now he knew the identity of the girl in front of him. That's right, I am Yeliulai, the captain of the vampire clan's secret unit, Blood Shadow. As the girl spoke, she pressed Yin Shang, who had secretly taken 2 steps toward the stairs, back against the wall. Bang! Don't try anything funny, human, if you think you can beat me with that sword. She moved closer to Yin Shang's face, her beautiful, alluring ruby-like eyes staring intently at him with a dead fish-like expression. You called me, is there something you need? Yin Shang has been feeling unlucky lately. Why does he keep running into one vampire woman after another lately, and they're all weirdos with some kind of mental issues? Yin Shang felt that he should see a doctor when he had more free time. Health tip: vampire phobia, a mental illness caused by the inability to adapt to daily interactions with vampires. However, as long as the sufferer stays away from vampires, it's as if nothing is wrong. Chapter 55 Liulai. The girl blocking Yin Shang's way, though heroic and spirited, had an undisguised sense of dejection in her eyes. She prevented Yin Shang from leaving by any means, determined to make him return everything before she would be satisfied. Okay, I'll talk, could you please let me go first? You speak first. Let me go first. Cut the nonsense. Seeing that the negotiations had failed, Yin Shang had no choice but to tell the whole story that he had come to investigate the queen's disappearance. She pondered, little she, no, the vampire queen. I know where they are and what they're doing. She released Yin Shang. But I have no reason to tell you. Yin Shang said, even if the group wants to do something detrimental to you, and needs them to come back quickly. She looked at the door and gave a soft snort. I knew all along that the corporation was preventing anyone from investigating the disappearance of the vampire queen. They were also monitoring my house nearby, trying to harm my family, and sent their subordinates to protect them. They always make me a little uneasy. The girl said, whatever the corporation does or where the queen is, it has nothing to do with your church. I cannot believe that the church is not colluding with the Spire group. Yin Shang said, but your princess. She glared at Yin Shang, what she's doing is none of your business. The girl drew her dagger again. Human, I've changed my mind. You're far too suspicious. She seemed impatient and irritable, and her dim eyes gleamed with a sinister red light. If I don't shut you up completely, you'll get in Lingxi's way. Yin Shang gasped, you really were in cahoots. She scoffed, what business is it of yours what the affairs of the vampires are? Swish dash? With a swift stroke, Yin Shang sliced through the metal stair railing beside him in the blink of an eye. I rely on dash. Yin Shang flipped over and jumped out of the window, landing safely with Reinhardt's protection. He turned around and saw that the girl was dressed in black, and seemed to have disappeared into the darkness, but her crimson eyes were still clearly visible. She was undoubtedly rushing towards him. Reinhardt, hurry up and run for me. Master, didn't you say you could exchange a few blows with her? Did I say that? I didn't. Yin Shang felt a chill run down his spine. Perhaps he had really said that just now, but now he didn't think so at all. An angry woman is far more terrifying than a manic madman. She's acting like my mom's going through menopause. Damn it, I never want to deal with vampires again in my life. Call out. In the blink of an eye, the girl blocked Yin Shang's path. What did you just say about me? Yin Shang turned and ran without looking back. I didn't say anything. She snapped. Don't even think about running away, human. Under the cover of night, the girl's agile figure relentlessly pursued Yin Shang. She wore dark clothing that was conducive to movement at night. If she covered her eyes, she could blend into the crowd immediately, which was very different from the vampires who were generally dressed in flamboyant and extravagant clothes. She deliberately put away her dagger, so even though she and Yin Shang walked through the streets, they did not attract much attention from passers-by. Yin Shang deliberately exploited her reluctance to act in a high-profile manner in an attempt to shake her off, but she still managed to corner him in a small alley a few minutes later. After all, there was still an insurmountable gap in physical abilities between vampires and humans. Hey. While Yin Shang was panting heavily, the vampire girl who was chasing him didn't even let out a sound. Her resentful eyes burned fiercely at Yin Shang. Now, there are no passers-by to act as witnesses for you. Yin Shang said, wait, dear sister, let's talk this out. Aren't you affiliated with the Vampire Council? I'm acting on behalf of the council. Yeliulai coldly interrupted. We, Blood Shadow, are directly subordinate to Her Majesty the Queen. Yin Shang said, Vampire Queen? Then I'm even less of an enemy than you. There's no point in saying more, the girl said. Seeing her determined expression, as if she wouldn't stop until she tore Yin Shang apart, Yin Shang had no choice but to order Reinhardt to prepare for battle. Woo! Suddenly, Yin Shang heard a certain sound. He exclaimed in surprise, wait. The girl ignored him and kept moving closer to him. Buzzwoo! As the sound grew closer, Yin Shang instantly recognized the true nature of the noise. And it was rapidly approaching the two of them from behind Yeliulai. That's an engine sound. Get out of the way. Boom boom boom. Yin Shang had already spoken, but it was too late. The moment the girl turned around, she was pierced through the abdomen by the huge blade. With the sound of flesh and bone being violently broken, she flew straight over Yin Shang's head. Ha. Did you miss me? Yin Shang had no time to pay attention to her being knocked away. He rolled twice to dodge the incoming blade. He looked closely and finally understood the situation. Undoubtedly, it was Wild Horse, only this time he rode a motorcycle loaded with bone blades, the same model as the previous racing car. How come you didn't die from the fall? Yinxing cursed. Ha 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 ha, you weren't even cut in half, so why should I be the one to die from a fall? Boom, boom boom. He lifted the front of the motorcycle and started the engine again. With a few strange clicking sounds, the motorcycle unfolded several sharp blades to both sides. Damn it. Reinhardt, get dressed. Wearing armor takes time, but Yinxing made it start from the feet, allowing him to use the jumping power granted by the armor to leap several meters high immediately. Next, his right hand, his wrist and palm were instantly covered by a golden gauntlet, which allowed him to firmly grip the protruding wall. Boom boom, you have nowhere to run. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the rider's arrogant laughter, the motorcycle's tires, made of an unknown material, sprouted several bone-like spikes, propelling him directly onto the wall, heading straight for Yinxing. Crackle crackle crackle. What a joke. Yinxing cursed. This bone-spiky motorcycle, capable of sending people to hell, crushed every wall it passed, crashing into Yinxing at an extremely high speed. In this narrow alley, the blades extending from the vehicle body undoubtedly greatly reduced Yinxing's dodging space. If he were to dodge from above the fierce horse, he would become an easy target, vulnerable to being pierced by its bone spikes that could be deployed at any moment. Seeing that there was no way to escape, Yinxing planned to use his sword and armor to take the blow head-on, just like before. Come on, Reinhardt, like last time, What? A sharp, piercing pain suddenly swept through Yinxing's upper body, causing him to involuntarily loosen his grip. Oh no, it's a curse. Yinxing fell freely, and Wild Horse immediately turned around and continued to charge towards him. He could have been cut in two before he hit the ground, but now, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, he was completely unable to react. Master, I'll deploy the barrier immediately. That's too late. Yinxing closed his eyes. Boom, boom boom, boom. He crashed heavily to the ground, the engine roaring in Yinxing's ears, yet it did not run over his body for a long time. Hiss. What? Yinxing looked up and saw that the girl was holding a kind of rope that reflected a metallic luster, and she was holding the fierce horse Ma Jiafeng tightly by the neck, just like reining in a horse. Although she looked a bit disheveled, she didn't seem to be injured. The clothes on her abdomen that had been pierced were indeed torn, revealing her unharmed lower abdomen. Chess players, She gritted her teeth. To oppose Blood Shadow, you're incredibly audacious. Her sharp teeth protruded, and her pupils turned into vertical irises. I can't wait to cut you in half, you disgusting thing, and see just how big your guts are. Ma Jiafeng struggled to look at the woman. Who are you? Gu, who are you? She snorted and used the momentum of the motorcycle, which she had been forcibly holding, toss it far away, looking as easy as throwing away trash. Boom. Yinxing lay on the ground, staring in disbelief, momentarily forgetting the excruciating pain he was in. Listen carefully, I won't say it a second time. The girl raised her hand and flicked it, and the metal whip in her hand quickly retracted, turning back into the small dagger it originally was. I am the 11th member of the Vampire Council and the captain of Blood Shadow. Codename Liulai. Chapter 56 An Unexpected Encounter. Brasov, Romania. While Yinxing was embroiled in trouble, our protagonist, Ludwig, and her maid, Rococo, were already close to their destination. This is a small town only a few dozen kilometers away from Mona Castle. Although it is so close to the center of vampire rule, there are not many vampires here. Because native vampires dislike living with humans and newly born vampires are unwilling to obey the council, places like Brasov City, which are too close to the council, actually have a lower concentration of vampires. Wow. Although the flight from Rome to Brasov is only a few hours, Ludwig still got airsick. Wah. She was unsteady on her feet and could barely walk. If Coco hadn't told her not to vomit, she would have definitely found a tree in the street and thrown up her entire lunch right there. The maid who had been supporting the young lady all the way had a helpless expression on her face. Once all this is over, I'll definitely make sure you exercise every day. With your physique. It's not because of that, it's because I've never been on an airplane before. Ludwig retorted stubbornly. Isn't it great to travel slowly by train? There's no swaying or dizziness, and it's much more comfortable than flying or boating. Coco said, but we're not here for a leisurely trip. Ludwig blinked, staring blankly at Ruok with a look of utter disbelief. Really? If Coco's blood pressure spikes again instantly. Sigh, I'd rather go slower in the future than take the young lady on a plane again. She pulled Ludwig along and headed towards a nearby hotel. All right, miss, go and rest now, miss. She turned around and saw that Ludwig was staring intently at the vendors in the distance. Following her gaze more closely, Coco realized that she wasn't interested in the trinkets being sold there. A silver-haired vampire girl was standing in front of the stall, being scolded by the stall owner. She lowered her head, looking aggrieved, and dared not speak. She was about the height of a primary or middle school student, holding a doll in her arms. The stall owner tried to snatch it from her, but she kept shaking her head and refused to let go. Let's go take a look. Ludwig pulled Ruok along. Coco rolled her eyes and said, why aren't you airsick anymore all of a sudden? Ludwig chuckled, how can I stand idly by when a beautiful vampire girl is in trouble? I definitely have to go and take her side. The two approached and listened for a while before they understood what had happened. It turned out that the little girl was wandering around the stall, and she took a fancy to a teddy bear. She picked it up and wanted to leave. When the stall owner told her that she needed money, She stammered and couldn't say anything, and refused to return the doll, which led to the scene the two of them are seeing now. Wah, wah. Alright, little one, you can't take it if you don't have money, understand? Do not. Sigh, why are vampires so difficult to communicate with, even a child? Woo. Okay, give it to me. The stall owner was about to forcibly take the doll from the girl's hand when Ludwig stopped him. Excuse me, how much does this plush toy cost? After a while, the little girl happily played with her new doll while sitting on a bench by the roadside. I just don't have human currency. Thank you, Auntie. Ludwig felt a jolt, as if her heart had stopped beating. She smiled and said, call me sister. Okay, sister, the little girl said obediently. She blinked at the two girls of her own kind in front of her, her clear, blood-red eyes revealing not a trace of impurity. Ludwig sat down beside her and gently patted her head. What are you doing here? Where are your family members? I don't know. The girl shook her head decisively. Ludwig noticed her exquisitely crafted dress and then asked, where do you live? Is it Mona Castle? I don't know, she replied immediately. Ludwig tilted her head. Then why did you come here? The girl seemed to have difficulty even organizing her thoughts. After thinking for a long time, she timidly began to speak. Because I want this doll. Ludwig then asked her some more questions, and her little head shook like a rattle. I didn't know, big sister. Her innocent eyes left no room for pretense. This is troublesome. She knows nothing about anything. She doesn't even know where to send her. Ludwig sighed. Besides, it's already late. Although vampires aren't afraid of the dark, it's still not safe for her to stay outside. Are we supposed to take her to a hotel to stay with us? As soon as she finished speaking, she and Ruokik looked at each other in bewilderment. Ruokik said, that's all we can do, miss. Ludwig sighed softly and took the girl's small hand in hers. Little sister, what's your name? You haven't forgotten that, have you? She blinked, as if searching her mind for the answer. Luokina. This is a name. Meanwhile, in Bailing City, in such a narrow place, you have nowhere to escape? Ha 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 ha. $+0 asterisk $1 $7 equals 4 equals 5 9 at plus equals slash at 4 9 plus $8. Yeliulai grabbed Yin Shang, who was lying on the ground, and lifted him up. How long are you going to lie here? Be gentle. Yin Shang coughed violently, and before he could ask her a single question, she kicked him out of the alley again. Get out, she said succinctly. Yin Shang yelled, watch out behind you. She snapped, you're so annoying, shut up. She was clearly angry, but it was unclear whether her angry shout was directed at Yin Shang or at the incessantly laughing manic lunatic. She pulled out a jet-black revolver, and without turning her head, fired. Boom, bang 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 bang. She quickly emptied the entire magazine, raised her hand and flicked it, and 6 empty cartridge cases clattered to the ground. Boom. Clearly, the bullets had no effect. The motorcycle continued to hurtle towards her. So she flipped over and jumped up, drawing her dagger. Cha! A piercing metallic scraping sound rang out as she precisely blocked the blade coming from below with her dagger, using the momentum to leap forward several meters. In the blink of an eye, she had reloaded her ammunition. As soon as she landed, she turned around and aimed again at the motorcycle that was braking and preparing to turn around. The infamous wild horse, Humph, obstructing Blood Shadow's official duties and attempting to attack members of the Vampire Council. Even without these 2 newly added charges, you would already be on Blood Shadow's kill list. The group is not responsible for your actions because you are a madman diagnosed by countless hospitals. But conversely, if you are sent back to hell from the human world, no one can hold me accountable. Despite being shot several times, Ma Jiafeng continued to laugh maniacally, seemingly oblivious to the danger, and shouted with increasing frenzy. Huh? You want to kill me? Quack 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 quack. His eyes turned bloodshot in an instant, and his harsh, hoarse voice gradually became distorted. A lowly vampire dares to spout nonsense at evolved beings. Ma Jiafeng's body was about to undergo some kind of terrifying change, but Yeliulai remained calm, even showing great disgust. I was just looking for an excuse to get rid of you. Chapter 57 Luokina. Ma Jiafeng laughed maniacally and hugged his motorcycle. Quack, quack, quack. Immediately, his body transformed into some kind of bizarre bony scales, quickly changing his appearance beyond recognition. Just moments later, his entire person merged with the motorcycle, and the bone blades all over the motorcycle began to move, as if they were living beings, twitching and snapping. Ha 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 ha. Now, the sound was coming from some kind of monster that looked like a motorcycle. Bone scales formed armor, bone spikes replaced parts, and sharp blades transformed into tires. Under the bizarre abilities of Wild Horse, he, fused with the motorcycle, has become a monster that is one with the machine. Ha 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 ha. Yeliulai witnessed the entire process of his transformation, and after a little thought, she understood the essence of his power. He can pierce ordinary cars with bone spurs extending from his body, replacing their original structure with these controlled spurs, and then pushing the original structure out of the car body, forming a sharp blade made of steel and bone spurs. This is also why he seems glued to the car and refuses to get off, because he is completely unable to move in this state. In this state, the vehicle can be controlled at will, as if it were part of his own body, allowing for more agile maneuvers than conventional driving. Moreover, the sharp bone spurs and metal fragments covering his entire body serve as natural armor, severely injuring anyone who attempts to approach him. Such a mad and twisted power is not only impossible for humans to possess, but in this world, only one kind of demon can possess it. The vampire, the leader of all demons? Yaliulai raised an angry eyebrow. Stealing the blood energy of our vampire clan, that's an even greater crime. Snap click click click.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.